Chapter 1. The division begins. Lin Xiaoxiao, you wretched woman. Come out here, you harbinger of misfortune. A woman shouted, hands firmly placed on her hips. Cowering behind the door, the young woman trembled, clutching her daughter tightly, her face etched with worry. Before she could react, the door was forcefully kicked open. Caught off guard, the young mother stumbled and hit her head on the ground. The little girl, witnessing this, anxiously cried out, "Mother, mother, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, the woman at the entrance stepped inside, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen young woman. "Stop pretending to be dead and get up already. Today, I will ensure you are driven out. If it weren't for your ill fortune, my son would not have perished outside. Grandmother, please stop scolding and help my mother. She's truly fainted, not pretending." The little girl pleaded desperately with the elderly woman, who paid no heed. Even if the woman were to die, it mattered little to her. She had done nothing wrong and had no intention of providing financial assistance. Wah! Lin Xiaoxiao was jolted awake by the child's wailing. Upon awakening, she felt a throbbing headache and noticed a small child beside her, no more than 3 or 4 years old, thin and frail, with large, expressive eyes devoid of any flesh. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaoxiao was about to inquire about the child's name and how she had come to be in this place when a surge of memories flooded her mind. She realized she had traversed into the body of another Lin Xiaoxiao, a woman plagued by misfortune. Originally, she had lived a blissful life with her husband, but then the authorities conscripted him, and now news had spread that he had died. Consequently, the original woman's mother sought to cast them both out. "Stop crying. Your mother is not dead yet. Lin Xiaoxiao, you must leave today. I refuse to be cursed by your ill fate. You are the cause of my son's demise," the woman huffed. Initially, she had contemplated keeping Lin Xiaoxiao in hopes of her son returning, perhaps having risen to prominence after all these years. However, with the news of his death, she saw no reason to keep the two of them around, considering it a waste of resources. "Mother, mother, mother." Jiang Lanlan clung tightly to her mother, terrified at the thought of losing her. Feeling the little girl tremble beside her, Lin Xiaoxiao embraced her and reassured, "Do not worry, mother is fine." Now that she inhabited the body of the original owner, she was determined to care for her daughter. Moreover, with the original owner's husband deceased, if she did not cherish her, the girl would be left an orphan. Reflecting on her own past as an orphan, with no knowledge of her parents, she felt a deep connection to the child. "Enough of your whining. Hurry up and leave." The elderly woman, clearly losing patience, snapped. Lin Xiaoxiao stood, ensuring her daughter was seated properly before addressing the elderly Jiang. "If you wish for me to depart, then provide me with the funds you've received from the government over the years, and I shall leave. This is the money my husband sacrificed his life for. How can you just use it? You want to drive us away now? Such good fortune does not come so easily. If a man is conscripted, the government provides a modest sum to his family at regular intervals. Although this amount is not substantial, it suffices for the livelihoods of ordinary folk. Moreover, with the recent death of my husband, the government has issued a sum for posthumous arrangements, all of which is tightly held by the old Jiang matriarch. Her urgency to expel us now likely pertains to that compensation." "What?" Upon hearing this, the old Jiang matriarch erupted, "You little wretch, how dare you claim the posthumous funds? This is my son's hard-earned money, not yours. If it weren't for you, my son would never have met his demise out there." The old woman's words dripped with disdain, branding her as a harbinger of misfortune. How could she be the one to cast such a shadow? Her son was conscripted, a fate not of her doing. It was she who had sent her eldest son to take the place of her third son during the conscription, caring for her first and second sons while neglecting the youngest. You claim I am the cause? Then I could just as easily accuse you. It was you who hid the eldest brother while sending the second to the town, leading the authorities to seize my husband. Lin Xiaoxiao was unperturbed by the old hag. If she wished to create a scene, then she would accompany her in this farce. If they wished to expel her, they would have to pay her first without remuneration. She would not budge. You, the old Jiang matriarch trembled with anger before feigning a swoon. Lin Xiaoxiao approached her, whispering in her ear, "If you do not hand over the money, I will not leave. Moreover, I will spread the word about how my husband met his end driven to his death by you. Does your eldest son not aspire to take the imperial examination? Let's see how he can pursue that path with a tarnished reputation. What do scholars fear most? Their name. Heavens, how did I end up with such a scourge in my household?" Why don't you just die? Oh, heaven, please deal with her, this wretched creature who dares to defy her elders. The old Jiang matriarch spat venomously as someone approached from outside. It was the eldest daughter-in-law, who had known all along that her mother-in-law would cause such a scene. Initially, she had no desire to intervene, but the matter concerned her husband's reputation, and since he intended to pursue the imperial examination, a bad name could lead to expulsion from the academy. Mother, what troubles you? Sister-in-law, why provoke our mother-in-law? Can't we sit down and discuss this civilly? We are all family. After all, why must it come to this? Lu spoke insincerely, casting a seemingly gentle glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. This Lu was a false friend, outwardly gentle, yet secretly akin to a venomous serpent, striking without warning. She had managed to manipulate her husband for so long that he, now a mere student, dared not indulge in frivolities. It is this wretched girl who has caused the death of the third son. All I wish is to separate from her, yet she refuses. With the third son gone, do we expect the entire family to support her? Lu observed Lin Xiaoxiao, whose gaze was piercing, as if she could see right through her. This made Lu hesitant to meet her eyes again. She spoke. Third sister-in-law, is it not merely a matter of separating households? If you wish to divide, then do so. Why provoke your mother-in-law? Furthermore, a division would be beneficial for your daughter. She would be spared from excessive labor. With just the two of you, your needs are modest. With a little diligence, you shall surely lead a prosperous life. Chapter 1. The division begins. Lin Xiaoxiao, you wretched woman, come out, you harbinger of misfortune. A matron shouted with her hands firmly on her hips, her voice echoing with disdain. Cowering behind the door, a young woman trembled, clutching her daughter closely, her face etched with worry. Before she could gather her thoughts, the door was violently kicked open. The young mother, caught off guard, hit her head against the ground. Seeing this, the little girl cried out in alarm, "Mother, mother, what is wrong with you?" At that moment, the woman at the door strode in, looking down at the fallen young mother with contempt, and declared, "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up now. Today, I will ensure the division of our household. If it weren't for you, my son would not have perished outside. Grandmother, please stop scolding. Just help my mother. She truly has fainted. It is not an act." The little girl pleaded desperately with the elderly woman, who paid her no mind. The old matron felt no obligation even if the woman died. It was of no concern to her. She had no intention of parting with her money. Wah! Lin Xiaoxiao awoke to the sound of the child's cries. As she regained consciousness, a throbbing pain surged through her head, and she noticed a small child beside her, no more than 3 or 4 years old, emaciated and frail, with large, expressive eyes that seemed to dominate her tiny face. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaoxiao intended to ask the child her name and how she came to be here, but suddenly a wave of memories flooded her mind. She realized she had traversed into the body of another Lin Xiaoxiao, a woman of unfortunate fate. Once blissfully united with her husband, her life took a tragic turn when the authorities conscripted him, and now she had received word of his demise. Consequently, the original Lin Xiaoxiao's mother sought to expel them both from their home. "Stop your sobbing. Your mother is not dead yet. Lin Xiaoxiao, you must leave today. I refuse to be cursed by your presence. You are the reason my son is gone." The matron scoffed. Initially, she had considered keeping Lin Xiaoxiao until her son returned, perhaps after years of absence. He might have become an official. However, with news of his death, she saw no reason to support the two of them any longer, deeming it a waste of resources. "Mother, mother, mother." Jiang Lanlan clung tightly to her mother, gripped by fear at the thought of losing her. Feeling the tremors of the little girl beside her, Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around her, offering comfort. "Do not worry, my dear. Everything will be all right." Now that she inhabited the original owner's body, she vowed to care for her daughter. Moreover, with the original owner's husband deceased, if she did not cherish her, the child would be left orphaned. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lin Xiaoxiao reflected on her own life, realizing she too was an orphan, unaware of her parents' identities. "Enough of your whimpering, you too. Get out now." The elderly matron was clearly losing her patience. Lin Xiaoxiao rose, ensuring her daughter was settled, and addressed the old woman. "If you wish for me to leave, then you must provide me with the money I am owed from all these years of service at the magistrate's office. Only then will I depart. This is money my husband exchanged his life for. How can you all use it?" Now you want to drive us away. Where is the fairness in that? If a man is conscripted, the court regularly provides a stipend for his family. Though meager, it suffices for ordinary folk to get by. Moreover, with her husband deceased, the court has granted a sum for posthumous arrangements, all of which is tightly held by the old Jiang matriarch. Her urgency to oust us now likely stems from that very compensation. What? Upon hearing this, the old Jiang woman erupted in anger. You little wretch, how dare you claim the posthumous funds? Those are my son's hard-earned money, not yours. If it weren't for you, my son would not have died out there. Her words dripped with venom, accusing Lin Xiaoxiao of being a harbinger of misfortune. How could she be blamed? Her son was conscripted not by her doing. It was this very old woman who had sent her eldest son in place of the third, showing favoritism. She lamented her eldest and second sons, but showed no compassion for her youngest. If you claim I'm the cause, then I can just as easily say it as you. It was you who hid the eldest while sending the second to town, which led the officials to seize my husband. Lin Xiaoxiao was unperturbed by the old crone's tirade. If she wished to create chaos, she would gladly engage with her. After all, if they intended to expel her, they would need to pay first without compensation. She would not budge. You, the old Jiang woman, trembled with rage, then feigned fainting. Lin Xiaoxiao approached her, whispering, "Unless you hand over the money, I shall not leave. I will also spread the word about how my husband met his demise all because of your coercion. Your eldest son aspires to take the imperial examination, does he not? Let's see how he can pursue that path with a tarnished reputation. What do scholars fear most? Their name. Oh heavens, how did I end up with such a harbinger of misfortune? Why don't you just perish? Almighty, please, rid us of this wretch who dares to defy her elders." The old Jiang woman raged as footsteps approached from outside. It was the eldest daughter-in-law, who had long anticipated such a scene from her mother-in-law. Initially, she had no desire to intervene, but the matter impacted her husband's reputation. If it were to be sullied, he might find himself ousted from the academy, hindering his path to the examination. "Mother, what troubles you? Sister-in-law, why provoke our mother-in-law? Can we not sit and discuss this calmly? We are family. After all, what is the need for such discord?" Lu spoke feigned sweetness, casting a seemingly gentle glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. This Lu was a duplicitous person, outwardly gentle, yet secretly as venomous as a snake ready to strike, far more ruthless than the second daughter-in-law. Otherwise, she would not have maintained such control over her husband for so long. He had become a scholar and dared not stray from the path. It is this wretch who has brought about the demise of the third son. I merely wish to separate from her, yet she refuses. With the third son gone, do we expect the entire family to support her? Lu gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, whose eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Rendering Lu hesitant to meet her gaze again, she spoke. "Dear sister-in-law, is it merely a matter of separation? If you wish to part ways, then do so. Why incite anger in our mother-in-law? Furthermore, a division would ultimately benefit your daughter, sparing her from excessive toil. With just the two of you, your needs are modest with a touch of diligence. I have no doubt you shall thrive." Chapter 2. Division of Wealth and Family. The eldest sister-in-law is acutely aware that over the years, it has been my mother and I who have diligently managed the household. Given our considerable efforts, is it not reasonable to request a token of compensation for our labor? I desire not an extravagant sum. Merely the aftermath payment owed to us for my husband's passing will suffice. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed gently at Lu Shi, who felt a chill run down her spine under such scrutiny. How had Lin Xiaoxiao become so eloquent? Previously, she was a woman of few words, incapable of making her voice heard, yet now she dared to confront her so boldly, which was infuriating. Lu Shi was reluctant to part with such a substantial amount of silver, especially since her husband required funds for daily expenses at the academy. And the aftermath payment for the third son was considerable, amounting to 50 taels. If she relinquished that, how would their family survive? Third son's wife. We are all family here. Why must you be so contentious? Lu Shi implored. I do not wish to dwell on this either, but there are those who seek to drive us to desperation. Should the division of our assets yield no silver, I shall summon the village chief to mediate. I refuse to believe that he would stand idly by as my mother and I starve. If pushed further, I might even cause a stir at the academy, What then for my elder brother's aspiration for the imperial examination? Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing her words, both women's expressions darkened. The prospect of Lin Xiaoxiao causing a disturbance was daunting. Lu Shi hastily exchanged glances with old woman Jiang. Infuriated, old woman Jiang felt a pang in her chest. This wretched woman only knew how to leverage the imperial examinations against them. What could they do now? Reluctantly, old woman Jiang acknowledged. After all, the third son is my flesh and blood. His aftermath payment is, in essence, a part of me. Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her silence, allowing the elderly woman to finish before responding. How about we split it evenly? Each of us would receive 25 taels. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao was still unsatisfied, as she had children to support. If she were to press old woman Jiang for more, it was likely that the old woman would hesitate to part with even the 25 taels. The remaining silver would be extracted gradually from old Jiang. Very well. Lin Xiaoxiao acquiesced. Upon hearing her agreement, both Lu Shi and old woman Jiang sighed in relief. Though they had lost 25 taels, a semblance of peace had returned to the household. Nevertheless, as old woman Jiang produced the silver, it pained her deeply. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao snatched the money, prompting old woman Jiang to glare at her, cursing under her breath. Wretched woman. With the money secured, Lin Xiaoxiao departed, taking her daughter with her. She intended to seek out the village chief. Mere words about dividing the family would not suffice. If they were to sever ties, it must be done thoroughly. Otherwise, what would happen when she began to earn money? Just as they stepped outside, a mechanical sound echoed in her mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations on binding the mountain and sea system." In astonishment, Lin Xiaoxiao found herself in a bewildering situation. Could it be that she had encountered the legendary system? Oh my, how delightful! The benefits of traversing dimensions were truly remarkable. Armed with this system, how could one not achieve wealth and prosperity? The display revealed her current status. Level 0, sea gathering. 0, mountain gathering. 0, wealth. 0, species unlocked. 0, store. 0, mother, what's wrong? Jiang Lanlan gazed at her mother, who appeared dazed, and her concern grew to the point of tears. Upon noticing her daughter's red-rimmed eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and gently pinched the little girl's cheeks, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Mother is perfectly fine." "Mother, have we been cast out by Grandma? Where shall we go?" The child's voice was soft and frail, lacking the strength to conceal her awareness of their dire circumstances. Lin Xiaoxiao tenderly stroked the girl's head and replied, "We shall not return to that house. From now on, refrain from calling that old woman Grandma. It is just you and me from this point forward, and I promise to ensure your life is filled with happiness and joy." She took the child's hand and walked forward, envisioning a path that would widen with each step they took. Arriving at the village chief's home, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed the door was ajar, and the chief was inside. She spotted him immediately and pinched herself twice to regain composure. Jiang Lanlan, puzzled by her mother's actions, watched as Lin Xiaoxiao gestured for silence, signaling her not to reveal anything. Jiang Lanlan obediently nodded, heeding her mother's instructions. "Village chief, you must help us," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she collapsed before him. The village chief, sipping tea, nearly spat it out in shock. Wasn't tea this Lin Xiaoxiao? What brought her to his doorstep? "Speak plainly. There is no need for such theatrics," he advised. "Village chief, please help us. Grandma wants to cast us out, and she has taken our father's silver." Jiang Lanlan, quick-witted and perceptive, joined her mother's performance, earning a silent thumbs-up from Lin Xiaoxiao for her cleverness. Seeing the child weep uncontrollably stirred the village chief's compassion. "What happened? Why would your grandmother want to expel you?" "Grandma scolded us, saying my mother is a harbinger of misfortune, and that my father's death was her fault. She demanded we leave, and my mother hurt her head because of it. Please, village chief, save us." The child's honesty was evident, and the village chief noticed the bruise on Lin Xiaoxiao's forehead, a clear sign of recent distress. "Cool, let me take a look," he said, stepping outside. Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Lanlan followed closely behind, while the villagers, intrigued by the chief's urgent demeanor, gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's swollen forehead, a curious villager inquired, Lin Xiaoxiao, what happened to your forehead? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao burst into tears, and Jiang Lanlan chimed in. It was my grandmother who did this. Upon hearing Jiang Lanlan's explanation, the onlookers quickly grasped the situation. Old Lady Jiang had a notorious reputation for tormenting the wives of the third son. It is perplexing to comprehend the mindset of that old woman, with flesh on both her palms and backs of her hands. How could she shamelessly mistreat her daughter-in-law and daughter in the absence of her third son? Nonetheless, such matters pertain to her household, and the villagers can only sigh discreetly, too fearful to voice their opinions. The old matriarch, already gloomed by the loss of 25 taels of silver, was startled to see the village head approach, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 3. The village head's backing what brings you here, esteemed elder? The old woman feigned innocence, casting a glare at Lin Xiaoxiao. That wretched woman had the audacity to report her to the village head. She would tear her face apart when she had the chance, ensuring she thought twice before speaking freely again. Lin Xiaoxiao merely cast a fleeting glance at the malicious old woman. Of course, it's the winds from all directions. The village head retorted with irritation. Observing the village head's displeasure, the old matriarch forced a smile and inquired, Is there something of great importance that has brought you here? Perhaps my third son's wife has been gossiping in your ear? You must not take her words too seriously. Unfazed, the village head replied, Your granddaughter mentioned that you intend to expel her and her mother. Is there any truth to this? The old woman's expression stiffened momentarily before she regained her composure and asserted, Now that my third son has passed, all due to her ill fortune, what wrong is there in wanting to send her away? It is to prevent her from bringing misfortune upon our family. The village head, incensed by her obstinacy, lamented, What age are we living in, still clinging to feudal superstitions? It is worth noting that the villagers do not subscribe to such beliefs. Her death must surely be attributed to her. Otherwise, how can my third son have died? The old matriarch dismissed the village head's concerns. This is a private matter. I have already expelled her. Besides, I have shared the funeral expenses with her. What more is required? I have been more than generous. With those few silver taels, they can live quite comfortably. Lin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing the old woman's callous words, began to weep. Village head, you must intervene. My mother-in-law provided me with funeral expenses, yet she has withheld what is rightfully mine. All the money allocated by the government over the years has been seized by my mother-in-law, leaving us with nothing despite our tireless labor in this household. Now, we face expulsion with nowhere to go. Are we to perish from hunger by the roadside? Her plight garnered sympathy from many bystanders, who turned to the old matriarch, saying, You are being utterly inhumane. You have amassed such wealth. Should you not distribute a fair share to them? To cast them out without providing shelter is unconscionable, especially as they are the orphans of your third son. Get out. This is a matter for my family alone. It is not for outsiders to meddle in. Leave. The old matriarch's temper flared at the unexpected reproach. She believed that the silver she had allocated to Lin Xiaoxiao was already excessive and found it incomprehensible that they would seek to extract more from her. Losing his patience with the old woman's arrogance, the village head declared, I will give Lin Xiaoxiao 10 taels of silver. On what grounds? She retorted. Madame Jiang, filled with despair, lamented painfully, while the village chief, cold and unyielding, retorted, as the village chief, If your family wishes to depart from this village, then you may leave at once. Faced with the chief's genuine ire, Madame Jiang found herself at a loss. She had no desire to be expelled, for this place held her home, her land, and her fields. Where would they go if cast out? Thus, with great reluctance, she extracted 10 taels of silver from her sleeve and, with an icy demeanor, addressed Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, You little wretch, you have some nerve. One day, I shall settle the score with you. Her words were uttered in a hushed tone, inaudible to others. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao retorted coldly, Rest assured, I too will seek retribution. Neither of us will find peace until we meet again. Madame Jiang trembled with rage. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaoxiao continued, Village chief, since my mother-in-law disdains both me and my daughter, I propose we sever ties. The village chief gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Are you truly willing to cut ties? If you do, what will become of your child? When they grow up, who will support them from your family? Without support from them, I shall provide for my child. My husband is deceased, and my mother-in-law holds no affection for me. I intend to establish my own household, Lin Xiaoxiao declared. At this, Madame Jiang scoffed derisively. You, a mere woman, think you can forge your own path? It is but a foolish dream. Escaping this village is no easy feat, and the notion of self-sufficiency will only lead to starvation. I shall eagerly await the spectacle. Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Madame Jiang, wishing the old woman would keep her mouth shut. Her words were always so infuriating, yet she thought, let her speak. For now, she was the one in a pitiable position. Consider carefully, Lin Xiaoxiao, the village chief cautioned. If you sever ties, you will no longer be connected to the Jiang family. Should you face bullying, the Jiang family will not come to your aid. The chief's concern was evident, yet Lin Xiaoxiao remained resolute. If she was to sever ties, she would do so decisively, without interference in her pursuit of prosperity. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's determination, the village chief acquiesced. In this village, women could establish their own households if they possessed the capability to support themselves. However, such endeavors were rare. Once a woman took on the role of head of the household, it meant she alone bore the responsibility, and few would seek to marry into her family, as the traditional norms dictated otherwise. Lin Xiaoxiao had never envisioned herself marrying. After all, with a daughter to raise, why burden herself with a man? Serving him and his parents? The very thought exhausted her. Before long, the document for severing ties was prepared, requiring merely a stamp from the official office. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated going the following day, as she had many tasks to attend to today. Additionally, she aimed to finalize her status as a head of household, thereby avoiding further trips. As the village chief prepared to depart, Lin Xiaoxiao obstructed his path. She recalled a house located on the back mountain, which had been uninhabited since its owner's passing. It was said that the property was under the chief's guardianship, and any desire to acquire it necessitated his approval. What is your intention, Lin Xiaoxiao? The chief inquired, perplexed by her actions. Lin Xiaoxiao elucidated, at present my daughter and I find ourselves without a place to call home. I wish to inquire if the house on the back mountain could be sold to me, or perhaps rented. Are you certain you desire this house? It has remained vacant for quite some time. If you wish, feel free to move in, the chief replied, surprisingly agreeable. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao chose to purchase the property. In due course, she planned to renovate it entirely. Village chief, would you consider selling me this house? Lin Xiaoxiao proposed. The chief cast another glance at her, pondering her apparent foolishness. Why would you wish to pay for something I would offer you freely? Others would seize such an opportunity without hesitation. Yet you are different. Reflecting on the plight of the mother and daughter, the chief finally stated, if you truly want it, I will sell it to you for 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt no need for politeness, as she possessed a sum of money that would allow her to make the purchase while still retaining some for future necessities. Very well, I shall buy it for 5 taels of silver, she affirmed. I will have my wife bring over the land deed shortly. I must take my leave now, the chief said before disappearing. Lin Xiaoxiao grasped her daughter's hand and ascended the hillside. The house was conveniently located near the back mountain, facilitating her future excursions into the wilderness. Though somewhat distant from the village, should she discover any treasures within the mountains, it was unlikely that the villagers would notice. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. The door was secured with a key, preventing her and her daughter from entering. After a brief wait, the chief's wife arrived, bearing the key and a land deed. The chief's wife, ever warm-hearted, could not help but remark, Xiaoxiao, you truly are a silly girl. Why sever ties with those people? If you do, you will forever be at a disadvantage in the village. Sister-in-law, I am untroubled by that. Severing ties is for the best. In the future, I shall not need to pay respects to that old woman during festivals, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. The chief's wife chuckled at her words. I thought you might be a loss, but it seems you have a clever plan. Alas, now that you have severed ties, discussing it further is futile. If you encounter any hardships, come to my home. I shall assist you if I can. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile, accepting the key and unlocking the door. The house had not been cleaned in quite some time, and a layer of dust covered everything. Fortunately, a broom remained inside, which Lin Xiaoxiao promptly seized to begin tidying up. Her daughter, Jiang Lanlan, eagerly followed suit with a small broom, enthusiastically assisting her mother in the task. Observing her daughter's industrious figure and contrasting it with her own lackluster visage, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, harboring the belief that life would undoubtedly improve. The village chief's wife was also present, assisting in the arduous task of cleaning the expansive yard. With just the two of them, it would have taken an entire day. But with the village chief's wife's help, they could settle in by the afternoon. Weeds had proliferated in abundance, and as Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to touch them, she heard a chime from the system, inquiring if she wished to sell dandelions. Yes, the system responded, offering a recompense of 1 pound of dandelions for 3 copper coins. As the system concluded its announcement, the screen displayed a modest sum of 3 copper coins. These coins could be withdrawn at the host's discretion, with a line of small text providing clarification. Lin Xiaoxiao attempted to extract the 3 coins, and to her astonishment, it worked. She felt the coins resting in her palm. Gazing at the copper coins, she couldn't help but smile. There were still many dandelions nearby, suggesting a potential for considerable earnings. A mere touch was sufficient for the system to reclaim them. When the village chief's wife approached to lend a hand, she was surprised to find that Lin Xiaoxiao had already cleared the area. To avoid raising suspicion, Lin Xiaoxiao meticulously arranged the surrounding weeds, ensuring that, for the moment, no one would notice the significant reduction in the foliage. After tidying up that patch of land, she had nearly earned 20 copper coins. "Sister-in-law, may I trouble you with a small favor?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired politely. Upon hearing this, the village chief's wife readily nodded in agreement. "Smile, what can I assist you with?" "Do not hesitate. As I mentioned earlier, there's no need for formality. Sister-in-law, could you please look after my daughter? The house is devoid of supplies, and I need to purchase some essentials. I plan to head to town shortly while it is still early. Go about your business. I will ensure your daughter is well cared for." With these reassuring words from the village chief's wife, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. She approached Jiang Lanlan and said, "Stay here and play with your aunt while I make a quick trip to town. I will bring you some delicious treats. All right? Be a good girl and do not wander off." Jiang Lanlan nodded obediently. As Lin Xiaoxiao reached the village entrance, intending to take a bullock cart, a woman pulled her aside to inquire, "Xiaoxiao, I heard your mother-in-law allocated a substantial sum of silver to you. Is it true?" Noticing the woman's overly curious demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao coldly retorted, "That is a private matter. Why should I disclose it to you?" "Hey, I was merely asking. Is there a problem with that?" "No wonder your mother-in-law has cast you aside," the woman replied. Initially intending to walk away, Lin Xiaoxiao turned back at the woman's comment, fixing her with a steely gaze. "What did you just say? Repeat that." The woman, intimidated by Lin Xiaoxiao's commanding presence, opened her mouth but found herself unable to articulate a single word. Seeing that the woman no longer dared to act arrogantly before her, Lin Xiaoxiao relented. Otherwise, she would have certainly administered a couple of slaps to teach the woman a lesson, ensuring she thought twice before spreading baseless rumors in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao boarded the ox cart and departed with a sense of purpose. Only after she had left did the gossiping women dare to discuss her behind her back. "Have you noticed how Lin Xiaoxiao has seemingly transformed? Previously, she would cower before her mother-in-law, submissive to her every whim, but this time she stood her ground. After enduring bullying for so long, one might expect an eventual eruption. Perhaps this was always Lin Xiaoxiao's true nature." Some remarked upon her plight, believing she had become this way through coercion. Upon reaching the town, Lin Xiaoxiao indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring everything she needed. She also visited the local government office to establish herself as an independent female head of household and to have her documents stamped. Initially, the officials were quite impatient, but after she discreetly slipped them a few silver coins, they promptly attended to her needs, even offering a few flattering remarks afterward. Money, as they say, can indeed make the world go round, a truth that transcends time. Having completed her errands, Lin Xiaoxiao returned, aware that she would not be coming to town again the following day, for she had procured all necessary items. Now, All that remained was to earn a living diligently. On her way back, she found herself laden with bags, aided by the kind-hearted villagers. Grateful for their assistance, she appreciated the genuine nature of many in the community. Unlike the selfishness exhibited by old Lady Jiang, at least she was free from that woman's company now, a relief indeed. Chapter 5. Earning money on the mountain. On her return, Lin Xiaoxiao spotted her daughter amidst the crowd. The little one rushed towards her, calling out sweetly, "Mother, why are you not waiting for me at home?" Lin Xiaoxiao gently patted the child's head, noticing that her daughter appeared malnourished, with hair as dry and brittle as straw, a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. "I wanted to help you carry things," the child earnestly declared. Hearing this warmed Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Her daughter, merely 3 or 4 years old, exhibited such understanding. In modern times, a child that age would still be considered a precious little one, not expected to shoulder such burdens. With a sigh, Lin Xiaoxiao decided against letting her child carry anything. "Mother can manage on her own. You don't need to help. Let us go home," she said, grasping her belongings with one hand while holding her daughter's hand with the other as they made their way back. Behind them, the onlookers began to murmur, questioning Lin Xiaoxiao's ability to manage her household. Indeed, without any source of income, she spends so extravagantly. Just look at all the items she bought. It must have cost a fortune. She has truly acquired everything necessary, they remarked, their tones tinged with envy. Those who spoke were merely spectators, unconcerned as it was not their affair. They chatted briefly before returning to their own homes. Once home, Lin Xiaoxiao handed a large meat bun to Jiang Lanlan. The child stared at the bun, momentarily unsure of what to do. "Eat it, dear. This was specially bought for you by Mother," Lin Xiaoxiao encouraged, tearing off a piece and gently placing it in her daughter's mouth. As the savory flavor flooded her palate, Jiang Lanlan burst into tears. "Why are you crying? Is it not to your liking?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, taken aback by her daughter's sudden tears. The little one leaped into her embrace, voice sweet and innocent. "Mother, am I dreaming? I dreamt that I was eating this bun, didn't I?" Listening to the child's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. The original owner and her daughter had endured a wretched existence in the old residence. They were denied meat and left unfed, forever relegated to the sidelines, while the daughters of the main family dined at the table, adorned in splendid attire. Though all were granddaughters of the Jiang family, their statuses diverged greatly. Lin Xiaoxiao gently wiped the little girl's eyes with her garment and reassured her, "From now on, we shall feast on sumptuous meat buns." The little one burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment of consolation, Lin Xiaoxiao began to organize the items she had purchased that day. She had acquired a considerable amount, primarily necessities. With so much to procure, her spending had been particularly lavish, totaling 10 taels of silver. The thought of such expenditure made her heart ache. Money was fleeting, a truth that remained constant through the ages. It seemed she would need to earn more. Once everything was tidied up, it began to resemble a home. Although there was no bed yet, she could manage with a makeshift sleeping arrangement on the floor. The village had an elderly carpenter. When the time came, she would visit him to request a bed rather than buying one in town. In town, she had also picked up a few meat buns, taking one before heading up the mountain. In her memories, she often ventured to the mountain, either for wild vegetables or firewood, making her quite familiar with the terrain. Ding! Recovered 1 pound of wild mushrooms for 5 won. As the system's voice echoed, it was accompanied by the delightful sound of coins clinking, igniting a thrill within Lin Xiaoxiao. If only there were more such sounds. Heaven rewards the diligent. With hard work, life will surely improve, she encouraged herself, only to spot a dandelion. Ding! Recovered 2 pounds of dandelions for 6 won. Continuing her ascent, she encountered an abundance of wild vegetables and collected several. The system was a boon, swiftly detecting the locations of these items, akin to a scanner ensuring nothing was overlooked. Fortunately, it was just her and her daughter at home, so she need not worry about concealing her earnings, especially since her daughter was still young and oblivious to the origins of the money. Ding! Recovered 2 pounds of plantain for 12 won. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the double price of the plantain with affection. It seemed that as long as it was traditional medicine, the price varied significantly. Contemplating the treasure she had gathered, A manic laugh bubbled within her. Could it be that she was soon to become wealthy? While imagination painted a rosy picture, reality was often harsh. Suddenly, heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky. What on earth? It was just fine when I arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao had no time to ponder. Her only thought was to hasten down the mountain. With her head bowed against the weight of her basket, she rushed downhill. As she reached the mid-slope, she spotted a small, slender figure trudging upwards with an umbrella. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than her daughter. Lan Lan. Jiang Lan heard someone calling her, and only then noticed that her mother had arrived. "Mother, I'm here." The little one waved her arms with great effort. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly rushed to her side and embraced her. The rain had thoroughly soaked the child's clothes, with her pant legs dripping wet. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger at the sight. It was raining, and yet she had come up the mountain. "I wanted to bring you an umbrella." "Since it's raining," the child said, her face filled with grievance, her voice softening. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. The child was just too understanding. "In situations like this, you shouldn't come up the mountain to find me. Do you understand? I am an adult, and I know what to do. If you get lost, I would have to search everywhere for you. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaoxiao spoke to the little one sternly, forbidding her from seeking her out again in such downpours. Jiang Lanlan obediently nodded and then wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, burying her head in her embrace, relishing in her warmth. Witnessing such affection from her child filled Lin Xiaoxiao's heart with warmth. The two descended the mountain together, and fortunately, their home was at the foot of the hill. They returned in no time. Lin Xiaoxiao took a dry towel to wipe the little girl's face. Her hands and feet were icy cold. She hurried to boil some hot water, prioritizing the child's bath over her own to prevent her from falling ill. After undressing the child, Lin Xiaoxiao realized just how thin she was. Her body resembled little more than bones, devoid of any flesh, evoking a pang of sorrow. Noticing her mother lost in thought, Jiang Lanlan asked, "Mother, is there something wrong with me?" "No," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, snapping back to reality, her eyes filled with heartache. Chapter 6. Guests from the maternal family. After bathing the little girl and dressing her in fresh clothes, Jiang Lanlan was overjoyed. She quietly touched her new attire and happily asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "Mother, do I look pretty?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "My daughter is indeed beautiful." She truly was, and with proper care, she would be no less than the children from the city. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered about the original father's appearance, who had not returned for many years. The original memories did not recall his face, and since he had perished elsewhere, there was no need to dwell on it. With a yawn, Lin Xiaoxiao noted that it was getting late, and darkness had already fallen. She prepared a simple porridge with lean meat for dinner. After filling their stomachs, they settled down for the night. Jiang Lanlan was reluctant to take off her new clothes, but with her mother's gentle persuasion, she finally did. Although she clutched the garment tightly as she drifted off to sleep, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's antics. "No one is going to take your new clothes. They belong to you. Tomorrow, when you open your eyes, you can wear them again." Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Lanlan held her clothes even tighter, and slowly she succumbed to sleep. Once assured of her daughter's slumber, Lin Xiaoxiao extinguished the candle and followed suit into the realm of dreams. The next morning, when Lin Xiaoxiao awoke, the child was still asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, she decided to prepare breakfast, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. She furrowed her brow, wondering who could possibly be at her home so early in the morning. Could it be old Lady Jiang? With that thought in mind, she retrieved a stick, ready to drive her away if it truly was her. However, when she beheld the figures outside, she was taken aback to see her mother, elder brother, and father-in-law. All had come to visit. The stick clattered to the ground from her grasp. "Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, why are you all here?" Lin Xiaoxiao naturally called out their names. The original owner only had one brother, who had been favored by the family due to her being the youngest. Yet, since her marriage into the Jiang family, life had not been easy. She had been tormented by old Lady Jiang time and again. Despite this, she had never dared to express her struggles to her family, always assuring them that she was thriving in her new home. Surely, her parents were not oblivious to her plight. However, as their daughter had become someone else's daughter-in-law, They often felt that speaking too much would only lead to further suffering for her in that household, prompting them to remain silent. Upon hearing that their daughter had severed ties with the Jiang family, they hurried over, carrying a basket filled with food and necessities, fearing that their daughter might have nothing. They wasted no time and set out early to procure supplies in town. If we hadn't come, would you have kept us in the dark about your estrangement from the Jiang family? Lin's father said sternly, a hint of anger in his voice. How could she not inform them of such a significant matter? If it hadn't been for someone else's notification, he would have remained unaware of her severed ties. Such a connection should have been cut long ago. A mother-in-law like that should never have been associated with them. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her thought, her mother quickly interjected, "You old man, my daughter has suffered such great misfortune, and you still speak of her like that." Lin's father, chastised, immediately dropped his stern demeanor and hurriedly explained, "I am merely concerned for our daughter. Do you even understand what concern means?" Lin's mother retorted, "By the way, where's my niece?" She glanced around, failing to spot her. Lan is still asleep. She hasn't woken up yet," Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "That poor child deserves her rest. Let her sleep a little longer. Your lives will improve in time. By the way, we also brought some things for you. Eldest, quickly bring the basket here," Lin's mother instructed. Within moments, her elder brother placed the basket before Lin Xiaoxiao. Gazing at its contents, she was astonished. The Lin family was not faring well themselves, yet they had brought so much for her. This gesture moved Lin Xiaoxiao deeply, leaving her uncertain of how she could ever repay their kindness. "These are the necessities you require. Please do not hesitate to accept them. This is a token of affection from your brother and sister-in-law. Understand?" Lin's mother stated. Lin Xiaoxiao was aware of the strong bond between her brother and sister-in-law. Their family was harmonious. She knew her sister-in-law would not resent her for bringing so much. Turning to her sister-in-law, she saw her beaming with warmth. "Little sister, life will only get better from here. If you ever need anything, just call upon your brother, all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao fought against tears, but they flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Silly child, why do you still weep? Better days are yet to come. Do not cry. Each day should be filled with joy. Do you understand?" Thus spoke Lin's mother, though her eyes betrayed her, shedding tears uncontrollably. Lin's father, a man of stoicism, felt it inappropriate to weep in front of the child and stepped outside for a moment. When the room fell silent, he re-entered. Lin Xiaoxiao addressed them, saying, "Mother, father, I now possess wealth. I will purchase all of this." Lin Xiaoxiao wished for them to take these items back, but the Lin family did not lack for such possessions, so offering money seemed more pragmatic. "Child, such words are unnecessary. We are family. Assisting one another is only right, so do not stand on ceremony. The value of these items is negligible, especially since your elder brother has achieved success and is now traversing the world in business. Our family's fortunes will surely improve," Lin's mother said, a smile blooming on her face at the mention of her son. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the worth of the items, secretly noting them down. Resolved to repay her family in due course, she could not simply take what belonged to others. Having assumed the identity of their daughter, it would be improper to claim their possessions. When Jiang Lanfan arrived, she spotted her grandfather and danced with joy. He was always kind to her, often slipping sweets into her pockets during visits, which endeared him to her. "My dear Lanfan has grown taller," Lin's father remarked, gently patting the child's head. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao and her mother busied themselves in the kitchen, knowing that with such a large family gathered, mere porridge would not suffice. They needed to prepare additional dishes. Lin's mother initially believed the kitchen bare, but upon entering and seeing the abundance of ingredients, she was astonished. No wonder she had just told her daughter not to take her things. It appeared she had everything she needed. The cooking duties naturally fell to Lin's mother, as the original host did not need to prepare meals when returning to her family, and her sister-in-law was exempt as well. However, despite having been together for many years, her brother and sister-in-law had not yet conceived a child, which remained the Lin family's sole regret. Chapter 7. The intent of the Lin family. "I will fetch the dried vegetables from outside," Lin Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law said, deliberately seeking an excuse to leave, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao and her mother a chance to converse more freely. Once her daughter-in-law had departed, Lin's mother turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, "What are your plans? Now that your husband is gone, life with a child will be challenging. Perhaps you should move back in with us? It will be easier for our family to care for you." Lin Xiaoxiao understood her mother's good intentions, yet returning to live with them felt impossible. What was done could not be undone. Moreover, she did not wish to be underfoot. It would hinder her ability to pursue her goals. "Mother, even though I have severed ties with them, I can still lead a good life," she asserted. "And how do you intend to do that while raising a child? You must earn a living and care for the little one simultaneously. It is a daunting task, especially in this world where earning is challenging, and even more so for a woman," Lin's mother lamented, sighing as she reflected on the struggles men face in providing, while acknowledging the additional burdens women bear, often relegated to tasks requiring male strength. "Rest assured, Mother, I have a profitable avenue before me, so there is no need for concern." Lin Xiaoxiao understood that no matter how much she explained to her mother, it would be futile. Only by truly improving her circumstances would her mother come to believe in her. "Aren't you planning to return?" she asked. "Neither your brother nor your sister-in-law will have anything to say. Your sister-in-law is a good woman. It's just unfortunate that she hasn't conceived yet. Alas, I wonder when I will hold my grandchild. What if your brother never has children? How will we face your grandfather after we are gone?" Lin Mu sighed heavily at this point. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered. Her brother and sister-in-law had been together for 5 years without a child, leaving her uncertain as to who might be at fault. Have you not taken them to see a doctor? After all, the original owner seldom visited her maternal home and was unaware of the situation there. Of course we have. We've consulted numerous doctors, all of whom said everything was normal and that perhaps the timing simply wasn't right. It has been several years now, Lin Mu replied, her concern evident. If both of them are fine, why haven't they conceived? Could be a problem with the ancestral grave? Perhaps we should consider relocating it. Mother, do not worry. Remain calm. Who knows, my sister-in-law might conceive at any moment. The most important thing is how she feels. You must encourage her not to overthink it. Once a person begins to fret, it becomes exceedingly difficult to conceive, Lin Xiaoxiao advised, contemplating acquiring some fertility aids for the couple when she ventured into the marketplace. If they never have children, so be it. What matters is that they find joy in each other's company. If your brother does not mind her, what can I say? The two refrained from discussing the topic further, and Lin Xiaoxiao deemed it wise to shift the conversation, especially since her sister-in-law was nearby. Should she overhear, it might weigh heavily on her heart. As they spoke of their own matters, Lin Xiaoxiao deftly maneuvered the discussion until she had prepared the meal. Upon her arrival, Lin Xiaoxiao observed her father playing with her daughter, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one, a testament to the bond of generations. "What are you two discussing?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, setting the food down. "Grandfather asked us when we would visit his home, Mother." "Are we going to grandfather's house?" Jiang Lanlan asked, her large eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lin Xiaoxiao gently shook her head. "We can visit grandfather's house occasionally, but we cannot live there regularly. We will reside here. This is our home." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lin Fu expressed discontent. "Dear, that is also your home. Why not live there?" "Indeed. Little sister, come back with us. It is not convenient for you to stay here alone with a child," Lin Zhuang stated earnestly. "I appreciate your intentions, but I will not return with you. We have our own lives to lead, and returning to the maternal home would only invite gossip," Lin Xiaoxiao replied firmly. "Brother, please do not insist further." Lin Zhuang opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by their mother. "Let us cease this discussion and focus on our meal." Setting aside the topic, after finishing their meal, Lin's father pulled Lin's mother aside and inquired, "What is it? Does our daughter still refuse to come home with us? Have you truly attempted to persuade her? Do you genuinely intend to leave her here all alone? Now that the relationship with the Jiang family has been severed, our daughter is free to go wherever she pleases. Must she remain bound to this wretched place for all eternity? You may think I have not expressed my concerns about our daughter, yet she remains unwilling to return with me. Alas, you know her stubborn nature. No amount of persuasion will suffice. If she finds life here unbearable, we could extend a helping hand, albeit modestly." With this sentiment expressed, there is little more to say and both sighed inwardly, falling into a contemplative silence. By afternoon, Lin's parents decided to leave, for there were chores awaiting them at home, tending to the chickens and pigs. If they did not return, those animals would go hungry. Lin Xiaoxiao organized the items her parents had brought, sufficient to sustain her and her child for quite some time. With an abundance of provisions at her disposal, she took several pounds of meat and made her way to the village chief's home. Grateful for their assistance, she felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. It would be remiss not to offer a token of appreciation, for one cannot simply accept help without acknowledging it. Upon reaching the village chief's door, the chief's wife answered. She was taken aback to see Lin Xiaoxiao, especially with the meat she carried. Given their own modest circumstances, the chief's wife was reluctant to accept such a gift. Is there something you need, dear? I see you have brought meat. Sister-in-law, is the village chief at home? Lin Xiaoxiao politely inquired. Your uncle is indeed at home. Do you seek him for something particular? My maternal family visited today and brought a plethora of goods. I cannot consume all this meat by myself, so I thought to share some. Sister-in-law, please do not be modest. You have been such a tremendous help to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If you refuse this meat, I may hesitate to seek your assistance in the future. With that, she extended the meat towards the village chief's wife. Seeing no intent to accept the offering, the chief's wife replied, Xiaoxiao, it is already quite challenging for you to manage alone with a child, and this meat is a gesture from your maternal family. I cannot accept it. You should take it back, for my household lacks nothing in terms of meat. Chapter 8. Girls should not sit at the table. Lin Xiaoxiao recognized the kind-hearted nature of the village chief's wife, yet she could not allow such kindness to go unreciprocated, especially as this was a small token of her gratitude. Sister-in-law, your words are overly modest. If you do not accept this, I shall be quite upset and may never dare to trouble you again, Lin Xiaoxiao stated with earnestness, realizing the sincerity of her feelings. The village chief's wife reluctantly agreed to accept the gift. You are a thoughtful child. Your good intentions are appreciated. There is no need for such offerings. But if it pleases you, I shall accept. Then I shall not impose further. I must take my leave as I have a child to care for, Lin Xiaoxiao said, preparing to depart, only to be called back by the village chief's wife. Xiaoxiao, please wait a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to wait outside. Before long, the village chief's wife emerged, carrying a basket filled with a few eggs and a handful of fresh vegetables. These are homegrown, and the eggs are from our own chickens. They hold little value. Please take them home for your children, she offered. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but seeing the sincerity in the village chief's wife's demeanor, she accepted them graciously. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're too polite, dear. If you ever need anything, do come to me. The village chief's wife advised her before she took her leave. As Lin Xiaoxiao turned to depart, she noticed the village chief observing her intently. Was that the cheerful girl from earlier? What brings her to our home? She even brought us a few pounds of meat. Such a considerate child, despite her own hardships. He remarked. I returned her kindness in kind. The poor thing, the village chief continued, that old Jiang matriarch lacks understanding. With her son, S remains barely cold. She has driven his wife and child away. If the third son has any spirit left, I wonder if he would become a vengeful ghost seeking vengeance on his mother. The village chief sighed, then shifted the topic. If that child encounters any difficulties, we must be sure to assist her. She seems like a good soul. The village chief's wife nodded earnestly in agreement. Lin Xiaoxiao soon returned home, where Jiang Lianlan awaited her. The little girl sat on a small stool at the door, the room illuminated by flickering candlelight. Upon seeing her mother, she joyfully rushed over, arms outstretched for an embrace. How could I possibly resist such a sweet daughter? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gathering her into her arms. Mama, the little girl's voice was soft and sweet. In the old Jiang household, no one had taken the time to comb her hair. The original owner of this body had been burdened with numerous chores, often heading to the fields before the child had even awakened, leaving the little one's hair in disarray. However, after Lin Xiaoxiao's care, the child now resembled a proper little girl, her hair neatly arranged and her clothes clean. Let us go to bed, Lin Xiaoxiao said, cradling her child as they snuggled beneath the covers. The little girl clung tightly, reluctant to let go. Mama, will you hold me while I sleep? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, gently pinching her daughter's cheek, which felt soft and devoid of any flesh, indicating that the child needed proper nourishment. The little girl was unfamiliar with her father, having never seen him since birth, and thus did not cry for him, which pleased Lin Xiaoxiao. She was relieved that her child would not be constantly lamenting for a father she had never known. Before long, both drifted into slumber, the moonlight pouring into the room, casting a bright glow. A gentle breeze swept through, signaling the arrival of a new day. Lin Xiaoxiao rose early, efficiently preparing breakfast. She boiled all the eggs she had received from the village chief's wife, ready for the little one to enjoy upon awakening. Yesterday, after reheating the leftover meal, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped out to rouse her child, only to find the little one already awake, struggling to dress herself. At such a tender age, she was already learning to navigate many tasks. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of her child's earnest efforts. She was merely 3 or 4 years old. "Mother," Jiang Lanlan called, turning her head upon hearing footsteps, flashing a bright smile that revealed her 2 little tiger teeth. The sight of her obedient child melted Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. She approached, lifted the child, and assisted her with dressing. "Mother, am I really clumsy? Can I even put on my clothes properly?" The little one murmured, her head bowed in self-doubt. Her mother rarely spoke to her, often silent. But since their separation from the extended family, she seemed transformed, more willing to engage with her daughter. While Jiang Lanlan cherished this newfound openness, she also feared that one day her mother might leave her. "No, my dear Lanlan, you are very clever. At just 4 years old, you can dress yourself, and no one is as remarkable as you," Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her. Jiang Lanlan beamed with delight at her mother's praise, her eyes sparkling as Lin Xiaoxiao finished dressing her and took her to wash up. In the morning, they used warm water for washing, as firewood was available, albeit in limited supply. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated going to the mountains later to gather more firewood. Soon, it was time for breakfast. Jiang Lanlan sat there, a bit anxious, recalling that her grandmother had said girls should not sit at the table. However, with her mother present and no grandmother around, she wondered if it was permissible for her to join. Noticing her child's unease, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "What is the matter? Hurry and eat, or you want tea grow tall." "Mother, can I really sit here?" "But Grandma said girls shouldn't eat at the table," Jiang Lanlan responded, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sadness. No wonder she had sensed something amiss yesterday. The child often secluded herself during meals, possibly due to that old woman's outdated beliefs. Although such customs were prevalent in ancient times, they were not applicable to their current lives. That is what your grandmother says. Don't heed her words. This is our home, and we can do as we please. If I say you can sit, then you may, Lin Xiaoxiao asserted earnestly. She then took an egg, gently cracking it open and preparing it for her daughter. Jiang Lanlan gazed hungrily at the egg, her mouth watering. At the Jiang family, she often went hungry and was poorly clothed, subsisting on wild vegetables and their bitter broth. She had never tasted an egg before and thought yesterday's meal had been a feast. Discovering an egg for breakfast today filled her with joy. "Gome, eat." Lin Xiaoxiao offered the egg to her. Chapter 9. The Battle of Wits Against the Wild Boar. However, Jiang Lanlan hesitated to take the egg from her mother. "Why aren't you eating? I've already peeled it for you," Lin Xiaoxiao said, puzzled by her daughter's reluctance. She had clearly seen the child's mouth watering. Yet now she refused it. It was indeed strange. "Mother, here's an egg for you. I will peel it myself." Listening to her child's innocent voice, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warmth envelop her heart. "Silly girl, this is specially peeled for you by your mother. If you don't eat it, I will be upset." Lin Xiaoxiao feigned a stern expression to frighten the child. Upon seeing her mother's mock displeasure, Jiang Lanlan immediately devoured the egg, even coughing a few times in the process. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly fetched water for her to swallow it down. Later, Mother will venture into the mountains to gather some wild vegetables. You stay at home and play. Don't go anywhere, understand? There's food at home. You can eat whatever you like. Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her, primarily concerned that the child might wander out and encounter members of the Jiang family, who could potentially bully her. The little girl blinked her eyes and looked up at Lin Xiaoxiao. Mother, can I go with you to mountain? I can help. I can help gather wild vegetables too. Lin Xiaoxiao did not agree, believing it would be inconvenient to bring the child along. Lan, how about next time I take you with me? Just stay home this time. Upon hearing her mother's words, Jiang Lan obediently nodded. She did not want to be a burden. If mother said to stay home, she would do so. After breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao gave the child a few more instructions before setting off with a basket on her back. The air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh in the morning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxiao continued her ascent. The mountains were thickly forested, with trees towering high, obscuring the view of the summit. The dense foliage was a sight to behold, and the trees, untouched by human hands, grew exceptionally tall, casting shade that was sought after by many during the summer. The mountains were rich with vegetation. One could discover an abundance of treasures if one looked closely. Lin Xiaoxiao began to dig with her small hoe, following the system's instructions. Anything useful that she touched would be collected by the system. Ding collected 1 pound of Hautuinia, 5 coins. Ding collected 2 pounds of wild mushrooms, 10 coins. In her mind, she could only hear the buzzing of the system's collection notifications, along with the delightful sound of jingling coins. Isn't that Lin Xiaoxiao? Even with money, she still comes to the mountains to dig for wild vegetables. I thought you were living a good life with that money. At that moment, a woman approached Lin Xiaoxiao with a sarcastic tone. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the woman, who was usually friendly with the old Jiang matriarch, making her remarks all the more predictable. She rolled her eyes in response. Who did I think it was? Just a dog of the old Jiang family. Always barking at others. How obedient, biting wherever it is pointed. What? You dare to call me a dog? Lin Xiaoxiao, repeat that if you dare. The woman stared incredulously at Lin Xiaoxiao. She knew that Lin Xiaoxiao had a gentle temperament and could be easily manipulated. She never expected that, after a few words, Lin Xiaoxiao would retaliate in such a manner, infuriating her. Noticing the woman's furious expression, Lin Xiaoxiao grinned wider. I never specifically called you a dog. You are the one rushing to claim that title. What does it have to do with me? The woman was infuriated, rolling up her sleeves to confront Lin Xiaoxiao, who was certainly not an easy target. After all, isn't fighting simply a matter of resolve? She would not allow herself to be bullied like a naive fool. For kindness could invite cruelty, much like a horse that allows itself to be ridden. As it appeared, the two were on the verge of a scuffle. Bystanders hastily intervened to restrain the woman. Do not stoop to the level of a young girl, they advised. She insulted me. Did you not hear? How can I be compared to her? The woman seethed, taken aback that even her own supporters sided with Lin Xiaoxiao. Oh, let us just leave, someone urged, casting a significant glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, prompting her to depart. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling disheartened, found her previous good mood shattered by the woman's outburst. She took a moment to rest, opening her system panel to check her level, which had now reached 1. With earnings of 60 coins accumulated from yesterday and today, her spirits lifted upon seeing the money. After a brief respite, she continued forward, hoping to uncover more extraordinary items for the system to reclaim. As she ventured forth, she discovered wood ear mushrooms and other wild vegetables, diligently collecting them. However, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if something was watching her from the shadows. Glancing around, she saw nothing amiss, yet the eerie feeling persisted, intensifying her unease. There were indeed large beasts in the mountains, and she feared being targeted by an unknown predator capable of swallowing her whole. With that thought in mind, she resolved to leave the area swiftly. Just as she prepared to change direction, a dark shadow lunged at her, a wild boar, weighing several dozen pounds and looking ferocious. Its long tusks bared as if to tear Lin Xiaoxiao apart. She narrowly evaded its charge, otherwise a collision could have cost her dearly. Climbing a tree, the boar, undeterred, rammed its head against the trunk, attempting to dislodge her. Leaves cascaded down upon the boar, agitating it further. Realizing that allowing the boar to continue this way was untenable, she knew she had to devise a plan to deal with it. Fortunately, the boar was not overly large, and she felt confident in her ability to take it down. Scanning her surroundings, she recalled a well-placed trap set by hunters. Though previously used, it was still viable for a second attempt. Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly descended from a tree, and upon spotting her, the boar pursued with the fervor of a famished wolf. As the boar closed in, believing victory was assured, it could not halt in time and tumbled into the trap with a resounding thud, its anguished cries echoing through the forest, even drawing the attention of hunters nearby who couldn't help but murmur in surprise. Chapter 10. That woman can hunt. The old hunter pondered with keen interest, wondering which unfortunate creature had fallen victim to his traps hidden in the woods. He had set numerous snares and was eager to check if any prey had been ensnared. Lin Xiaoxiao, upon witnessing the lifeless wild boar, felt a surge of delight. Nonetheless, she chose to wait until the beast had cooled before descending into the trap, which contained bamboo stakes designed to ensure the demise of any creature that fell within. With surprising strength, Lin Xiaoxiao hoisted the wild boar and tossed it aside. She undertook a series of tasks, burying the blood-soaked earth with sand to mask the scent from other animals that might be drawn to the area. As she settled down, an old hunter approached, bow in hand. Upon seeing the wild boar lying next to Lin Xiaoxiao, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Young lady, did you bring this down?" he inquired, incredulous. The sounds he had heard earlier must have emanated from this very creature. The old hunter, filled with excitement, marveled at the prowess of this young girl. Feeling somewhat bashful at his praise, Lin Xiaoxiao clarified, "I cannot claim full credit. I merely lured it into the trap." "That is still quite impressive. You are indeed clever," the old hunter commended. He noted that even seasoned hunters often returned empty-handed. Yet this young woman had successfully captured a wild boar, showcasing her undeniable skill. "Would you like assistance in carrying the boar?" he offered, observing her slender arms and legs with concern. "Oh, I could not trouble you," she replied, hesitant. "Nonsense. It is no trouble at all. You are the young woman who was driven out of the Jiang family, are you not?" "I remember you," he stated, identifying her immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. "I mean no offense. I simply believe you made the right choice in leaving the Jiang household. That matron is clearly not a benevolent figure, and you have endured enough mistreatment over the years," the old hunter reflected, expressing his sympathy for her plight. He was privy to the village gossip, often overhearing tales while sharing drinks with friends. Understanding the old hunter's kind intentions, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "I too believe departing from the Jiang family was the right decision." "Thank you for your concern." "What concern? Just call me Master Jiang from now on," he said, lifting the wild boar with ease. Lin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind as the old hunter continued. "You seem quite astute. Why not learn to hunt with me? I could take you on as my apprentice." "Really?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, taken aback. "Oh, what a surprise, old man. I consider it a blessing to take you under my wing. Do you realize how many wish to learn hunting from me? Yet, I find them unworthy. They seem utterly naive and lack discernment. Venturing into the mountains would be tantamount to courting death for them. However, you strike me as quite astute. Despite being a young girl, you possess intelligence." Lin Xiaoxiao felt both amused and bewildered, unsure whether the old man was complimenting or mocking himself. "I genuinely wish to take you as my apprentice," he continued earnestly. "Once you master my skills, you can thrive from the mountains." Old Jiang reiterated his intentions. "It is perilous for a young girl like you to traverse the mountains alone. Should you learn the art of hunting, you will at least have the means to protect yourself, and dealing with nefarious individuals will become second nature." Lin Xiaoxiao was initially indifferent to the idea of following the old hunter, but the prospect of being able to confront wrongdoers piqued her interest. "That is something worth contemplating. There is no rush," old Jiang reassured. The two remained silent on their journey, but as they descended, they encountered villagers who gazed enviously at old Jiang, who was bearing a small wild boar. "Old Jiang, have you captured another wild boar today?" one man inquired. He had previously expressed a desire to learn hunting from old Jiang, but had been turned away due to his lack of intelligence. "No, this isn't my wild boar. It belongs to this young lady," old Jiang replied, gesturing towards the icy expression of Lin Xiaoxiao. The man looked incredulously at Lin Xiaoxiao and continued to question old Jiang. "Are you jesting? How could a young girl possibly slay a wild boar? This is no laughing matter. I told you, you are foolish, and indeed, you are. I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. What more can I say? You still wish to learn from me?" Old Jiang was at a loss for words. The man felt quite aggrieved, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao and asking, Lin Xiaoxiao, is this truly your doing? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, subtly acknowledging her accomplishment. Upon hearing her affirmation, the man realized he was outdone even by a young girl, which explained why old Jiang had no desire to take him on as a disciple. He came to the unfortunate realization of his own inadequacy, feeling utterly defeated, and sought a place to weep. Let him be, old Jiang sighed. He waits for me at the foot of the mountain every time. It's not that I truly wish to reject him as a disciple. The mountains are fraught with danger, and I do not want to lead him into peril. He is the only child in his family, which is why I call him foolish. Before long, news of Lin Xiaoxiao's wild boar escapade spread throughout the village, reaching the ears of old Jiang's wife, who immediately sprang to her feet in alarm. Did you truly see Lin Xiaoxiao descending from the mountain with a wild boar? Old Jiang's wife could no longer remain seated. This is a wild boar, a creature that could fetch several taels of silver. Moreover, wild boar is pure meat, and their family has long been deprived of it, having scrimped and saved for their eldest son's scholarly pursuits. They seldom indulged in any meat. If only they could receive half of that wild boar, she began to fantasize. Mother, how can that little harbinger of misfortune be so capable? She hunts game now? We've never witnessed her hunting while living in our home. Has she been concealing her prowess? The second daughter-in-law, Wang, expressed her discontent, lamenting in the past. When the third daughter-in-law was here, she managed many tasks. Now that she is gone, I must share the responsibilities with the first wife, and the thought alone is vexing. It is all the old woman's fault for expelling the third daughter-in-law. Otherwise, I would have to work it all. Chapter 11. No door for pork. Old Jiang did not notice the dissatisfied glances from the second daughter-in-law. Instead, she was lost in her own fantasies, wondering whether to request a pig leg or a chunk of meat. How about this? Let us just ask for it all, she decided. After making her preparations, old Jiang took her second and first daughters-in-law out. The first daughter-in-law voiced her discontent, saying, Mother, we have severed ties with the third family. Isn't it inappropriate to boldly go and request pork from them? Lu, believing herself to be of a scholarly family, looked down upon such endeavors. However, old Jiang dismissed her concerns, asserting, even if we are no longer related, there's a saying, though the bone may break, the sinews remain connected. We are still relatives, and a bit of meat would not hurt, would it? She rolled her eyes at the first daughter-in-law, who she found quite tiresome with her pretentiousness, especially since her eldest son had yet to achieve any notable success. Indeed, elder sister, mother is right. Although we have cut ties, we are still family, and besides, her daughter bears the surname Jiang. Wang chimed in with a smile, earning a look of approval from old Jiang. Wang felt a surge of pride at her mother-in-law's gaze, causing Lu to seethe with frustration. As they made their way towards Lin Xiaoxiao's house, news of her hunting a wild boar had spread, and many villagers arrived, inquiring, Lin Xiaoxiao, are you selling your wild boar? Surprised by the turnout, Lin Xiaoxiao had initially intended to sell the boar to the system, but seeing the eager faces surrounding her made her reconsider. Selling to the system or to the villagers would yield the same profit. Thus, she decided to distribute the boar among them first, planning to sell any future boars to the system. Addressing one of the women, she said, Sister, since so many of you have come, I would want you to leave empty-handed. Let us share this wild boar today. Oh, Xiaoxiao, you truly are a wonderful child. The woman beamed with delight. Although there was pork available in town, villagers rarely visited due to the cost of the journey, which required several coins. If they could buy a few pounds of meat from Lin Xiaoxiao, they would save money that could be used for additional meat later. With this thought in mind, many flocked to Lin Xiaoxiao's home. Seeing the crowd gathered at Lin Xiaoxiao's doorstep, Jiang pulled a woman aside, saying, Make way, I need to get in. The woman, startled by Jiang's sudden tug, turned to see it was Jiang and exclaimed loudly, Jiang, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the crowd not far away and quickly recognized the brazen old woman from the Jiang family. Surely, her intentions were not benevolent. She must have set her sights on Lin's wild boar meat, hoping to pry it from her grasp. Dream on. Mr. Jiang, could you please keep an eye on the wild boar? I'll head to the kitchen to fetch a knife. Everyone is eager to purchase meat, and I intend to sell this wild boar right now. Lin Xiaoxiao turned and hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a kitchen knife. The old lady Jiang, with considerable effort, squeezed her way to Lin Xiaoxiao's side. Lin, squinting at the old woman while brandishing the knife, fixed her gaze upon her intently. With a swift motion, she brought the knife down, startling the old lady Jiang, who felt an unsettling notion that this woman might actually wish to harm her, though she could not ascertain if it were merely a figment of her imagination. "Hurry up, Lin Xiaoxiao. Cut me a pig leg," commanded the old lady Jiang, her tone imperious. Lin Xiaoxiao shot her a sidelong glance. "All right, I shall give you a pig leg. It's 31 per gene. Mr. Jiang, could you please weigh it?" Lin tossed the pig leg in front of Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao mention the price of 31 per gene, the old lady Jiang became indignant. "Lin Xiaoxiao, have you lost your mind? Are you so desperate for money that you dare to ask me for it?" The onlookers, hearing her words, could not suppress their laughter. "Old lady Jiang, you have quite the audacity. You've severed ties with them, yet you still expect to take their goods for free?" Embarrassment flooded the old lady Jiang's face as she placed her hands on her hips. "Mind your own business. This is my family's affair. I shall conduct it as I please, without seeking your permission. If you lack money, then step aside. I have no time to waste with you. Everyone, line up quickly if you want meat. Once it's gone, it's gone." Ignoring the old lady Jiang, Lin Xiaoxiao began calling out to the crowd, who promptly pushed her aside. Seeing the throng eagerly rushing to seize the meat, the old lady Jiang, unwilling to pay, signaled to her two daughters-in-law. "Are you both dead? Can't you help your mother-in-law?" Lu remained unresponsive to the old lady Jiang. The latter, infuriated, turned her gaze to the second daughter-in-law, Wang. Observing the crowd, she hesitated to push through and reluctantly remarked, "Mother, there are too many people. I can't squeeze in. I wish to help, but it's beyond my capability. Perhaps you could discuss it with the third daughter-in-law and see if she might share some with us?" "Share? If she were willing to share, she wouldn't have spoken those words earlier," muttered the old lady Jiang, cursing under her breath at her two seemingly useless daughters-in-law. As she exerted herself to push forward, she discovered that the wild boar had been entirely sold out. Enraged, she began to shout, "Lin Xiaoxiao, you little wretch. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You sold all the meat without leaving a morsel for me. If you want to give me meat, then you shall give me money." She lunged to snatch the coins from Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Lin Xiaoxiao found amusement in the old lady Jiang's desperation. Holding the knife, she declared, "Dare you come closer and see whether your hand is quicker than my knife? My knife is freshly purchased, and it cuts through boar without leaving a drop of blood. You dare?" Old Jiang, trembling with fear, pointed a quivering finger at Lin Xiaoxiao, her lips quaking. "You say I dare not? Then come and try." Lin Xiaoxiao, wielding a knife, cast a menacing glance at old Jiang. Lacking the courage to approach and place her hand in harm's way, old Jiang resorted to a barrage of curses, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how dare you bully me? You've lost your mind. I no longer wish to live." Lin Xiaoxiao, undeterred, spat directly onto old Jiang's face. Chapter 12. Apprenticeship. Old Jiang's scream pierced the air, prompting those nearby to cover their ears. Some could hardly contain their laughter at her discomfiture, finding satisfaction in her plight. Old Jiang, unliked in the village, had flaunted her influence, bolstered by her son's status as a scholar, behaving as though she were the village's matriarch, often disregarding even the village chief. This arrogance had bred deep resentment among the villagers. "What is all this commotion?" the village chief's wife inquired as she approached. "Oh, it's nothing but old Jiang, shameless as ever, losing her mind over Lin Xiaoxiao refusing to share wild boar meat," another woman remarked sarcastically. Fuming at the woman's mocking tone, old Jiang was ready to retaliate. However, the woman, quicker on her feet, picked up a stone to throw at old Jiang, leaving her infuriated. "Old sister, I must say, you've severed ties with them. What audacity brings you here?" the village chief's wife chided. "If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face outside." Old Jiang, a bully to the weak yet fearful of the strong, dared not confront the village chief's wife, knowing her husband held authority in the village. "That Lin Xiaoxiao is insufferable. Even if we cut ties, as the saying goes, a broken bone still connects to the sinew. What harm is there in her sharing a bit of meat with us? After all, I am the grandmother of Lan Lan. The village chief's wife, taken aback by old Zhang's audacity, struggled to maintain her composure. Lin Xiaoxiao approached, asserting, I have now established my own household, and my daughter bears my surname, Lin, not Jiang. So, kindly refrain from casting aspersions upon her. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Lin Xiaoxiao charged forward with a knife, causing old Jiang, fearing for her safety, to flee, disregarding her two daughters-in-law. Wang and Lu exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. This confrontation solidified Lin Xiaoxiao's reputation in the village, though she remained indifferent to it. Grateful for the village chief's wife's assistance, Lin Xiaoxiao sliced off a piece of meat and offered it to her, saying, Sister, thank you for your help. The village chief's wife accepted the wild boar meat without hesitation, as it was a rare delicacy that they seldom enjoyed. Nevertheless, she reached into her pocket and withdrew several copper coins, saying, Sister-in-law, I cannot accept this without offering something in return. Hunting wild boar is a laborious and perilous task. One could even lose their life. Please take this silver. Lin Xiaoxiao declined the village chief's wife's coins, reasoning that the wild boar meat held little value and that she would have opportunities to hunt again in the future. She understood the nuances of human relationships. One must be willing to give in order to receive help when needed. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's steadfast resolve, the village chief's wife reluctantly returned the money, secretly admiring Lin Xiaoxiao's sensibility. They chatted for a while before parting ways, as most buyers had already left after acquiring their wild boar meat, leaving only old man Jiang behind. Grandpa Jiang, I appreciate your help today. Please stay and have dinner in my home before you leave, Lin Xiaoxiao said politely. The very mention of Grandpa Jiang filled old man Jiang with joy. It was the first time in his life, devoid of children, that anyone had addressed him in such a manner. His admiration for Lin Xiaoxiao grew deeper. Little Lin, would you consider taking me as your master? I can guide you into the mountains daily and teach you how to hunt wild boar. You will earn a substantial income, he proposed. Lin Xiaoxiao, having already contemplated becoming his apprentice, nodded in agreement without hesitation. Old man Jiang was pleasantly surprised by her swift acceptance, especially since she had been reluctant earlier at the foot of the mountain. Grandpa Jiang, when shall I become your apprentice? However, today won't work as I am not prepared. Lin Xiaoxiao mused. Old man Jiang replied, It's not that complicated. We can consider today's simple meal as the initiation of your apprenticeship. If you wish to learn hunting, you will need to purchase a bow and arrow. I shall craft one for you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxiao was astonished to discover old man Jiang possessed such craftsmanship. Grateful for his kindness, she resolved to bring him a gift from the town during her next visit, pondering what he might like. Observing him closely, she noticed he had a pipe for smoking, indicating his fondness for tobacco. She decided to bring back some for him on her next trip. At that moment, Jiang Lan, who had been hiding inside the house, rushed out. Earlier, her mother had instructed her to stay indoors, warning her not to come out. She had overheard her grandmother reprimanding her mother, and in her small fists, she clenched in frustration, wishing she could grow up immediately to chase away the bullies tormenting her mother. Mother, Jiang Lan sweetly called out to Lin Xiaoxiao. Turning around, Lin Xiaoxiao beckoned her over, saying, Quickly, greet your great-grandfather. Jiang Lan complied, addressing old man Jiang as great-grandfather, which delighted him immensely. Overcome with affection, he promptly pulled a handful of copper coins from his pocket and handed them to her. This is the gift of meeting from your great-grandfather. Jiang Lan hesitated to accept the string of copper coins, but with Lin Xiaoxiao's gentle nod of encouragement, she eventually took them. The child then turned to the old man Jiang, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, great-grandfather. Now Lin Xiaoxiao needed to tidy up outside. They had just slaughtered a pig, leaving a lingering scent of fresh blood in the air, with the offal left behind as the others had taken what they wanted. The pig's head had been sold, but the large bones remained, unwanted as they were deemed merely bones. Lin Xiaoxiao planned to make a nourishing broth from these bones, knowing that it would be beneficial for the children, helping them grow stronger. She cleaned the bones thoroughly and placed them in a pot to simmer, adding a few white radishes and a sprinkle of scallions. Soon, the aromatic scent of the pig bone soup wafted through the air, reaching Jiang Lanlin's nose from afar. Intrigued by the delightful aroma, she dashed to the kitchen, eagerly watching her mother. Chapter 13. The Pearl, Little Glutton. Have you caught a whiff of that delicious smell? Hurry in, before it cools down. You'll be able to drink it soon. Mother has made buns here. Take one to great-grandfather as well. Jiang Lanlan nodded, obediently reaching for a bun, but quickly withdrew her hand as it was still too hot, her little face scrunching up in discomfort as she muttered, "So hot, so hot." Lin Xiaoxiao then fetched a bowl, placing the bun inside to prevent her from burning herself. The little one beamed sweetly at her mother before hugging the bun and scampering out. Old man Jiang was leisurely basking in the sun, feeling more at ease than ever before. In the past, he returned home to solitude, with no one to prepare meals for him, always having to cook upon his return. Reflecting on this, his weathered face wrinkled with thought until he noticed Jiang Lanlan approaching, holding a bowl and smiling brightly. "Great-grandfather, my mother made buns. You must try them. They are delicious, filled with lots of meat." As she offered the bowl, old man Jiang gazed at the plump, white buns, and his eyes momentarily glistened with emotion. This was the first time someone had shown him such kindness. "Great-grandfather, why are you crying?" Jiang Lanlan produced her little handkerchief, ready to wipe his eyes. Fearing he would soil her handkerchief, old man Jiang quickly dried his own tears, assuring her, "It's nothing, just a bit of sand that got into my eyes. You mustn't tell your mother about this, all right?" He was a man who valued his pride. If his apprentice learned that he had shed tears, it would be quite embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao efficiently prepared the meal, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. For rural folk, this was a substantial feast, as they often went without meat. Old man Jiang, not one to be picky, savored the meat, drank the soup, and relished the rice. He felt fortunate to have such an excellent apprentice. Not only beautiful and intelligent, but also a remarkable cook. He wished he could enjoy her meals every day. After reflecting on this, old man Jiang prepared to head back. Upon learning that old Jiang was preparing to depart, Lin Xiaoxiao proceeded to retrieve her change of clothes. At this hour, the sun blazed intensely, and she felt compelled to wash her soiled garments. A grand river meandered beside their village, sustaining countless villagers throughout its course. It was said that even in the driest of years, this river never ran dry, leaving one to ponder its ultimate destination. The river teemed with aquatic life, including sizable carp and grass carp, and with a stroke of luck, one could catch a few to take home. Mischievous children often gathered nearby to collect snails, a pastime her daughter had indulged in as well, though the bounty of snails they brought back had been devoured by the Jiang family, resulting in an upset stomach for which they unjustly blamed her daughter for gathering such dubious fare. Reflecting on this, she found it rather distasteful. With a basin in hand, she made her way to the riverbank, which was notably deserted at this time, as most villagers washed their clothes early in the morning. It was uncommon to see someone like Lin Xiaoxiao washing clothes at midday. Relishing this solitude, she began to wash her dirty garments. Just as she finished, she noticed a swarm of tiny fish darting about the riverbank. However, these little fish were exceedingly cunning. Catching them proved to be a challenge. As she reached out, a notification chimed from her system, reclaimed 5 pounds of small crucian carp, 30 coins. In an instant, the little fish vanished, and the remaining fish, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their companions, hesitated to approach Lin Xiaoxiao. Determined to catch more fish for coin, she quickly realized the task was becoming quite arduous. These clever fish, once sensing any disturbance, would swiftly flee, leaving her empty-handed. Instead, she noticed several large shells nearby. The villagers typically ignored these shells, deeming them inedible, and thus they proliferated in abundance. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, resolved to take some home for a meal, as even small morsels of meat were worthwhile, and she reclaimed a few through her system. After completing her tasks, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home only to find the door tightly shut, surmising that Jiang Lanlan had scampered off to play with her friends. Once she had hung her clothes to dry, a gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air. Though her home lacked any flowers, the scent drifted from the mountains, as their abode lay at the foot of the hills. Breathing in the fresh air, she decided to process the shells she had collected. She took a kitchen knife and, using the back of the blade, struck the shell until it cracked open, revealing the meat within. The flesh was somewhat yellowed, but abundant, given the size of the shell. As Lin Xiaoxiao opened the first shell, she proceeded to the second, only to hear a chime from her system, reclaimed one pearl, one tail. Startled by the system's announcement, she nearly dropped the knife, realizing that if she had faltered, she could have injured herself severely. To her astonishment, within the shell lay a pearl. Was it truly real? To ascertain that she had not misheard, she deliberately activated the system screen and discovered that her balance had indeed increased. Levels: 0 Gathering Sea, 0 Gathering Mountain, 1 Wealth, 2 Tails, Unlocked Species, 10 Marketplace, 0. Gazing at the display, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. She had unexpectedly earned 2 taels of silver in just a few days. My goodness, it seemed she was on the path to prosperity. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands together in excitement, contemplating whether the pile of clams would yield pearls. The mere thought filled her with delight. As she pried open the clam shells, her efforts grew more vigorous. She smashed one open, yet the system offered not a single notification. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of madness. From the multitude of shells, only a single pearl had emerged. Indeed, fortune favored the lucky, not the fanciful. She resolved to return to her humble labors. After setting the clamshells aside, Lin Xiaoxiao began to marinate the meat, planning to stir-fry it for dinner. There was also a spacious courtyard nearby. She mused about when she might venture into town to procure some seeds, envisioning a garden filled with vegetables and flowers. The mountains were abundant with wildflowers, which she could dig up and plant in her yard. She toiled diligently, digging up the ground until her back ached. My goodness, tilling the earth was indeed a laborious task. Bang, bang. Lin Xiaoxiao heard someone knocking at the door and approached to answer. Chapter 14. Daughter in distress. Her sister-in-law appeared grave, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao away in haste. What is it, sister-in-law? Please speak. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, bewildered as she was dragged along. Breathless, her sister-in-law finally managed to say, Your daughter is in trouble. Upon hearing that her daughter was in peril, Lin Xiaoxiao felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her. How could her daughter be in danger? She had seemed perfectly well when she left. The woman, knowing Lin Xiaoxiao's temperament, remarked, I knew you would react this way. I should have waited to tell you until we reach your daughter. The woman urged Lin Xiaoxiao forward. Lin Xiaoxiao dashed to see her daughter, only to find a crowd gathered. Pushing through, she spotted her daughter lying on the ground, blood oozing from her head. Xiaoxiao, please don't panic. Let us get the child to the clinic first, the woman urged, attempting to soothe her. With red-rimmed eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao scanned the crowd, her voice sharp with fury. Who harmed my child? The onlookers shook their heads, equally bewildered. They too had no idea who had caused such harm to Lanlan. We found her lying by the roadside, they explained. A glance at their faces confirmed their honesty. They were not deceiving her. But now was not the time for speculation. Saving her child was paramount. The child had lost too much blood. And fearing for her young age, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly summoned an ox cart from the village and raced towards town. A compassionate older sister accompanied her, reassuring her, Don't worry. Xiaoxiao, the child will be fine. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, her hands clenched into fists. It could not have been them. Who else could it be? Perhaps it was someone from the Jiang family? It seemed likely. Once the child awoke, she would inquire about the circumstances. If it truly were the Jiang family responsible, she vowed to set their house ablaze. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression hardened, noticing Jiang Lanlan's silence. A woman assumed she was overcome with grief and also fell into silence, occasionally glancing after the child who lay in a deep slumber. Soon, they arrived at the clinic, and upon seeing the child's grievous injuries, the doctor hurriedly ushered the child inside, slamming the door behind him. Lin Xiaoxiao stood outside, her anxiety mounting as she observed the busy young apprentices rushing in and out. Being a doctor herself, she felt helpless, fervently praying for the child's safety. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor emerged, his face etched with fatigue. He addressed Lin Xiaoxiao. Are you the child's mother? How could you have allowed the child to bleed for so long before bringing her here? Faced with the doctor's reproach, Lin Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, an older woman nearby interjected, Please, sir, don't blame her. She had no idea such a thing would occur. Managing a household while caring for a child is exhausting. Upon hearing the woman's defense, the doctor relented, recognizing that every family has its struggles. What about my child? Lin Xiaoxiao pressed. I have treated her wounds, but she has lost a considerable amount of blood. It may be evening before she regains consciousness. Relieved by the doctor's words, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to the older woman and said, "Thank you for your kindness today." The older woman, surnamed Zhang, was also a widow, living modestly with her only son. Despite her own hardships, she was willing to assist Lin Xiaoxiao. "If you need financial help, I have some money. Take it for now, and if it's not enough, I can find more for you," she offered, recalling her own struggles when her husband had passed and how the villagers had bullied her and her child until they gradually improved their lives. "No, I have enough," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "Thank you for your generosity. I will visit you when I have the opportunity." Zhang shook her head. "We are from the same village. Helping one another is only natural. If you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. While I may not be able to assist greatly, I can certainly help with small matters." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, committing the woman's words to memory before escorting Zhang back home. Upon returning, she gently caressed the child's forehead, which was still bandaged. The sight stirred her compassion, and she felt a deep-seated rage towards those who had harmed her daughter. She vowed that retribution would come. As night fell and the child remained asleep, Lin Xiaoxiao grew increasingly anxious. She sought the doctor's reassurance, who examined the child and assured her that all was well. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao dared not relax her vigilance, choosing instead to remain by the child's side, fearful of the moment the child might awaken, uncertain of what that would entail. She grasped the child's hand, acutely aware of even the slightest movement. In the late hours of the night, the child finally stirred awake, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to sit up abruptly, her gaze fixed on the awakening child. "Mother, why am I here?" Jiang Lanlan asked, her face a mask of confusion. She recalled being pushed by her grandmother and then falling, but the events that followed were a blur. "Tell me, who has hurt you so?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired earnestly. Jiang Lanlan took a breath and replied, "It was grandmother who pushed me, and then I fell." "What has happened, mother? Where are we? This is not our home." Indeed, it was a member of the Jiang family. That wretched old woman had the audacity to push her. Lin Xiaoxiao's fists clenched at the thought. "Do not worry. You will recover. The doctor said we can return home tomorrow. Just rest peacefully here." Her tone softened as she reassured the child. Feeling a bit dizzy, Jiang Lanlan obediently heeded her mother's words. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "Are you hungry? If you are, I can fetch you something to eat." The child gently shook her head and replied, "Mother, I'm not hungry, just a little dizzy." The old doctor had mentioned this was a residual effect, so Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from troubling him further, staying by the child's side until she unknowingly drifted back to sleep. The next day, upon returning with breakfast for the child, Lin Xiaoxiao had devised a plan. That old matriarch of the Jiang family took pride in her son's education at the academy. Today, she would seek to undermine that very pride by targeting Jiang Fu. Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. As she entered the room, she donned a warm smile, her expression tender as she gazed at her daughter. "Are you hungry? Look, I have brought your favorite buns." Jiang Lanlan's eyes widened at the sight of the buns in her mother's hands, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Eat up, my dear. I must attend to some matters. Please wait here for me, and I shall return shortly," Lin Xiaoxiao said gently. "Mother, have you eaten?" Jiang Lanlan asked, reluctant to touch her own food. Lin Xiaoxiao patted the child's head and replied, "I have just eaten. Do not worry about me. You should enjoy your meal." Listening to her mother, the little one devoured the buns hungrily, having never tasted anything so delightful. To her, these buns are the most exquisite food in the world. Watching her daughter eat with such joy, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. There were countless delicacies in the world, yet her child only desired these simple buns. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave, enlisting the help of an apprentice to watch over the child, offering a few coins as a token of gratitude for assistance. For one must always provide incentive in such matters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoxiao had arrived on the bustling street. Having inquired about the whereabouts of a certain group of ruffians, she quickly learned where they could be found. It was common knowledge that these ruffians were notorious for their nefarious deeds, Yet the authorities found themselves at a loss. For these individuals were cunning and never left behind any incriminating evidence. Even though the officials were well aware of their misdeeds, they were utterly powerless to act against them. "Boss, look over there. That woman has been staring at us. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me?" One man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. His companion, the leader, smacked him on the head, retorting, "What? Do you wish to steal my thunder? The boss is far more handsome than you. She must be interested in me." As Lin Xiaoxiao approached, she overheard the two men bickering. "Miss," several lecherous ruffians leered at Lin Xiaoxiao. Had she been a timid woman, she would have been frightened by their gaze. However, upon observing her frosty demeanor, their interest waned. They preferred women who trembled in fear before them. A strong-willed woman like her held no allure for them. With a scowl, one of them inquired, "Miss, do you seek us for something?" Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve pocket and placed it on the table, stating, "I require your assistance with a task, and this silver shall be your reward." The ruffians eyed the silver with temptation, yet they hesitated to accept it, suspecting that a substantial payment indicated a daunting task ahead. "Afraid to take it, are we? I have heard of your infamous reputation. You accept all jobs. Why the hesitation now?" Lin Xiaoxiao taunted them. One of the ruffians, incensed by her words, moved to slap her, but was halted by his leader's grip. "Hold on. We cannot resort to violence against a lady. We must maintain our decorum." Unperturbed, Lin Xiaoxiao seated herself beside them, saying, "The task I require of you is quite simple. I need you to teach someone a lesson." Upon hearing this, the leader wore a look of incredulity. Is it worth spending so much for merely teaching someone a lesson? Was this person the one who wronged you? Who is it? And how do you intend to teach them a lesson? Will it lead to complications for us? He questioned, weighing the risks. If it's someone powerful, you dare not offend them. But if it's someone without influence, you may bully them at will. My target is indeed a powerless farmer. No matter what you do to him, he will not retaliate, for he will fear your vengeance. So, will you take on this task or not? Such a splendid opportunity. Of course, we shall take it. Tell me where this person is, and I will carry out your wishes. After exchanging a few words with the ruffians, she turned and vanished into the alley, content to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, at the medical clinic, Jiang Lanlan was filled with curiosity about the world outside, her eyes darting left and right, brimming with delight. Lin Xiaoxiao grasped her hand, relieved to see the child's lively spirit. Just then, they passed a vendor selling candied hawthorn, and Jiang Lanlan was captivated by the sight of the sweet treats. He yearned for a taste, yet he refrained from mentioning it to Lin Xiaoxiao. He swallowed hard, feigning disinterest in the candied hawthorn, but his gaze inevitably drifted back to it. Lin Xiaoxiao was amused by his pretense and inquired, "Do you wish to have some candied hawthorn?" "I do not desire any," Jiang Lanlan replied earnestly. "The candied hawthorn costs several copper coins, and mother works hard for her earnings. We must be frugal." Regardless of the child's protest, Lin Xiaoxiao pursued the candied hawthorn, purchasing 2 skewers, one for herself and one for her daughter. "Here, enjoy." She offered a skewer to the child, then took a bite herself. The taste was sharply sour, causing her eyes to squint. Jiang Lanlan, observing her mother's expression, asked, "Is it not delicious?" "I heard from Daya that candied hawthorn is delightful." "Is it different from what she said?" "It pales in comparison to the delicacies of the future," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "In the future, they are generous with sugar, making each bite a delightful balance of sweet and sour. Here, however, they are sparing with sugar. White sugar is a luxury. Merely a thin coating of syrup leaves it overly tart, and perhaps they lack the knowledge to prepare candied hawthorn properly, rendering its flavor difficult to describe. It is delicious. Truly," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, as Jiang Lanlan savored a bite, her heart brimming with joy. The child, unperturbed by the sourness, found exceptionally tasty. Lin Xiaoxiao relinquished the remainder of the candied hawthorn, while the child chose a spot nearby to observe the bustling scene beside a stall. This location was strategic, providing a close view of Jiang Fu as he emerged from the academy. Dressed in blue and green garments, he appeared scholarly and genteel. However, beneath this facade lay a nefarious character. Once, he had attempted to take advantage of the original owner when she was alone at home. Fortunately, she had outsmarted him. Today, She felt a sense of vindication for the original owner. Jiang Xiong, shall we dine at the tavern together? One scholar suggested to Jiang Fu, who was the eldest among them. Despite years of study, he had yet to pass the examination to become a Xiao, leaving the Jiang family's hopes resting solely upon him. They reserved all valuable delicacies for him, even as he made no progress over the years. They continued to support him. Education in ancient times was a costly endeavor. Merely the annual tuition was 2 taels, not including various other expenses. Chapter 16. Your son is in trouble. Although Jiang Fu wished to join them at the tavern, he hesitated, feeling the weight of his empty hands and the lack of financial support from home in recent days. Thus, he replied delicately, I have grown weary of the tavern fare. I would prefer to seek sustenance elsewhere. The other scholars stifled their laughter at his words, recognizing him as a poor man attempting to maintain an air of grandeur. They thought it better for him to admit his financial constraints. Perhaps, in their good graces, they would treat him to a meal. Very well, Jiang Xiong, we shall take our leave, they said with 4 smiles. As they departed without inviting him to join their dining, Jiang Fu seethed inwardly, stomping his feet in frustration. He resolved to step out as well, intending to find a stall to hastily satisfy his hunger. Upon passing through an alley, I was suddenly seized and had my mouth covered, then dragged into the alley and subjected to a brutal beating. It was only after witnessing Jiang Fu being assaulted that I leisurely returned to the village with my daughter. I purchased a substantial amount of supplements for her. Given her current state, it is imperative that she receives proper nourishment. Are you all right? The elderly man driving the ox cart expressed concern upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao return with her daughter, for they were fellow villagers. The doctor assured me that my daughter merely had a minor head injury, though it was still quite perilous. Had we delayed even a moment longer, who knows what might have happened to her? I never anticipated that her grandmother could be so cruel, inflicting such harm upon my daughter. We have severed ties with her, yet she continues to act in this manner. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Upon hearing her words, the old man felt a pang of anxiety and inquired, has she done something to your daughter? Struggling to articulate her feelings towards her mother-in-law, Lin Xiaoxiao lamented, how could she be so heartless toward the child? If she harbors resentment, she should direct it at me, not the innocent. Her heart is truly wicked, and she must not fear retribution. It has scarcely been a few days since the death of the 3rd son, yet she behaves like this towards us. Retribution is inevitable, though I wonder upon whom it shall fall. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The old man, moved by her plight, could not help but curse the Jiang family multiple times, while the women in the village felt a deep sympathy for her situation. Xiaoxiao, take good care of your child. Do not let that old Jiang bully her. Wherever you go, you must take her with you. Once is already too many times. The old Jiang is truly malicious. Someone advised. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance at the woman, understanding that they all had her best interests at heart. Her words only intensified the villagers' disdain for the Jiang matriarch, who would soon find it difficult to hold her head high in the community. Anticipation bubbled within Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, how would she face the village once her son returned with broken hands? Before long, the ox cart entered the village, and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her home. The village chief's wife, having learned of her daughter's injury, came to check on her. Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her that everything was fine and shared some trivial family matters. Meanwhile, the old Jiang had sent her daughter-in-law to inquire about Lin Xiaoxiao's child. Shortly thereafter, the second daughter-in-law returned, reporting, Xiaoxiao's daughter is fine. We need not worry. When Jiang Lanlan was knocked down, Wang was nearby and felt a surge of anxiety. If Lin Xiaoxiao's daughter had died, she too would bear responsibility. With this thought, she cast a resentful glance at the old Jiang, who merely scoffed in response. That wretched child is as tough as nails. She won die from this. Now go prepare dinner. I'm famished. Your father-in-law will be returning from the field soon, and it will be time to eat, commanded the old Jiang, directing her second daughter-in-law to the kitchen. The daughter-in-law hesitated, then muttered as she entered the kitchen, why must I do all the cooking alone? Is the eldest daughter-in-law dead? Why must everything fall to me? Why doesn't she just disappear? Having just uttered those harsh words, a thunderous cry erupted from outside, signaling trouble. Something had befallen the Jiang family's son. Hearing such alarming shouts, Wang could no longer focus on her cooking. She seized the opportunity to be idle. Her curiosity piqued about the unfortunate soul involved. Surely, it couldn't be your husband. What nonsense is this? Which of my sons is in trouble? The elder Jiang retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the informant. The latter, equally irate, replied, if you're going to respond like that, I'll take my leave and say nothing. Wait, before you go, tell me, is it my husband who is in trouble? Wang implored, her heart sinking. Surely, it had to be him. Her eldest was in town. What could possibly happen? Overwhelmed by despair, she began to wail. The woman who had brought the news observed Wang's distress with a hint of disdain. Lu, emerging from within, remarked coldly, you're already mourning without knowing the situation of your husband? Wang's sobs intensified. If it weren't your husband, you would take care, would you? Let us see how you react if your man were in such a state. With a mocking smile, Lu shot back. If your husband were dead, mine would be just fine. Mother, can you believe her? She is cursing my husband while I'm still here. Wang cried, her voice laden with desperation. The elder Jiang shot a disapproving look at Wang, unable to reprimand her eldest daughter-in-law, and turned to the informant. Which of my sons is in trouble? The woman, deliberately elongating her words, declared, your eldest son has encountered misfortune. Someone just came to notify you at the village entrance. What? The elder Jiang froze, feeling as if the sky were collapsing around her, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, no one seemed to care for her plight. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, yet internally she reveled, thinking, it's not my husband who is in danger. It's Lu's despicable man. Let us see how she struts about now. Stealing a glance at Lu, she noted the pallor that had overtaken her face. No, it can't be. Sister-in-law, you must have misheard. My husband is in town. How could he be in trouble? Lu protested, attempting to grab the woman, who deftly evaded her grasp. You'll see. The messenger will arrive shortly, she warned. No sooner had she spoken than a breathless figure raced to their doorstep, followed by a throng of villagers, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing the crowd, the elder Jiang felt her blood surge, nearly fainting once more, but was steadied by those around her. The messenger inquired of the elder Jiang, are you a member of the Jiang family? Nervously stammering, she struggled to respond, while Wang interjected, yes. What has happened to my brother? Why didn't you answer sooner? You're wasting time. Your brother has had an accident in town. Both of his arms were broken. He is currently at the medical hall. You must hurry to fetch him, the messenger replied impatiently. He cast a glance at the other party, who was equally uninformed, unaware of the necessity to offer him a token of gratitude. It was a fruitless journey, and had he known, he would have refrained from undertaking such a burdensome task. In truth, he merely served as a messenger for the medical institution, and his willingness to make this trip stemmed from the expectation of a reward. Typically, in respectable households, a small token would be offered for delivering news. Yet this particular family was miserly, showing no intention of compensating him. Are you certain of your words? My elder brother is studying in town. How could he possibly have had his hands broken? Wang's expression was one of disbelief, while Lu, standing beside her, was reduced to tears. If a man had his hands shattered, how could he ever sit for the imperial examinations again? Would her good fortune not come to an end? The very thought sent her spiraling into despair. How would I know? Regardless, I have delivered the message. Believe it or not, it is of no concern to me. The messenger turned to leave, uninterested in further debate. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the reasons behind the injury to the eldest son of the Jiang family. Could he have offended someone in town? Who knows? Those who have a grudge against the old Jiang family are beginning to speak in veiled tones, they observed, as Mrs. Jiang hastily expelled them from her presence. Her mind was singularly focused on retrieving money to tend to her son's injuries, hoping to preserve his hand and his future prospects for the examinations. Bring forth all your private savings, she commanded her eldest daughter-in-law, not content with merely using her own funds. Lu, weeping, replied, Mother, as a woman, I possess no wealth. My husband is still studying in town, and I have no money, let alone private savings. Did Mrs. Jiang truly believe there was no money? She was well aware of the activities of every member of the household. If you won't provide it, I shall take it myself, she declared, hastening towards Lu's room to search. Lu dared not allow her to proceed and inwardly cursed her mother-in-law several times. Sister-in-law, this is a matter of great importance. Do not hide your resources. Given the current state of elder brother, what harm is there in offering some money? We are family. Why quibble over such trifles? Wang interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Lu shot a glare at the meddling Wang, retorting, why should I be the only one to contribute? Shouldn't the second branch also provide some funds? If my husband achieves great success in the future, he will certainly lift the second branch along with him. Shouldn't they contribute as well? Upon hearing Lu's words, Wang was filled with indignation. Why should my family bear the costs, especially when we have supported you so much already? It is my husband who toils tirelessly in the fields to support your elder brother's education. Why must we now be asked to contribute? Mrs. Jiang felt a headache coming on, her thoughts solely on checking on her son in town. Both of you, bring forth the silver, or beware of your skins, she warned. The two exchanged dissatisfied glances, but ultimately relented, knowing Mrs. Jiang was not one to make idle threats. With the silver in hand, the Jiang family wasted no time in heading towards town, while Lin Xiaoxiao planned to ascend a mountain. Yet, she could not shake off her concerns for Jiang Lanlan. To her surprise, the little girl spoke up, Mother, I will wait for your return at home. I won't go anywhere. You can feel at ease and head up the mountain. Lin Xiaoxiao approached her daughter, gently teasing her nose, and softly inquired, will you be all right alone at home? Do you wish to accompany me to the mountain? Jiang Lanlan shook her head. She did not want to go up the mountain today, as she felt a bit dizzy. Not daring to reveal this to her mother, she assured her, Mother, I can stay home alone. I've done it many times before. Seeing her sensible daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao kissed her on the cheek and said, Then I shall depart for now. I will prepare a delicious meal for you when I return. So do not wander off. Jiang Lanlan nodded obediently. Once Lin Xiaoxiao left, she locked the door and lay down on her bed to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was already making her way up the mountain. After walking a short distance, she heard the system's voice. Ding! 1 pound of dandelion retrieved for 3-1. Ding! 1 pound of bitter vegetables retrieved for 2-1. The more items Lin Xiaoxiao discovered, the more money she earned, and soon, 30 accumulated in her account. With such earnings, her posture straightened, and she continued forward. Suddenly, a large bird dropping landed on her head. She looked up to see a bird flying away. Damn it! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, frustrated at the misfortune of being targeted by the bird. With the bird flapping its wings and taking flight, she couldn't even chase after it. To make matters worse, she stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. At that moment, she heard another system prompt. Ding! 3 pounds of chicken mushrooms retrieved for 31. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao realized there were indeed many chicken mushrooms around her, although they were quite delectable. At this moment, nothing was more important than money. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and sold all of them for cash. Lin Xiaoxiao remained until the afternoon before descending the mountain, having earned a total of 2 taels of silver. Upon her return, she found the door was closed, indicating that her little one was quite vigilant. Lin Xiaoxiao called out a few times and knocked on the door. Shortly after, Jiang Lanlan ran out, her face beaming with joy. Mother, you're back. The little girl's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xiaoxiao embraced her and entered the house, asking, Are you hungry? I will cook you something to eat. While Lin Xiaoxiao prepared dinner, the little one busied herself gathering firewood. Curiously, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Were you scared alone while I was gone? Did anyone come looking for us? Jiang Lanlan shook her head and replied, No one came to our house. I just slept alone. Hearing her child's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt reassured. After all, the Jiang family was currently preoccupied with their own affairs, likely seeking Jiang Fu in town. The thought of Jiang Fu darkened her expression for a moment before a smile returned to her lips. The drama was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the Jiang family had already arrived at the town, clinging to the doctor and refusing to let go. Chapter 18. This man is ruined, doctor. I implore you to save my son. He is destined to become an esteemed official. If you do not rescue him, he will be unable to sit for the imperial examination. The elderly Madame Jiang pleaded desperately, clutching the old physician's hand, unwilling to let go. The physician signaled to the apprentice nearby to pull her away, exclaiming, "Madam, you are being quite disrespectful. Did I not make it clear? Your son's hands are irreparably damaged. Why do you persist in this nonsense? If you doubt my medical skills, you may seek another physician. But do not disturb me here. Take your son away, or I shall have no choice but to report you for causing a disturbance." After uttering these words, the old doctor instructed his attendants to escort her out. Witnessing the physician's demeanor, Madame Zhang's expression shifted to one of pitiful desperation. "Please, I beg you, save my son. I am willing to pay any amount. Human hearts are tender. I cannot bear to see my son's hands rendered useless." The physician sighed heavily, responding in a somber tone. "It is not that I do not wish to help your son, but his hands have been irreparably harmed by another. Even if I desired to aid him, it is beyond my capacity unless a superior physician were available. However, there are none of that caliber in this town. Perhaps you should seek another doctor." Having articulated his position clearly, the physician turned away, not wishing to engage further. Madame Jiang attempted to follow him, but was blocked by others. "Sister-in-law, I suggest you leave at once. You cannot afford to offend this medical establishment. Take your son and depart quickly." "What shall we do, mother? The doctor refuses to help. Will my husband be left crippled? Oh heavens, how could this happen? Who harbors such malice to do this to my husband?" Lu wept openly before Madame Jiang, her sorrow palpable. Madame Jiang, overwhelmed with frustration, struck Lu across the face. Wang, witnessing the spectacle, was taken aback. Lu was typically favored by her mother-in-law, and it was rare for her to be reprimanded so harshly. Today marked a first. She quickly withdrew, not wishing to draw attention to herself. Lu, equally astonished, could scarcely believe it. Her mother-in-law had never resorted to physical reprimand, only verbal chastisement. Yet today was unprecedented. "You are a harbinger of misfortune. It must be your doing that has brought this calamity upon my son. How else could he have ended up like this?" Lu recognized the familiar accusations and was struck by their resemblance to the words once directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. In the past, she had relished in the misfortune of others. Now, she found herself on the receiving end of such a curse, eliciting a bitter smile. "Mother, I did not bring misfortune upon my husband. He spends each day at the academy. Who knows whom he may have offended? Why do you lay the blame upon me?" Lu retorted, her spirit unyielding. Unlike Lin Xiaoxiao's submissive nature in a similar situation, the old matriarch seethed with indignation, unable to respond. "You rebellious star, have you?" Old Jiang, in a fit of rage, scolded his wife without restraint, to the point where the nearby apprentice could no longer endure the commotion. "This is not a marketplace. If you wish to cause a ruckus, take it outside and be gone." The family was thrust out onto the street, where a few of them exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do, and ultimately turned to another clinic. However, the physician at this establishment was not particularly skilled either. The elderly doctor, with an air of deception, suggested that they temporarily leave their son in the clinic for treatment and observe his condition over a few days. In truth, the doctor harbored ulterior motives, believing that each day he could prolong the charade was a day well spent, especially since they had the means to pay. Old Jiang, under the delusion of the physician's expertise, was elated by his words and earnestly declared that she was willing to pay any amount of silver to restore her son's hand. The old doctor feigned compassion, assuring her that he would not allow her son to suffer the loss of his hands, especially since he would need them for the imperial examinations in the future. He added, however, that while he would certainly attempt to save him, he could not guarantee success. If things went awry, how could he defend himself against their blame? Old Jiang, confused by his convoluted speech, inquired whether her son could indeed be saved. "Of course he can be saved," the doctor replied, "but it will take time. In cases like your son's, it may take at least a month to see results, and it will require substantial silver. I fear you may not be able to afford it. Our clinic does not extend credit, so if you cannot pay, it will be best for you to leave. I say this with your best interests in mind." Old Jiang, undeterred by the costs, was resolute in her determination to save her son, for he represented her family's honor. If he were to lose the use of his hands, she would surely become the subject of ridicule in the village, as she hoped for her son to bring glory to their lineage. The doctor, amused by her fervent declarations, reveled in the prospect of easy profits. He quickly wrote out a lengthy prescription, instructing the apprentice to fetch the necessary ingredients, and demanded a deposit of 5 taels from old Jiang. With matters settled, old Jiang refused to leave, choosing instead to stay by her son's side, prompting Wang and Lu to accompany her. "Shall I go fetch something to eat? It is rather late, and we ought to have a meal," Wang suggested, eager to depart after spending the entire day with the elderly woman, observing the situation without any resolution. Her husband and father-in-law were nowhere to be found since the incident had occurred. "What? You still wish to eat? Let me tell you, old is in dire straits. Do not even think about such things. You must stay here and wait for old to awaken," old Jiang retorted fiercely, her mood entirely unfit for indulging in food. Thus, upon hearing Wang's suggestion, she was filled with ire. Lu's gaze was elusive and unfathomable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Thus, she remained silent, uttering not a single word. At that moment, 2 men from the Jiang family approached, having searched several medical establishments before finally locating the elder Jiang matriarch. "Old man, why have you only just arrived?" "Our eldest," the elder Jiang matriarch lamented, her face etched with grievance as she regarded her husband. Chapter 19. The family division of the Jiang clan. Upon hearing the elder matriarch's words, old Jiang cast an impassive glance at the individual lying on the bed and inquired, "Eldest, what has happened? Is there hope for his recovery?" Jiang Air, seizing the opportunity, asked, "Mother, does it require a substantial sum to treat our brother? Do we possess sufficient silver to afford his medical care?" "What do you mean by that, heir? Do you not wish to save your elder brother? Once he achieves greatness, surely you shall benefit from it as well," old Jiang matriarch retorted, her heart igniting with indignation at Jiang Heir's remarks. It seemed only she cared for the elder brother's fate. Jiang Heir, upon hearing his mother's words, remained expressionless, harboring contempt within. He believed that when the elder brother eventually succeeded, his own son would be capable of excelling independently. Why should he be burdened with the prospect of taking the imperial examination at such an advanced age, devoid of any sense of shame while lingering in the academy? In this household, only old Jiang matriarch held her son in high regard. In truth, both old Jiang and Jiang Heir had little faith in Jiang Fu's ability to pass the imperial examination. After so many years, he had reached middle age. What could they possibly expect? Had Jiang Fu been younger, they might have entertained some hope, but at his current age, if he were capable, he would have succeeded long ago. Supporting Jiang Fu's education was nothing but a financial folly. Had it not been for old Jiang matriarch's meddling, they would have ceased funding his studies long ago. "Mother, let us divide the family," Jiang Heir pondered for a long time before arriving at this decision. If they did not separate, he would be doomed to remain entwined with the eldest brother indefinitely. Eventually, his own son would require an education. And where would the funds come from? It was far better to part ways early. How can you seize upon the elder brother's misfortune to advocate for a separation? "I cannot agree. I cannot condone this," old Jiang matriarch roared, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through Jiang Heir as if she wished to tear him apart. Jiang Heir, however, had grown numb to her favoritism. He resented the elder brother for receiving all the good fortune, while he had always been left with nothing. "Is it truly your intention to split the family?" Wang asked softly, addressing her husband. Jiang Heir nodded in affirmation, believing that a separation was indeed the best course. Otherwise, they would be bound to the elder brother for a lifetime. Wang understood the truth in her husband's words and felt a surge of joy. An early division would mean they would no longer have to financially support the elder brother's family, allowing them to save some money for themselves. Her husband was diligent, unlike the elder brother's family, which relied on the charity of others for sustenance. The mere thought brought a smile to her lips. The tension was palpable. "Yeah, I'm still alive. I will not permit you to divide the family. You must remain with the elder brother. Otherwise, who will support him in his studies?" Old Jiang matriarch feared that if Jiang Heir separated from the family, they would no longer be able to provide for the elder brother, and she was left to wonder what would become of them all. It is unacceptable for matters to slip beyond one's control. I had already discussed this with my father on the road, and he concurred. Jiang Lauer had brought his father into the conversation. They had deliberated together, and, subsequently, he would support his father while Lao Tu would care for his mother. Therefore, Jiang Lao Tu had no objections. He felt rather content to follow Jiang Lauer, believing that their shared labor in the fields would forge a strong bond between them. Old Jiang's gaze pierced through Jiang Laotu. You agreed? So on what grounds can you disagree? If I disapprove, you cannot separate the family. Jiang Laotu could no longer bear old Jiang's domineering temperament. She tightly controlled all family affairs. Whenever he wished to assert himself, she would find various excuses to deflect him. This time, he sought to take charge and coldly declared, whether you agree or not, it must happen. When the village head comes to divide the family, if you love Lauda so much, then you may live with him. Old Jiang was taken aback, realizing that her husband had already arranged matters on the road, indicating his genuine desire to relinquish responsibility over Lauda. If he were to abandon Lauda, what would become of his family? Moreover, they needed funds for medical treatment. What would she do? She was anxious. I advise you to reconsider, she said. If you forsake Lauda when he passes the imperial examination, he will have no connection to you. Jiang Laotu, with an unflinching demeanor, replied, if Lauda passes the examination, so be it. It bears no relevance to me. I am but a simple farmer living off the land, not indulging in fanciful dreams. This statement infuriated old Jiang, reddening her face with anger. After some discussion, Lao Er's family departed, leaving only old Jiang behind. Lu remained silent, pondering what she would do now that the family was fragmented. Only old Jiang continued her tirade, her voice echoing throughout the house. By nightfall, old Jiang disregarded her son entirely, bringing him back home. Staying in town for a month would require substantial funds. Now that the family had separated, there would be a division of assets, yet there was no spare money to support Lao Da's medical needs. She could only seek an obscure doctor to provide a few prescriptions for Lao Da and return home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao cradled her daughter, enjoying a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Jiang Laotu arrived early. Good morning, Grandpa Jiang. What brings you here so early? Have you eaten? If not, please join us for breakfast. Jiang Laotu had come to share a meal and brought along 2 wild chickens for preparation. Where's Lan Lan? I heard she got hurt and needs proper nourishment. How did she sustain her injury? Upon mentioning Jiang Lan Lan, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression soured. It was that old hag from the Jiang family who pushed her. Although Jiang Laotu initially wished to avoid entangling himself in family disputes, he couldn't help but voice his grievances on Lin Xiaoxiao's behalf. That old woman is utterly ungrateful. After all, Lan Lan is her granddaughter. How could she act so cruelly? However, she is facing her own retribution. I heard that her eldest son has become incapacitated and was brought back yesterday, and today, the village head visited her home, likely to discuss the family division. Hearing the old man Jiang's words, Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback. She never expected that upon the elder Jiang's incapacitation, Jiang Er would be so eager to partition the family. This would certainly stir up quite the commotion. She realized she must finish her breakfast promptly and rush to witness the unfolding drama, wondering if she had already missed the spectacle. Observing her disciples' sparkling eyes, the old man Jiang guessed her thoughts and urged her, hurry and prepare the meal. I shall tend to the fire, and we will go together to see the excitement. Did she not injure Lan Lan? Allow me to confront her on your behalf. Lin Xiaoxiao dismissed Jiang's words as jest and paid them no mind, hastening to prepare breakfast. Chapter 20. Adding fuel to the fire after finishing breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao took her daughter and the old man Jiang to join in the festivities. The commotion at the Jiang family was indeed substantial. Villagers had gathered, and one could hear the anguished wails of Jiang's matriarch. I refuse. I refuse. You cannot move away. This belongs to the eldest. Witnessing the old woman Jiang fiercely advocating for the eldest family, Jiang Er couldn't even muster the energy to respond. Should that old hag encounter any misfortune in the future, he had no intentions of intervening. Mother, you are exceedingly biased. Your son-in-law is also your child. How can you always prioritize the eldest and neglect us? Moreover, since we are partitioning the family, the assets must be divided equally. Why should everything go to the eldest? Wang Shi no longer held back against the matriarch of the Jiang family. Previously, as her mother-in-law, she had to heed her every word, but times had changed. Now that they would be living independently, she no longer feared the old hag, having long harbored disdain for her. You wretched woman struck by lightning. How dare you push me? Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp? Old Jiang glared fiercely at the second daughter-in-law. Wang Shi feigned a look of grievance. Mother, your son-in-law is also your son. How can you be so partial? I merely took a few items, and you respond with such vitriol. Old Jiang retorted. You are crossing the line. Both sides of the palm are flesh. Is the second not your own? Why do you treat them this way? Besides, now that both families are separating, the possessions must be divided equally. Onlookers immediately chimed in, eager to escalate the situation, believing it would create even more chaos within the Jiang household. Lin Xiaoxiao finally managed to squeeze into the crowd, watching as old Jiang spiraled into madness. If only there were a camera, she would capture this exquisite scene for old Jiang to reflect upon. Xiaoxiao, do you see how your master is defending your daughter? Huh? Lin Xiaoxiao realized her master was not as simple as he appeared. It was said that old Jiang had moved into their village only a few years prior, and no one knew his background. The village head had advised everyone to avoid provoking him, but little else was shared. Old Jiang took a stone in his hand and flicked it gently, striking the leg of Jiang Posey. With a gasp, she knelt before her daughter-in-law Wang. Wang, astonished yet secretly delighted, exclaimed, Mother, please do not do this. I merely borrowed a few items from you, and you kneel before me? I cannot accept such an honor. Let all return to you. Old Jiang was infuriated by the sarcastic tone of her second daughter-in-law, bewildered by her own sudden act of submission. Do not flatter yourself. I am not kneeling to you. You are unworthy of such reverence from me. She reached out to strike Wang, who quickly dodged, realizing that it was foolish to provoke further conflict at such a moment. Observing the chaos within the Jiang household, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smirk. What if I were to ignite a fire now? She mused. What are you plotting? Old Jiang inquired, sensing Lin Xiaoxiao's mischievous smile, understanding that she intended to stir trouble. As her mentor, he felt compelled to assist her in her schemes. Lin Xiaoxiao, eager to take matters into her own hands without burdening old Jiang, said, Master, please keep an eye on the children for me. I shall return shortly. He nodded, and she slipped away from the crowd, stealthily making her way to the backyard. Meanwhile, the others were too preoccupied to notice her, and the kitchen lay deserted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoxiao set a small fire. Initially, the flames were modest and went unnoticed until black smoke began to billow from the roof, alerting everyone to the fact that the Jiang household was ablaze. Look, isn't that the kitchen of the Jiang family? How did it catch fire? Goodness, a fire indeed, someone exclaimed. Could this be a form of retribution? Just after driving out the third branch of the family, and with the elder brother's hand severed, now the kitchen is ablaze. Is it the ghost of the third brother seeking vengeance? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Someone speculated that he disapproved of how his mother behaved, thus inciting this calamity. The crowd erupted in agreement, asserting that it was indeed the spirit of the third brother haunting them, especially after old Jiang hastily expelled his wife and children merely days after his demise. Old Jiang, witnessing the kitchen engulfed in flames and overhearing the gossip about the third brother's ghost, felt her anger swell, her mouth twisting in rage. Ultimately, the villagers hurriedly assisted in extinguishing the fire, but the damage was done. The kitchen was utterly consumed. The flames spread rapidly, fueled by the strong winds of the day, and it took considerable effort to quell the blaze. The Jiang family collapsed in despair on the ground. Let us depart. The spectacle has ended, old Jiang grumbled, irritable as she drove the onlookers away. The villagers, recognizing her foul mood, could not resist adding insult to injury. Old Jiang, you ought to have a serious talk with your third son. I fear he may come to haunt you tonight. Get lost. Old Jiang retorted, breathless with fury. The crowd dispersed, leaving the entire village buzzing with chatter about the troubles plaguing the Jiang family. Now, the Jiang family has become the subject of ridicule among the villagers, who cannot help but mention them during their mealtime conversations. The elder Jiang is now reluctant to step outside, fearing that others may confront him and incessantly chatter about his misfortunes. Grandpa Jiang did not anticipate that he would be regarded as a remarkable figure. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked to Grandpa Jiang, expressing her gratitude for the significant assistance he provided her today and the desire to treat him well. What remarkable figure! I am merely an ordinary person, a mere hunter, he replied humbly. If you wish to protect yourself and avoid being bullied, you must strengthen yourself, Do you understand? From now on, follow Grandpa Jiang closely. I will teach you everything I know. Grandpa Jiang genuinely cares for Lin Xiaoxiao, and she can sense it, prompting her to nod in agreement. Grandpa Jiang, from now on, you need not cook at home. Come to my house for meals. I will always reserve food for you, no matter the time. Then, I shall not be polite, my dear. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. If it weren't for my craving for your delightful cooking, I would have finished my meal before coming here. The two of them exchanged light-hearted banter. Lin Xiaoxiao planned to take a day to rest, while Grandpa Jiang allowed her to do as she pleased, knowing she could learn hunting skills at any time. Lin Xiaoxiao turned over some nearby land, intending to plant a few vegetables. Previously, she had cleared the weeds from that plot, and now she intended to sow some seeds. Lan, what vegetables would you like me to plant for you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked as she took the child to the village's small shop. Although the selection was limited compared to the town, it was more convenient. Chapter 21. Discovering tomatoes. The small shop in the village was bustling with people. But when they noticed Lin Xiaoxiao approaching, they fell silent. Lin Xiaoxiao pretended not to see the peculiar glances from the women. Oh, it's Xiaoxiao. What brings you here? A plump woman approached, smiling warmly at Lin Xiaoxiao. This woman was the owner of the shop. The shop was thriving, indicating her family lived comfortably, as evident from her appearance. I've come to buy some seeds. I plan to grow some vegetables myself, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, understanding her needs. The plump woman gathered some seeds for her, charging a total of 10 copper coins. After Lin Xiaoxiao left, the previously silent women began to gossip animatedly. I can't help but think that Lin Xiaoxiao is quite fortunate. She just separated from the old Jiang family, and now they are facing such troubles. Otherwise, she and her mother would still be toiling away for the Jiang family. Indeed, the old Jiang family was too arrogant, with their eldest son now incapacitated. He may no longer pursue his scholarly ambitions. How will they continue to flaunt themselves? They reveled in the misfortune of the Jiang family, with some unable to suppress their schadenfreude. Although some women refrained from speaking ill of the old Jiang matriarch, their thoughts echoed similar sentiments. The old Jiang family was now in complete disarray, leaving them no time to concern themselves with Lin Xiaoxiao and her mother. Lin Xiaoxiao grasped the hands of the child, her heart filled with joy. At long last, she had avenged the original owner, and if the original owner were still alive to witness this moment, she would undoubtedly feel elated. From now on, Lin Xiaoxiao resolved to nurture the child in place of the original owner. Her gaze upon the child radiated warmth and tenderness. Upon returning, she diligently planted vegetables and watered them, planning to visit her maternal home in a few days. Her family resided near the coast, where people frequently went to gather seafood. She was eager to test her seafood gathering system and see if she could discover any treasures. As night fell, Lin Xiaoxiao prepared a meal and set off alone to Old Man Zhang's house. Like her own, his home rested at the foot of the mountain, albeit on the opposite side. Along the way, she noticed an object resembling a tomato by the roadside, its vibrant red hue strikingly radiant. She squatted down and touched it, and indeed, the system activated. Tomato collected 10 coins per pound. In no time, the tomatoes vanished, leaving behind only the bare trunk of the tomato plant. Goodness, the system is remarkably swift, she mused, observing the still green tomatoes. The system was quite discerning, rejecting the unripe ones. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated uprooting this robust tomato plant to cultivate it herself. In the memories of the original owner, she had never seen anyone selling tomatoes. This fortunate find could yield both culinary and fruity delights. Just as Old Man Jiang was about to head to Lin Xiaoxiao's place, he spotted the girl crouching at his doorstep, seemingly lost in merriment. He thought it might be an illusion, rubbing his eyes vigorously and checking several times, only to confirm it was indeed Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what are you up to? He called out. Hearing his voice, Lin Xiaoxiao looked up with a smile and replied, Master, look what I've discovered. What treasure? He inquired. I frequently traverse this path and have yet to encounter anything of value. As he approached, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao laughing at an unfamiliar plant. Xiaoxiao, you mustn't consume that. It's toxic, he admonished, firmly believing that anything unknown must be poisonous. For consuming it could lead to dire consequences. This plant is not toxic. I've eaten it before, she assured him. I didn't expect to find it here. I intend to uproot it and plant it at home. Once the fruit ripens, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. Lin Xiaoxiao then requested a small hoe from Old Man Jiang, determined to excavate the seedling for her garden. Skeptical, he asked, "Are you certain you haven't mistaken it? Is it truly edible? It has been growing by the roadside for quite some time, and no one has eaten it, not even the passing birds." Seeing Old Man Jiang's disbelief, Lin Xiaoxiao patted her chest and declared, "When it ripens, I shall prepare it for you, and then you will believe. This plant is indeed edible. While others may be unfamiliar with it, I am well acquainted. I used to eat it often." As she spoke these words, a hint of nostalgia washed over her. She longed for the days of yore. Once, she had not been affluent, but she had not been burdened by the relentless struggle for survival either. Observing the disappointment in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, the Old Man Jiang comforted her, saying, "Since this item is edible, I shall assist you in unearthing it. I know where to find more. Come with me." Upon hearing that there were more tomatoes, Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a joyous smile, for she had not anticipated discovering such a treasure during her visit to the old man. She eagerly followed him, momentarily disregarding the plant before her, reasoning that she could always return to it after retrieving the one he promised. Jiang led her to the back of the house, and Lin Xiaoxiao was astonished to find an abundance of ripe tomatoes, each one a vibrant red. It seemed that a delectable dish could soon be prepared. Noticing her astonishment, Jiang couldn't help but smile, realizing how much she adored these fruits. However, he noted that despite the plentiful harvest, many of the overripe tomatoes had fallen to the ground, neglected and unwanted. "Master, do you know I might find more of this?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired eagerly. Jiang, hearing her request, teasingly replied, "My dear girl, are you not satisfied with this bounty? Is it not enough for you?" Lin Xiaoxiao felt a tad embarrassed. She did not see her desire as greed, but rather as a positive mindset, one capable of accommodating many treasures. Jiang, ever thoughtful, brought her a basket. Lin Xiaoxiao began to gather the plump, red fruits, deciding against selling them to the system. Instead, she planned to collaborate with the local tavern in town, convinced that she could earn far more than if she sold them through the system. Moreover, this would provide her with legitimate income. Otherwise, the villagers might speculate about her sudden fortune, believing she had engaged in unsavory dealings. The mere thought of their gossip sent shivers down her spine. Thus, seeking a partnership was imperative. Chapter 22. Aspiring for greatness, Lin Xiaoxiao filled nearly half a basket with tomatoes before returning with Jiang. Once home, she set about preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes, while Jiang entertained Jiang Lanlan in the house, even producing a few candies from his pocket to delight her. Having grown familiar with him, Jiang Lanlan chimed in with her sweet voice, "Mother forbids me from eating candy." Upon hearing this, Jiang feigned a conspiratorial gesture. "Keep your voice down. Your mother won't hear us. If you eat the candy, I won't tell her. No one will know." Jiang Lanlan was torn. She was obedient to her mother, and Jiang's words left her with a furrowed brow, torn between her desire for candy and her wish to obey. What should she do? Seeing the child so conflicted, Jiang, unable to resist, placed the candy directly into her mouth. As the sweetness melted on her tongue, Jiang Lamlin's previously scrunched face relaxed into delight. "Is it delicious?" "So good," she exclaimed with a cheerful lilt. "What you two up to?" Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke, startling Jiang Lanjun, who was immediately given a glass of water by the old man Jiang, urging her to drink. "What are you doing, child? You frightened the little one. Could you speak a bit more softly in the future?" Observing the old man's affectionate demeanor towards his daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of exasperation. "Where am I lacking in gentleness? Have you two been conspiring behind my back?" "No, no," old Jiang replied, his guilt evident as he avoided her gaze. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something was amiss and turned her attention to Jiang Lanjun, who, with a look of grievance, said, "Mother, I just had some candy." Lin Xiaoxiao initially thought something serious had transpired, only to discover it was merely candy. She was relieved, recognizing that the child was, after all, obedient. Unlike many children who would defiantly refuse to heed adult warnings about sweets, Jiang Lanjun seemed to listen. A little candy is fine, but try to limit it in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao did not wish to scold her child. After all, it was natural for a young one to crave sweets. She recalled her own childhood, when she too would secretly take money from home to buy treats, often facing reprimands when caught. Yet, the allure of snacks remained irresistible. Lin Xiaoxiao gently ruffled her child's hair and placed a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the table. The vibrant red of the tomatoes paired with the eggs made old Jiang swallow hard. Just the aroma was enticing. He had never tasted such a dish before. Other dishes followed suit, yet the scrambled eggs with tomatoes stood out. Noticing the old man's eagerness, Lin Xiaoxiao served him a bowl and another for Jiang Lanjun. Let's see how this dish fares to your taste. Old Jiang wasted no time, scooping a spoonful of soup. As the flavors danced on his palate, he felt as though he were floating. He was not exaggerating when he claimed the dish was truly delightful, a perfect balance of tanginess with a hint of egginess. To him, it was a novel experience, while for Lin Xiaoxiao, who often indulged in scrambled eggs with tomatoes, it was merely satisfactory. Jiang Lanjun approached carefully with her bowl, her cautious demeanor eliciting Lin Xiaoxiao's confusion as she leaned closer. "Mother, you should have the first bite. You've worked hard." "Ah, my dear Lanjun, you are so thoughtful. But it's not a burden for me." After being fed a spoonful of soup by her daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao felt warmth and sweetness fill her heart. It was truly delicious. "Master, what do you usually sell the game you hunt?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired of old Jiang. If he sold his game to the tavern, she could seize the opportunity to benefit, making future business dealings there much easier. Unaware of her ulterior motives, old Jiang assumed her curiosity was innocent and replied, "I typically sell my game to the taverns in town. Do you know the largest tavern? That's where I sell my catch." "Then you must know the owner or the manager of that tavern, correct?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's question, old Jiang countered, "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to sell my goods to the tavern, and I have a few set recipes to accompany them." "Master, do you think they will accept my offerings?" "They will undoubtedly accept, yet the supply of tomatoes is rather limited and insufficient for the tavern's needs." Lin Xiaoxiao is aware that her tomatoes cannot meet the tavern's demands. Hence, she plans to cultivate more tomatoes, encouraging the entire village to join her in this endeavor. Although she cannot provide goods to the tavern at present, she will be able to do so in the future. Thus, this matter requires careful planning and cannot be rushed. If you require assistance, simply call for me. As Elder Jiang mentioned, after dinner, Lin Xiaoxiao visited the village chief's home. Upon her arrival, the chief's wife, thinking there was an urgent matter, warmly welcomed her inside. "Xiaoxiao, I just harvested a basket of sweet potatoes. Would you like to take a few home for the children?" Generally, tomatoes can be planted in 2 seasons, and if conditions allow, even 3 or 4 seasons, as tomatoes are now widely available throughout the year, provided the temperature is suitable. In fact, tomatoes can be planted in the latter half of the year, and she intends to save seeds now, fostering seedlings for everyone to cultivate. If others are unwilling to plant, she will do so herself. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind. Every time I visit, you give me this and that, and I always return home laden with goods." "I feel quite embarrassed," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. "Why should you feel embarrassed? These are merely crops from my land, not worth much. It's perfectly fine for you to take some home to enjoy. Do not be so formal with me. By the way, what brings you here today?" The village chief's wife responded enthusiastically. "Sister-in-law, I would like to inquire about any available plots of land for sale in the village. I wish to purchase some land to cultivate, as I received nothing during the division of property, just a mere few taels of silver." "The Jiang family gave me nothing of value," Lin Xiaoxiao lamented. However, she did not covet the Jiang family's land. She preferred to avoid future disputes over it, having taken nothing for herself, thus sparing herself from future grievances. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the village chief's wife nodded in agreement, recognizing that land is indeed the foundation for farmers. Chapter 23. Ascending the mountain to practice archery. This matter requires my husband's input. Let me fetch him. The village chief's wife declared as she hurried off. Lin Xiaoxiao began to closely observe the village chief's home, a structure of blue bricks and tiles, featuring a spacious courtyard adorned with several fruit trees, which bore fruit that appear to be pears. just as she was lost in thought. She heard footsteps and turned to see the village chief approaching. Xiaoxiao, you wish to purchase land? How much do you intend to buy? There is plenty of idle land in the village, categorized into grades. You may choose whatever type of land you desire, the village chief stated earnestly, sitting down to analyze the situation with Lin Xiaoxiao. She concluded that she need not purchase the prime parcels. Perhaps in the future, as markets open up, she could improve the soil quality of the cheaper plots, especially those not adjacent to others' land. As one mingles with others, trivial matters inevitably multiply, leading to entanglements and complications. Thus, she yearned for her own secluded plot of land, away from the prying eyes of the village. The village chief, respecting her wishes, refrained from intruding and even poured her a cup of water. Grandfather chief, as a solitary woman with little means, I wish to purchase inexpensive land. Pray, what is the cost of the cheaper plots? She inquired. However, even the inexpensive land came at a price of 500 won per mu, and the quality was quite poor. Located at the foot of the mountain, land that no one coveted. The chief remarked that it would be wiser to invest in a few acres of good land, as it was unlikely she and her daughter could cultivate much. 2 acres would be a considerable achievement for a woman in her situation. Upon hearing that the land at the mountain's base remained unclaimed, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hope. This was precisely the type of land she sought. She asked Grandfather Chief, "How extensive is that land? If it is a contiguous piece, I would like to purchase it all." The village chief was taken aback by her audacity. Could she truly be considering buying such barren land, and in such large quantities? Was this not a sheer waste of money? Although the wasteland was cheaper, it was still not something to squander. Xiaoxiao, I advise you to reconsider. Instead of purchasing barren land, why not acquire 1 mu of good land? You would reap a harvest, whereas with barren land, you would gain nothing. Why waste your resources on something the villagers have no interest in? Grandfather Chief, I am determined to buy the wasteland. Please, do not concern yourself with my intentions for it. I appreciate your concern, but I truly wish to make this purchase. The chief, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest demeanor, found himself compelled to relent. This girl was resolute in her desires, unyielding in her decisions. Previously, her gentle nature allowed the Jiang family to manipulate her, but now she had grown steadfast. Very well. How much wasteland do you require? There is plenty available, though not in large sections. The area at the mountain's base likely comprises around 10 mu. After careful consideration, the chief replied, Then I shall purchase around 10 mu. I will acquire more later when I have earned some money. The chief thought she was jesting. Purchasing 10 mu of wasteland and contemplating further acquisitions? It was an endeavor that could span a lifetime, yet he decided to humor her request, intending to offer her a slight discount. It was not easy for a woman with a child. Soon, she finalized the purchase with the village chief, acquiring 10 mu of land at a discounted rate of 400 won for 12 mu. Once Lin Xiaoxiao departed, the chief's wife hurried to inquire, how much land did she buy? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the chief replied, 12 mu. 12 mu. How much did that cost? Even at a mere 1 tael of silver per mu, that amounts to 12 taels. Is she out of her mind? What does she intend to do with such an expanse? She cannot possibly cultivate it all. You didn't really sell it to her, did you? We cannot profit from her. She is a woman struggling with a child, and that money comes from the Jiang family. What will become of them once it is spent? The chief's wife expressed her concerns, her heart heavy with worry. I have also advised Lin, yet that girl remains resolute in her intentions. I suspect she harbors some ambitions, likely seeking to utilize the barren land for some purpose. Alas, that child! Even the village head's wife is at a loss for words regarding Lin Xiaoxiao. Those who have secured land seem to be in particularly high spirits. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao ascended the mountain accompanied by the old hunter, Jiang. She was eager to accompany him on a hunting expedition, and Jiang had even crafted a lightweight bow and arrows for her, which felt almost weightless in her grasp. Look over there, a wild chicken. Jiang's eyes sharpened as he spotted his prey. Lin Xiaoxiao watched intently as he drew an arrow, and with a swift whoosh, it flew forth, followed by the thud of the wild chicken hitting the ground, after which silence enveloped the area. Lin Xiaoxiao dashed over to retrieve the plump bird, weighing perhaps 3 to 4 pounds. Master, you are incredible. You hit the target with a single arrow. Zhang's face beamed with delight at Lin Xiaoxiao's praise. Well, who do you think I am? Your master, of course. As Lin Xiaoxiao awaited Jiang to reminisce about the past, he suddenly fell silent. Noticing her earnest gaze, he swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Now, it's your turn." Oh, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. With her master's guidance, she was determined to learn diligently. Even if she could only master a fraction of his skills, it would suffice. The way he drew the arrow was undeniably impressive and stylish. Whoosh! Lin Xiaoxiao's arrow veered off course, dropping mid-flight as if it had not been nourished. Jiang observed her misfire with a sense of frustration. Perhaps your teaching methods are flawed? She queried. What do you mean? Surely, it is your lack of skill that is to blame. Do not cast aspersions upon your master. Jiang rolled his eyes. Deciding to ignore him, Lin Xiaoxiao sought a suitable spot to practice her archery. With determination, she trudged forward, bow and arrows in tow. Jiang, feeling uneasy, hurried after her, exclaiming, "Come back, little girl. Let me teach you. Why are you running away? Master, please stop chasing me. I simply wish for some solitude." She replied, "Just be careful, and if anything arises, do let your master know," Jiang cautioned, still unconvinced. Lin Xiaoxiao said nothing further and began practicing nearby. Indeed, her mind clear of distractions, she progressed swiftly. Her arrow finally found its mark. She approached to discover a bewildered young roe deer staring at her, licking its fur in confusion. Chapter 24. A major capture. The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the fur of the unsuspecting roe deer. Lin Xiaoxiao's lips twitched as she observed the creature, which showed no inclination to flee. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Recovered roe deer, 10 kilograms, 10 days. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the delightful sound of coins cascading within the system. In an instant, the deer vanished without a trace. Wow, today is indeed my lucky day. I've captured a young roe deer. I wonder if it has companions or a family. A family should always remain together. Lin Xiaoxiao continued her journey forward, yet she did not encounter the family of the foolish roe deer. It seemed that the creature had likely lost its way and wandered off in this direction. The system chimed, indicating a reward of 5 coins for a pound of wild mushrooms. There were so many mushrooms, it felt like she would never finish harvesting them. Lin Xiaoxiao's hands were nearly worn raw. Concerned for her well-being, old man Zhang hurried over to investigate, his eyes widening in disbelief. Silly disciple, what on earth are you doing? I instructed you to practice your archery, not to strike the tree trunk. It is worth mentioning that every mushroom Lin Xiaoxiao harvested was automatically collected by the system, which is why old man Jiang saw nothing upon his arrival. Exhausted, Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and cast a glance at her master, feeling utterly drained. Hey, you foolish disciple, old man Jiang remarked, nearly tipsy from the effort. Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to elaborate or offer explanations. After all, she could not reveal that she was not foolish, but rather assisting the system in gathering resources. He would never believe her and might even regard her as a monster. Master, allow me to show you the fruits of my archery practice. With a swift motion, Lin Xiaoxiao shot an arrow that landed in the center of the tree. Old man Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was remarkable that his disciple had become so skilled. Impressive, isn't it? I certainly did not squander my time. I was indeed practicing archery. Yes, quite commendable, old man Jiang replied, adopting a serious demeanor. He was cautious not to overly praise his disciple, as humility is a virtue. Child, are you afraid of snakes? He suddenly inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, perplexed by his question. What do you mean, master? Simply look up, old man Jiang replied, swallowing hard. Lin Xiaoxiao complied, and, to her horror, beheld a gigantic python with its gaping maw poised to strike. Oh no, master, help! Are you trying to endanger your disciple? Old man Jiang quickly drew his arrows and shot at the snake, causing it to recoil momentarily, its eyes now filled with venomous ire. Fortunately, this was a constrictor, and it bore no venom. Thus, the liquid it expelled posed no harm to humans. Lin Xiaoxiao felt the sticky substance on her face, utterly disgusted, wishing to see it utterly destroyed. Master, you claimed you were formidable, yet why is the snake still pursuing us? She exclaimed. The snake was relentless. chasing them for several miles despite Old Man Zhang's numerous successful shots. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her legs. What do you know? I have yet to unleash my true power. We must flee. That snake cannot outrun us. Just look at it, as fat as a pig. We must not allow it to catch us. Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but murmur in response to Old Man Zhang's bravado. What a stubborn old man, claiming superiority, yet failing miserably. Hearing her words, Old Man Zhang inhaled deeply and retorted, just watch. He knocked an arrow and aimed at the python, instructing, aim for its vulnerable spot. Observe closely, for you may encounter such a creature in the future. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao believed in her master's prowess, the arrow veered off course. Oh no, master. This is utterly absurd. Our lives are at stake. Old Jiang did not wish to elaborate any further. He certainly did not want to recount his ordeal with the gigantic python. The two had been running for an indeterminate period, their feet weary to the point of exhaustion, ultimately rolling down the mountainside. Ouch! Lin Xiaoxiao bumped her head. She felt an icy touch enveloping her, and, upon glancing up, was horrified to discover that the colossal python had ensnared her. She had no idea where her master had vanished to. Ding! One gigantic python has been collected, worth 10 taels. The system's voice echoed, and the python vanished without a trace, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao to finally catch her breath. The system was indeed her lifeline, capable of retrieving anything. She found herself by a small, crystal-clear stream, where the sunlight glimmered upon the water's surface. Lin Xiaoxiao approached the stream to wash her face, which was covered in a disgusting slime. Within the stream swam several little fish, carefree as they darted about, immediately scattering when they sensed Lin Xiaoxiao's presence, exhibiting remarkable wariness. With little enthusiasm, Lin Xiaoxiao sat by the stream, gasping for air. She needed a moment's respite before checking on her master. Surely he wouldn't abandon her to flee alone. He was rather unreliable. Meanwhile, Old Jiang was searching desperately for Lin Xiaoxiao, silently praying that the python had not caught up with her. For what would he do if his only female disciple perished? Ding! 1 pound of wild sweet flag has been collected, worth 16 won. Observing the multitude of sweet flag that resembled mere weeds, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous plant was, in fact, a medicinal herb capable of repelling insects, which could be dried and hung on a mountainside as a sachet or even used in remedies. Every time the system acquired a new variety, it automatically enlightened her with information about its medicinal or culinary value, which is how Lin Xiaoxiao had acquired so much knowledge. Otherwise, her mind would hardly accommodate such vast information. Gazing at the extensive growth nearby, flourishing alongside the stream, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to uproot every last one. But lacking a hoe made the task laborious with just her hands. She resorted to pulling them up as one would with radishes, finally clearing a patch. She felt utterly exhausted. Yet, upon hearing the delightful sound of coins cascading from the system, she jolted upright, motivated to work harder and save more for her future. Old Zhang's voice echoed through the woods, making it nearly impossible for Lin Xiaoxiao to ignore. I'm here. Upon hearing her voice, Old Zhang hurried down, only to find her lying on a stone, leading him to believe something dreadful had occurred. He rushed over, tears streaming down his face. My disciple, you faced great peril. What happened with that python? Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. Master, are you cursing me to death? Of course not. I care for you too much to wish any harm upon you. Old Zhang quickly retorted, wiping his tears away. Chapter 25. System Upgrade 1. Lin Xiaoxiao observed Old Zhang's demeanor and thought to herself that she could hardly believe him. Aware of her internal sarcasm, Old Zhang felt slightly embarrassed and hurriedly asked, Are you all right? If you feel unwell, you must communicate with the master. Though he is not a physician, he possesses some knowledge in that regard. What a remarkable master you are, so versatile that you even understand medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed once more, marveling at how her master kept such talents hidden from her. I may have a superficial understanding of minor ailments, but I am not equipped to handle serious illnesses. The old man, Jiang, humbly replied. Lin Xiaoxiao decided not to engage him further. She was utterly exhausted after a long day and had just earned a considerable amount of silver. All she desired now was to relax. Observing her apprentice's fatigued state, Old Man Jiang felt a pang of compassion. "Wait here for a moment, my dear apprentice. I shall fetch a wild chicken for you to replenish your strength." Do as you wish, Lin Xiaoxiao thought, for she had no intention of moving. Once Old Man Jiang departed, Lin Xiaoxiao regained her energy, having feigned exhaustion. She sat by the brook, lost in thought. At that moment, she heard the system emit a chime. System upgrade to level 1. "Wow, I leveled up so quickly," Lin Xiaoxiao mused, feeling as if she had accomplished little of significance. She glanced at the system interface. Level 1. Sea gathering. 0. Mountain gathering. Wealth. 36 taels. Species unlocked. 18. Mall. 1. To her astonishment, she had finally unlocked them all. Curious about its offerings, she opened it to find a plethora of items available for purchase. My goodness, there are so many things. Various seeds, composite fertilizers, food, clothing, and necessities, just like a certain online shopping site. Upon checking her balance, Lin Xiaoxiao felt invigorated and quickly exchanged 2 copper coins for a bottle of mineral water at the mall. As she drank, she felt her throat become refreshed. Wow, the quality of the system's products is exceptional. The diverse seeds available made Lin Xiaoxiao feel she need not conserve any. She could plant a variety of vegetables later on. In that instant, a smile graced her lips as Old Man Jiang approached, panting and carrying his catch. To demonstrate his sincerity, he had brought back 3 wild chickens. "Apprentice, apprentice," he called out, noticing that Lin Xiaoxiao seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his arrival. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to the sound of her name and was taken aback to see her master holding 3 plump, wide-eyed chickens. "Wow, master, you truly are impressive. In the blink of an eye, you managed to catch such large prey. How about that? Not bad, right?" Old Man Jiang was about to bask in his glory when Lin Xiaoxiao doused his pride with a splash of cold water. "Just average. Now let us return. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Feeling good-humored today, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke with a gentler tone, leaving Old Man Jiang blinking in surprise. Was this still the fiery-tempered apprentice he had come to know? Although they had only spent a few days together, he had discerned her volatile nature quite well. "What are you looking at? Are you reluctant to descend a mountain, or do you prefer the company of a giant python?" Upon mentioning this, Old Jiang shuddered slightly. He certainly did not wish to encounter that formidable creature again, as it was quite a handful, capable of swallowing him whole. Along the way, he encountered villagers ascending the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, which were particularly succulent during this season. Many of the villagers came from humble backgrounds, so gathering these wild greens could either be consumed at home or sold for a modest profit. Today, Old Jiang was fortunate indeed, having caught 3 wild chickens. The woman's gaze remained fixated on the 3 fowl, unable to tear herself away. Alas, such is life. Before others, Old Jiang exhibited utmost humility. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao observed a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Just moments ago, he had been quite boastful in her presence. But now he donned a different facade in front of others. After exchanging a few words, they descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanlan was at home, playing alone, too afraid to venture outside, dreading another encounter with her fierce grandmother, who might give her a push and endanger her little life. Despite her tender age, she was well aware of the world's harsh realities. It was not until she heard familiar footsteps outside that Jiang Lanlan peered through the door. Upon recognizing her mother, she quickly opened it, startling Lin Xiaoxiao with the child's sudden movement. "Mother, you're back. I missed you so much." The child reached out for an embrace, a request Lin Xiaoxiao could not refuse, and she promptly enveloped her in her arms. After the embrace, Jiang Lanlan's face lit up with satisfaction, and Lin Xiaoxiao immediately added, "I gathered some wild fruits from the mountain." Saying this, she revealed a few small apples, having chosen the tiniest to avoid drawing attention to their unusual appearance. "Mother, what kind of fruit is this? It smells so delightful." Jiang Lanlan cradled the fruit, inhaling its enticing aroma and swallowing hard. "Mother, I'm not sure what they are. I simply picked some when I saw them on the mountain for you to try. They're not poisonous. Just wash them before eating." With eyes sparkling, Jiang Lanlan dashed off to wash the apples. Old Jiang placed his catch aside and, without hesitation, made his way to the kitchen, preparing to boil water and pluck the feathers from the wild chickens. Lin Xiaoxiao busied herself as well, bringing her own chickens to the kitchen for processing. The fire crackled energetically in the kitchen, while old Jiang sat silently by the stove. Seizing a moment of leisure, Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly exchanged a package of fertilizer from the system, sprinkling it over her seeds to encourage faster growth. Once finished, she clapped her hands and turned to see old Jiang scalding the wild chickens, and she joined him in the task. Together, they swiftly prepared the 3 plump chickens, which promised to yield a generous amount of oil when cooked. Before long, the savory aroma of the meat filled the entire kitchen. Lan Lan, your mother truly possesses a deft touch. The fruits she found are sweeter than any I've encountered. I have stumbled upon plenty of such fruits on the mountain before, but they were always dry and astringent, nothing like this. Later, do ask your mother where she picked them. Perhaps your great-grandfather can bring some back for you next time. Old Jiang remarked as he savored the dish. Jiang Lanlan nodded earnestly and then, with a playful glint in her eye, asked, Great-grandfather, these fruits are so delicious. Can we sell them for money? Old Jiang, momentarily pausing his enjoyment of the fruits, realized the little one was already thinking about profit. Chapter 26. Widow Zhang's child falls into the water. Can we sell them? Lanlin's big, curious eyes fixed on old Jiang, who nodded in affirmation, of course. We can sell them. Hearing this, Lanlin's face lit up with joy, and she quickly darted into the kitchen, where Lin Xiaoxiao was bustling about, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Observing her mother laboring, Lanlan hastily produced her clean little handkerchief, tiptoed, and gently dabbed at Lin Xiaoxiao's forehead. Witnessing her daughter's thoughtful gesture warmed Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. This little one even knows to rise on her toes to wipe away my sweat. Mother, may I give you a back rub? The child asked, her face brimming with anticipation, eager to share some of her mother's burdens. Lin Xiaoxiao pinched the child's cheek, feeling that having this daughter was enough for a lifetime. What more could she want from a man? With such an obedient and considerate child, she could hardly imagine finding another like her, let alone birthing one herself. She had struck a fortunate deal. All right, my dear, just wait for me to finish, and I shall accept your massage. The kitchen was filled with warmth and cheer as Jiang Lanlan helped serve the dishes. Old Jiang sat there, feeling that all that was missing was a drink. He turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Just wait here for me a moment. Watching the energetic old Jiang dash off, Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged it off, well aware of his impulsive nature. Those fruits are truly delectable. Great-grandfather mentioned we could sell them for money. Mother, why don't we pick more and sell them in town? Lin Xiaoxiao nearly choked upon hearing her child's suggestion. After all, she had procured those fruits from her space and intended to exchange them for money. She replied earnestly, Lanlan, there aren't that many wild fruits on the mountain. We can't gather enough to sell. Let us not entertain thoughts of selling or exchanging them. Rest assured, Mother will earn plenty of money for you in the future. Lanlan nodded, somewhat understanding her mother's words. Before long, old Jiang returned, carrying a wine jug and humming a merry tune. He had gone to purchase wine. Good dishes deserve good wine, he said sheepishly, uncertain whether his apprentice would permit him to indulge. If not, he thought, he would refrain. After all, one could survive without alcohol, though he felt his mouth watering at the thought. Excessive drinking is detrimental to health. You should consume less, Lin Xiaoxiao advised. Since his apprentice had not explicitly forbidden him from drinking, old Jiang nodded obediently, assuring her, Do not worry, apprentice. I shall only have a sip. I've managed for years without any issues. Life without wine is simply unbearable. Lin Xiaoxiao served bowls of soup to everyone. When the child took a sip, her eyes narrowed with delight. The happiness was palpable. Lin Hohot also tasted the soup, marveling at how delectable the ancient chicken broth was, even when prepared simply and naturally. Unlike today's hormone-infused chickens. Mother, please eat a bit more. Great-grandfather, you should eat more too. Jiang Lanlan, resembling a little adult, urged everyone to partake in the meal, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to smile at the child's demeanor. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiaoxiao took the child outside for a stroll. Having been in the village for several days, she had yet to observe the village's true essence. Usually, she hurried up the mountain, lacking the leisure to appreciate the picturesque surroundings. At that moment, wisps of smoke were rising from several chimneys, creating a scene reminiscent of a painting. In truth, the village was quite tranquil, interrupted only by the sporadic sounds of playful bickering. Suddenly, a woman began to scream, "Oh no, someone has fallen into the water." The villagers, alerted by the commotion, hurried out. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the child's hand, anxious to discover who had fallen in. It was the son of Widow Zhang, who had gone to the riverbank to catch fish and accidentally slipped in. How tragic! Widow Zhang has lost her husband, and now she may lose her son too. The woman lamented, discreetly wiping away her tears. Upon hearing Widow Zhang's name, Lin Xiaoxiao thought of the caring elder sister and rushed with Jiang Lanlan towards the river. By the river, a crowd had gathered. Widow Zhang, drawn by the noise, arrived to find her son lying on the grass, barely conscious. "My child, what has happened to you? Wake up and see your mother. Please don't die. If you do, I cannot go on," Widow Zhang cried, rushing to her son and shaking him fervently, her heart shattering at the sight of his frail state. Feeling the weight of Widow Zhang's despair, Lin Xiaoxiao approached her, saying, "Sister Zhang, let me take a look at your child." A woman in the crowd immediately retorted, "When did you become a healer? Don't meddle." Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glance at the woman, a familiar face from the Zhang family. The woman, feeling chastised, continued to protest, "I'm not wrong. You're not a doctor. What do you know? Don't let the child die." "Indeed, Xiaoxiao, you're not a doctor. It would be best to wait for the physician." Another voice chimed in. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the speaker, realizing that if they waited for the doctor, it might be too late. Immediate action was required to expel the water from the child's airway. "Sister Zhang, do you trust me?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, ignoring the naysayers. If Widow Zhang did not have faith in her, she would refrain from intervening, as trust is the foundation of any endeavor. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest expression, Widow Zhang gritted her teeth and replied, "I believe you, Xiaoxiao. Please save my child." A nearby woman shouted, "Widow Zhang, are you out of your mind? You're entrusting your child's life to this woman. If your child dies, you'll regret it. Close your mouth. If you speak again, I will silence you." Lin Xiaoxiao retorted sharply. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a fierce glare at the woman who had been speaking incessantly, clearly someone who fussed over trivial matters. Unable to distinguish between the urgent and the inconsequential, she was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just as the woman was about to utter more words, Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze hardened, prompting her to fall silent. First, Lin Xiaoxiao checked the child's mouth for any obstructions. If anything was present, she swiftly removed it, then proceeded to press on the child's abdomen to expel the water that had accumulated. Chapter 27. The Child Awakens. Everyone gathered was keenly anticipating Lin Xiaoxiao's performance. To their astonishment, the child, who had been presumed dead, suddenly coughed up a significant amount of water. Widow Zhang, witnessing her son's revival, exclaimed in joy, "My son! My son!" Relieved, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a weight lift from her shoulders. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and she could not bear to see such a young child perish. The prospect of saving a life filled her with happiness. Soon after, the doctor hurriedly arrived, having been pulled along by others. As he listened to the murmurs of the crowd, he learned of Lin Xiaoxiao's miraculous actions. Just a few presses, and the child awakened. "Everyone, please make way," the doctor instructed, addressing the clamorous onlookers. The elderly doctor approached the child slowly, having heard that it was this young girl who had revived the boy, and he was curious to see the method she employed. Feeling the doctor's gaze upon her, Lin Xiaoxiao, slightly uncomfortable, said, "Doctor, could you please examine this child?" The elderly doctor, realizing he had been staring for too long, nodded and proceeded to check on Widow Zhang's son. "A bit of medicine will suffice. He merely inhaled some water. Once it is expelled, he'll be fine. Please bring the child to my home later for some medicine, and ensure he changes into dry clothes to avoid any lingering issues," he advised Widow Zhang, who promptly took her son home to change. As the villagers saw that the excitement had waned, they began to disperse, returning to their daily activities. As Lin Xiaoxiao prepared to leave, the doctor called out to her, "Miss Lin, please wait." Hearing the elderly doctor address her, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, puzzled, uncertain of what counsel he wished to impart. The doctor spoke earnestly. How did you manage to save the child? Once someone has fallen into the water, it is often thought that no method can retrieve them. Yet, you brought Widow Zhang's son back to life. If your technique proves effective, it could benefit countless lives in the future, preventing tragedy. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lin Xiaoxiao understood that he wished to learn her method of rescue. It was not an invention of her own, and she felt no hesitation in sharing it. After all, as the doctor had said, saving a life is a noble deed. I learned this technique from others. I never expected it to work so effectively, Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly. Having entrusted this method to the esteemed elder doctor and exchanged a few words with him, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home with her child. After finishing their meal, they strolled around, feeling significantly rejuvenated. Mother, you are truly remarkable. You saved a life, Jiang Lanlan affectionately exclaimed while embracing Lin Xiaoxiao's neck. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully pinched the child's cheek, responding, "Oh, my dear, what makes me remarkable? I was merely a fortunate cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." "No, mother, you are the most extraordinary person. If it weren't for you today, that dog Dan might have perished," Jiang Lanlan insisted earnestly, convinced of her mother's exceptional nature. Upon hearing Jiang Lanlan's declaration, Lin Xiaoxiao's lips quirked slightly at the peculiar name bestowed upon her son, Dog Dan, leaving her somewhat speechless. A knock echoed from outside, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to approach the door. Upon opening it, she found Widow Zhang, accompanied by her son, who appeared somewhat dazed and bewildered, likely still shaken from his recent ordeal in the water. "Is the child all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, observing the boy with concern. Widow Zhang grasped her son's hand and attempted to kneel before Lin Xiaoxiao, who quickly stepped aside. "Sister Zhang, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "If it weren't for you, my son might not have survived today. It is only right for us to express our gratitude by kneeling, for you have saved his life," Widow Zhang stated sincerely, bowing her head with her son. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly helped them both to their feet. "I did nothing extraordinary. You need not go to such lengths. I am merely glad to have saved your son," she reassured them. Widow Zhang, however, felt otherwise. Had it not been for Lin Xiaoxiao, her son would have met a tragic fate, despite the multitude of onlookers. Only Lin Xiaoxiao extended a helping hand. This kindness would not be forgotten. "Xiaoxiao, should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to help you," she promised earnestly. Lin Xiaoxiao, taken aback by Widow Zhang's sincerity, found herself at a loss for words. It had been a simple act of goodwill. "Sister Zhang, please take your child home now. He appears to be quite frightened. Do not scold him, but rather comfort him." Widow Zhang had no intention of reprimanding her child, for he had already endured enough fright. His desire to contribute to the family, even through fishing by the river, weighed heavily on her heart. With a quiet tear brushed away, she turned to leave with her son. Lin Xiaoxiao watched them walk away before closing the door, sighing to herself about the struggles that burdened them all. It was no easy feat for a woman to raise a child alone. Once inside, Lin Xiaoxiao placed her child onto the bed. As night fell, she lulled him to sleep and began to check the system. After a brief glance at the system's contents, she yawned, preparing for rest. Although there were many items available, the financial demands were substantial, and she lacked sufficient funds to acquire them all. The morning sun's glaring rays awakened her, and upon surveying the room, she realized Jiang Lanlan was already up, leaving her to wonder where the little one had gone. Rubbing her forehead, she sighed. Outside, Jiang Lanlan was nowhere to be found. Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao assumed the child had gone out to play, as children often do. However, when she entered the kitchen, she was taken aback to discover Jiang Lanlan precariously standing on a stool, attempting to cook. "Lanlan, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, swiftly lifting her down to prevent any burns. At merely 4 years of age, Jiang Lanlan had taken on the role of an adult, preparing meals, which weighed heavily on Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. She resolved never to indulge in lazy mornings again. Yet, Jiang Lanlan seemed oblivious to her mother's displeasure and proudly announced, "Mother, I can cook now. I will make food for you. From now on, leave the cooking to me, all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her expression stern. Not fully grasping her mother's irritation, Jiang Lanlan was puzzled. recalling that she had often assisted in the kitchen at her grandmother's house. Chapter 28. Binding the helper observing the child's innocent and somewhat confused demeanor. Lin Xiaoxiao found her words escaping her. Instead, she gently patted the child's head and said earnestly, "Let me handle the cooking, okay?" MHM. Jiang Lanlan nodded, mumbling, "I used to cook all the time at Grandma's." Hearing her child's words, Lin Xiaoxiao was reminded of the past, when the original owner often had the child prepare meals. Sometimes, when overwhelmed with tasks, she would send the little one to cook. This realization deepened Lin Xiaoxiao's sorrow. Such a young child bore so much responsibility. The original owner, being gentle-hearted, allowed the child to do whatever was asked. Fearing reprimand from the elder Jiang family, setting the child aside, Lin Xiaoxiao began to prepare the meal. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Assuming it was old Jiang, who had been promised daily meals, she had prepared more food than usual. However, upon opening the door, she froze. Seeing Widow Zhang hastily departing with a basket filled with wild vegetables, Lin Xiaoxiao had no time to speak to Widow Zhang before she rushed away. Glancing at the basket, she noted it was brimming with fresh, tender wild greens. As she touched the vegetables, she heard the familiar sound of the system recycling. To her surprise, she realized that even wild vegetables foraged by others could be recycled by the system. Could this mean she could profit from others gathering wild greens for her? What a delightful prospect of earning without effort. However, this thought was short-lived as the system's voice interrupted. Host cannot reap without toil. Furthermore, you are currently bound to a helper. With each level up, you may bind another. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao understood that she had inadvertently bound Widow Zhang to her. Her dreams of relying on others for wealth were shattered in an instant. System. Does leveling up come with a substantial reward? She recalled that those with systems typically received bountiful gifts upon leveling up. Yet, she had seen none. Surely, her system wouldn't be stingy? In response to Lin Xiaoxiao's query, the system replied with a mechanical sound, "Glitch, glitch." Alas, an unexpected failure at a critical moment. "It appears you have consumed my novice starter pack." The system, feigning ignorance to Lin Xiaoxiao's grumbling, ceased its responses. The basket, now devoid of any sound from the system, was taken inside by her. It was empty, and shortly she intended to deliver the money to Widow Zhang. Meanwhile, old Zhang approached, inquiring, "What delectable dish are we preparing today?" "Stir-fried tomatoes with eggs," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's face broke into an uncontainable grin. He had a fondness for that dish, relishing its flavors to the extent that he could indulge in it daily. Lin Xiaoxiao paid him no mind, hastily finishing her meal before setting off with the basket. At that moment, Widow Zhang sat at her doorstep, sighing heavily. "Sister Zhang." A sudden call startled her, and upon turning, she saw Lin Xiaoxiao, visibly anxious, carrying her basket. Noticing the absence of wild vegetables, she exhaled in relief. While they held little monetary value, it was gratifying that someone wanted them. "Xiaoxiao, what brings you here?" "I came to return the basket. But why did you leave the wild vegetables on my doorstep and run off?" "I intended to call you, but you had already departed." Stammering, Widow Zhang was at a loss for words. Had she stayed, Lin Xiaoxiao would have surely returned the basket, which was precisely why she had fled. Understanding Widow Zhang's thoughts, Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to confront her directly, instead saying, "Sister Zhang, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to assist me?" Without hesitation, Widow Zhang agreed upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's request for help. "What do you need me to do?" "Speak freely. I wish to gather some wild vegetables, and I would like to request your help in finding them in the mountains. I have noticed that the vegetables you collect are particularly tender and abundant. I will offer you a daily wage of 21. How does that sound?" Upon hearing the proposed wage, Widow Zhang's lips trembled. 21 was a rate seldom found even in town. The prospect of such earnings was enticing, especially since wild vegetables grew abundantly in the mountains and were not worth much when sold, as anyone could gather them. No, I do not want payment, Xiaoxiao. I will dig up as many wild vegetables as you need without any compensation. They are not worth much, merely a slight inconvenience." Aware of Widow Zhang's kind-hearted nature, Lin Xiaoxiao wished to ensure that she did not suffer a loss. Besides, this arrangement was mutually beneficial. A day's worth of gathering wild vegetables would yield more than 21, as their price could reach 3 copper coins per pound, and there were various types of vegetables, some fetching higher prices. If you insist on declining payment, I may have to reconsider assigning this task to you. I chose you specifically because you gather vegetables that are both large and tender. I could easily ask someone else to do it, but if you refuse payment, I would hesitate to entrust you with the job, Lin Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. Widow Zhang felt somewhat troubled. She did not wish to accept Lin Xiaoxiao's money, as she had saved her own son. However, given what others said, if she refused the payment, they might seek assistance from less scrupulous individuals, who could potentially mix something undesirable with the wild vegetables. How about this? I do not need much, just 15 would suffice. 10 would also be acceptable. If you give me so much, what profit will you have? Widow Zhang suggested thoughtfully. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head in refusal, insisting that the agreed amount was 21. Reluctantly, Widow Zhang acquiesced, then added, Xiaoxiao, if you ever feel that the remuneration is not worth it, you must tell me. Do not set the wages so high, understand? Otherwise, I will be uneasy. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile, imparting some advice about categorizing the wild vegetables. Widow Zhang listened attentively, then took her basket and her son to the mountains to forage. The two of them worked swiftly, allowing her to keep an eye on her child and feel more at ease. Mother, you should go to the mountains with Grandpa Zhang. I can guard the house alone without any trouble, the little one said earnestly. Lan had grown up and understood the responsibility of watching over the home. Very well, then. I shall go to the mountains with Grandpa Jiang, Widow Zhang replied. Chapter 29. Foraging for wild vegetables in the vast woods, the two of them turned and headed toward the mountains, occasionally encountering fellow villagers who were also out early to gather wild vegetables. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. One of them greeted cheerfully. Lin Xiaoxiao returned the greeting. Good morning, Annie. Up so early to search for wild vegetables? Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, does it not? The villager replied with a smile, before moving on. Grandpa Jiang led Lin Xiaoxiao deeper into the woods. There were no wild game to be found nearby. The wild chickens were too clever to venture out, generally remaining in the depths of the mountains. Cluck, cluck, a wild chicken, Grandpa Jiang exclaimed, perking up his ears. This chicken is yours to handle. He handed Lin Xiaoxiao his bow and arrow. She accepted it and scanned the surroundings, eventually spotting a wild chicken foraging not far away. The chicken's long, colorful tail feathers were striking and impossible to miss. With focused determination, she drew the bow and released an arrow, striking true. The wild chicken fell to the ground. Well done. Grandpa Jiang praised her with an encouraging glance, then hastened over to retrieve the chicken. I must say, my apprentice is quite impressive. You shot it right in the rear. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a flush of embarrassment at his words, sensing the underlying meaning in his compliment. Grandpa Jiang, caught off guard, suddenly felt sheepish. Well, you are quite skilled now. I shall take a look around nearby, he said, tossing the chicken to her before retreating. Lin Xiaoxiao held the plump wild chicken, deciding against letting the system reclaim it. After all, Grandpa Jiang was aware of the chicken's presence. If it were to vanish, she would need to concoct a plausible excuse, and she preferred to avoid such complications. Placing the wild chicken into the basket, she proceeded forward, her primary task being the foraging of wild vegetables. Hunting was not her passion. If she chanced upon any game, she would take a shot, but if not, she would focus on earning money. Ding, 1 pound of bitter herbs recycled for 2-1. Ding, 3-1 for 3 pounds of mustard greens. Nearby, Lin Xiaoxiao was diligently digging when she overheard voices beside her. Alas, having gathered so many wild fruits, I find myself unable to sell them, which is quite vexing. Last year, I could trade these wild fruits in town for a bit of money, but this year, the market has soured. Indeed, I plan to venture to the town tomorrow to see if anyone is interested in these items to supplement my household income. I was thinking the same. Let us go together tomorrow. You can come to my house to meet me. The two women conversed nearby. Suddenly, a head popped up from within the bushes, startling them. Upon recognizing Lin Xiaoxiao, they exhaled in relief. Xiaoxiao, it's you. You scared me to death. Why are you sneaking around here alone? Have you found anything good? I'm just foraging for wild vegetables. I heard you mention you picked a fair amount of fruit. May I take a look? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. She had a bold idea, uncertain of its feasibility. Perhaps you could take some back for the children to taste. They are quite sweet. The woman set her basket down, allowing Lin Xiaoxiao to take a look at the fruits. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the sight of these attractive wild fruits. As the woman helped Lin Xiaoxiao place the fruits into the basket, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated to accept them, although these wild fruits held little monetary value. The woman had mentioned her intention to sell them in town. Sister-in-law, how much do these wild fruits sell for per pound in town? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's inquiry, the women's spirits dampened. We're not quite sure. It's been ages since we sold wild fruits. The last time we heard, they were going for about one per pound. One per pound. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy for them. Indeed, farm produce was undervalued. Yet if transformed into something else, it could command a higher price. There were numerous possibilities for these wild fruits. They could be dried, made into candied treats, or even crafted into fruit wine. What she most desired was to create fruit wine, which had a plethora of uses, particularly for wealthy households. It promised a quicker return on investment. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly proposed, "Sister-in-law, how about you sell all these wild fruits to me? I'll give you 3 per pound." The two women widened their eyes in disbelief. What could Lin Xiaoxiao possibly want with so many wild fruits? Eating 1 or 2 might be a treat, but they could hardly substitute for a meal every day. They asked, "Xiaoxiao, what do you intend to do with these wild fruits?" "Sister-in-law, please don't ask so many questions. Can you sell them to me for 3 per pound?" Lin Xiaoxiao was disinclined to explain further. Once she produced the fruit wine, they would understand. There was no point in elaborating now. These wild fruits are of little value. You offer us only 3 coins per pound. What if you cannot sell them? The two women pondered this for a moment. If I am willing, it must mean they will sell. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's unwavering confidence, the women hesitated. While they yearned for profit, they also wished to spare Lin Xiaoxiao from loss. Sensing their uncertainty, she continued, "Sisters, trust me. In the future, I will take as many of these fruits as you can bring to my home, and I will pay you in person." "Very well, but if you truly feel you have been taken advantage of, do not accept our fruits, all right? Just let us know." "Indeed. Now, I kindly ask you both to deliver these fruits to my home. I will pay you upon my return, as I plan to gather some wild vegetables in the mountains." The two women nodded in agreement without hesitation. Once they had departed, Lin Xiaoxiao resumed her diligent search for wild vegetables. The system contained items she could craft, including fruit wine, and she could also purchase books for her studies, alleviating her fears of financial loss. When old man Jiang arrived, he did not find Lin Xiaoxiao at first. After searching around, he spotted his disciple digging in the ground. "What are you doing?" "Master, I am diligently digging for wild vegetables in the vast mountains." Old man Jiang expressed his confusion. Isn't hunting more appealing than digging for vegetables? Disciple? He found Lin Xiaoxiao's actions perplexing. To him, she seemed quite eccentric. Why forego hunting, which could yield greater rewards, in favor of something that offers so little? "They are all delicious, but I still prefer to dig for wild vegetables," Lin Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. Old man Jiang nearly suffered a heart attack. Chapter 30. Gathering wild fruits. As the day waned, Lin Xiaoxiao began her descent down the mountain, her basket slung over her back. Old man Jiang stealthily glanced into her basket and noted that it contained but a modest amount of wild vegetables. Noticing Jiang's furtive behavior, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "Master, what are you looking at?" "I was wondering if digging for wild vegetables is truly enjoyable." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao paused. Was it enjoyable? In truth, it was rather fascinating, wielding a small hoe and digging earnestly. The ability to exchange what she unearthed for money filled her with a sense of accomplishment, far more engaging than hunting. The captured game had to be taken to town for trade, which was quite a hassle. The mountains overflowed with wild vegetables, yet the game was sparse and elusive, always wary and quick to flee at the sight of humans. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's dazed expression, old man Jiang sighed inwardly, "My foolish disciple." When Lin Xiaoxiao returned home, she was surprised to find the two women waiting for her at the door, not bothering to knock. Her daughter was inside. Had they entered, they could have sat comfortably instead of standing at the threshold. "Sisters, why did you not knock? My daughter is at home. In the future, please do knock, and she will let you in." The two sisters-in-law nodded in acknowledgement. although they were reluctant to enter, as it was someone else's home. They feared that if something were to go missing, it would be difficult to explain. It was better for them to wait outside for Lin Xiaoxiao's return. Lin Xiaoxiao called out to Jiang Lanlan inside, who eagerly rushed to open the door. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar sisters-in-law at the entrance, Jiang Lanlan felt a twinge of nervousness. "Come, Lanlan, have a wild fruit. It's quite sweet," one of the sisters-in-law said, wiping a wild fruit clean on her clothing before handing it to Jiang Lanlan. The child gazed at the bright red fruit, then looked back at her mother, uncertain if it was permissible to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao gently patted her child's small head, encouraging, "If you wish to eat it, then go ahead." Jiang Lanlan picked up a wild fruit and took a bite, her eyes squinting with delight. So sweet, so delicious. The two sisters-in-law, being astute, promptly brought the fruits inside to avoid further discussion with Lin Xiaoxiao. Not having scale at home, one of them went to fetch one. The weight of the fruits they had gathered was nearly equal, around 10 pounds each. When Lin Xiaoxiao paid the two women, they were momentarily taken aback, feeling incredulous as they touched the money. They had not expected to sell their goods for a price higher than that in the town. Such good fortune seemed almost surreal. "Shall we come back tomorrow with more wild fruits?" "You can have as many as you desire," one sister-in-law proposed, contemplating how, if Lin Xiaoxiao wanted a substantial quantity, she could rally her family to gather wild fruits. She realized that the yield for a day's work could rival her husband's earnings from laboring in town, which was exhausting and burdensome. This appeared significantly less labor-intensive. The other sister-in-law, though silent, shared the same hopeful sentiment, wishing to earn a little extra. "Sisters, I will take whatever you gather," Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed, causing the sister-in-law's eyes to gleam with excitement. "All right, we shall return home now." The two sisters-in-law walked away with noticeably lighter steps. Lin Xiaoxiao closed the door, and old Jiang inquired, "Disciple, what do you intend to do with all these wild fruits?" He casually grabbed 2 fruits and consumed them without washing, grateful that in this ancient setting, the fruits were entirely natural and free of contaminants. "I plan to make fruit wine," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Old Jiang had never heard of fruit being used for winemaking, as he believed only grains could be fermented. Can these wild fruits truly be turned into wine? What flavor will it have? As a food enthusiast, he licked his lips in anticipation. Although he enjoyed drinking, he had never tasted fruit wine. "I can't quite describe it to you, but once it's ready, you can enjoy the fruit wine in about half a month," Lin Xiaoxiao explained. Upon hearing that it would take half a month to ferment, old Jiang's enthusiasm waned. But Lin Xiaoxiao kept him occupied by asking him to help wash the wild fruits. She went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, taking advantage of the time to explore the system. She discovered the necessary ingredients for making wild fruit and purchased everything in the system, eagerly awaiting the evening to begin her culinary endeavor. The expense of these items left her feeling quite drained, reminiscent of a time long past. With a sigh of regret, she reassured herself that the fruit wine, once sold, would yield substantial profits. Meanwhile, old man Jiang was outside, calling out, "Disciple, I've finished washing. What is the next step?" Lin Xiaoxiao intended to take matters into her own hands, sparing the old man from further tasks. "Master, just set the wild fruits aside for now. I'll handle them shortly. My meal is ready. Let us dine first." Upon hearing that dinner was served, old man Jiang hurriedly placed the fruits down and rushed over to join her. The aroma of her cooking wafted through the air, piquing his curiosity about what delectable dish she had prepared. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao had made braised pork along with wild vegetables. The seasonings were procured from the system, rendering even the simplest greens extraordinarily delicious in Jiang's eyes. "Disciple, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You could easily open a tavern in town. If you ever decide to do so, I will certainly be among your first patrons," he remarked. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. "Master, do you wish to work me to the bone? Running a tavern is exceedingly exhausting." She held no interest in such an endeavor. Old man Jiang observed her petite frame and conceded, recognizing that the demands of managing a tavern would indeed be overwhelming for her. After all, it required early morning trips to procure fresh vegetables and late-night management. Just the thought of it left him feeling fatigued. After finishing their meal, old man Jiang returned home. Lin Xiaoxiao heard a knock at the door and went to answer it. Widow Zhang stood at the threshold, accompanied by her son, carrying a basket and a filled with fresh wild vegetables. Xiaoxiao, do you think these will suffice? If not, I can rise early tomorrow to seek other varieties. Widow Zhang inquired, her concern evident despite Lin Xiaoxiao's assurances that any wild vegetable would do. Chapter 31. The system. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Widow Zhang's basket and, noting how neatly the wild vegetables were bundled, making them easy to distinguish. These wild vegetables are indeed perfect, she affirmed, then took the basket and from Zhang. I will set the vegetables down first and return them to you. How would you like me to assist? Widow Zhang, unable to remain idle, insisted on helping. Lin Xiaoxiao welcomed the assistance, as it would expedite their task. Once all the vegetables were placed on the ground, Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved 32 copper coins from her pocket and handed them to Widow Zhang. Sister Zhang, thank you for your hard work today. Here is your payment. Ah, Mina? Widow Zhang gazed at the coins in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Noticing her astonishment, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed the coins into her hand. Sister Zhang, please do not think it too little. How could one possibly feel disdain for an abundance? It seems as though I am caught in a dream. Laughing gently, I remarked, you truly bestow upon me such a sum. Perhaps you might consider reducing it a bit. For this wealth feels almost burdensome in my hands. Widow Zhang attempted to decline the generous offer. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was not inclined to engage in such banter and turned away, declaring, Sister Zhang, if you insist on speaking thus, then I shall seek another to gather wild vegetables for me. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Widow Zhang grew anxious, fearing that Lin Xiaoxiao might reject her vegetables. She hastily replied, then, may I accept them? Xiaoxiao, please do not be upset. Do not hold it against your sister-in-law. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled at Widow Zhang, saying, I do not intend to hold any grievances against you, so please do not feel obliged. Widow Zhang nodded in understanding, taking her basket and returning home. Elated, she prepared a boiled egg for her son, something he rarely enjoyed. Observing his mother's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Xiaobao could not help but exclaim, Mother, I shall earn even more money in the future to provide for you. I will gather wild vegetables every day. Widow Zhang felt a glimmer of hope as she looked into her son's eyes, which radiated happiness. Lin Xiaoxiao returned the wild vegetables, only to discover that a small portion could not be reclaimed by the system. What is the matter? She wondered, only to hear the system explain that it only accepted the wild vegetables gathered by tools. Come on, system, can you not exhibit a semblance of humanity? I am not human by nature, the system retorted. After expressing her frustration, Lin Xiaoxiao set about making fruit wine. She sorted the fruits and placed them into bottles, discovering among them some bayberries, which are ideal for brewing. The thought filled her with joy. She toiled until midnight to complete the wine, placing it in the system for use the following day. After a brief respite, she prepared to retire for the night when she noticed a small figure at the door, cautiously approaching her with a plate. Lan Lan, she called. Jiang Lan Lan gazed up at her mother with clear eyes, saying, Mother, I have boiled an egg for you. You made me an egg? Why are you not asleep? You need not concern yourself with such matters. Lin Xiaoxiao replied as she approached and placed the bowl of eggs on the table. Upon inspecting Jiang Lanlan's hands, she noticed they were red and warm. Such a dear child, she thought, uncertain of how to express her feelings. I merely wish to prepare something delicious for you. Mother, you're not angry, are you? Jiang Lanlan asked cautiously, hoping not to upset her mother, wanting only to alleviate some of her burdens after witnessing her tireless efforts through the night. How could Lin Xiaoxiao possibly feel anger at such an endearing sight? With a heart full of gratitude for having such a thoughtful child, she embraced Jiang Lanlan, saying, I shall fetch some brown sugar. Let's share this egg together, shall we? Yes, Jiang Lanlan replied eagerly, her lips tinged with desire for sweetness upon hearing her mother mention the sugar. You little glutton, Lin Xiaoxiao teased affectionately. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and playfully pinched the tip of the child's nose, soft and tender to the touch. She then proceeded to fetch some brown sugar, pouring it into the bowl of eggs, which instantly turned a vibrant red. In ancient times, brown sugar contained no additives, resulting in a more vivid hue. Mother eats first. She insisted, but Jiang Lanlan was adamant about not taking the first bite. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to indulge herself first. The brown sugar egg was delightfully sweet. She did not feel particularly hungry, yet upon tasting it, her stomach felt as if it had been emptied. She then fed the child a mouthful, eliciting joyful giggles. The little one-south eyes squinted into crescent shapes from happiness. Observing the child's delight, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. "Remember to rinse your mouth after eating, or else cavities will form," she advised. Upon hearing this warning, Jiang Lanlan hurried off to rinse her mouth while Lin Xiaoxiao washed her face, preparing for sleep. That night, she cuddled her daughter, both drifting into a deep slumber. As was his custom, old Jiang paid a visit to her home. "Why are you up so late today? This is unlike you, disciple. What were you up to last night? Your eyes look quite dark," he remarked after scrutinizing her for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes. "Do I still look dark?" Old Jiang sighed, gazing skyward in exasperation. Seeing his speechlessness, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to wash her face, feeling rejuvenated afterward. She glanced at the system and noticed that the wine seemed ready to be consumed. Seizing the moment, she planned to convert all the wine into money. The system was indeed remarkable, allowing these items to be ready within a single night. In the morning, Lin Xiaoxiao had a simple meal of porridge. Old Jiang then announced, "I'm heading to the town to sell some game today. Would you like to accompany me?" "Absolutely," Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly agreed, hoping to benefit from the opportunity to meet the tavern manager, which would save her considerable trouble compared to searching for him individually, who might not even entertain her. Seeing his disciple's cheerful demeanor, old Jiang felt a twinge of unease. "You're not hiding any grand schemes from me, are you?" "What grand schemes could I possibly have? Master, what do you take me for?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a grin. "Was my earlier expression truly that fearsome?" "Perhaps," old Jiang mumbled, lowering his gaze to his porridge. He found himself once again captivated by his disciple's culinary skills, reluctant to visit the tavern, preferring to linger by her side and enjoy her cooking. Chapter 32. Purchasing fruit wine. As Lin Xiaoxiao set out with old Jiang, hand in hand with her child, they approached the village entrance. A number of villagers awaited there, anticipating the arrival of the ox cart, with baskets laden with wild vegetables and fresh eggs, ready to be sold in the town. As they walked by, they could still hear a group of people engaged in lively discourse, discussing the affairs of the Jiang family with great enthusiasm. Lin Xiaoxiao caught snippets of their conversation, which revolved around the elderly matriarch of the Jiang household. The gossip was hardly a secret. Anyone passing by their door could overhear the raucous chatter from within. It seemed that the old woman had fallen out of favor with her son, and with her eldest now confined to a sickbed requiring financial support. The family had grown increasingly intolerant of her presence, contemplating her expulsion. Frankly speaking, one might argue that the old woman deserved her fate. She had not anticipated that she would encounter a similar plight to that of her youngest daughter-in-law when she had cast her out. Suddenly, someone bumped into the speaker, who quickly hushed. "Shh, don't say that. She's right here. If she hears, it might hurt her feelings." At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao raised her voice. "I won't feel uncomfortable. Speak freely. I'm eager to hear what you have to say." Usually, when she ventured to the mountains, no one engaged her in idle chatter. She was blissfully unaware of many village happenings, and now, hearing such juicy gossip delighted her. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's declaration, the expressions of the others grew stiff. They had not anticipated that someone could be even more inquisitive than themselves, and to their astonishment, it was the very subject of their gossip. It was as if Lin Xiaoxiao had transformed, boldly confronting the old woman and openly inviting commentary on her own situation. Despite her bravado, the villagers hesitated to mention her name, instead continuing to discuss the Jiang family's affairs. Before long, the ox cart returned, and Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly boarded to secure a favorable spot for her daughter. The other women followed suit, settling into the spacious cart, which could comfortably accommodate them all. Those who could not find a seat would have to wait for the next one. After all, it was still early, and there was no rush. On the cart, Jiang Lanlan looked around with curiosity. Although she had previously visited the town with her mother, the prospect of going again piqued her interest anew. Lin Xiaoxiao affectionately ruffled her hair, noting that her head was not particularly large, yet brimmed with wonder about everything around her. When her head was patted, Jiang Lanlan looked up, her big eyes filled with shyness, before nestling into Lin Xiaoxiao's embrace, who adjusted her hold to ensure her comfort. The morning breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against their faces with a tender sting, but they soon arrived in town. Old Jiang, with his catch in hand, led Lin Xiaoxiao to the largest tavern in the area. He was on familiar terms with the tavern's proprietor, so when the attendant spotted him, he greeted him warmly. "Ah, Master Jiang, you're here. Our manager was just mentioning you yesterday. Why haven't you come by lately? Is everything well at home?" "Nothing amiss. Just that I've recently taken on an apprentice." Old Jiang said, gesturing toward Lin Xiaoxiao. "I need to focus on training her, so I can't visit the town daily." "Is the manager around?" "My apprentice has a matter to discuss with him." Listening to old Jiang speak, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smirk. Was her master quite familiar with the tavern keeper? They seemed to be good friends. Otherwise, how could he speak so confidently? "All right, I'll fetch the manager," the attendant replied before heading off. Old Jiang turned around and noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's curious expression. He said, "Do you know how to command the young waiter?" "I was the one who saved his master. Once, he encountered robbers on the road, and I shot the thief away with an arrow. Thus, our bond is not ordinary." Lin Xiaoxiao instantly understood. The two had a life-and-death friendship, undoubtedly a strong connection. Shortly after, a portly middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from within. "Old Jiang, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. Old Ju, look at you. You become so plump. You ought to eat less. If you keep gaining weight, your wife might just leave you." Old Jiang remarked with disdain at the chubby old Jew. "Really, one cannot be too overweight. If one becomes too heavy, even walking a few steps leaves one breathless. I don't wish to be fat either. I try to eat less, but it's of no use. I gain weight just by drinking water," old Jew replied. "But enough about that. What does your disciple want with me?" Old Jew glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao in surprise, not expecting old Jiang to have taken on a female disciple, which astonished him greatly. "Could we find a quiet place to talk?" Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, feeling the bustling crowd was too noisy. It would be detrimental if anyone overheard. As this pertained to business secrets, her wine had yet to be launched, and if others learned of it, how could she profit? Of course. Old Jew led them to a private room upstairs, designed specifically for discussions. He politely asked the waiter to prepare some snacks that children would enjoy, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed during their conversation. "Lanlan, go ahead and eat. Don't be shy," old Jiang generously encouraged, pulling the child closer and placing a piece of snack in her mouth. "Delicious. Eat more. If we can't finish, we'll take it home. This fellow has more than enough money. Let us not worry about saving him any. All right?" Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, then discreetly glanced at old Jew. Seeing him in good spirits, she decided to let it go. She then retrieved a bottle of bayberry wine from her basket. "What is this?" old Jew asked in astonishment, having never seen such a thing in his many years as a tavern master. As no one in the area brewed fruit wines, they were more accustomed to white spirits. Thus, the sight of this vivid red fruit wine intrigued him greatly. Without elaborating, Lin Xiaoxiao poured a little bayberry wine into their teacups. Soon, the fragrant aroma of the wine wafted through the air. "What kind of wine is this? Why is it this color?" Old Jiang approached, having heard his disciple speak of her fruit wine, surprised by how quickly she had succeeded. "Is this the fruit wine you mentioned?" Old Jiang examined the glass closely. The color was vibrant, and it possessed a distinct aroma of both alcohol and fruit, though he was uncertain of its taste. "Get a try." Lin Xiaoxiao encouraged both men to taste. Chapter 33. Purchasing attire for the master, the two individuals raised their goblets and poured the contents into them, ultimately causing a mishap that left them in discomfort. The beverage was indeed delightful, albeit somewhat lacking in potency. Their opinions on Lin Xiaoxiao elicited no surprise from her. After all, fruit wine inherently carries the essence of its ingredients, and its alcohol content could only rise so much. Moreover, it was not intended for heavy drinkers, but rather custom-made for affluent households, where the ladies typically consume less alcohol. "Simply increase the alcohol content a tad," suggested Master Zhu, casting a tentative glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, perceptive to his subtle intentions, elaborated, "It is not that I am unwilling to elevate the alcohol level. It is merely that it cannot be raised significantly. This wine is crafted from fruits and no matter how high the alcohol content may be, the fruity flavor inherently lowers it. Upon hearing this, Master Zhu expressed a hint of disappointment. Had the alcohol content been higher, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes in his establishment. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the merits of the current brew, which was suitable for those who preferred a milder drink. With a renewed smile, he declared, "I shall purchase as much as you have, regardless of the price per pound. This wine is not solely for men. Women can enjoy it too, and it possesses beautifying properties," Lin Xiaoxiao asserted earnestly. "I hope Master Zhu can promote it among the wealthy ladies, as it would certainly yield greater profits." Master Zhu's eyes gleamed with realization. He had overlooked this angle. Indeed, some women appreciated a fine drink, though they seldom frequented taverns, preferring to sip in their gardens while engaging in poetic discussions or playing music. This lifestyle they referred to as nurturing one's health. Indeed, it was a form of self-care. To market it to those ladies, the price should not be too low, as they are quite affluent. If priced too cheaply, they might shy away, for they possess a sense of pride, Lin Xiaoxiao added. Listening intently, Master Zhu, with a serious demeanor, proposed, "Miss Lin, would you consider working for my tavern? I could offer you a generous wage." Lin Xiaoxiao declined, stating, "I have my own affairs to attend to." Master Zhu's expression dimmed slightly at her refusal. It was then that old Master Jiang interjected, suggesting, "Let us settle on a price of 10 taels of silver per pound for this wine. If the cost is set too high, the ladies may hesitate to indulge in such fruit wine. They drink sparingly, and regardless of the price. The primary clientele remains the men." Lin Xiaoxiao had no objections to this arrangement. After all, the fruit wine was simple to produce, with successful batches attainable in a single day, and the fruits she procured were reasonably priced. Thus, she had already secured a substantial profit. With everyone in agreement, the matter was swiftly concluded. Lin Xiaoxiao then accompanied old Master Jiang outside, feeling the need to express her gratitude for his significant assistance by purchasing him a set of garments. "Master, I already have clothes to wear. Why waste money on new attire for me?" she inquired. Though old Jiang spoke otherwise, his heart brimmed with joy. No one had ever purchased clothing for him before. He was profoundly touched by such thoughtful consideration. "These garments are yours, purchased with my sincere intent. Therefore, master, you must not refuse. Moreover, today I have earned some silver. Without your connections, I would not have managed to sell all this fruit so swiftly. I shall await my payment tomorrow," Lin Xiaoxiao earnestly proclaimed. Seeing the sincere heart of his disciple, old Jiang found himself at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with emotion. Noticing his reaction, Lin Xiaoxiao turned away, unable to bear the sight. "This little old man," she mused inwardly, "is so easily pleased by a mere piece of clothing. If ever I were to sell him, he might even count the profits for me." The trio proceeded directly to the tailoress shop. Lin Xiaoxiao deemed the process of making clothes too cumbersome, and lacking the skills to do so herself, she resolved to purchase ready-made garments, albeit at a considerably higher price. Old Jiang hesitated at the sight of the prices displayed. "Disciple, perhaps we should reconsider. Do not spend your money on me. Save it for future endeavors of greater significance. I believe you are destined for greatness. Master, even if I have grand plans, I am not concerned about a trifling sum. Please stop your hesitations. I shall choose an outfit for you. Look at your worn clothing. You have clung to it for so many years. Why not replace it?" Observing the faded fabric of his attire, Lin Xiaoxiao was astonished by old Jiang's frugality. Despite his considerable wealth from hunting, he remained reluctant to part with any coin for a new outfit. After selecting a suitable garment, she urged him to try it on. Old Jiang hesitated, feeling bashful. "Disciple, how about we skip the fitting and just settle for this one?" He glanced at the women nearby, who seemed to be observing him, amplifying his embarrassment. "What is there to fear? If it is not fit, we would have to run back and forth to exchange it. Try it on here, and we shall avoid the hassle." "Is master feeling shy?" "Shy? How could that be?" Old Jiang retorted with pride. "I merely believe this garment is splendid, hence my reluctance to change." Eventually, he entered the fitting room, and, after a long wait, Lin Xiaoxiao had to call him before he emerged. Clad in his new attire, old Jiang appeared remarkably transformed. "How splendid!" the proprietress exclaimed, unable to restrain her admiration. Indeed, A person is defined by their attire, and this new outfit has invigorated him greatly. Master, look at yourself. Shall I fetch a mirror? You seem a decade younger. Old Jiang, flattered by the compliments, felt a flush of modesty. Surely, it is not that exaggerated, disciple. You possess a way with words. Then we shall take this one, old Jiang decided, promptly returning to the fitting room to change back. Young lady, do you require anything else? The proprietress eagerly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoxiao responded. Let's buy a pair of shoes for master as well. Please wrap these up for me. Certainly. The proprietress smiled warmly as she wrapped up the shoes. At that moment, old man Jiang approached and inquired about the price, asking if there could be a discount. The proprietress reassured him that she would certainly offer him a favorable calculation. In the end, the total came to 301, prompting old man Jiang to grumble along the way about the exorbitance of the expense. Observing the frugal old man, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, Master, 301 is sufficient for a set of clothing. It is quite reasonable. Do not fret too much. Once I have mastered my skills, I shall purchase you a fine outfit worth 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, old man Jiang nearly stumbled in disbelief. Such an expensive garment was beyond his means. He was not a man of extravagance. After years of experience, he had grown accustomed to the idea that ornate clothing served little purpose. He preferred the simplicity of ordinary apparel, which could withstand wear and tear and offer comfort. Lin Xiaoxiao, holding her daughter's hand, was oblivious to old man Jiang's expression. Lan, what would you like to buy? Mother will treat you. Jiang Lan shook her head, declaring, I don't want anything, mother. Foolish child, how can you not want anything? Besides, I made some money today, Lin Xiaoxiao gently replied. She believed that at the tender age of 4, children yearned for everything, yet her daughter seemed to possess an unusual maturity. This realization tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's heartstrings. Now that she had some wealth, she felt compelled to ensure that her little girl enjoyed a better life. Mother, I truly don't want anything. We have enough at home, Jiang Lan insisted earnestly, grasping Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Unlike other children, she had endured hardships from a young age, so for her, being well-fed and warmly clothed was sufficient. She dared not aspire for more, nor did she venture out to play like her peers. Lin Xiaoxiao then picked up her daughter and headed toward a stall selling candied hawthorn. She remembered how much the little one relished them. The last time she bought some, Jiang Lan had been delighted the entire day. 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, please. Certainly. The vendor cheerfully handed the skewers to Jiang Lan. The little girl hesitated, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao for approval. When Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, she bravely accepted the treat. Watching her daughter's cautious demeanor stirred mixed emotions within Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Jiang Lan's eyes narrowed into joyful slits. Her happiness was evident, and Lin Xiaoxiao took it all in. Children embody such innocence and purity. If they were to lose these qualities, they would undoubtedly regret it in adulthood. Great-grandfather, would you like some candied hawthorn? Jiang Lan scampered over to old man Jiang, offering him an unpeeled skewer. He declined, expressing his aversion to sweets, deeming them suitable only for children. Great-grandfather doesn't want any. Lan, is there something you would like to buy? I can get it for you, all right? Old man Jiang said affectionately as he lifted Jiang Lan into his arms. The little girl beamed with joy, feeling cherished and loved by her family. Although Jiang Lan insisted on not wanting anything, old man Jiang still bought her an array of trinkets and treats. Lin Xiaoxiao advised him against such purchases, yet he remained resolute. In his words, this is my great-grandson. Of course, I must buy for her. What good is money if not spent? However, it is worth noting that he did not express the same sentiment when purchasing clothing, which indicates his genuine affection and concern for Jiang Lan. Once they had acquired their items, the group prepared to return home. Oh, Xiaoxiao, you've struck it rich today, bringing back so many things. Lanlin's mother is quite generous, a woman remarked upon noticing the bounty Lin Xiaoxiao carried. These are just trivial items, and they were all purchased by my master, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Now, many in the village were aware of old man Jiang taking Lin Xiaoxiao as his apprentice, and the townsfolk could only feel envy, as he had never taken on any disciples before, save for her. With old man Jiang as her mentor, Lin Xiaoxiao and her family thrived, knowing that once they mastered even a portion of his skills, they could navigate the mountains with confidence. As the bullock cart rolled along, laughter filled the air until a woman inquired, Xiaoxiao, I heard you're collecting wild fruits. Is that true? What do you think of the fruits in my basket? Would you be willing to accept them? I just brought them back from town, where they said they didn't need so many, and I didn't want them to go to waste. The woman gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao with anticipation. For rural folk, earning a bit of money is no easy task. And if Lin Xiaoxiao were to express willingness, it could open doors for them all. Many others watched her closely, their thoughts mirroring the same hopes, even if they did not voice them. However, I must be clear, I only want quality fruits. If you present inferior ones, I will not accept a second offering. We are all from the same village. The mountains abound with fruits, so I urge you to ensure their quality, Lin Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. She wished to provide everyone with an opportunity to earn, hoping they would unite and refrain from petty schemes, as she could elevate the village's fortunes and reclaim the profits. Upon hearing her words, the villagers laughed. Xiaoxiao, rest assured, you know us well. We would never engage in such petty deceit. The fruit will be exactly what it is, and we absolutely will not substitute inferior goods for the good ones. With such assurances, Lin Xiaoxiao awaited their response, knowing it posed no risk to her. As the bullock cart began to move steadily, radiant smiles adorned each face, each person contemplating the prospect of gathering more fruits from the mountains upon their return. The earlier woman felt a sense of relief. With so many fruits, she would soon deliver them to Lin Xiaoxiao's home, ensuring nothing went to waste. Upon reaching the village entrance, everyone disembarked from the ox cart and hurriedly called their families to venture into the mountains to gather fruit. The news of such a multitude foraging for wild fruits swiftly reached the Jiang family. Is what you said truly accurate? That Lin Xiaoxiao, that insufferable wretch, is genuinely collecting wild fruits from the mountains, and they can be sold for 3 per pound? Upon hearing this, the elder Jiang was as furious as if struck by lightning. Why should that scoundrel Lin Xiaoxiao thrive so splendidly? The comparison with Lin Xiaoxiao only deepened her ire. Sister-in-law, do not be so upset. Since Lin Xiaoxiao intends to gather wild fruits, perhaps you should join us in the mountains, suggested one woman. Chapter 35. The whole village gathers wild fruits to have to venture to the mountains to collect wild fruits and sell them to that little wretch. The elder Zhang's expression turned frigid. What do you mean by that? Noticing the elder Zhang's anger, the woman silently scoffed. Even at this juncture, there is no need for such pretense. Are you truly going to miss out on an opportunity like this? Everyone is heading to the mountains, and I hear one can earn as much as 30 in a single day. 30 surpasses any labor one might find in town. Upon returning, you could assist with household chores and even save a little for yourself. What say you, sister-in-law? Will you join us? If not, so be it. The elder Jiang contemplated declining, yet the woman's reasoning resonated with her. What she needed most was money. With her eldest having cast her out, her husband showing no interest, and her second son being equally indifferent, she felt unwanted. What would become of her if she had no money? Observing the elder Jiang's wavering resolve, the woman continued, Sister-in-law, will you accompany us? It would be nice to have a companion. The woman sought the elder Jiang as company not only for companionship, but also because she was more agile and capable than the elder Jiang, making the gathering of wild fruit more efficient. Feigning disdain, the elder Jiang ultimately decided to accompany the woman to the mountains. Upon arrival, they encountered numerous villagers, all aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's endeavor to collect wild fruits. Those who chose to abstain would undoubtedly be met with ridicule. Who would be foolish enough to forego easy money? When Widow Zhang and her son returned, they were taken aback. What on earth is happening? Her son tugged at her sleeve, asking, Mother, what's going on? Why are so many people heading up the mountain? Is there some great treasure up there? What is happening? Let me inquire, Widow Zhang replied, feeling perplexed by the throngs heading to the mountains. Did they all know about Lin Xiaoxiao's wild vegetable collection? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Although Lin Xiaoxiao claimed her vegetables were plentiful, if so many people descended upon the mountains, the supply would dwindle quickly. With so many villagers, they would eventually have to venture deeper into the mountains, which posed great dangers. She was reluctant to take her son along. "Auntie, why the haste to ascend the mountain?" Widow Zhang grasped a passing woman. Taken aback by being stopped, the woman retorted, "What concern is it of yours? Don't hinder my opportunity to make a fortune." The woman hurriedly prepared to leave, but the person beside her took a moment to explain to Widow Zhang that Lin Xiaoxiao was foraging for wild fruits. Thus, everyone decided to ascend the mountain to gather these bountiful treasures. After all, who wouldn't want to profit from the mountain's offerings? The individual exchanged a few words with her before turning away, mindful of time, as many were already heading up the hill, eager to see who would be the swiftest in their endeavors. Widow Zhang stood there, momentarily stunned. She had a vague understanding of Lin Xiaoxiao's fruit-gathering activities, which was why her son was reluctant to assist her in digging for wild vegetables today. The child, ever mischievous and skilled at climbing trees, had managed to collect quite a few wild fruits himself. However, with everyone now venturing to gather fruits, she feared that the supply would dwindle in the future. Sighing silently to herself, Widow Zhang felt fortunate that no one was aware of Lin Xiaoxiao as foraging for wild vegetables. As Widow Zhang returned home, weighed down by her thoughts, she inadvertently bumped into someone oblivious to her surroundings. "Watch where you're going," she exclaimed. "I apologize, it was unintentional," she quickly replied. The person brushed off the incident, equally eager to head up the mountain to seize the opportunity presented by the plentiful wild fruits. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was busy extracting fruit wine from her stock, confident that many would soon come to offer their harvests, allowing her to produce yet another batch of fruit wine. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted her, prompting her to ask Jiang Lanlan to answer, as she was currently preoccupied. "Zhang Ani," Jiang Lanlan greeted Widow Zhang. "Oh, Lanlan, is your mother at home? My mother just returned from town and is busy inside." Hearing this, Widow Zhang took her son's hand and entered their home, while Jiang Lanlan's brother immediately joined her to play, leaving the wild fruits aside. "Sister-in-law, I heard your voice from outside. How many wild vegetables did you gather today?" Lin Xiaoxiao stepped outside and noted Widow Zhang's troubled expression. Had she encountered a wild beast on the mountain? Though such encounters were not entirely uncommon. "Sister-in-law, come and sit. Would you like some water?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned to fetch her a drink, but Widow Zhang stopped her. "No need. I brought water with me to the mountain." "Xiaoxiao, may I ask if you're collecting wild fruits?" Widow Zhang inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, aware that the villagers knew of her foraging endeavors, thus finding nothing peculiar in Widow Zhang's question. "Do you also gather wild vegetables?" Widow Zhang asked with concern, torn between hoping Lin Xiaoxiao would collect more wild vegetables and fearing that if she did, it might discourage her from foraging herself, leaving her without a source of income. This thought filled her with anxiety. Lin Xiaoxiao discerned Widow Zhang's apprehensions and offered her a reassuring smile. "As for wild vegetables, I do not intend to assign them to anyone else for the time being. Sister-in-law, as long as you perform well, I will ensure you continue with this work. Moreover, I may require your assistance with other tasks in the future, so be prepared for some hard work ahead." Widow Zhang has bound herself to a tool. For every item she unearths can be sold for profit, a privilege not afforded to others. Hence, her extensive acquisition of wild fruits is not for the system, but rather for the taverns in the town. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Widow Zhang felt a wave of reassurance and inquired, "Shall I inform everyone that you also gather wild vegetables?" Shaking her head, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Sister, there is no need to announce my collection of wild vegetables. For now, I shall only gather wild fruits from everyone, and I will not be collecting wild vegetables." Widow Zhang found Lin Xiaoxiao's stance peculiar. Why only her wild vegetables and not those of others? Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of pity for her. Contemplating this, Widow Zhang felt a genuine gratitude towards Lin Xiaoxiao. "Rest assured, Xiaoxiao, I shall diligently seek out the largest and most tender wild vegetables for you, ensuring that I do not disappoint your expectations." Widow Zhang meticulously arranged her wild vegetables on the ground for Lin Xiaoxiao's inspection, who soon realized that Widow Zhang truly invested effort into her gathering, as the vegetables were indeed substantial and tender. Chapter 36. Earning money is no easy feat. Widow Zhang then brought over the wild fruits from her son's backpack, stating, "These were picked by my son." Lin Xiaoxiao was astonished, not expecting Widow Zhang's son to possess such skill, having gathered a small basketful. After weighing the wild fruits, Lin Xiaoxiao intended to pay Widow Zhang, but she quickly waved her hand, saying, "These are not valuable. The child merely picked them for fun. There is no need for payment, as you have already compensated me for my labor." "That won't do. Everyone receives 3 copper coins per pound for wild fruits. Your child worked hard to gather this many, and it wouldn't be right not to pay him. Otherwise, he may lose motivation. Sister, please don't be so particular about it. Otherwise, I shall be displeased." Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's resolute demeanor, Widow Zhang realized she could not decline, so she accepted the payment and called her son over. "Xiaobao, hurry up and thank Aunt Lin." Jiang Xiaobao scampered over, revealing 2 gleaming white teeth as he exclaimed, "Aunt Lin, thank you." "Silly child, why thank me? This is all your own hard work. Take it." Lin Xiaoxiao handed the money to Jiang Xiaobao, who was overjoyed, as this marked his first earnings, a moment of great significance, and with this newfound ability to earn, he could support his mother in the future. With such thoughts, Jiang Xiaobao brimmed with anticipation for what lay ahead. Once the mother and son departed, Lin Xiaoxiao closed the door again, ensuring that all the wild vegetables returned to the system while placing the wild fruits aside. It was necessary to have someone remain at home. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if wild fruits were delivered while she was absent. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao summoned Old Man Jiang. "Master, I cannot spare the time. I intend to practice archery on the mountain. Will you watch over the house? Someone will be delivering wild fruits shortly." Observing his eager disciple, Old Man Jiang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He patted Lin Xiaoxiao on the shoulder, saying, "You may rest assured, disciple. I will take care of everything at home, and all will be well." Lin Xiaoxiao was certainly under a misunderstanding, feeling quite guilty. She was not heading to the mountains to practice archery. Rather, she intended to forage for wild vegetables, as she needed to earn money to support her family. However, she felt too embarrassed to voice this. Otherwise, her master would be reluctant to look after the house. She longed to upgrade her system, hoping that with a higher level, the system's marketplace would become more comprehensive. With a basket on her back and a jug of water in hand, Lin Xiaoxiao ascended the mountain, reassured that if hunger struck, she could simply exchange for food within the system, so there was no need for haste. The mountain was bustling with people, and she could hear their chatter as she climbed. "Hey, I found a big red fruit over here. Hurry up." "Nonsense. My fruit is much bigger than yours." The banter continued amongst the crowd. Noticing the throngs of people, Lin Xiaoxiao sought a less traveled path, wishing to avoid idle chatter. After all, villagers had a penchant for endless conversation even over the simplest of tasks, making it difficult to finish a meal without lengthy discussions. Such is the nature of gossip in rural life. Beep. 1 pound of gray vegetables recycled for 3 copper coins. Beep. 1 pound of summer withering grass recycled for 10 copper coins. The words copper coins echoed in Lin Xiaoxiao's mind. "System, can you not be a bit more generous? Other systems offer silver coins, yet you only give me copper? How is that fair?" After her complaints, she resumed her foraging, tirelessly digging until her hoe nearly smoked from the effort, ultimately earning around 300 copper coins. Alas, it was indeed challenging to earn money these days. Then, she stumbled upon a nest of eggs. Oh my! As Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to touch the nest, it vanished. "Damn it, system. Step forward and have a proper conversation with me. I wasn't planning to sell them to you yet." Beep. 10 eggs recycled for 41. Hearing the system's notification left her speechless. 2 copper coins for an egg? Isn't that worse than old Joe? I believe eggs in the village sell for 3 won each. System, have you made a mistake? These are free-range eggs, all natural and harmless. The system trembled at her cunning. Soon it readjusted its offer. Beep. 10 eggs recycled for 31. Lin Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Is this how it works? I seriously suspect that every word of mine is heard by the system, yet it feigns silence. I wonder if it can actually speak. It seemed the system validated her thoughts, replying, "Once the system reaches level 5, communication with the host will be free and unrestricted. Keep up the hard work." Hearing the system's encouraging words left Lin Xiaoxiao exasperated. Level 5? That's not something achievable in just 5 days. That is quite the lofty ambition. Perhaps it would be better if you refrained from speaking to me. Listening to her disheartened remarks, the system couldn't resist chiming in, "Host, persevere. Bright days are beckoning you." This time, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's turn to feign ignorance. All the encouragement and effort were mere nonsense. The essence of earning a living through hard work was far more significant. Without further ado, Lin Xiaoxiao resumed her foraging for wild vegetables. She glanced back at the area she had already harvested, which had become barren patches, a sight that struck her as amusing. After several hours of foraging, she felt it was time for a break. As it was nearly lunchtime, she exchanged a piece of bread from the system and sipped some water, then checked her status. Level: in the seaside, Rock Mountain. Wealth: 37 taels, species unlocked. 38. Shop 1. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a quick glance at her status and realized how arduous it was to earn money. Just 36 taels. The transition from 36 to 37 taels had taken an eternity, yielding only a minuscule increase. The bread in her hand suddenly felt less appealing. Resolute, she chose not to rest and continued onward. Soon, she stumbled upon a vast field of dandelions. To her astonishment, the sheer number of dandelions made her heart race. Just imagine the wealth to be gained if she were to harvest them all. Moreover, she need not venture further, as this would save her considerable time. She squatted down and began to dig up the dandelions, which were nestled against the ground. With her small hoe, she meticulously extracted them, arranging them neatly for the system to collect. After harvesting a small portion, she realized the hour was growing late and prepared to descend the mountain. Reluctantly, she glanced back at the dandelions and whispered, "Wait for me. I shall return tomorrow." Chapter 37. The old Zhang's guilt and fear the dandelions swayed in the breeze. As if bidding farewell to Lin Xiaoxiao, she cast one last look before making her way down the mountain. Upon her return, she noticed others coming in and out of her home. The neighbors greeted her warmly. "Xiaoxiao, you're back." "Yes. How many wild fruits did you gather today?" she inquired of one woman. "Plenty. The mountains are abundant with wild fruits, and we owe it all to you, Xiaoxiao, for providing us with this opportunity to earn." The woman expressed her gratitude with a smile before departing, as she still needed to prepare dinner. In the past, if she had returned home at such a late hour, her household would have been devoid of warmth, and she would have faced her mother-in-law's wrath. Yet, today, her mother-in-law had taken the initiative to prepare a meal, an occurrence that was truly rare. The following day, when everyone gathered, they shared stories of such extraordinary happenings. Old Jiang, noticing the mountain of wild fruits and seeing Lin Xiaoxiao return, remarked, "Disciple, with this many wild fruits, the two of us cannot possibly handle them all. Perhaps we should consider enlisting some help." Though old Jiang suggested this, Lin Xiaoxiao had already contemplated hiring assistance, for there was no way she could manage all the work alone. It would be unwise to exhaust herself before even reaping the rewards. When opportunities arise, they should be seized to their fullest potential. "I'll take a short break before visiting the village chief to see if I can find a few reliable individuals to assist us," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "Very well, disciple. But do not overexert yourself," he advised. Old Jiang gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao with deep compassion. At that moment, he decided not to let her cook, and instead took to the kitchen himself. On his own, he was quite capable of preparing meals. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched her master bring a bowl of noodles over, she felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. "Hurry and eat," he urged gently. "Though my culinary skills may not rival yours, it is still edible." With a kind demeanor, old Jiang placed the bowl before Lin Xiaoxiao, who eagerly slurped up the noodles. When one is famished, as she was, the taste of the food becomes inconsequential. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished the bowl, old Jiang took it away to wash. Jiang Lanlan approached, saying, "Mother, sit still. Let me give you a massage." Her small hands gently kneaded Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulders, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Leaning against the chair, Lin Xiaoxiao unknowingly drifted off to sleep. She was utterly exhausted. Even foraging for wild vegetables on Kaikai Mountain all day had proven strenuous, and every penny earned was hard-won. Seeing old Jiang's arrival, Jiang Lanlan made a gesture towards him. Old Jiang, noticing his sleeping disciple, reflected on the hardships a woman endures to support a family. Even he, as a man, found it difficult. He genuinely admired her resilience. What a pity that she was a woman. If she were a man, her future would be boundless. Girls possess their own strengths. Boys can be quite mischievous, unlike girls who tend to be meticulous. Thus, old Jiang felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was simply Lin Xiaoxiao. Regardless of gender, she remained his disciple. Old Jiang's wife had gone to the mountain and only managed to gather a basket of wild fruits, while others returned with large loads. She had only picked over what others had left behind, cursing internally as she descended. Lin Xiaoxiao, you little wretch, it's all your fault. Otherwise, would I have needed to pick wild fruits? Just wait until I visit your home. I shall make you pay for this. Grumbling, old Jiang's wife took her time coming down from the mountain, while her companions had long since departed, leaving her behind without a second thought. Grandmother. Jiang Lanlan now felt a psychological shadow upon seeing old Jiang's wife standing at their doorstep. She shivered in fear, prompting old Jiang to lead her aside, reassuring her. Do not be afraid, great-grandfather is here. That old woman wouldn't dare to act against you. Not far away, old Jiang's wife overheard him calling her an old woman, which ignited her ire. Where's that little wretch of a mother? Hurry and bring her here. I have wild fruits, and she needs to pay. Old Jiang's wife declared haughtily, still unable to comprehend that Lin Xiaoxiao was no longer a member of the old Jiang family. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out a mad dog has wandered into my home, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, casting an annoyed glance at old Jiang's wife, who had indulged her to the point of feeling entitled to behave rudely in her own home, addressing her as little wretch. With a sidelong glance at the fruits in old Jiang's wife's basket, she nearly laughed aloud. What kind of fruits were those? Old Jiang's wife was even less capable than a 3-year-old child. The fruits picked by a toddler were large and vibrant, while her basket contained only thumb-sized ones. The fruit, still bouncing and rolling, raised her suspicions that it was discarded by someone else. Who does this old hag think she is? You little wretch, how dare you call me a mad dog? Do you not know that I esteem the elderly and cherish the young? I am indeed your mother-in-law. Old Jiang, adopting the demeanor of a matriarch, made Lin Xiaoxiao chuckle. She spat towards old Jiang and remarked, What do you think you are to me? We severed ties long ago. You still wish to exert your elder authority over me. Even if you are my mother-in-law, what does that matter? I could easily kick you to the ground. Do you believe me? With that, she kicked over a nearby stool right in front of old Jiang. Witnessing such defiance, old Jiang felt a pang of guilt and wondered if Lin Xiaoxiao had indeed lost her sanity. I only came to sell fruit. Stop with this nonsense. Just give me the money and I will leave, old Jiang stammered, clearly one who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Lin Xiaoxiao, casting a sidelong glance, coldly replied, Take your fruit and your presents and leave. Are you not afraid of divine retribution, you little wretch? Old Jiang retorted, If heavenly retribution is to strike, it shall be upon you. You know full well what you have done to my daughter. Are you not afraid my husband will come looking for you tonight? He will question you about your treatment of us. Daddy, Jiang Lanlan called out. Old Jiang looked around, feeling a chill run down her spine. Could it be that the third son had truly returned? For some reason, she felt fear, perhaps due to her guilty conscience. For she had not treated the third son's family kindly, having tormented them for so long and even done unspeakable things to Jiang Lanlan. Noticing old Jiang's anxiety at the mention of those words, Lin Xiaoxiao continued, My husband visited me in a dream last night. He said he would come looking for you and would demand answers. He wants to know why you treated his family this way, especially after providing you with so much silver. Has it all gone to waste? He said he would take you down with him, for he feels lonely on the road. Please stop talking, old Jiang cried, clutching her head, forsaking her basket and fleeing outside. Lin Xiaoxiao watched a retreating figure and spat. What a joke. The basket was unceremoniously tossed outside by Lin Xiaoxiao, who then closed the door, preferring not to see or hear any more of it. She dusted off her hands only to find old Jiang staring at her. Master, why do you look at me so? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiaoxiao feigned nonchalance, wondering if her earlier fierce demeanor had startled these two. Jiang Lanlan rushed in, clinging to Lin Xiaoxiao's pant leg, her voice sweet and innocent. Mother, hug me, the bad person is gone. In that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. There were many words she found difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, old Jiang silently turned away, not wanting to witness the scene, feeling a sense of sorrow within. Why must women harm one another? Old Jiang could not comprehend. He had thought only the wealthy inflicted such wounds upon each other, yet poverty bred the same cruelty. Lin Xiaoxiao scooped up the child, cradling her close and rubbing her cheek gently. From now on, Mother will protect you, and no bad person will ever bully you again. Indeed, Lan wishes to protect her mother and learn skills from her great-grandfather to vanquish evildoers, causing them to flee in terror. The innocent musings of a child brought a smile to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was never one to dwell on trivial matters. She soon cast the incident from her mind and made her way to the village chief's home. "Xiaoxiao, is that you?" Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, the village chief's wife warmly welcomed her inside. Although Lin Xiaoxiao initially intended to remain outside to discuss her business, the warmth of her hostess was irresistible, compelling her to enter. She noticed that the village chief's wife was also gathering wild fruits, and her collection was quite commendable. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's interest in the fruits, the village chief's wife remarked, "I had planned to bring these to your house, but I was unable to free myself. I will come by later. The matter of the wild fruits can wait, Annie. I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" The village chief's wife offered Lin Xiaoxiao a cup of water. "I would appreciate your assistance in finding several nimble women. With so many wild fruits, I cannot manage the washing alone. That is quite simple. I will inquire among a few for you. Do you have any other requests?" Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I have no further needs. I will pay them 30 a day. Please inform them that if they are willing to work diligently, they are welcome. If not, I do not wish to impose. This arrangement should be communicated beforehand. Otherwise, they might assume they are working for free," the village chief's wife noted. Upon hearing the generous wage Lin Xiaoxiao offered, the village chief's wife was taken aback. "That is quite a sum. Even in the town, the pay is rarely this high. Xiaoxiao, I'm certain they will be eager to come work for you." "Perhaps, but I have observed that those searching for wild fruits earn more than 31. Those who wish to come will come, and for those who do not, I shall consider other options," Lin Xiaoxiao replied calmly. The village chief's wife acknowledged her point, recalling tales of individuals earning as much as 101 a day, though the veracity of such claims was uncertain. Still, there were those with mobility challenges who would be inclined to work for Lin Xiaoxiao, as it was unrealistic to expect everyone to possess such agility. Gathering wild fruits from the mountains may yield income, but it is undoubtedly laborious work. "I shall bring you news shortly." With that, Lin Xiaoxiao took her leave, and the village chief's wife wasted no time. After Lin Xiaoxiao departed, she closed the door and set out to find several individuals. It was relatively easy to seek out those in the village, as they had good relations with the village chief's wife. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoxiao was hiring, they were more than willing to assist, especially since it was an opportunity to repay a favor to the village chief's wife. Not only would they earn money from home, but they would also avoid the arduous trek to the mountains, which made the offer even more appealing. Before long, the village chief's wife returned with a load of wild fruits on her back. Lin Xiaoxiao weighed them, and there were at least several dozen pounds. The village women were indeed formidable, as they were accustomed to hard labor in the fields. Their agility surpassed that of the average woman. After settling the payment with the village chief's wife, Lin Xiaoxiao broached the subject of finding help. With a gentle smile, Xiaoxiao informed me that she had located 4 individuals as per my request. I was uncertain if this number would suffice. Should it fall short, I would welcome her guidance, as I feared that recruiting too many would be unnecessary. Thus, I settled on 4 for the time being. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at the village chief's wife, surprised by her thoughtful consideration. Indeed, the current situation did not demand a larger workforce, and 4 would be adequate for now. Depending on future needs, she could always seek additional assistance later. These individuals would commence work tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxiao surveyed the abundance of wild fruits and began to feel overwhelmed. Sighing, she resolved to wash as many as possible. It was nearly dawn by the time she finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, these eager helpers arrived at her home shortly after breakfast. Upon seeing the 4 individuals, Lin Xiaoxiao recognized them as the ones summoned by the village chief's wife. "Yesterday, the village chief's wife mentioned you were seeking assistance. What tasks would you have us undertake?" The women appeared exceptionally kind and amiable, speaking gently, in stark contrast to the abruptness of old Jiang. I appreciate your willingness to help. However, I must clarify that I cannot provide meals for everyone. Cooking will be on your own. That's quite all right. We can manage our meals at home, they replied, displaying remarkable understanding of Lin Xiaoxiao's predicament. After all, she was single-handedly managing numerous responsibilities, including the procurement of wild fruits, and it was clear she had her hands full. Lin Xiaoxiao guided them to wash the wild fruits, instructing them on the necessary steps, while she reserved the final task for herself. The women did not inquire further. They simply followed her directions without hesitation, which pleased Lin Xiaoxiao greatly. Meanwhile, old Jiang arrived, and, upon noticing the additional help at Lin Xiaoxiao's home, felt a sense of relief. How could I let my apprentice shoulder all the burdens alone? That would be quite taxing for her, he mused silently. Grateful that Lin Xiaoxiao was oblivious to his thoughts. Had she heard, she might have been exasperated. Master, I'm stepping out. Please manage things at home. Lin Xiaoxiao called out as she slung her basket over her shoulder and grabbed a hoe, intent on finishing the remaining half-acre of dandelions. Old Jiang nodded, urging her to attend to her tasks without concern for domestic matters. Every encounter with old Jiang left Lin Xiaoxiao feeling somewhat guilty, as he believed she was honing her archery skills on the mountain, while in reality, she was foraging for wild vegetables. Chapter 39. Collecting earthworms. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly made her exit, wishing to evade further confrontation with old Jiang, fearing she might inadvertently reveal the truth. Unbothered, old Jiang hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in the thought of his diligent apprentice. He mused that she might even surpass his own archery skills, which would allow him to boast before others. Ah, having an apprentice is truly remarkable, he thought, filled with pride. Having ascended the mountain, Lin Xiaoxiao was prepared for a vigorous day ahead. After stretching her limbs, she noticed a peculiar white tuft in the dandelion patch. Curiosity piqued. She took a few steps closer, only to see two long ears perk up. It was a rabbit. The little rabbit, upon noticing her, displayed no fear. Rather, it was entirely engrossed in grooming its fur, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. It was rather surprising to encounter such a foolish creature, as hares are typically quite cunning. How delightful it would be to capture it and bring it back to Lon Lon, who would surely be overjoyed. Thus, the thought of harming the rabbit did not cross her mind. She cautiously approached the rabbit, intrigued by its behavior. To her astonishment, the creature did not flee. As she drew nearer, her heart raced, and then she caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent in the air, blood. The rabbit was injured, which explained its unusual calmness. Its gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao, revealing that its leg was trapped in a steel trap, seemingly broken and immobile. Poor little creature. I never expected you to be ensnared like this. Don't move. I'll set you free, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured sympathetically. She intended to pull the hare from the trap, but paused to consider whether the system would reclaim the rabbit if she touched it. Therefore, she declared, "System, I wish to keep this rabbit." A sigh emanated from the system, lamenting the difficulty of earning points for upgrades. After expressing this, Lin Xiaoxiao tentatively touched the rabbit with her right hand and was relieved to find it had not been reclaimed. How wonderful! It seemed the system could indeed hear her. Joyfully, she liberated the rabbit from the trap, examining its leg to find that, fortunately, the bone was uninjured. Only the skin and fur were harmed. Had the rabbit jumped forward, its leg would undoubtedly have been lost. Dear rabbit, I have come to rescue you, so you must not move. Will you come home with me? Lin Xiaoxiao gently stroked its warm fur. She administered some medicine to the wound, ensuring it would not become inflamed, and after bandaging it, she placed the rabbit into her backpack. It appeared docile and made no attempt to escape, allowing her to feel at ease leaving it in Lanlin's care. Setting her backpack aside, she resumed her quest for wild vegetables. The abundance of dandelions was remarkable. She was determined to harvest them all today before descending the mountain. It was a splendid day indeed. As she dug, a sudden shriek escaped her lips. My goodness, is that an enormous worm? She exclaimed. Is the soil truly that fertile? In her haste, she accidentally severed the worm in half, and the sight was utterly revolting. Ding! 1 worm reclaimed for 1 coin. chimed the system. Can all worms be reclaimed? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked in disbelief, questioning her perception, yet the two segments of the worm vanished before her eyes. It appeared that this system accommodated medicinal worms, falling within the realm of normalcy. Now, tasked with not only harvesting dandelions, but also turning the soil to uncover worms. She found herself exhilarated at the prospect of earning coins, 1 coin per worm retrieved. After turning over the patch of earth, she felt as exhausted as a worm herself and lay down to rest momentarily. What was that? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback to discover a large spider lunging towards her face, prompting her to flee in fright. The mountain was truly perilous, and even taking a moment to rest proved impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao could only lean against a grand tree, catching her breath. To her side, she spotted a cluster of mushrooms, which she promptly interacted with the system to collect. Ding! 10 pounds of chicken mushrooms reclaimed for 101. Could it really be worth so much? Lin Xiaoxiao was astounded. If she were to gather more mushrooms, she could potentially amass a fortune. Thoughts of wealth and silver flooded her mind, and she nearly burst into laughter at the prospect. In an elated mood, she continued her search, the system's voice echoing in her head. Before she realized it, dusk had fallen, and Lin Xiaoxiao recognized it was late. She turned back to avoid causing worry at home. As she descended, she noticed a frail silhouette seated at her doorstep. It was that little girl. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately recognized Jiang Lanlan, pondering how long it had been since the child had been waiting outside for her return. Hearing a sound, Jiang Lanlan looked up with bright, clear eyes, calling out, "Mother! Mother!" Excitedly, she rushed towards Lin Xiaoxiao, who, fearing the child might stumble, swiftly scooped her up. In her embrace, Jiang Lanlan's keen eyes caught sight of something moving in her mother's backpack. "Mother, there is something moving in your backpack. What is it?" she inquired with unbridled curiosity, her gaze fixed on the pack. Moments later, she spotted a pair of ears. "Ah, ite is a rabbit. Mother, you're amazing for catching a rabbit." "Grandfather, come quickly." Mother caught a rabbit. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. She hadn't actually caught the rabbit, but rather found it. "Lanlan, would you like to keep a rabbit?" she asked. "This rabbit is alive, and I plan to bring it back for you to care for." However, Jiang Lanlan, with a serious expression, replied, "Mother, can I really keep a rabbit? But I think spicy rabbit heads are tastier." "You little glutton," Lin Xiaoxiao teased, playfully pinching the child's cheek. Jiang Lanlan squirmed to be let down, eager to see her little rabbit. Lin Xiaoxiao released her and handed the backpack over. She knew the child was merely joking, for deep down, she likely couldn't bear the thought of eating a rabbit. Every child loves animals. Lin Xiaoxiao reminisced about her own childhood fondness for creatures like kittens and chicks. Though she grew older, those once beloved animals became bothersome. "Where's the rabbit? I want to see how big it is," exclaimed old Jiang, rushing out, ready to boast about the talents of his apprentice, proud of the skills he had imparted. Yet, instead of a rabbit, he found Jiang Lanlan delighting in playing with it. "Apprentice, you didn't harm it?" "No, I brought it specifically for the child to play with," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Seeing the child's joy, old Jiang confidently added, "Does Lanlan want to raise chickens? I can fetch you a nest of wild chicks soon." There were plenty of wild chickens on the mountain, and old Jiang knew where to find them, so bringing some back for the child would be a simple task. Beside Lin Xiaoxiao, the women who had been working at home had yet to depart. Upon hearing the words of the old man Jiang, they gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao with expressions of envy. Indeed, she was fortunate to have been taken as a disciple by him. Many in the village yearned to be taught by the esteemed Jiang, but he had little regard for them. It was likely Lin Xiaoxiao's kind heart that had caught his attention. As they entered, the women fell silent, diligently attending to their tasks. Lin Xiaoxiao observed their movements as they washed a considerable number of apples and arranged them neatly. She felt quite content. The 30 coins she earned were worth it, as it spared her from arduous labor. Soon, she would place everything into the system to brew wine. "Thank you, ladies, for your hard work today. The day is drawing to a close. You should head home early," she said. The women were taken aback by the swift conclusion of their labor. Time had passed surprisingly quickly as they spent the day washing and preparing the fruit. "Well, we shall take our leave then," the 4 women said as they stepped outside. Suddenly, Old man Jiang produced a pouch of coins from his waist. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the pouch in astonishment, blinking in disbelief. Master, what do you intend to do with that? You've been idling in the mountains every day. Today, the tavern sent someone to take away all your wine. You were unaware? This is the silver for you. Take it, Jiang said, placing the entire pouch into Lin Xiaoxiao's hands. Her heart soared with joy as she gazed at the pouch. Master, what would you like to eat? I can cook for you, she inquired eagerly. Let me ponder that for a moment, Jiang replied with feigned contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Fu had awakened, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. Not only were his legs crippled, but he had also been brought home against his will. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lu entered with a basin of water, intending to tend her husband. She realized that her man was effectively ruined for life, and she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. She had contemplated various means to escape their fate, but to no avail. Her life was now irrevocably tied to him. As long as he refused to agree to a divorce, she was bound to remain by his side. Moreover, if she were to leave him now, she would be met with scorn from the community. Thus, she resolved to endure this life with him. Darling, you are awake, Lu said calmly, holding the water as she prepared to cleanse Jiang Fu. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Fu turned to glance at her, his gaze filled with hostility. How'd I end up here? He demanded. Have you forgotten my love? Lu continued her work without interruption. Jiang Fu recalled that he had been the victim of a brutal attack that left his legs broken. However, he had no recollection of the assailant, as he had been shrouded in a sack, and the subsequent events were a blur. How could I possibly be here? He reiterated, his voice laced with confusion. Where else would you be? Lu replied with composure. Your legs have long since been rendered useless. The doctor has examined you, and you will never stand again. You can no longer return to the academy. Your family has already severed ties with us, and your father has abandoned us as well. Lu felt a profound bitterness within her heart. She never imagined that she would fail to become a dignified official's wife and end up in such a predicament. It all felt like a dream, and she wondered how their family had deteriorated to this state. Her head throbbed painfully, and she feared that overthinking would cause her to faint. Upon hearing Lu's words, Jiang Fu was struck as if by lightning, rendering him motionless. He could neither rise nor attend the academy. He felt no different than a useless being. Suddenly, Jiang Fu screamed, prompting old Madame Jiang to rush in, alarmed by her son's voice. How dare you, Lu? Are you mistreating my son? He has awakened, and you didn't even inform me, she exclaimed. Oh, my dear son, you are finally awake. Was that wretched person bullying you? Old Madame Jiang's heart ached for her eldest son, and upon seeing him regain consciousness, she was overwhelmed with emotion. However, Jiang Fu viewed his mother with distaste. Mother, is my leg truly crippled? I cannot stand. My son, tell me who harmed you. We shall seek compensation from them. Shall we? Old Madame Jiang did not respond to his question, but instead fixated on the idea of money. Now that her son was incapacitated, she was determined to extort a hefty sum from whoever had attacked him. I do not know who struck me. I didn't even see their face. All I remember is a sack being thrown over my head, and then I was assaulted. Mother, after sleeping for several days, will my leg ever heal? Am I destined to lie in bed for the rest of my life? Jiang Fu clutched his mother's hand tightly, causing old Madame Jiang discomfort as she withdrew her hand and reassured him. Do not worry, my son. I will find a way to restore you, even if it means selling everything we own. Lu listened to old Madame Jiang's words with a stoic expression, her heart filled with disdain. How could they possibly save her son in his current condition? He could not even stand, and no matter how sweetly they spoke, there was no chance for him to rise again. Do you not see that my son has awakened? Hurry, prepare him a meal. What do you wish to eat, son? Let Lu make it for you. You can order her around as if she were a maid. Understand? Old Madame Jiang's words were sharp and biting, causing Lu to clench her handkerchief in frustration. Intentionally, she spilled water onto the floor, feeling emboldened now that her son had awakened and disregarding Lu entirely. Lu could not bear such humiliation. Previously, old Madame Jiang had treated her with respect, never daring to speak harshly, yet now she addressed her in such a manner, igniting her fury. Originally, my husband could have recovered, but you were unwilling to part with money. His current state is your doing, and yet you feign concern for him. With my husband unable to contribute financially, how can you claim to care for him? Now that the third son has separated from us, our family's very survival is at stake. What do you propose to do to assist my husband? Faced with Lu's accusations, old Madame Jiang found herself at a loss for words, her mind struggling to process the situation. Mother, do you have any money? Jiang Fu's gaze turned ominous, particularly upon hearing his wife declare that he could have healed his leg, but due to the family's unwillingness to finance the treatment, he was left crippled. He harbored a deep-seated resentment, as did the elder Jiang clan towards his father. What resources does our family possess? Thought the elder Jiang matriarch. All the money has gone to the eldest son for medicine, and during the division of assets, I received nothing. Everything went to the eldest son's wife. Witnessing the elder Jiang matriarch's despair, Jiang Fu understood that his mother had no funds left. Observing the eldest son's despondency, the elder Jiang matriarch felt a pang of urgency and exclaimed, "Eldest son, do not worry. I shall find a way to earn money, and I will ensure your leg is treated. You will surely recover." Lu, with a mocking gaze directed at the elder Jiang matriarch, retorted, "And how do you intend to earn money? At your age, what can you do? If you were younger, perhaps you could sell something, but now, even that would be futile." This was a veiled slap to the elder Jiang matriarch's face. She was taken aback that her usually compliant daughter-in-law would utter such words. Enraged, she instinctively moved to strike Lu, but Lu seized her hand and forcefully flung her away, stating, "I hold dominion over this household. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" The elder Jiang matriarch collapsed on the ground, weeping, "Oh heavens! Come and deal with this wretched girl who dares to lay hands on her mother-in-law." Jiang Fu, already plagued by a headache from the commotion, snapped irritably, "Get out. If you wish to cry, do so outside." The authority in his voice quelled any further resistance from the elder Jiang matriarch, who hurriedly exited, casting a venomous glare at Lu as she departed. Lu, aware that she had the upper hand, paid little mind to the elder Jiang matriarch's disdainful glance. With no one to support her, the elder Jiang matriarch felt utterly cornered. She dashed out of the room, lamenting her fate. As she passed by someone, they inquired, "Sister, what troubles you? You claim to be unfortunate, yet your life seems quite favorable. Aren't you destined to be the mother of an official soon?" In her previous life, the elder Jiang matriarch would boast about her son's capabilities, anticipating the day he would rise to prominence, thus earning her the title of an official's mother. The comment was a pointed jab, and she was not oblivious to the mockery, which drove her into a state of despair, prompting her to flee. Watching her retreat, the bystander could not suppress their scorn, muttering, "What a disgrace! If it weren't for her incessant protection of the eldest son's family, fracturing the household, would things have deteriorated to this extent? This is all her doing." The elder Jiang matriarch ran straight to Lin Xiaoxiao's doorstep, attributing all her misfortunes to that wretched girl. Ever since Lin Xiaoxiao had vacated the ancestral home, their family's fortunes had plummeted, while Lin Xiaoxiao thrived, amassing wealth and enlisting help for her endeavors. Standing at the threshold, the elder Jiang matriarch shouted in the house, "Lin Xiaoxiao, you vile creature, come out here." "Mother, it's Grandma again. Let's ignore her," Jiang Lanlan remarked, clutching her clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao responded, "Avoidance will not resolve anything. We must find a way to address the issue." Lin Xiaoxiao desired to resolve it all at once to prevent her from incessantly visiting, making a commotion. Although they had severed ties, the persistent presence of the old woman was bothersome. Just as old Mrs. Jiang was preparing to scold them, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Lin Xiaoxiao. "Lin Xiaoxiao, you wretched girl, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't be torn apart. Hurry and compensate me." So you've come to beg for money. How brazen of you. We've cut ties. By what right do you demand money from me? What do you think you are to me? Truly shameless, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted scornfully. Old Mrs. Jiang, undeterred, reached out for the money, insisting, "Quickly give me the money, or I'll refuse to leave your house. Then stay on my doorstep. After all, I could use a watchdog." Lin Xiaoxiao shot back, provoking the elderly woman, whose brows twitched in anger. Old Mrs. Jiang attempted to seize Lin Xiaoxiao, but was forcefully pushed to the ground. As she prepared to accuse Lin Xiaoxiao of attempted murder, Lin Xiaoxiao pierced her with a menacing glare and warned, "If you don't leave, don't blame me for being unkind." with a sinister expression. She produced a small knife from behind her, brandishing it menacingly. Old Mrs. Jiang trembled in fear. You wouldn't dare to kill. Would you like to find out? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her face devoid of emotion. Old Mrs. Jiang, both frightened and cowed, found herself unexpectedly losing control, wetting her pants. TSK, you old crone. You truly are pathetic, even wetting yourself. My children would never do such a thing, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked derisively. Old Mrs. Jiang fell into utter despair, humiliated by the girl. Lin Xiaoxiao shut the door, disregarding the elder's wails, her eyes narrowing in contemplation of the night ahead. As evening descended into silence, old Mrs. Jiang, now shamed by her eldest, slept in a room distance from her family, which unwittingly facilitated Lin Xiaoxiao's plans. She deliberately donned a white garment, her hair disheveled, and crept to old Mrs. Jiang's window. Mother, I died so tragically. Why don't you come down and keep me company? Old Mrs. Jiang, plagued by worries, had been sleeping lightly. Upon hearing the voice, she shot up, glancing toward the window to see a white figure hovering by her window. She screamed in terror. Lin Xiaoxiao had hoped her scream would attract her family, but they remained indifferent. Even Lu, upon hearing the commotion, did not come to check on old Mrs. Jiang. Don't come any closer. Mother, I'm so lonely. Won't you come and keep me company? The voice was hollow and sorrowful, laced with an undercurrent of resentment. Old Madame Jiang was utterly terrified, cocooned in her blanket, too afraid to glance outside. Lin Xiaoxiao could merely observe the blanket quivering. What a useless creature she was. Lin Xiaoxiao inwardly scoffed and continued to frighten old Madame Jiang. Chapter 42. Activation of the system followed by a reward. Mother, my demise was so tragic. My head is gone and my hands are missing. Please take a look at me. Lin Xiaoxiao continued her haunting monologue. Please stop. Do not speak any further. Old Madame Jiang pleaded, clutching her head and hiding deeper within the covers. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on. Mother, my death was so miserable. I shall take you down with me. I will come to fetch you in 3 days. Is that agreeable? No. I will never torment your wife and children again. Spare me. I truly understand my wrongs. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of satisfaction watching old Madame Jiang tremble in fear. Mother, should you mistreat my wife or children, I shall return to escort you down. I keep my promises. After uttering this threat, old Madame Jiang no longer heard the ghostly voice. She cautiously lifted the blanket and peered out the window. The outside world was eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. Pinching herself, she confirmed it was not a dream. The thought of being taken down by her third son filled old Madame Jiang with dread. She had no desire to die. Haunted by her guilty conscience, old Madame Jiang spent a restless night, her mind in a daze. Early the next morning, Lu Shi discovered her sitting at the door, murmuring to herself. Leaning in to listen closely, she discerned old Madame Jiang's words. Third son, do not return. Mother truly knows her mistakes. I shall burn paper money for you. Is that all right? Please do not frighten me. Upon understanding her mother's ramblings, Lu Shi cursed. How foolish. If you wish to burn paper money for the third son, go to the mountain. Do not do it on my doorstep. We have had enough misfortune already. Ignoring Lu Shi's remarks, old Madame Jiang went to retrieve the paper money and left with a basket in hand. Seeing her truly depart, Lu Shi muttered in annoyance. What nonsense. Old Madame Jiang climbed the mountain and knelt by the makeshift grave for her third son, earnestly saying, Third son, please forgive me. I truly know I was wrong. I shall never bully them again. I swear this here. Do not come to find me tonight. Ironically, just as she finished her vow and ignited the paper money, the flames extinguished, startling old Madame Jiang into a state of terror. She no longer wished to burn the paper money and fled in panic, tumbling down the mountain in her haste. Villagers gathering wild vegetables witnessed her plight and hurried to notify the Jiang family. Mother is with the eldest family. It is none of our concern. Now that she is injured, we cannot afford to spend any money, Wang Shi instructed her husband. Yang lower silently nu did. Do I appear to be a fool? We must not part with our money. Mother has always favored the eldest family. She bestowed all her good fortune upon them, while ensuring they had funds to squander. Now, when she encounters a mishap, the ones expected to pay are the eldest family. There is no way they will take a single coin from me, especially since we have already separated our households. Wang was delighted to see her husband share her sentiments. Her brows lifted with joy. Yet, she whispered furtively about her father. Jiang, the second son, thumped his chest and assured her that their father was well aware of the situation. Living together meant they were undoubtedly united in purpose and would likely not concern themselves with their mother's affairs, so she needn't worry. Despite his comforting words, Wang remained uneasy and resolved to accompany them when they visited their mother, hoping to interject a few comments. Let me share something with you. A woman intercepted Lin Xiaoxiao as she was about to wander up the mountain to earn a little money. What is it, aunt? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired nonchalantly. Are you heading to the mountain? The woman continued. You're fortunate not to have gone earlier, or else it would have been quite a mess. The woman sighed dramatically, and Lin Xiaoxiao, slightly bewildered, pressed for clarification. What on earth has happened? Your former mother-in-law rolled down the mountain. A doctor is currently attending to her at home. Imagine if you had gone this morning. The Jiang family might have accused you of something. The woman elaborated, her words animated and excessive. Lin Xiaoxiao, wary of the woman's spittle, discreetly took a couple of steps back. After finishing her tale, the woman glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, only to find her expression calm. She is no longer my mother-in-law. I have no interest in her affairs, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with composure, though turmoil stirred within her. She was curious about the fate of the old Jiang matriarch and contemplated foregoing her foraging for wild vegetables to witness the commotion. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system warned her of the perilous nature of such intentions, displaying 2 large red crosses. Aunt, I'll head up the mountain now, Lin Xiaoxiao said, maneuvering around the woman. The system seemed to press her relentlessly. Upon reaching the mountain, Lin Xiaoxiao dug fervently, collecting her finds with the sound of ding resounding as she did so. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, cursing under her breath. She had hoped that, with the system, her life would reach new heights. Yet she found herself still struggling. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have randomly activated a power pill. Applause erupted, followed by the sound of firecrackers. Lin Xiaoxiao looked down to see a black pill appear in her palm, astonished. Is this the power pill? She placed it in her mouth, barely sensing its flavor before it dissolved, reminiscent of zhu beiji, savoring a ginseng fruit. Moments later, she felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her body. She felt capable of uprooting willows. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she decided to test the power pill's might. Approaching a tree, she prepared to pull it from the ground. But to her dismay, the tree remained steadfast. System, where are you? What happened to the promised power pill? She exclaimed. The system patiently clarified that the pill merely enhanced physical strength, but did not grant the ability to uproot willows. Then why call it power pill? It would be better named a strengthening pill, she retorted. The system replied, as long as the host is pleased. Lin Xiaoxiao inquired what conditions would trigger the random activation of items, but the system fell silent. Having exhausted her inquiries, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to refrain from further questioning. She took a moment to rest before continuing her quest for small treasures. During this interval, she stumbled upon a wild ginseng root, which she exchanged for 50 taels of silver, filling her with delight as she realized she had earned over 50 taels that day. Such a rigorous schedule, akin to a 996-word culture, she could maintain until her last breath. By the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home to find widow Zhang pacing back and forth at her doorstep, displaying an odd demeanor. With the door ajar, the widow lingered outside rather than entering. Sister-in-law, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Startled by Lin Xiaoxiao's sudden call, widow Zhang regained her composure and responded, Xiaoxiao, you're finally back. I have something to show you. I found it in the woods. I'm not certain if it's edible, but I saw the birds eating it. If you don't want it, I'll just discard it. But if you do, I can go pick more for you. Upon seeing the grapes nestled in widow Zhang's palm, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, this is a splendid find. Perfect for winemaking. I adore grape wine. It is both delightful and beneficial for beauty. Although the fruits others gather can also be fermented, they lack the exquisite flavor of these. Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's intense focus and silence, widow Zhang felt a flicker of disappointment. wondering if her offering was unwelcome. Xiaoxiao, is it inedible? If so, I shall discard it. Realizing Widow Zhang was about to throw the grapes away, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. No, please don't. These are wonderful. They are perfect for winemaking. Where did you find them? Come, let's go and pick more grapes. Grapes? Xiaoxiao, you recognize this fruit? You truly know so much. Would you teach me in the future? If I discover anything unfamiliar in the mountains, I shall bring it to you for identification, if that is agreeable. With a serious expression, Widow Zhang expressed her eagerness to learn from Lin Xiaoxiao, hoping to bring back treasures from the mountains to share. I can certainly guide you. If you encounter anything unusual, just bring it back, Lin Xiaoxiao assured her. All right, Widow Zhang nodded enthusiastically. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao called out to those inside, Master, what is it? Have you found something interesting? Old Jiang rushed out, brimming with energy. Lin Xiaoxiao waved at him, Master, come with me to a certain place. It would be arduous to gather so many alone. We need an extra pair of hands. Let us also call Lan Lan over. The more, the merrier. Though she is young, she can still reach the lower vines, and even just holding the basket would lighten the load. She would not indulge the child, but rather encourage her to contribute. Lan Lan, bring a basket. We're going to pick grapes. Upon hearing her mother mention grapes, Jiang Lan Lan's eyes lit up with curiosity, having never seen grapes before. Her intrigue was palpable as she hurried over with a basket, while old Jiang also fetched one. What grapes, mother? What do they look like? The child's inquisitive nature shone through. Lin Xiaoxiao gently peeled the skin off the grapes brought by Widow Zhang, revealing the glistening flesh inside, prompting an eager "ah" from Lan Lan, who opened her mouth in anticipation. Ah, the delightful blend of sweetness and tanginess is utterly delectable. Jiang Lan Lan wore a contented expression, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone present. What a clever little one. Old Jiang couldn't help but commend her. Widow Zhang led a few of them through the woods until they reached the expanse of grapevines. My goodness, the abundance of grapes is astonishing. Upon witnessing such a plentiful harvest, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with fervor. If only these grapes could be transformed into wine. Surely there would be no shortage of silver to be earned. However, it appeared that these grapes were ripe. If not harvested soon, it would be too late. She needed to rally the villagers to gather all the grapes. Disciple, why do you need to pick so many? Old Jiang remarked, munching as he worked. You can eat, but that won't silence your mouth. Hurry up and get to work. Don't fill your belly before the task is done. Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, provoking a roll of the eyes from old Jiang. Had he taken on a disciple or merely a landowner? Wasn't it akin to being a landlord, merely exploiting these laborers? Observing old Jiang muttering to himself, Lin Xiaoxiao teasingly said, Master, I understand you're working hard today. Please pick some extra grapes for me, and I'll prepare a delicious meal for you later. The prospect of a delightful meal from his disciple brightened old Jiang's countenance, causing him to forget about the landowner comment. They filled their baskets to the brim, yet there remained a vast expanse of grapes. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Widow Zhang and remarked, with so many grapes, we cannot possibly harvest them all by ourselves. It seems we'll need the villagers to help, just like with wild fruits. Indeed, Widow Zhang agreed, having discovered the grapes, but she left the decision of how to manage them entirely to Lin Xiaoxiao. After a bustling day, they descended the mountain, and, as night fell, Lin Xiaoxiao commenced the winemaking process. She would not rest until the wine was ready. Exhausted, she stretched her arms and wished only to lie down and drift into slumber. Once in bed, she quickly fell asleep. Jiang Lanlan tiptoed in to find Lin Xiaoxiao asleep. The blanket askew. Concerned for her mother's comfort, Jiang Lanlan gently covered her before settling beside her. It was only the sounds of conversation outside that roused Lin Xiaoxiao from her dreams. Goodness, is it so late already? She rubbed her temples, only to realize the little one had vanished, leaving the blanket over her. Ah, it must have been Jiang Lanlan's doing. The thought warmed Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Did we wake you with our chatter? One of the sisters asked sheepishly. They had come over early, unaware that Lin Xiaoxiao was still asleep. So they had tried to be quiet but had inadvertently roused her. You didn't disturb me at all. Sisters, you arrived quite early. Have you had breakfast? We ate at home, they replied. These folk were remarkably sincere, never wanting to trouble Lin Xiaoxiao. Regardless of her insistence, they refused to dine at her home, believing it was unwise to take advantage of another's hard-earned fortune. Lin Xiaoxiao greeted those around her before tending to her own affairs. Soon, someone delivered wild fruits to her doorstep. The eagerness of these individuals was quite palpable. After a prolonged period of busyness, she finally found the time to prepare a meal. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of venturing up the mountain. Instead, she intended to visit her maternal home. The system had already made it possible for her to purchase a pregnancy elixir, which she planned to give to her elder brother and sister-in-law, thus enabling them to conceive a child early and alleviating her mother's regrets. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao set out with Jiang Lan, having made all necessary arrangements. The villagers now greeted her warmly, engaging her in conversation. On the ox cart, several women, like her, were bound for the town, and they began to chat about everyday matters. They discussed the incident involving the old Jiang matriarch. Lin Xiaoxiao was only aware that the old lady had fallen from the mountain, sustaining a broken leg, but she was otherwise uninformed about the details. Curious about her interest, the villagers elaborated, suggesting that the old matriarch was finally facing retribution for her past misdeeds. With her elder son also injured, both were confined to their beds, relying on others for care. One could only wonder how her husband was faring. According to the original owner's memories, the old Jiang was not a virtuous man. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his wife to mistreat Lin Xiaoxiao. Thus, they were all cut from the same cloth. And it was likely that the old Jiang would show little concern for his wife's well-being, as evidenced by his neglect of their eldest son. The villagers lamented the situation, noting how the old Jiang had even abandoned his wife, insisting that since they had separated, she should be cared for by their eldest son's family. However, Lu, the eldest daughter-in-law, was known for her fiery temperament and was unwilling to tend to the old matriarch. This disagreement nearly erupted into a physical altercation until someone informed the village head, who hurried over to intervene. Had he not done so, the chaos might have persisted throughout the night. Ultimately, the village head decreed that the old Jiang must care for his wife, for if both were incapacitated, their household would surely crumble. The villagers expressed their dismay, not only over the old matriarch's failings, but also regarding the old Jiang, who was equally culpable. They reflected on the importance of treating oneself well, lest one's partner abandon them in their old age. As Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the ox cart, the wind caressed her face, a warm and pleasant sensation that made her squint her eyes in enjoyment. It was only when someone announced their arrival in town that everyone hurriedly disembarked from the cart. Lin Xiaoxiao took her daughter's hand and headed into the shops of the town. She intended to return home, and naturally, she needed to purchase gifts to bring back. She could not return empty-handed. She recalled the last visit from her family, during which they had provided her with food, drink, and clothing, all of which required money. She planned to reciprocate their kindness, allowing them to see that she, as a daughter, was now capable of earning a living and supporting her family, which would surely bring joy to her elderly parents. In her memories, the original owner rarely returned home after marrying into the Jiang family. Having not visited her maternal home since then, her family resided in a small fishing village surrounded by the sea. Thus, she resolved to hire a carriage for her journey today, opting to avoid the crowd. Embarking on a journey to the quaint fishing village was a considerable endeavor. If she did not set forth early, she would surely arrive after nightfall. This visit would require her to stay for several days at the very least, as she sought to ascertain the village's abundant maritime treasures. The ox car driver, a middle-aged man with a distinct accent, appeared to hail from the vicinity of the fishing village as well. Lin Xiaoxiao promptly responded to him in the local dialect, revealing a shared connection. We are practically fellow townsfolk," he remarked, recognizing that women like Lin Xiaoxiao, who returned to their maternal homes, were often destined for marriage in that region. "Whose daughter are you?" the elderly man inquired with curiosity. Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned her father, prompting a jovial response from him. So you're his daughter. I know your father well. He is quite capable, having built 3 tiled houses. I heard he had a daughter who married here. It seems that is indeed you." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, making the journey pass swiftly. By the time they reached the fishing village, dusk had begun to settle. The kind-hearted man even assisted her by unloading her belongings. "Let me help you with your things, young lady. You have quite a load here and a child to look after. It must be exhausting." Grateful for his generosity, Lin Xiaoxiao took his offer without hesitation, holding her child's hand while carrying some items, with the elderly man managing the rest. As they passed through the village, they garnered the attention of many onlookers. "Is that not old Wang? He has brought back a woman and a child. What could this mean? With so many purchases, where are they headed? Let us follow and see," some curious villagers whispered among themselves, eager to witness the unfolding scene. The women, ever keen on gossip, anticipated the drama that might ensue, especially if old Wang's wife learned of his return with a woman not of their acquaintance. As they approached, old Wang called out to Zhu, "Your daughter has returned. Come out quickly." "What? My daughter?" Lin Laopa rushed out in a flurry, and upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, she nearly wept with joy. "My child, why have you come back?" Lin Laopa embraced her daughter tightly. Witnessing this heartfelt reunion, old Wang found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the need to prioritize the unloading of their goods. The crowd, now understanding that Linda Zhu's daughter had returned, began to murmur about the rumors they had heard regarding her struggles abroad. Yet, the sight of her return, laden with gifts, contradicted their assumptions. How could she afford such luxuries if her circumstances were truly dire? As the crowd gathered at their doorstep, Lin Fu decided to disperse the onlookers, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Daughter, what brings you here? Why have you spent so much money? This is wasteful," Lin Laopa lamented, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter's extravagant purchases. "Mother, I have come to share wonderful news with you. I have started my own business and am making a substantial profit. All these items are bought with my own earnings," Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a radiant smile. The elderly couple was taken aback by her revelation. "What sort of business are you engaged in? How profitable it is. However, once you earn money, it must be saved. Your daughter is still young, and there will be many expenses in the future. You will also need to save for her dowry, so do not spend excessively, understand? We are not so impoverished that we cannot afford our sustenance. Why have you brought back so many items?" The matron Lin chattered incessantly, wholeheartedly concerned for her daughter, which deeply touched Lin Xiaoxiao. She glanced around but did not see her sister-in-law or elder brother. Where could they have gone? When Lin Xiaoxiao inquired about them, the matron was at a loss for words until the door creaked open and two individuals returned with sighs. Lin Zhuang was astonished upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao. "Sister, am I seeing things? You have returned." Seeing her elder brother smile like a fool, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle, while her sister-in-law pinched her husband and said, "Hurry up and attend to her." Lin Zhuang hurriedly went over and fetched a stool for his wife to sit on. His wife, exasperated, remarked, "Let our sister sit. You foolish husband." Chapter 45. Maternal family. Lin Xiaoxiao was amused by her simple-minded elder brother. She had not anticipated the bond between him and his wife to be so strong. In this lifetime, having a partner who understands and cares for you is truly fortunate, especially in ancient times. Their affection brought her comfort. "Sister, what brings you here today?" Lin Zhuang, having composed himself, inquired if something had occurred at her home to prompt her visit. This thought furrowed his brow with concern. Observing her brother's earnestness, Lin Xiaoxiao explained, "I came to stay for a few days. Recently, I have earned quite a bit, and I wanted to reassure you." Hearing this, Lin Zhuang was taken aback. "Sister, are you serious? You aren't merely trying to comfort us, are you? If times are tough, you can always return here. After all, we can support you." His genuine concern moved Lin Xiaoxiao deeply. If the opportunity arose, she wished to uplift them all to prosperity. Indeed, sister must have made some money. Just look at how many items she has brought back today. Lin Mu could not help but interject. She wished for her daughter to thrive and believed that her daughter's newfound wealth must be the reason for such generosity. After all, she knew her daughter's frugality. Once, she had visited her daughter and, seeing her wearied state, had advised her, "You should separate from your husband as family. As long as you do, we will support you, and life will improve." Little did she know, her daughter had shaken her head, declaring that a married woman follows her husband. Life had grown increasingly arduous, and since then, she had not visited her daughter again. Regardless of what she brought, Those items were ultimately taken by the Jiang family, benefiting them without any return for her daughter, which led her to visit less frequently. Later, I heard that my daughter had severed ties with the Jiang family, which was why she had come over. Now that she has come to terms with it, Mother Lin feels a sense of relief. She earnestly advises her daughter, "You must not engage with that old Jiang matriarch anymore. She is not a person of good character." Lin Xiaoxiao nods, understanding her mother's intentions. She then shares the circumstances regarding the old Jiang family, and Mother Lin, upon hearing about the misfortune that befell old Jiang Beisher, feels a pang of sympathy. What brings them joy is the fact that no one will bother her daughter anymore. Her daughter, in her misguided filial piety, believed that marrying Lin Xiaoxiao meant she must serve her in-laws, yet she was unfortunately burdened with such unsavory parents-in-law. Setting that matter aside, Mother Lin asks, "Old man, have you taken Lan out to play? I still have much to discuss with my daughter." Mother Lin takes Lin Xiaoxiao to a room they had prepared, a place where Lin Xiaoxiao had lived before her marriage. The contents of the room remain unchanged, meticulously kept by Mother Lin in hopes that one day her daughter would return. As Lin Xiaoxiao opens the door, a stab of pain fills her heart for the original owner of this life, for it had been so long since she had returned home. The original owner had once been cherished by her parents, but after marrying Jiang Laosan, she seldom visited home and never complained to her mother about the Jiang family, leading the Lin family to believe she was living a happy life. It wasn't until one day, when they heard she had fainted from hunger on the street, that they hurriedly came over. Yet, now that they have found her, what good would it do? The constraints upon women are numerous, and coupled with the original owner's lack of resilience, even Mother Lin, despite her desire to take her daughter away, finds it impossible. In a moment when Lin Xiaoxiao cannot see, Mother Lin discreetly wipes away the tears from her eyes. "These are all your belongings from before your marriage. I have preserved them well for you. Take a look." Mother Lin's voice trembles with emotion, and Lin Xiaoxiao feels a surge of bittersweet longing. How she wishes to embrace this elderly woman. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao wraps her arms around Mother Lin. Initially taken aback, Mother Lin soon reciprocates, and the two embrace, weeping together. At that moment, it is unclear whether the emotions stem from the original owner or from Lin Xiaoxiao herself. But both begin to cry aloud. After a long while, Mother Lin finally speaks. "It's all in the past. It's all behind us. My dear child, the road ahead is still long." Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao nods in agreement. Just then, her sister-in-law inquires from outside, "Xiaoxiao, what dishes does Lan enjoy?" It was time to prepare dinner, prompting her sister-in-law to seek Lin Xiaoxiao. She stands outside, careful not to intrude upon their moment. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such trouble. Whatever you prepare, Lan will surely love it." "We're not that particular," Lin Xiaoxiao calls out, and she walks away. From her sleeve, Lin Xiaoxiao pulls out a small box and hands it to Mother Lin. Mother Lin looks at the box with surprise. "Daughter, what is this?" "Mother, this is a gift for my brother and sister-in-law. I encountered a physician in town who claimed that if they take this elixir, they will soon conceive." Lin Xiaoxiao handed the box to her mother, Lin Mu, whose hands trembled slightly as her eyes brightened with hope. She unconditionally believed her daughter, so there was no hesitation on her part. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, fearing her mother might inquire about the doctor who had prescribed the remedy and why he had come to their home to administer treatment. Thankfully, her mother remained silent. "My dear daughter, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Your sister-in-law and elder brother will undoubtedly be immensely grateful if your efforts lead to a child," Lin Mu said, cradling the box in her arms, planning to deliver it to her daughter-in-law shortly. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi and Lin Zhuang were in the kitchen, where Lin Zhuang tended to the fire while Zhao Shi prepared the meal. "In this lifetime, I may never bear children. If that is the case, then perhaps you should marry again. I would be willing to be the secondary wife," Zhao Shi said softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was not her desire to make such a decision unless absolutely necessary. She loved her husband dearly and knew he reciprocated her feelings. However, without heirs, she felt like a sinner, believing that if she could not provide him with descendants, she had no choice but to resort to such a drastic solution. "What do you mean by marrying again?" "In this life, I want only you. Even if we have no children, it matters not, as long as we love each other," Lin Zhuang replied earnestly. He wished for his wife to be free of such burdens. The absence of children was not solely her fault. There could be issues with his own health as well. Although the doctor had assured them both were fine, he felt the blame rested on himself, not on his wife. Chapter 46. Gathering clams, their conversation came to a halt as Lin Xiaoxiao approached. I will help as well. Little sister, you should rest. You've had a long journey, and it's enough for your elder brother and me to manage, Zhao Shi urged. Yes, Lin Zhuang concurred, but Lin Xiaoxiao was undeterred. She insisted on sending her brother away and took his place by the fire. Zhao Shi watched Lin Xiaoxiao, her mind distracted from the meal she was preparing. Lin Xiaoxiao, with a cheerful expression, remarked, Sister-in-law, your cooking smells delightful. I could smell it from afar. Oh, it's just simple home cooking, Zhao Shi replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, as she was a modest woman. Lin Xiaoxiao engaged her in light conversation, and when the meal was ready, they all sat down to eat. Later that evening, Lin Mu arrived. Son, she said as Lin Zhuang was preparing to retire with his wife, I have something wonderful for you. She handed him a box. What is this? Lin Zhuang asked, examining the box closely. Upon opening it, he discovered a pill inside, and Lin Mu explained, this is from your sister. She encountered a doctor in town who claimed that this medicine could help you both conceive sooner. But do not mention this to your wife just yet. I fear that if it proves ineffective, she may experience disappointment. This is for my sister. Lin Zhuang felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. It turned out that his sister also cared for him. He was immediately moved. Lin's mother sighed and said, I hope this time you too can conceive child. Quickly take it. Don't let your wife know, or I fear she may become suspicious and discover the matter. Without hesitation, Lin Zhuang consumed the medicine, after which Lin's mother departed. At that moment, Zhao lay in bed, her gaze vacant as she surveyed her surroundings. A chill enveloped her, and her heart was tumultuous. Why could others bear children while they had to endure so many trials? It seemed so unjust. She had done nothing wrong in her life. Why did fate treat her so harshly? Tears began to slip from her eyes. Wife, my dear wife. Upon taking the medicine, Lin Zhuang felt a stirring within him and yearned for his wife. Zhao, however, wearied, replied, Zhao, I'm exhausted today. Please don't touch me if you could. Trust me, my dear. This time we will surely succeed. I'm quite confident. Zhao had grown weary of hearing the same reassurances. Yet, seeing her husband's eagerness, she did not refuse him. Thus they embraced in passion. The following morning, Zhao was reluctant to rise, utterly spent from the previous night's exertions. It was the first time she realized just how vigorous her husband could be. Zhao is still asleep, Lin Zhuang remarked. Lin's mother ceased her inquiries, understanding that conceiving a child was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Though anxious, she suppressed her feelings and turned her attention to her daughter. Xiaoxiao wants to go clamming. Why don't you accompany her? She hasn't done it in a long while, and I fear she may be out of practice. Having you watch over her would ease my mind. Of course, I will be glad to accompany my sister. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang made their way to the seaside. The morning sea breeze was still a bit chilly against their faces, and the tide had just receded. Many people were already at the shore, gathering seafood. The air was laden with the briny scent of the ocean. Even the wind carried a fishy aroma. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, filled with excitement, though for the original body, it was not her first time. Following the memories of the original owner, she made her way to the beach, where a crowd had gathered. Those present greeted Lin Zhuang. Oh, it's Lin Zhuang. Good morning, Auntie. Have you found any valuable seafood today? Lin Zhuang inquired. Why would I show you? The woman chuckled before returning to her gathering. Curious, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Brother, why can't they show us? They fear we might know how much they earn. Lin Zhuang replied dismissively. Don't worry, sister, with your brother here. You will certainly gather plenty of seafood today, he assured her earnestly. However, Lin Xiaoxiao wished to explore a different area. She thought, if she went with her brother and the system reclaimed her, it would not bode well. Thus, she said, Brother, I'll go over there to take a look. You stay here, all right? If you find anything, just call me. Can you manage by yourself, sister? You haven't done this in a long time. I fear for your safety, dear mother, yet I wish to keep a vigilant eye on you. Should anything happen, I am certain you would be quite displeased with me. Lin Zhuang, feeling helpless, gently rubbed his head and spoke with exasperation. With so many people around, what could possibly happen to me? This isn't my first time gathering from the sea, so why are you still worried? If I don't mention it, will Mother even find out? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked innocently and replied. Lin Zhuang found his sister's reasoning sound. If they both crowded together, it would be troublesome to navigate around if they found nothing here. Thus, he advised, Sister, should anything arise, be sure to call for your elder brother. I am not far away, and I will hear your voice shortly. All right. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, then picked up a bucket and made her way toward the shore. The beach was bustling with people, but Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to join the throngs. Instead, she found a quiet spot where her feet sank into the soft, warm sand, a sensation of comfort enveloping her. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao felt something hard beneath her foot. As she lifted it, she was met with the sight of a large crab, poised to defend itself with its pincers. The sight struck her as rather humorous. Goodness, what a hefty creature! As her hand brushed against the crab, it quickly retreated, yielding a mantua crab worth 20 coins. Indeed, the crab resembled the system's description, and she realized that sea treasures were far more valuable than foraged wild vegetables. Discovering a single crab brought her a sense of joy. If she managed to collect more today, her earnings would surpass an entire day's worth of gathering in the village. Continuing her exploration, she stumbled upon clams. But these elusive creatures proved quite tricky to extract. Fortunately, she had brought a small shovel, which she used to dig directly into the sand. After several attempts with no success, it was the system's hint that revealed the technique for catching clams. She exchanged some salt within the system, then found a clam's hole and sprinkled the salt inside. Chapter 47. The exploding bucket. Upon salting the clam's hole, the clam immediately surfaced, and Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with excitement. Is it really this magical? As the clams emerged, she eagerly used her hands to pull them out. The sensation akin to harvesting bamboo shoots. In no time, she had gathered several pounds. The coastal area teemed with seafood, untouched by prior harvesting, thus offering an abundance of marine life, contingent upon one's skill in locating them. With the system's assistance, Lin Xiaoxiao gathered an impressive array of seafood, feeling as though she was collecting not just food, but wealth itself, her eyes gleaming with anticipation at the bounty before her. Having sold a significant amount to the system, she decided against selling more. She yearned to take some home to savor herself. Merely amassing wealth held little allure. With the time spent gathering, it would be unreasonable not to bring home some treasures from the sea. Sister, so this is where you've been. I've called for you several times, and you didn't respond. I was beginning to worry, Lin Zhuang said anxiously as he approached Lin Xiaoxiao, inspecting her closely until he was assured that she was unharmed. The concern of others warmed Lin Xiaoxiao's heart, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. Brother, I was just distracted while gathering seafood. I apologize. Next time call me, and I will certainly pay attention, Lin Xiaoxiao said innocently. Lin Zhuang wasn't truly upset with his sister. He reassured her, it's all right. When Lin Xiaoxiao handed her bucket to him, Lin Zhuang was astonished to see several large yellow croakers inside. My goodness, is my eyesight failing me? You actually found yellow croakers. Is this for real? He anticipated her surprise, but did not expect him to be so taken aback. Isn't it normal to find yellow croakers here? Lin Xiaoxiao touched the back of her head and explained, I just stumbled upon a few nearby, so I casually grabbed them. Brother, are these fish valuable? Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Zhuang swallowed hard. Casually picked? Goodness. I've been coming to the seaside for so long and have never casually come across such valuable seafood. Sigh, my sister is just lucky, he thought, feeling happy for her. Now that you've found these, life at home will surely improve a bit. Today, you are truly fortunate, sister. Come, let's return home and save these yellow croakers. Tomorrow, I will take you to the market in town to sell them. If we sell these to a restaurant, it could be quite profitable. I heard that once. A villager found yellow croakers and sold them at a restaurant, earning around 3 taels of silver. That's 3 taels a day. Such earnings seemed unimaginable to him. Even carrying goods as a vendor would not yield that much. If gathering seafood could truly be profitable, he wouldn't need to be a vendor. But Lin Xiaoxiao was unaware of these thoughts. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, feeling a bit excited about the market trip tomorrow. Living by the sea assured her that there would be plenty of seafood to observe, and she intended to learn which types were valuable. She didn't want to rely solely on the system. If it were to abandon her one day, she would be left with nothing. Therefore, it was essential to acquire knowledge to become self-reliant. Lin Zhuang returned home joyfully, where their mother and a few others were in the yard feeding the ducklings. Lin Xiaoxiao's family did not raise ducks, so the children were thrilled to see them, running around the ducklings multiple times, nearly falling over. Had it not been for their mother's quick reflexes in catching her, Lin Xiaoxiao would have bumped her head on the ground. Lan, slow down, slow down, Zhao Shi exclaimed anxiously. Though she had no children of her own, she adored them, her gaze softening whenever they were near. Lin Xiaoxiao nudged her elder brother with her elbow, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law is truly a gentlewoman." Hearing his sister praise his wife brought joy to Lin Zhuang, causing him to blush shyly. Where? Zhao Shi noticed Lin Zhuang and Lin Xiaoxiao as well. "Dear sister, you're back. Did you gather anything from the sea today?" As Lin mother prepared to take the bucket to the kitchen, she assumed they hadn't found much seafood. But upon seeing the heavy bucket, she exclaimed, "Heavens!" Zhao was startled by the sound, and Jiang Lan was equally at a loss, gazing at her grandmother in confusion. What was the matter with her? The two of them fixed their eyes on her, prompting Lin's mother to shyly explain, "So much seafood. How much is there?" Zhao hurried over to take a look and gasped in astonishment upon seeing the bucket filled with marine treasures. "Is there really this much?" Observing everyone's astonishment, Lin Zhuang proudly clarified, "This is all collected by my little sister. I didn't catch any seafood. This entire bucket is her doing." Today, she was exceptionally fortunate and even found several large yellow croakers. "We plan to keep these to sell in town tomorrow. All collected by my little sister?" Zhao was once again astonished. She felt no jealousy towards Lin Xiaoxiao, merely a sense of pure surprise. She had no doubts about her husband's words, for she was well aware of his luck. Having lived by the sea for so long, she had never witnessed her husband catching such a bounty. It was undoubtedly her sister-in-law's own efforts. "My daughter, I never expected your luck to be this good. You must stay here for a few more days and earn a few taels before heading home," Lin's mother said with delight, transferring 2 large yellow croakers to another bucket to keep them safe from harm, lest they spoil and lose value. "Mother, let us keep the other seafood for ourselves," Lin Xiaoxiao proposed. "Keep them for ourselves? That would be such a waste. We should save these to sell," Lin's mother protested, reluctant to part with such fine seafood. Even though their village was near the coast, they only ever collected small fish and shrimp, which had nearly soured. They had never indulged in fresh seafood, always reserving it for sale. "Mother, don't worry about wasting it. Who knows, I might find even more tomorrow. Let's just enjoy it once. We want to eat lavishly every day, will we?" Seeing her daughter plead with her, Lin's mother felt a bit bashful. After a moment of hesitation, she relented, saying, "All right, let us indulge just this once." With her mother's agreement, Lin Xiaoxiao joyfully carried the bucket inside, and Zhao followed suit, eager to share in a moment of luxury alongside her sister. It was said that fresh seafood was the tastiest, and although she had been married to Lin Zhuang for many years, she had never truly tasted authentic seafood. Before long, Lin's father returned from the fields, drawn to the kitchen by the delectable aroma. "What delicious meal is being prepared today, my dear?" "Father, you're back," Lin Xiaoxiao called out, turning to greet him. "Thanks to Xiaoxiao, we're having a feast of seafood today," Lin's mother replied proudly. Lin's father looked puzzled and cast a curious glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. "What's going on?" "Let me explain," Lin Zhuang interjected, recounting the day's events regarding the seafood collection. Upon hearing this, Lin's father exclaimed, "Xiaoxiao is so lucky. Indeed, our daughter is exceptionally fortunate, far surpassing others," Lin's mother praised without repeating a single word. Lin Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed by her mother's affection, not anticipating such indulgence. Finding an excuse, Lin Xiaoxiao slipped outside, and Lin's mother, recognizing her daughter's bashfulness, gracefully shifted the topic. As they gathered to enjoy a seafood feast, several individuals took their seats at the table. Lin's mother continuously placed seafood into Lin Xiaoxiao's bowl, urging her daughter to eat more, saying, you've lost weight recently. Do indulge a bit more. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Mother, please refrain from serving me. I can help myself. I know what I wish to eat and want to be polite about it. She felt overwhelmed as her bowl filled with dishes, pondering how she would manage to eat. Additionally, she was concerned about her sister-in-law's thoughts and discreetly glanced at Zhao, who seemed calm and unperturbed, which reassured her. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao assisted in tidying up and overheard Lin Zhuang conversing with their father outside. I heard from the Oldley family that he found quite a bounty while fishing last night. What kind of bounty? Lin Zhuang mused. Indeed, the night catch tends to be more plentiful, yet it does come with risks. Slipping into the sea could lead to dire consequences. He expressed his reluctance to fish at night, preferring to join the daytime revelries by the shore. He mentioned that the catch included blue crabs, large yellow croakers, and groupers, which made Lin's father envious, for such treasures could fetch a handsome sum at the market, enough to sustain them for a month. Impressive indeed, Lin Zhuang commented, but father, do not envy them too much. They are risking their lives for such rewards. He left the unspoken words hanging in the air, yet Lin's father understood. I merely speak in jest. I have no intention of sending you out to fish at night. If you were to venture out at night, I would worry, he added, his tone casual. Lin Xiaoxiao found herself captivated by the idea of fishing at night, envisioning the potential for a significant catch. The system she relied on had already calculated the precise time for the tide to recede that evening. It seemed imperative for her to go out fishing that night. However, her primary task was to convince her family, for without their approval, they would surely prevent her from going. Casting a pleading glance at her mother, Lin Xiaoxiao startled her with the intensity of her gaze. Mother, may I go fishing tonight? She inquired. Lin's mother was taken aback, staring at her daughter in disbelief. What? You must be out of your mind. Fishing at night is far too dangerous. Daytime fishing is one thing, but at night? Mother, please. I only wish to try it once. If I do not find anything worthwhile, I will return. That is far too risky. What if you were to fall into the sea? She insisted. I cannot agree to this. You're my only daughter, and I do not want anything to happen to you. Lin's mother spoke earnestly, hoping her daughter would understand her concerns. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao had resolutely made up her mind to go, unable to comprehend her mother's fears. I will be fine. I promise to take care of myself. Please trust me just this once. I truly wish to go fishing. Lin Xiaoxiao, feigning sadness, lowered her head. Observing her daughter's expression, Lin's mother felt a pang of sympathy. How could she bear to see her daughter in distress? Just this once, all right? But I must insist that your elder brother accompany you. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Upon hearing her mother's concession, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately agreed, indifferent to who would join her. Are you truly allowing our daughter and son to venture out to the sea at night? Lin's father interjected with disapproval upon hearing Lin Mu's words. If you prevent our daughter from going, she will sneak out anyway, and that would be more perilous. If they go together, they can look out for one another. She is merely going for a bit of fun and will return shortly. Nothing will happen. Lin's mother, uncertain whether she was comforting her husband or herself, felt a haze of confusion. Deep down, she wished for her daughter to refrain from going to the sea at night. Yet the unwavering determination and pitiful gaze of her daughter made her heart ache. I will have a word with her, Lin's father resolved. Approaching Lin Xiaoxiao, he found her busily preparing for the night's adventure of gathering seafood. Watching his daughter flit about, he swallowed his words. Dad, Lin Xiaoxiao called out, snapping him back to reality. I hear you're going to the sea tonight. It's quite dangerous. Perhaps you should reconsider? Father, I will take care of myself. She replied earnestly, her face radiating sincerity. At a loss for words, Lin's father turned and left. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuang discussed the night's plans with his wife. Zhao, though concerned, felt reassured, believing that her sister would not act recklessly. Take good care of your sister, understood? With so few residents by the seaside, Zhao felt somewhat at ease, especially since she had never heard of anyone in the village meeting misfortune while gathering seafood at night. Darling, may I join you? Zhao looked at Lin Zhuang with eager eyes. Surprised, he replied, You want to come too? Yes, she affirmed earnestly. Very well, we shall go together. What began as a plan for two had transformed into three. leaving Lin Xiaoxiao feeling like a mere bystander between her brother and sister-in-law. Thus, she quickened her pace. Walking ahead, the evening air was brisk and chilly against her skin, but the thought of earning money by the seaside filled her with determination. As they carried lanterns that swayed in the wind, Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the location indicated by the system. This spot was devoid of others, as few ventured out to the sea at night. Unlike the day, the night brought an eerie solitude, with only the sound of the sea breeze accompanying her. Chapter 49, A Bountiful Night. Ah, what is pinching me? It was her sister-in-law who first discovered the treasure. Let me see what this is. Lin Zhuang exclaimed as he helped his wife remove the object from her shoe, revealing a blue crab. Goodness, it's a blue crab, little sister. Come and take a look. Your sister-in-law has found a blue crab. Lin Xiaoxiao heard her elder brother call her and hurried over to take a look. Indeed, it was a plump blue crab, still lively and waving its claws energetically. Zhao Shi appeared quite bewildered, having stepped on the crab, which was undoubtedly worth far more than her foot, and it didn't hurt her at all. Her sister-in-law was lucky to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliments, Zhao Shi remarked, "I merely stepped on it by accident." It seemed that the haul at night was even more abundant than during the day, making it all the more valuable. Lin Zhuang felt that this venture was truly worthwhile, his heart brimming with enthusiasm. If they managed to collect half a bucket tonight, they would surely strike it rich. "Brother, I'll check over there while you gather here. How about we meet back here later?" he suggested. "Be careful on your own. Let me know if you need anything, all right?" Although Lin Zhuang was immersed in the joy of gathering seafood, he still remembered to caution Lin Xiaoxiao. She nodded in agreement and moved to the side. Lin Xiaoxiao soon spotted several large blue crabs and promptly had the system recycle them. Ding! Recycled a blue crab for 500 won. The blue crabs were quite valuable, with the system offering 500 won for each. Each crab weighed approximately half a gene, truly large and succulent specimens. The system continued to chime with notifications. Lin Xiaoxiao was invigorated by the bounty, as the seaside was teeming with marine treasures, especially at night. There were far more than during the day. She even discovered some running sea urchins, and without the system's guidance on how to catch them, her hands would have been in dire straits. As the tide began to recede, Lin Xiaoxiao called for Lin Zhuang to return. He had also gathered a full bucket of various items, though in the dim light she couldn't discern what they were. "Let us head back. The tide is rising," she urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuang hastily took her hand and ascended from shore. Nighttime at the beach wasn't as perilous as some claimed. Their warnings seemed exaggerated. Zhao Shi suspected that the others might have been deceiving them, perhaps out of a desire to monopolize the bounty for themselves, as the chances of encountering marine life at night were indeed greater. The seaside at night can be risky, but if we time it well, it won't be dangerous. "We must calculate the low tide accurately," Lin Xiaoxiao asserted. "You make a valid point, sister. If we linger by the shore without knowing the tide times, we risk being swept away by the sea, so the night isn't as simple as you think." Lin Zhuang corrected his wife's misconceptions. Meanwhile, Lin's parents were still awake, the lights in their room illuminating the anxious atmosphere. They sat on the bed, engaging in idle conversation. "Why have those children been gone for so long? I hope nothing has happened," Lin's father remarked. "Nonsense. They're fine and will be back shortly," he added dismissively. Lin's mother sighed, regretting allowing them to go crabbing in the first place. Her worry intensified with each passing moment, feeling as if time was painfully dragging on. Before long, they heard the sound of the door opening. Lin's mother hurried down, wrapping herself in a garment. "You're back," she exclaimed. "Mother, why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" they asked. "How could I sleep knowing you were out crabbing? Is everything all right? Did anything happen?" Lin's mother did not first inspect their seafood, but rather ensured the well-being of her family members, finding solace in the fact that they were safe. Undoubtedly, the lives of her loved ones were far more significant than the cargo. Observing her mother's genuine concern warmed Lin Xiaoxiao's heart, a testament to the bonds of kinship. Unlike the Jiang family, who would have hastily evaluated the worth of any collected treasures from the sea, viewing them merely as commodities, Lin's family cherished their connection. "Mother, look at how much seafood we've gathered today," Lin Zhuang exclaimed as he brought over a bucket, positioning it closer to the lantern for better visibility. Upon glimpsing the bounty within, Lin's father couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness, this is quite a haul. How much would we sell this for? As for the selling price, I cannot say, Lin Zhuang replied, but I am aware of the quantity we've collected. He calculated roughly, with this abundance of seafood. We should sell it promptly, otherwise it may spoil and lose its value. Father speaks wisely. We shall rise early tomorrow, Lin Xiaoxiao agreed. Little sister, weren't you planning to accompany us to the market tomorrow? You should retire for the night. There's no need for you to fuss about here. Although Lin Xiaoxiao wished to voice her thoughts, Lin's mother had already begun to usher her away, gently pushing her into her room. Daughter, rest early. As the door closed, Lin Xiaoxiao found herself bemused. Mother, I haven't even washed my face or feet yet. Is it truly acceptable to sleep like this? Turning, she noticed Jiang Lianlan peacefully slumbering on the bed. Unable to resist, she kissed her daughter's forehead before washing her face and feet and settling down to sleep. At the break of dawn, Lin Xiaoxiao was roused by a clamor, recalling that she was to accompany her elder brother to the market. Estimating that he had already risen, she hurriedly got up, opting not to disturb the sleeping child. Stepping outside, a brisk wind greeted her, sending shivers down her spine. Being near the seaside, the breeze carried the scent of the ocean, much stronger than usual. Did we wake you, little sister? Why not sleep a while longer? It's still early. We merely intend to sort through the seafood to facilitate selling it in town, they explained. You didn't wake me. I woke up on my own, unable to return to sleep. I wish to assist, Lin Xiaoxiao replied hastily, rushing to wash her face and joining them as they meticulously categorized the seafood. Lin Xiaoxiao mused about the challenges of earning a living. Thanks to my little sister's luck, we managed to gather such valuable items last night. Otherwise, we would not have found nearly this much. Lin Zhuang said cheerfully. It was our fortunate circumstances, not solely my merit. I would never claim undue credit, she replied. Brother, when shall we head to town? Observing her daughter's eagerness, Lin's mother replied. Once we finish breakfast, we shall depart. I will stay home with Lianlan. You all go, and be sure to rouse your sister-in-law to join us. Chapter 50. Selling seafood in town after breakfast. The group climbed aboard the ox cart, setting off for the town while the sky remained dimly lit. What are you pondering, little sister? Are you feeling cold? Zhao was under the impression that Lin Xiaoxiao was merely experiencing a temporary discomfort. The climate here tends to be quite chilly in the mornings and evenings, while the days are relatively pleasant. Thus, she intended to offer Lin Xiaoxiao an additional layer of clothing. However, upon perceiving her intention, Lin Xiaoxiao promptly interjected, Sister-in-law, I'm not cold. I was simply lost in thought. Realizing that her younger sister was indeed comfortable, Zhao felt reassured. Sister-in-law, do you often visit the town? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Zhao shook her head, responding, Not at all. I do not go to town frequently. After all, there was little reason for her to venture there, as a trip to town required expenditure, and their household was not in the best of circumstances, limiting their visits to just a few times a year. This occasion was a fortunate exception, made possible by her younger sister's presence. As their ox cart finally arrived at the town, a throng of people gathered outside, rushing towards the approaching cart, startling Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Zhuang quickly explained, These individuals are vendors here to select goods. We need not be anxious. If they are interested, they will negotiate a price with us. A middle-aged man stepped forward and addressed Lin Zhuang. Young man, what do you have in that barrel? It's covered with cloth. May I take a look? Lin Zhuang nodded and lifted the cloth, revealing an array of seafood inside. Upon sighting the blue crabs, the man's pupils dilated significantly. It was perhaps the most he had encountered in his time as a vendor. Others nearby, noticing the blue crabs in the barrel, eagerly inquired, Young man, how much for the entire barrel? What do you think is a fair price? The middle-aged man, seeing his opportunity threatened, protested vehemently. First come, first served. Don't you know that I was the first to show interest in that barrel? It should be sold to me first. But you haven't offered any money yet. Whoever bids higher will claim it, retorted another vendor nearby, not inclined to relent. Enraged, the middle-aged man huffed and puffed, turning to Lin Zhuang. Young man, I was the first to express interest. Shouldn't you sell it to me? Lin Zhuang found himself at a loss, as this was his first encounter with such a predicament. After all, there were only so many blue crabs. How could he possibly sell to two individuals? It was then that Lin Xiaoxiao intervened, suggesting, "We have more than just blue crabs. There are other items to consider as well." Upon hearing her words, one of the men remarked, "In that case, I want to contest you for the blue crabs, but you mustn't try to claim the other items." Eagerly, he lifted the cover from second barrel, only to discover it was filled with sea urchins, leaving him utterly astonished. "Wow, this is impressive. Young man, where did you manage to gather such a bounty of seafood?" Lin Zhuang merely smiled. He could not disclose his source, for it was a closely guarded secret tied to their livelihood. The man, sensing the unspoken boundaries, refrained from further inquiry and instead suggested that they proceed to weigh the goods. They had indeed collected not only blue crabs and sea urchins, but also an assortment of other treasures, all of which were eagerly purchased by the gathered crowd. Lin's father was still somewhat bewildered, feeling as though he had just awakened from a dream of sudden wealth. He could hardly believe that within a mere night, he had amassed such a fortune, his hands trembling with disbelief. It was Lin Zhuang who reminded him that the area was crowded and eyes were everywhere. What if someone took an interest in their newfound wealth? "We should leave promptly," he suggested. Lin's father concurred, hastily gathering his companions to slip away to the town. "Is there anything you fancy, little sister? Today, brother will buy you something," Lin Zhuang said with enthusiasm. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a playful glance at her somewhat naive brother and replied, "Why not buy something for sister-in-law as well? Why should it only be for me?" Lin Zhuang found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing red. He had not considered that aspect at all. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who nudged Lin Zhuang toward Zhao Shi, and then she spoke up, "Sister-in-law, brother mentioned wanting to buy you something. Please choose whatever you like." Zhao Shi blushed, somewhat shy, and stammered, "We are old married folks now. What do I need to choose? I don't want anything." "Look, sister-in-law doesn't want it," Lin Zhuang said earnestly. Lin Xiaoxiao thought her brother was quite the oblivious man. When someone said they didn't want something, it was often out of modesty. "I'll buy you something regardless of whether you like it or not." Truly, a man who knows nothing of romance, she mused. Zhao Shi realized that this was not Lin Zhuang's genuine desire to buy for her. Perhaps Lin Xiaoxiao had said something that influenced his intentions, causing her expression to darken. They meandered through the town once more, discovering that the market primarily dealt in seafood, with merchants selling various oceanic delicacies, and taverns also sourcing seafood. Otherwise, large vessels transported these goods elsewhere. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated opening a different shop here, yet the time was not right, as she lacked sufficient funds, so she set that thought aside for now. The group returned home in a bullock cart. The sun was high at noon, and if they wished to gather seafood, they would have to wait until the afternoon, having missed the optimal time in the morning. "Lan Lan, look what your grandfather has brought for you," Lin's father exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Lan Lan, reaching out to embrace the little one, who nestled her head into his embrace, eliciting joyous laughter from him. From his sleeve, Lin's father produced a small toy, a rattledrum. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. When had her father purchased such an item? "Do you like it, Lan Lan?" he inquired. Jiang Lan Lan nodded enthusiastically. I like it." Seeing her delight, Lin's father's gaze softened with affection. He then gathered everyone into the room, his expression turning serious. "This is the silver earned today, what remains after purchases." The table was neatly arrayed with 4 taels of silver. To think they had earned so much in a single night. Lin's mother gazed at the silver, feeling it almost surreal. 4 taels of silver represented a month's income for an entire family, a sum not typically seen in a month after expenses were deducted. Indeed, I never imagined it would be more profitable than my previous trade as a peddler, Lin Zhuang reflected, filled with amazement. The merchant still has to shoulder the burden, which is far more arduous than chasing the tide. Chapter 51, Setting Traps in the Mountains. Father Lin divided the silver into 2 portions, with one being notably lesser, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao perplexed. What was his intention? Soon, Father Lin pushed the larger share towards her, saying, "My daughter, this portion is for you." "For me? Why would he give her money?" Lin Xiaoxiao thought, especially since she had already earned a considerable sum in the system, rendering this meager amount unnecessary. Moreover, her haul was indeed less than that of her elder brother. After all, she had sold more to the system, so how could she claim such a substantial sum? So, you have no objections, do you? After speaking to Lin Xiaoxiao, Father Lin turned his gaze to his son. Lin Zhuang nodded. I have no objections. This is what little sister deserves. If not for her insistence on going to the shore tonight, our family wouldn't have earned so much silver. Father, that simply won't do. I haven't gathered much seafood. How can I take so much silver? Lin Xiaoxiao insisted, refusing the money. Seeing her reluctance, Lin Mother directly grasped the coins and pressed them into her embrace, saying, Daughter, do not stand on ceremony with your family. Lin Xiaoxiao was both amused and exasperated. It wasn't that she wished to distance herself from them, but rather that she felt undeserving of such a windfall, especially given her parents' overwhelming kindness. Just accept it, little sister. If it weren't for you, how could we have made so much tonight? Zhao Shi chimed in, encouraging her. Faced with such consensus, Lin Xiaoxiao realized that refusing would lead to a prolonged back and forth, so she divided the silver again, handing a portion to Zhao Shi. Sister-in-law, join me in chasing the tide tonight. You've worked hard too, and you deserve your share. Is that agreeable to everyone? If you refuse, then I shall return it as well. This left everyone at a loss for words. Zhao Shi, holding the silver, felt her eyes welling with tears. She expected her little sister to be so considerate of her. Once the silver was distributed, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly sought an excuse, eager to depart. Leaving a few individuals in the room exchanging glances, Zhao Shi returned the coins, saying, Father, Mother, let us split this at home. The silver should be kept together. Though we Haven Tea separated our households, you should still possess some funds of your own. This is your hard-earned money, as little sister said. Keep it. Whether you spend it or not is entirely up to you, Lin Mother insisted, returning the money to Zhao Shi. Holding the coins, Zhao Shi felt a warmth in her heart. Harmony within the family was far more significant than anything else, a lesson taught to her by her parents before her marriage. And only now did she truly grasp its meaning. After dinner, the family engaged in idle chatter, loosening the nearby soil. Lin Xiaoxiao conversed with Lin Mother. With time until the tide receded, she observed Father Lin preparing to ascend a mountain. Father, where are you headed? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Father Lin, not wishing to conceal anything from his daughter, replied, I've dug a trap on the mountain and am going to check for any game to bring back for a feast. Father, may I accompany you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gazing into her daughter's eager eyes, Father Lin found it impossible to refuse her request. Very well, let us go together, he replied. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao and her father ascended the mountain, where the air was invigorating and the fragrant aroma of wildflowers permeated the surroundings, uplifting one's spirits. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao set her sights on a target, discovering an abundance of mushrooms nearby. After consulting her system, she determined that they were indeed edible and could be collected. She bent down to gather the mushrooms and was soon greeted by the delightful chime of the system, announcing her success. Happiness, she realized, was remarkably simple. Next, she stumbled upon wild vegetables and, armed with a hoe, began to excavate them. These vegetables were exceptionally tender and sizable, surpassing those found in her own region. The locals here relied on fishing for their sustenance rather than foraging, resulting in a plentiful supply of wild greens. Lin Xiaoxiao mused that it would be wonderful to forage here long-term. Meanwhile, Father Lin inspected his traps, but found no game, which dampened his spirits. When he turned to locate his daughter, he discovered she was missing. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, he called out. Father, is that you calling me? Lin Xiaoxiao poked her head out, her backpack filled with the finest wild green she had gathered, as their household lacked sufficient vegetables. Seeing his daughter safe eased Father Lin's worries. I didn't catch anything in the traps. Let us head back, he said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of reluctance and curiously inquired, Father, how did you construct your traps? May I see them? Father Lin led her to his traps, carefully removing the grass that covered them. Lin Xiaoxiao peered inside and observed that the traps consisted merely of a pit with nothing placed beneath it. If a rabbit were to leap in, it would surely escape. She remarked, Father, have you ever caught anything with this trap? she asked. Pondering her question, Father Lin realized he had never ensnared any game and sheepishly admitted, no. It seemed as though the trap was unlikely to capture anything at all. Lin Xiaoxiao offered, traps should be set differently. I have apprenticed under a master who taught me how to lay them out properly. What? You have a master? This was the first time Father Lin had heard his daughter mention such a thing. Lin Xiaoxiao, having forgotten to mention her mentor, recounted her experiences with the old man Jiang, noting that he was now managing affairs at home. Father Lin, upon hearing this, marveled at his daughter's good fortune in finding such a remarkable teacher. He resolved to visit her master one day. Nearby, a grove of wild bamboo caught Lin Xiaoxiao's eye. Armed with a machete, she swiftly cut down some bamboo and fashioned skewers from it, laying them inside the trap as a foundation. Should any prey fall into the pit, it would surely meet its demise. As Lin's father watched his daughter skillfully complete the trap, he felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. In the past, his daughter had always been demure and never engaged in such tasks. Her expertise lay solely in embroidery. However, since her arrival at the old Jiang family, her hands had become rough and calloused, rendering her unable to stitch as she once did. This thought troubled Lin's father, leading him to wonder if her fortunes might have been different had she encountered a better husband. Dad, I finished, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face beaming with satisfaction as she admired her handiwork. Chapter 52. The family goes fishing. Seeing his daughter's radiant smile, Lin's father cast aside his worries, grateful that she was thriving again. Dad, can you make a fishing rod? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, eyeing the abundance of bamboo around her, which sparked her thoughts of fishing. We have fishing rods at home. Would you like one? He replied. In their small fishing village, every household crafted fishing rods, so it was common for families to have them readily available. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of fishing. The two descended the mountain, and as Lin Xiaoxiao placed the basket down, fresh wild vegetables spilled out. Zhao Shi, unfamiliar with the wild edibles, curiously asked, Xiaoxiao, are these edible? Of course. They are quite delicious. We often eat these at home, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Hearing her daughter mention their frequent consumption of wild vegetables brought tears to Lin's mother's eyes, and she discreetly wiped them away, harboring resentment towards the old Jiang family for their mistreatment of her daughter. Meanwhile, Lin's father retrieved the fishing rods from home and handed them to Lin Xiaoxiao. Do these rods suffice? He asked. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically. They are perfect. Brother, sister-in-law, would you like to go fishing as well? Upon hearing her invitation, both eagerly nodded. Fishing was their favorite pastime, though they feared they might not catch anything. Beside them, Jiang Lanlan tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's sleeve, her voice sweet and innocent. Mother, can I come fishing with you? Of course. Let us go fishing, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, playfully pinching the child's cheek. Lin's father, who also enjoyed fishing, what man did not, often cast a line whenever he had free time, regardless of the outcome. I'll join as well, he said cheerfully. Why would you join us? Stay at home, Lin's mother interjected. Mother, let us all go together. It's rare for us to be together, and I'll be returning home in a couple of days, Lin Xiaoxiao countered. Hearing her daughter mention her imminent departure filled Lin's mother with profound reluctance, yet she understood that her daughter had established her own life elsewhere. Thus, she suppressed her feelings of sadness and said, Very well, let us all go fishing. The family gathered their water buckets and fishing rods, setting off with great enthusiasm. The sun cast its warm rays upon everyone's faces, filling the atmosphere with joy. Jiang Lanlan, filled with curiosity, gazed upon the seaside, a realm she had never encountered before. The soft, fine sand crunched delightfully beneath her feet, and she found herself engrossed in the playful endeavor of building sandcastles. Nearby, Lin Mu observed as their group prepared to fish. Lin Xiaoxiao, eager as ever, tossed her line into a nearby puddle. The shore was dotted with various pools, each harboring fish that could not escape. However, catching these fish proved to be quite a challenge. Fishing is often a tedious pursuit, requiring patience as one waits for a bite. It is not as if casting one line guarantees an immediate catch. Suddenly, Lin Zhuang exclaimed in excitement as his line twitched. The others glanced at him with disbelief, as their lines remained still while his was the only one stirring. Feeling slighted by Lin Fu's reprimand, Lin Zhuang felt a twinge of injustice. He simply wished to share his exuberance. As he hoisted his fishing rod, anticipation built among the group. When the catch was finally revealed, laughter erupted. To Lin Zhuang's dismay, it was merely a small crayfish. With a dejected expression, he cast his line back into the water, vowing to refrain from shouting again for fear of further ridicule. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao's rod began to jerk, signaling a strong pull. She sensed it must be a sizable fish, for the force was unlike that of a mere shrimp. Observing her struggle, Zhao Shi offered assistance. But Lin Xiaoxiao declined, insisting on handling it herself. The true joy of fishing lies in the thrill of reeling in a catch and witnessing the fruits of one's labor. To miss out on that experience would render fishing meaningless. Respecting her wishes, Zhao Shi focused intently on Lin Xiaoxiao's efforts, curious to see what she would bring in. "Oh dear," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, realizing the arduous task at hand. Fortunately, her persistence paid off as she finally brought ashore a magnificent yellow croaker, weighing nearly 4 pounds. The family gasped in astonishment at her catch. "You're incredibly lucky, little sister. How did you manage to land such a big fish?" Lin Zhuang compared his meager catch of tiny shrimp to her impressive haul, feeling the stark contrast. "It's merely luck," Lin Xiaoxiao modestly replied. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi's line began to stir as well, diverting the group's attention away from Lin Xiaoxiao's impressive catch. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched the lively fish in her bucket, she couldn't help but muse, "If only I could catch large fish every day." Casting her line once more, she felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of what might bite next. Once one becomes addicted to the thrill of fishing, the desire to continue grows insatiable. It seemed that soon she would find herself recognized as one of the adept anglers spoken of in tales. Zhao had caught a bass, weighing about 3 pounds, and this brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuang, feeling disheartened, buried his head lower, unable to compete even with the women around him. He was fixated on his fishing rod, wishing he could shake it to entice a catch, yet it remained still. Lin Xiaoxiao's rod began to move again. Upon reeling it in, she discovered a bass, slightly larger than Zhao's. Content, she continued her fishing. The fish they caught today could be sold to the system or taken to the town market. She was not in a hurry, knowing that if the town offered a low price, she could simply sell to the system. Thus, it was imperative to catch as many fish as possible, as their day's bounty depended on it. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her rod up and was thrilled to see a fish adorned with spots, tinged with red. The system swiftly informed her it was a prize species known as the East Starry Grouper, which commanded a high price among fish varieties. Although the most expensive remained the green grouper, she pondered whether she would have the opportunity to catch one of those. After fishing for a while, Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions decided it was time to head home, as the hour was getting late. The Lin family was particularly joyful about their abundant catch, as it was their first time experiencing such a bountiful haul. They unanimously attributed this fortune to their younger sister, without her presence. They wondered how they could have amassed so many fish akin to the treasures found during a night by the sea. However, they refrained from publicizing her good luck, knowing that if others learned of it, they might trouble her with requests. "Look, we hit the jackpot again today," Lin Zhuang laughed, his face beaming with innocence. Until Lin's father playfully smacked him, reminding him that while their success was delightful, it was best not to boast about it, lest it bring trouble to their sister. Rubbing his head where he was struck, Lin Zhuang assured, "Father, you needn't worry. You know I can keep a secret." "Keep a secret indeed," Lin's father remarked. Casting a dubious glance at his son, Lin Zhuang, feeling misunderstood, wondered why he was not trusted. He was capable of discerning when to speak and when to remain silent. Lin's father, still unconvinced, reiterated his caution a few more times before discussing the matter with Lin's mother, urging the family to keep the news to themselves. Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Lianlan crouched beside the water bucket, admiring their catch. "Mother, look at all these fish," Jiang Lianlan exclaimed. "Yes, which one would you like to eat?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. She wished to keep a few for herself, as enjoying life and indulging in good food was part of living well. After all, she wasn't indulging recklessly. Eating a fish was hardly a crime. I want to eat the most beautiful fish, Jiang Lianlan said excitedly, pointing to the East Starry grouper. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. Her daughter seemed to have an even greater appreciation for good food than herself. Mother, is that all right? With a naive expression, Jiang Lianlan gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, finding the fish delectable without comprehending its intrinsic value. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could utter a word, Lin's mother interjected, Lianlan, let's not consume this fish. It is quite precious. We could exchange it for money and promptly purchase new clothes. What do you say? We can eat another kind of fish. Jiang Lianlan, despite her disappointment, felt no distress. After all, she was merely a child, not genuinely fond of fish, but rather captivated by its appearance. Thus, she nodded earnestly, stating, let us sell it and buy new clothes. Observing that she had successfully persuaded the child, Lin's mother glanced at her daughter with relief, muttering, how could you allow the child to eat it? It is so expensive. If Lianlan consumes it, what a waste it would be. It will merely be digested and excreted. It would be far better to exchange it for money. Hearing Lin's mother speak this way left Lin Xiaoxiao at a loss for words. Yet she understood that Lin's mother genuinely had her best interests at heart. These seafood delicacies could not be confined within a single bucket, and with nightfall approaching, the Lin family intended to transport all the seafood to town for sale if time had permitted. However, now it was too late. They had to separate the catch to prevent overcrowding, lest they perish and lose value. Lin Xiaoxiao joined in the effort to sort the seafood and inadvertently pricked herself on a fishbone. Look at how careless you are, Lin's mother chided, her tone filled with concern. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully winked at her, explaining that it had been a while since she had caught fish, and her skills had become somewhat rusty. Thus she didn't believe she had actually been pricked. Let your father and elder brother handle these tasks. You can simply watch. There isn't much left anyway, Lin's mother urged, guiding Lin Xiaoxiao to sit aside. Given that there was indeed little cargo remaining, Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from arguing and quietly observed as they busily worked. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin's father and mother sat on the edge of the bed, unable to resist discussing the day's events. Did you notice any change in our daughter? Lin's mother inquired. Lin's father paused, initially oblivious, but upon reflection, he too recognized that their daughter had indeed transformed, becoming more cheerful. Previously, she had often appeared sullen, while now she was filled with laughter and playfulness. Perhaps she has come to terms with things. After all, the Jiang family had put her through quite a lot. It reminds me of a rather dull fellow in the village who suddenly became enlightened one day and even excelled in his studies. It's not so surprising, Lin's father remarked nonchalantly. It is for the best that our daughter can find peace. I prefer her this way, Lin's mother sighed, expressing her modest hopes for her children's happiness and safety, regardless of their wealth. Time to sleep. I must rise early tomorrow to accompany our daughter to sell the seafood, Lin's father yawned. He was genuinely exhausted, yet content, and it wasn't long before he drifted into slumber. Lin Xiaoxiao cradled her daughter, gently swaying her little head while narrating stories, and before long, she too fell asleep. As dawn broke, Lin Xiaoxiao heard the soft rustling sounds and promptly got out of bed, eager to purchase seafood. Lin Fu glanced back at his daughter and asked Xiaoxiao, why are you up so early? He made every effort to be quiet, fearing he might wake her, yet she had already risen. Father, I wake up this early every day. I am quite accustomed to it, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a yawn as she joined her father in loading the cart. This time, Lin Fu had borrowed a wooden cart from the village to transport their goods to the town. The seafood they had today was even more valuable than yesterday's, and he wanted to avoid attracting envious glances from the villagers, hence his caution. Lin Zhuang also changed his clothes and came out to assist in setting the water buckets properly. The morning breeze felt refreshingly cool against their faces, invigorating them. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had prepared a simple breakfast of rice porridge, and the family was ready to set off for the town. Since they needed to push the cart, it was imperative to leave early, otherwise they would arrive too late. Lin Fu took the lead in steering the cart, while Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang pushed from behind, accompanied by Zhao Shi. Upon their arrival in the town, they found it relatively empty, with few vendors present. Observing the quiet streets, Lin Xiaoxiao suggested to her father, "Father, have you considered selling all this seafood directly to the restaurant?" Lin Fu paused, taken aback by his daughter's suggestion. He had never contemplated such a thing. "What do you mean, little sister?" Lin Zhuang inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. "I believe we can earn more by selling directly to the restaurant rather than to the vendors, who are merely middlemen and would take a larger cut. Since the vendors have yet to arrive, we still have a chance. If it takes too long, we can always push the cart back," Lin Xiaoxiao stated with determination. Her gaze steady upon them. Everyone agreed. With such an abundance of seafood, they were grateful to their sister for her foresight. "You take the lead, sister," Lin Zhuang encouraged. Lin Xiaoxiao placed a hand on her forehead, feeling the weight of responsibility as the family's decision-maker. Regardless, selling the seafood was their priority. "Let us go directly to the largest restaurant in town. Do you all know where it is?" "I do," Lin Zhuang replied confidently, patting his chest. As a deliverman, he was well acquainted with the town's establishments, perhaps even more so than their father. They pushed the cart toward the largest restaurant, which indeed lived up to its reputation, bustling with patrons even at this early hour. Lin Xiaoxiao instructed them to wait outside. It would be unwise to rush in with so many people at once, as it might lead to an awkward situation if the restaurant declined to buy their goods. "Sister, I'll accompany you inside." "I'm not comfortable with you going in alone," Lin Zhuang insisted. Lin Xiaoxiao had no objections, so they entered together, while Lin Fu and Zhao Shi remained by the cart, anxiously watching their progress. "Good sirs, are you dining, or is there something else we can assist you with?" The waiter inquired warmly. The restaurant is quite spacious, attracting patrons for various reasons. Some come merely to dine, while others arrive with intentions of discussing business matters. For those seeking a more discreet conversation, they are escorted to the second floor, where the ambience is quieter and more conducive for dialogue. As the businessmen sip their tea and converse, a young man inquires, "Do you accept seafood at your establishment? I possess the finest and largest seafood available, and I wonder if you'd be interested." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's proposition, the waiter politely declines, stating, "I'm afraid we have regular suppliers, so we cannot accept outside goods. I apologize, miss." Feeling somewhat disheartened by the refusal, Lin Zhuang casts a glance at his sister, only to find her deep in thought, leaving him uncertain of her considerations. "What shall we do now? They are not interested," he muses. "There's no need to fret. Solutions will surely present themselves. After all, we have caught the prize grouper," Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately mentions. The grouper is not easily caught, and its value is considerable. Should anyone in need overhear her, they would undoubtedly approach her for negotiations. Wealthy individuals frequent the restaurant, as it is unlikely they would spend money dining out unless they possessed ample resources. Indeed, her words attract the attention of a middle-aged man who approaches her, asking, "Miss, is it true that you mentioned grouper? Do you have some in your possession?" Lin Xiaoxiao nods, affirming, "Not only do I possess grouper, but I also have large yellow croaker and other varieties of fish." The man's eyes gleam with excitement upon hearing this, as he has been pondering what gift to bring to the governor's banquet. "Where are these goods? May I see them?" "They are outside. Let's step out to take a look," Lin Xiaoxiao responds, leading the man outside. The nearby waiter stands in shock, realizing that the young lady claimed to have grouper, a highly sought-after delicacy. He imagines the consequences if the manager discovers he turned away such a valuable customer, causing him to feel a sense of urgency to slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi surveys the surroundings and spots Lin Xiaoxiao emerging with her brother and a man. She hurriedly alerts her father. "Father, they are coming out." Upon seeing his daughter and son, old Lin observes as Lin Xiaoxiao approaches him, saying, "Father, please unveil the cloth so he can see." Following her instructions, Lin father lifts the cloth, revealing several buckets of seafood. The man is astonished, exclaiming, "You went out to sea. We caught these ourselves. We did not venture into the sea," Lin Zhuang clarifies. The man, even more astounded, cannot believe that they caught such a substantial quantity. "You are truly impressive to have captured so much. You must be quite the angler." "Oh, not all," Lin Zhuang humbly replies. The middle-aged man, eyes glinting with interest, states, "I shall take all of these seafood items. However, I have a favor to ask of you." Upon hearing that there might be some trouble, Lin Zhuang hesitated to agree. He cast a glance at his younger sister, Lin Xiaoxiao, who also remained noncommittal, opting to wait until the man finished speaking. "I would like to invite you to participate in a fishing competition. The individual who secures first place will be awarded a substantial prize. While I have no interest in the reward, I am solely after that box," the middle-aged man stated with a serious demeanor. Fishing alone left him feeling uncertain, but with others, he felt a greater chance of success. He truly desired that box, as it held immense significance for him. "A fishing competition?" Lin Xiaoxiao murmured to herself. Lin's father then interjected, "My daughter, you've been married for quite some time, so it's understandable that you're unaware that we hold a fishing competition here every year. Only the wealthy and powerful are eligible to secure a spot on the boat for fishing. Common folk like us have no such privileges. Hence, it's normal for you not to know. I heard that winning could yield 1,000 taels of silver and a box retrieved from the depths of the sea. As for what lies within that box, it is left to one's fortune. Last year, a large luminous pearl was discovered inside. But who knows what this year's box might contain?" Upon hearing her father's explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao grasped the concept of the fishing competition. It sounded quite intriguing. Noticing her interest, the middle-aged man continued, "As for the 1,000 taels of silver, I do not desire it. If you win, I shall return the entire amount to you. I merely want that box. Do you know what is inside that box, which is why you covet it so?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. "Of course, curiosity can sometimes lead to peril," the man replied, shaking his head. Seeing his reluctance to divulge more, Lin Xiaoxiao decided not to press further. Chapter 55. Agreeing to participate in the fishing competition, Lin Zhuang pulled his sister aside, cautiously asking, "Little sister, do you wish to participate in this fishing competition? There's 1,000 taels at stake." That man mentioned he only wants the treasure box, and as for the silver, claiming it wouldn't entice them is disingenuous. However, I worry there might be some hidden agenda, so I want to hear your thoughts. Lin Xiaoxiao hardly pondered the matter. She was determined to enter the fishing competition. The opportunity to venture out to sea, where the catch is significantly more valuable than that along the shore, excited her. The potential earnings from the fish she could catch were bound to be greater. If she could store all the fish caught in the system, wouldn't that be a tremendous profit? With this in mind, Lin Xiaoxiao earnestly remarked, "Regardless, having this opportunity is quite beneficial." He said that if we secure the championship, we would receive 1,000 taels. Even if we fail to win, it wouldn't be a loss for us, would it? Hearing his sister's reasoning, Lin Zhuang found merit in her words. The middle-aged man patiently waited for the family of four to deliberate. If they chose not to participate, it would be as though he had never spoken of it, though he hoped they would agree. The more participants, the better his chances of success. "Xiaoxiao, have you truly made up your mind to enter the fishing competition?" Lin's father harbored some concerns regarding his daughter's venture into the sea, as she had never sailed before. He had heard tales of individuals who struggled with seasickness, which heightened his apprehension. He feared that, in the end, she might return home not only empty-handed but also unwell. "Dad, I wish to participate," she declared earnestly. Observing his daughter's resolute demeanor, Lin's father found himself at a loss for words. His daughter had grown, developed her own opinions, and, as a father, he felt it inappropriate to voice opposition. He could only offer his silent support, saying, "Then go ahead. Take your brother with you. The two of you can go together. I will keep an eye on things at home, so you needn't worry. Just showcase your skills." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by her father's response. She had expected him to disapprove of her participation in the fishing competition, yet he was wholeheartedly supportive, which deeply moved her. "We've made our plans. My sister and I will enter the fishing competition. When does it commence?" Lin Zhuang inquired of the middle-aged man. "My surname is Zhang. You may call me Uncle Zhang. What is your surname?" Zhang Tian replied. "The competition begins in a month, so we still have ample time to prepare," he added. "We are the Lin family," Lin Xiaoxiao responded. "Ah, so you are the Lins. I shall refer to you as Lin Girl and Lin Boy. We shall reconvene here in a month. Should you arrive late, I shall not wait for you, as time is of the essence, and I cannot linger indefinitely," Zhang Tian cautioned, emphasizing the importance of punctuality. Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang acknowledged his words. And after settling their accounts with the Zhang family, the group returned home on an ox cart. A month offered them the opportunity to accomplish numerous tasks. Lin Xiaoxiao intended to visit home and discuss her plans with her master, as she would undoubtedly require his assistance for the upcoming competition. Upon their return, Lin's mother sensed something was amiss and promptly pulled Lin's father aside. "Old man, what is going on? Did you fail to sell the fish? But that doesn't make sense. You didn't bring any fish back. What on earth happened? Was it that you received a meager price? Are you unhappy?" In response to Lin's mother's inquiries, Lin's father revealed their children's intention to participate in the fishing competition. Lin's mother was taken aback. "Such pursuits are for the wealthy. How can we possibly partake? You should have dissuaded them. How can you allow them to go? What if they are bullied by those affluent individuals on the boat?" The mere thought of it filled Lin's mother with distress, and she reproached her husband for failing to counsel their children. Lin's father, initially indifferent, began to reconsider upon hearing her analysis. "What should we do? We've already promised to join them. To back out now would be unseemly, and we cannot simply abandon our word. What else can we do? If we prevent our children from going, what can they do about it?" Lin's mother muttered, visibly upset. Observing her anger, Lin's father found it prudent to remain silent. Lin's mother approached Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, please refrain from participating in that fishing competition. You might be bullied, and your father and I cannot protect you. The boat will be filled with wealthy individuals. It is best if you do not involve yourself in such matters. All right?" Aware of her mother's concern, Lin Xiaoxiao felt unperturbed by the affluent passengers on the boat. What are the wealthy? They are merely human, possessing 2 eyes and a nose like everyone else. Besides, those rich folks are unlikely to bully anyone indiscriminately. Moreover, isn't the Zhang family nearby? If someone truly dared to mistreat her, wouldn't they intervene? It would tarnish their reputation. "Mother, please do not worry. I will be fine. We are merely going to fish and will return shortly. Dear, I truly hope you remain safe. I implore you, just focus on being well. There is no need to earn 1,000 taels of silver. We have enough to eat and drink at home. Please do not go fishing with your brother." Lin's mother pleaded. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Xiaoxiao grew weary of the conversation. "Mother, trust me. I will take care of myself. I'm not a child anymore. Furthermore, during my years with the Jiang family, I have learned to fend for myself. I long to see the world outside. I have never been to sea. They say the ocean is vast and boundless." As she expressed these thoughts, her eyes sparkled with longing, causing Lin's mother to feel a pang of sorrow. Indeed, her daughter had grown up. She could not always remain by her side. It was essential for her daughter to learn self-reliance. If she wished to witness the ocean, and now had the opportunity, how could a mother stand in her way? Lin's mother realized she should not hinder her daughter. "Promise me you will take care of yourself. All right?" "Yes, I will keep myself safe. And if I earn 1,000 taels, I will buy you many wonderful things. All right? You silly child. If you truly earn that much, I hope you save it wisely. Do not spend it frivolously. When the time comes for you to marry, you will need a dowry. I do not want your silver." With the conversation taking a lighter turn, both of their faces brightened with smiles. Lin's father, who had initially intended to dissuade his daughter from fishing, saw that they had reached an understanding and felt there was nothing more to say. The following day, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home, as there were numerous matters awaiting her attention. Chapter 56. Isn't this what women should do? When Lin Xiaoxiao returned from her mother's house, it was already evening. The sky was overcast, seemingly on the verge of rain. She quickened her pace, holding her child's hand as they made their way home. Her mother had prepared an abundance of seafood for her, which she initially rejected, but her mother insisted, refusing to let her leave without it. Lin Xiaoxiao felt helpless. "You all should head home. It looks like it's going to rain," old Jiang remarked to the women who had been assisting him. Noticing the darkening sky, the women did not linger and exchanged a few words with old Jiang before departing. As old Jiang prepared to close the door, he spotted a familiar figure approaching, his eyes brightening. "Disciple, you have finally returned. I was beginning to miss you terribly." Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao return, the old man Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. He had grown accustomed to solitude, but now, with a disciple by his side, trailing after her daily, he found himself unaccustomed to her sudden absence. "Master, Please refrain from such comments. Others might misinterpret my relationship with you. Lin Xiaoxiao jested. Very well, very well. I shall remain silent. But Lan Lan, my dear, you seem to have become quite plump. What delectable treats has your maternal grandmother been feeding you? Jiang lifted Jiang Lan Lan, noting her increased weight. My grandmother has spoiled me with an abundance of delicious food, and she even made me a new pair of shoes. Great-grandfather, do they not look splendid? Jiang Lan Lan proudly lifted her toes to showcase the new shoes to Jiang. The old man, delighted by the sight, felt a warmth in his heart. Despite Lin Xiaoxiao's in-laws being less than ideal, her maternal family truly cared for her. However, the mere thought of her in-laws caused a peculiar expression to cross Jiang's face. Master, this is a gift from my mother, Lin Xiaoxiao said, producing a box of fish glue and handing it to Jiang. In the fishing village, fish were abundant, and the locals crafted fish glue, though there were notable differences in quality. Why trouble your mother further? Sending me gifts as well? Jiang feigned reluctance, yet his hands moved swiftly to accept the fish glue, relishing the feeling of being thought of. Lin Xiaoxiao pretended not to notice the old man's subtle delight. He was rather proud of himself. Master, I know you've worked hard these past few days. Allow me to prepare a feast for you. I brought back a plethora of dried goods from my family, things you've never tasted before. Lin Xiaoxiao chattered excitedly as she opened the cloth bag filled with various dried foods. Jiang, who had never encountered such delicacies due to his inland residence, gazed in wonder. It appears that every time you visit your family, I shall be left with an empty pantry, he teased. Not at all. I must clarify. I earned some money during my trip to the seaside, and I had a splendid time beachcombing and even participated in a fishing contest. Zhang's eyes lit up with longing as he listened to Lin Xiaoxiao describe the joys of beachcombing. The prospect of fishing contests intrigued him, especially with the promise of 1,000 taels of silver for the champion. Should you succeed, I shall not be forgotten. I will need to trouble you to keep an eye on the house while I attend the contest. Upon my victorious return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you and bring back many gifts. How does that sound? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Jiang, who could not bear to decline his beloved disciple. Moreover, even if Lin Xiaoxiao did not bring him gifts, he would gladly watch over her home, as he had little else to occupy his time and offered him the chance to engage in pleasant conversation with others. Very well, I shall keep watch over the house. With Jiang's assurance, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she turned towards the kitchen, eager to prepare a delightful meal for her master. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, as if it had been holding back for an eternity. The heavens turned dark, and the raindrops pattered rhythmically below. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up and was startled to discover a hole in the kitchen ceiling. Fortunately, it was not above the pot. Otherwise, the rainwater would have splashed into the cooking vessel. What a predicament! Old Jiang gazed at the room, where rain leaked from various spots, utterly speechless. Without the rain, he would not have noticed the damage, but now, it seemed that everywhere was riddled with holes. It appeared that he could only wait for the rain to cease before attempting repairs. Otherwise, how could the two of them continue living there? Jiang Lanlan stood at the doorway, gazing up at the cascading rain, lost in her thoughts. The little one was remarkably quiet when still and incredibly lively when active. Was she pondering? Come quickly for dinner. Lin Xiaoxiao called to her, and Jiang Lanlan turned, grinning as she ran over. The group found a spot shielded from the rain, settled down, and began their meal. Old Jiang casually remarked, "Disciple, I presume you're not lacking in silver these days?" Lin Xiaoxiao, uncertain of the reason behind his words, nodded in response. At some point, you should build a new house for you and your mother to live in. It is not ideal to endure leaks everywhere. While the house can be patched up, it is rather old, and further repairs may be futile. Building a house is not out of the question, but it has not been convenient lately. Perhaps that can be considered later. Lin Xiaoxiao did not wish to build a house. However, the endeavor was not as simple as it sounded. Constructing a home requires finding laborers and engaging their services, a process that would undoubtedly take considerable time. Moreover, she had a fishing competition to participate in, leaving her little room to manage such matters. Once the competition concluded, she would attend to the house. As long as you have a plan in mind, that is sufficient. Money is endless. What is the purpose of earning so much if not to live well? If you are reluctant to spend, what use is all the wealth? Old Jiang chattered on. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled softly, realizing her master believed her to be miserly. Meanwhile, in the Jiang household, old Jiang was obliged to care for old Madame Jiang, despite his reluctance. Yet, he had to maintain appearances. What are you complaining about? If you hadn't climbed the mountain, how would you have broken your leg? If you hadn't broken your leg, why would I need to look after you? Old Jiang's words were laced with reproach towards old Madame Jiang, who stared at him with reddened eyes. Do you have no conscience? I bore your children and upheld our household. Now I have merely broken my leg, and you are unwilling to care for me? Isn't this what women do? Why do you make it sound so dreadful? Old Jiang scoffed, hearing old Jiang's words. Old Madame Jiang nearly choked on her breath. Is that how you speak? Why is my life so wretched? I married you, bore your children, and sacrificed so much for this family, only for you to treat me this way? She began to lament again, while old Jiang, unwilling to listen, simply walked out. As the old man Jiang departed, the elderly matron Jiang ceased her lamentations. She realized that her voice had grown hoarse from her incessant cries, and now all she felt was the weight of her misfortune. Contemplating her own plight, she couldn't help but reflect on Lin Xiaoxiao, who seemed to be leading a charmed life. Why should her life be so blissful? The more she pondered, the more resentment brewed within her. A plan began to form in her mind. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had severed ties with her, her third son had not. Even in death, he remained her husband. A wicked smile crept upon her lips, resonating deep within her heart. Uncertain of when the rain would cease, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed out the window, feeling her spirits dampen with the weather. It was perplexing how rain could evoke both joy and sorrow within her. At that moment, Jiang Lanlan approached, gently squeezing Lin Xiaoxiao's palm, her voice sweet and innocent. Mother, are you thinking of father? Foolish child, why would I think of him? Your father is no longer here. What I ponder, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, exasperated. Did her expression truly suggest she was reminiscing about someone? I miss father, Jiang Lanlan said, pulling a stool beside Lin Xiaoxiao. Her young face, mirroring the melancholic gaze fixed outside. It seemed that even at her tender age, she bore her own burdens of thought. Lin Xiaoxiao allowed the little one to rest her head against her shoulder, softly stating, if your father were in the afterlife and knew you were thinking of him, he would certainly think of you as well. Do you think father still remembers me? I feel like I'm starting to forget what he looks like, Jiang Lanlan confessed, her recollection of her father's visage growing increasingly hazy. Hearing her words, Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the memories of her late husband, which also felt indistinct, as he had departed nearly a decade ago. 10 years could indeed erase many memories. After their marriage, he had left without ever knowing they had a daughter. Lin Xiaoxiao cradled the child's head, planting a gentle kiss upon it. From now on, you'll have your mother by your side. Jiang Lanlan smiled and nestled closer, and together they gazed out at the pouring rain, which intensified with each passing moment. The rhythmic patter of raindrops brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. As night fell, Lin Xiaoxiao took the child to bed, and the rain finally ceased the following morning. Fortunately, it had not persisted. Early that day, old man Jiang arrived, accompanied by the aunts who had come to lend a hand. They were taken aback to see Lin Xiaoxiao return. How was your visit to your maternal home, Xiaoxiao? The aunts inquired. Yes, my family is well, she replied. That's good to hear. Your mother is a kind woman who cares for you deeply. When you first married, she would visit you frequently, but alas, the old matron Jiang prevented it. Now that you have severed ties with the Jiang family, perhaps both families can reconnect. The speaker's expression turned wistful after uttering these words. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of frustration at this comment, pondering how the original owner of her body could have forsaken her maternal family to curry favor with the old matron Jiang. After all, one's family is a woman's source of strength. Meanwhile, the old matron Jiang sent old man Jiang to confront Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao opened the door, ready to take a stroll, intending to visit the village chief to discuss finding someone to help with the digging. To her surprise, she encountered the shameless old Jiang. For reasons unknown, old Jiang felt a shiver of unease when faced with Lin Xiaoxiao. She seemed transformed, no longer the quiet presence that went unnoticed in the home, but now exuding a formidable aura. Xiao, your mother is looking for you. Do you have a moment to come by our place? Old Zhang's expression was stiff, yet he managed a polite smile. Bah, I have no mother, so don't you dare label me. I have no time for idle chatter. Get out of my way. I'm going out, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted rather impolitely. Old Zhang's face fell. After all, he was her father-in-law. How could she speak to him in such a manner? Such a lack of upbringing. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao genuinely intent on leaving, Old Jiang felt a surge of anxiety. He recalled the instructions given by the old matriarch of the Jiang family and hastily exclaimed, Xiaoxiao, do you not wish to claim the possessions your husband left for you? Lin Xiaoxiao paused. Her husband had left her something? What could it possibly be? Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized Old Jiang, who appeared quite guilty. It was nothing of great value, merely left untouched for the old matriarch to remember. That is something your husband bequeathed to you. It could at least be useful for practice. You should come back to retrieve it. It's in your mother-in-law's possession. That is all I shall say. I must take my leave, Old Jiang declared before hastily retreating, as if pursued by a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the door, pondering. She was uncertain what her husband had left behind. If it were something of worth, the old Jiang family would have claimed it long ago. It was likely just some trifling items they deemed unworthy of attention. She had no desire to engage with the old Jiang family and was perplexed by their intentions. However, recalling how Lan expressed her longing for her father the day before, Lin Xiaoxiao reflected that while the items might hold little significance for her, they could be the only connection for a child to her father. After some contemplation, she decided to pay a visit to the old matriarch of the Jiang family to discern her true intentions. Where is she? Did you fail to notify her? Why hasn't she come? Those are items left by the third son. I refuse to believe she doesn't want them, the old matriarch coldly scolded Old Jiang, who stood nearby, expressing her disdain for his incompetence. Old Jiang, recognizing her contempt, retorted indignantly, I've already informed her. What more do you want from me? Whether she comes or not is none of my concern. Stop with these nonsensical grievances. He stepped outside, only to find Lin Xiaoxiao standing at the entrance with an unusual expression. You've arrived, Old Jiang announced. Hearing his words, the old matriarch's gaze turned toward the door, her face lighting up with delight. This wretched girl has finally come. I knew I could still manipulate her. Lin Xiaoxiao entered without acknowledging Old Jiang. The old matriarch feigned indifference and remarked coldly, Oh, so you finally decided to come? Did you? Wasn't it you who summoned me? Lin Xiaoxiao was not one to indulge her. If she had to be cowardly, then so be it. Otherwise, others might think her easy to bully. Indeed, upon hearing Lin's sharp retort, Old Jiang's heart raced, her face flushed with anger. You want something? Fine. Give me money and I shall part with it. We can exchange money for goods, a fair trade, Old Jiang shamelessly proclaimed. She knew that the old crone was scheming, waiting for the right moment to extort her. It was evident that she intended to seize her money. There was no way she would part with a single cent, let alone anything else. If you wish for money, I can assure you that when you pass, I will burn more for you. How much do you desire? Lin Xiaoxiao's words were infuriating, filled with a venom that threatened to drive Old Jiang to madness. Lin Xiaoxiao, you wretched girl, do you truly not want the third's possessions? They are your only hope. I desire them, yet you refuse to give them. What is the point? Keep them for yourself, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted as she turned to leave. Old Jiang, realizing she was genuinely departing, grew frantic. You wretched girl, you cannot possibly deny me everything. I have stated that when you die, I shall burn more for you. Is that not a benefit you seek? Lin Xiaoxiao taunted, winking at Old Jiang, who was nearly apoplectic with rage. Old Jiang could not fathom Lin Xiaoxiao. What manner of person was she, so cold-hearted as to forsake even the third's belongings? Let's negotiate once more. I shall give you the third's possessions. Old Jiang capitulated, recognizing that if she could not secure the greatest advantage, perhaps a small concession would suffice. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed intently at her, slowly approaching. Old Jiang instinctively shifted backwards, uncertain of Lin Xiaoxiao's intentions, feeling an unsettling chill in her presence. What was this wretched girl planning? Without a word, Lin Xiaoxiao, believing the crone to be incorrigible, decided to teach her a lesson. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a porcelain vial, extracting a black pill, and forcefully inserting it into old Zhang's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, flavorless and colorless, sending old Zhang into a panic as she clawed at her throat, desperately attempting to dislodge it, but to no avail. What? What have you made me consume? Old Zhang trembled with fear, her youth still fresh in her mind, convinced she could wait for her family to prosper. I have given you something beneficial. Do not be ungrateful. Consume this, and rest assured, your passing will be tranquil, unnoticed by anyone. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's assurances, old Zhang trembled in terror. Lin Xiaoxiao, I understand my mistakes. Please, give me the antidote. I do not wish to die. The antidote? Very well. Return my husband as possessions to me, and I shall grant you the cure. Otherwise, you may await your demise. Do not presume I am deceiving you, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. If you do not believe me, you may as well try it for yourself. On the first day, you will experience intense abdominal pain. On the second day, you will feel discomfort in your intestines. On the third day, your tongue will ache. And by the fourth day, you may even find yourself with a nosebleed. Ah, please, cease your words. Have I not offered you the possessions of the third elder? The old Jiang truly fears for her life. Those advanced in years often harbor such trepidations. A younger individual, such as Lin Xiaoxiao, might not even be able to instill fear in her. Hurry and give it to me. I have no desire to engage in further conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao displayed considerable impatience. Trembling, old Jiang retrieved the item hidden beneath her pillow. It was a letter already opened, and the state of the letter suggested that someone had sought to ascertain if it contained anything of value, only to discover there was none, and thus returned it. Where's my antidote? You have deceived me. You have not provided me with the antidote. As Lin Xiaoxiao held the letter without offering her the antidote, old Jiang grew increasingly anxious, attempting to snatch the letter from Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed her away and retorted, "What is the rush?" Left with no choice, old Jiang had to wait for Lin Xiaoxiao to finish before she could receive her antidote. However, after a prolonged wait, Lin Xiaoxiao still did not provide it. Instead, she smiled and said to herself, "Just wait to perish. You cannot deceive me. You cannot deceive me. I have followed your instructions. Why do you persist in your lies?" Old Jiang became utterly unhinged. "You have deceived me. Why should I not deceive you in return?" Lin Xiaoxiao, clutching the letter, departed with a flourish. In truth, what she had given old Jiang was not poison, requiring no antidote. She intentionally withheld this information to sow distrust in old Jiang's mind, ensuring that she would have no peaceful days ahead and would refrain from tormenting herself. "Lin Xiaoxiao, you wretched creature! You wretched creature!" Old Jiang cried, "Quickly, someone! I am dying. Fetch a doctor for me." Despite her cries, no one came to her aid. She tumbled from her bed, feeling as though her bones would shatter. Yet she remained undeterred, for she was genuinely afraid of death. After leaving old Jiang's side, Lin Xiaoxiao made her way to the village chief's home, intending to peruse the letter at her leisure upon her return. "Xiaoxiao, you have arrived." The village chief's wife greeted Lin Xiaoxiao with warmth, promptly ushering her inside and engaging her in casual conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao, taken aback by such hospitality, felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Auntie, I come to trouble you once more." "How could it be considered trouble? I am delighted to assist you. You see, thanks to your previous request for help, many now remember my kindness, so aiding you allows me to reciprocate and gain favor. It is a win-win." The village chief's wife replied with a genuine smile, truly cherishing her interaction with Lin Xiaoxiao. Amused, Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself, "Who speaks in such a manner? Even if it were true that I had sold a favor, I would not disclose it to others. Is there something specific you need from me?" The village chief's wife inquired with curiosity. "I wish to burden the village chief once more and inquire if anyone is available to assist me in cultivating my barren land. I intend to plant some crops. The season is still early, after all." The barren land was designated for cultivation, and the village chief's wife found herself at a loss for words regarding Lin Xiaoxiao. This was her request, and it would be inappropriate for her to say much more. After all, who knows what other intentions the girl might harbor? "Very well. I shall ask your uncle, the village chief, to keep an eye out for you." In Chapter 59, The Affair of Old Man Jiang, the village chief's wife could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Xiaoxiao, what do you intend to plant in this barren land? It was indeed puzzling. What could possibly grow here? Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling candid, decided to share her plans, knowing she would eventually enlist others to assist in the planting. Sister-in-law, I wish to cultivate tomatoes and strawberries. Tomatoes and strawberries. These were foreign concepts to the village chief's wife, and she was taken aback by Lin Xiaoxiao's mention of them. What are those? Can they be eaten? I've never heard of them before. It was hardly surprising that she had never encountered such items. Lin Xiaoxiao intended to procure the seeds from her system, for such varieties had not yet graced their land. She envisioned a myriad of fruit trees planted on the mountain, dreaming of an endless supply of fruit. I brought them from my family's side, she explained. It's understandable that you haven't heard of them. Sister-in-law, would you like to plant them? If you manage to grow these, I could buy them from you for a good price. Strawberries, for instance, could fetch at least 31 per pound, although the final price would depend on their quality. Her confidence in such a high price stemmed from her belief that she could sell the strawberries not only in the town, but also transport them to her family's region, and even export them elsewhere. Upon hearing that strawberries could be sold for 31 a pound, the village chief's wife was intrigued. Tirti wen per pound? That's more than a day's wages. If we can grow them, wouldn't that mean a fortune for us? Just imagining it ignited a fervor within her. Yes, let's plant them, she exclaimed, eager not to miss this opportunity. With a smile, Lin Xiaoxiao added, if anyone else is interested in planting, they can come to me for seedlings. All right, I'll ask around, the village chief's wife noted, resolute in her intention to grow strawberries. After their conversation, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home. On her way back, she decided to take a basket with her, as there was little to occupy her at home. She thought it prudent to venture into the mountains, hoping to find valuable game or forage for wild vegetables. The rain had left the mountains damp, but Lin Xiaoxiao was well prepared. She had exchanged for a pair of boots in her system, ensuring her feet would remain dry despite the wet conditions. The rain deterred most from ascending the mountain, and even if there were precious items to be found, few ventured forth. Alone, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered an abundance of wild vegetables, transforming into a spirited young girl gathering them while humming a cheerful tune. While excavating with enthusiasm, she stumbled upon a fungus resembling Ganoderma lucidum. Hastily, she approached to ascertain its identity, and the system promptly confirmed it was indeed Ganoderma. This precious herb, known for its medicinal properties, left Lin Xiaoxiao pondering whether to sell it or keep it for herself. However, the system, rather shamelessly, retrieved it. Ding! 1 Ganoderma recovered, worth 20 taels. Lin Xiaoxiao ground her teeth in frustration, but decided to let it slide for the sake of the money. Moreover, the system efficiently scanned the area for valuable herbs, marking them for her to collect. As she touched the herbs, the system swiftly converted them into currency. The transformation of so many valuable herbs into wealth filled Lin Xiaoxiao with immense satisfaction. She felt on the verge of becoming a joyful, wealthy woman. Upon reaching the mountain, her expectations were met. The treasures were abundant. Just as she prepared to take a rest, she was startled by 2 heavy breathing sounds. Goodness! Who was causing mischief in the thicket? How utterly shameless! Fearing for her ears, Lin Xiaoxiao was about to slip away when a familiar voice halted her in her tracks. Old Jiang, when will you finally rid yourself of that old hag? Once she is gone, I shall marry you, and we can be together forever. Do you still wish to cling to that old crone? The woman's voice dripped with feigned sweetness, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to nearly retch. At her age, what was there to feign? She had not anticipated that old Jiang, who appeared so unassuming, was engaging in such escapades behind the scenes. If old Jiang's wife were to discover his infidelities, one could only imagine her reaction, though with her broken leg, what could she possibly think? Could she confront old Jiang? Certainly not. Who wishes to remain bound to that old woman? You have no idea how she incessantly whines and complains every day. It drives me mad. That is why I sought you out for a diversion. I would mind her demise either. Old Jiang lamented with a deep sigh. However, he hesitated to eliminate old Jiang's wife, fearing that her death would lead others to suspect him, resulting in dire consequences for himself. What should we do then? Do you desire for us to continue this secret affair for eternity? I must inform you that I am now carrying your child. If you do not provide clarity for both me and the child, I may just reveal this matter, for I have nothing left to lose, the woman asserted. Her voice filled with indignation. Old Jiang was taken aback. What did you just say? I had intended to share this with you, but found no opportunity. I am with your child. What do you suggest we do now? Old Jiang felt overwhelmed. With several grown sons and grandchildren, now he was faced with the prospect of another child. What a predicament! Seeing old Jiang's silence, the woman pressed on. I assure you, this child must be born. It is ours. Xiaoxiao, we are of an age where having a child would be quite the joke. Perhaps you should consider terminating the pregnancy. Old Jiang reluctantly expressed his unwillingness to take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao became displeased. How can you say such a cruel thing? When we were together, you never mentioned that we shouldn't be. Now that you've pulled up your pants, you refuse to acknowledge me. I, Lin Xiaoxiao, am not someone to be easily bullied. Listen closely, old Jiang. If you do not provide us with a proper standing and recognition for the child, I will make this matter public tomorrow. Let us see how the Jiang family will manage to save face then. Can you give me some time? I promise to handle this matter appropriately. Chapter 60. The man of widow Zhang here. Feed this to old Jiang, she ominously suggested, believing that this would resolve all issues with ease. Lin Xiaoxiao was determined to end old Jiang's life once and for all. What is this? Old Jiang was taken aback as he saw the packet of powder she handed him. Fear gripped his heart. Could this be poison? Could this woman truly go that far? Don't overthink it. Regardless, this matter cannot be traced back to you. This powder is tasteless, and even if officials come, they will not uncover how she met her end. He reasoned with himself, though doubt clouded his mind. He was too afraid to accept the powder, fearing for his own life. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a cold snort. Let me make this clear. If you do not take this powder to old Jiang, I will reveal our affair. When she finds out, she will undoubtedly sever ties with you. With that, she forcefully placed the powder into old Jiang's trembling hands, leaving his palms damp with anxiety. As old Jiang and Lin Xiaoxiao descended the mountain, Lin Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise. She had not anticipated that old Jiang and the woman were conspiring to harm old Jiang. However, this was of no concern to her. If old Jiang perished, it would be beneficial for her, as otherwise, she would be subjected to her schemes. Moreover, old Jiang had caused the demise of Lin Yuan's original self. Had it not been for the consequences of murder, she would have sought to eliminate old Jiang herself. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxiao also made her way down the mountain. Today had brought her extraordinary fortune. She had discovered 2 precious Lingji mushrooms, and after an arduous effort, she managed to prevent the system from reclaiming the final one. She intended to gift this mushroom to her master, acknowledging his hard work on her behalf. In her hands, she also carried 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. Not bad indeed. You've even managed to catch wild chickens and rabbits. It seems that your diligent practice has yielded remarkable progress. Old Jiang remarked with delight as he observed Lin Xiaoxiao's catch. Hearing his praise, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt. During this time, she had hardly practiced archery on the mountain. She had merely been foraging for wild vegetables. Master, I have something wonderful for you. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a Lingji mushroom from her basket. Old Jiang, a connoisseur of herbs, was instantly captivated by its splendor. My dear apprentice, you are truly fortunate. This is indeed Lingji. It is said that its market value rivals that of ginseng. This large specimen could fetch a handsome sum of several dozen taels. Are you truly gifting this to your master? Old Jiang tentatively inquired about such splendid goods. Naturally, he desired them, yet he could not simply take his disciple as possessions. Master, you have worked hard during this time, tirelessly attending to matters for me. Therefore, I present this to you. Please take care of your health. Lin Xiaoxiao displayed a thoughtful demeanor that brought tears to old Jiang's eyes. Throughout his life, devoid of children, he had anticipated a tinge of regret. Yet, unexpectedly, he had taken in a female disciple, and that regret had long dissipated. In his heart, he had already come to regard Lin Xiaoxiao as his own daughter. Why are you crying, master? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her sentimental mentor, unsure of what to say. Disciple Old Zhang's voice had turned hoarse, and it took him a moment to compose himself. Shall I give you some money? Upon hearing Old Zhang's intention to give her money, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately declined. Master, you're being too courteous. You are my mentor. What is wrong with me showing you respect? If you give me money, then please do not consider me your disciple anymore. That simply cannot be. I must remain your mentor and ensure you are well guided, Old Zhang declared with righteous fervor, amusing Lin Xiaoxiao. Ultimately, Old Zhang accepted the precious Lingji mushroom. Lin Xiaoxiao had other matters to attend to. She now needed to store all the fruit wine in the system, ready for sale the following day. At that moment, Widow Zhang approached, accompanied by another individual. Widow Zhang appeared radiant and had taken to adorning herself, standing beside a middle-aged man of similar age. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Had Widow Zhang found a suitor so soon? What had transpired in the village during her absence? Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaoxiao, Widow Zhang stepped closer and said, Xiaoxiao, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Wang. The other day, I accidentally slipped down the mountain, and it was thanks to Brother Zhang that I was saved. Widow Zhang left the rest unsaid, but Lin Xiaoxiao could piece together the story. They had likely developed mutual feelings through their encounters. However, she observed that the man was rather handsome. Though he was older, it was evident he must have been quite attractive in his youth. Nevertheless, how could such a charming man have taken a liking to Widow Zhang? Could it be that he had ulterior motives for approaching her? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened, while the middle-aged man met her scrutiny with an open demeanor. You must be Xiaoxiao. I have heard from the villagers about your remarkable skills. Not only do you brew fruit wine, but you also hunt, he said with a smile, his demeanor exuding a certain refinement that Lin Xiaoxiao immediately recognized. Are you not from our village? She inquired. I am not from your village. I hail from the neighboring one. That day I happened to see Sister Zhang and, in a twist of fate, came to her aid when she fell, the middle-aged man replied, gazing affectionately at Widow Zhang, who blushed under his gaze. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. This man had woven quite the tale, waiting for Widow Zhang to fall. If his intentions were genuine, it might not matter. But if he harbored other motives, it raised questions about what he sought from her. It was particularly difficult for her to confront the Widow Zhang and inform her that the man harbored other intentions. Even if she spoke up, it was likely that the widow would not heed her words. After all, women entranced by love are the most formidable. Only when they suffer losses do they reconsider, while others might persist in their folly, repeatedly ensnared in the same traps. Xiaoxiao, look at the wild vegetables I found today, the Widow Zhang said, presenting her basket for inspection. Lin Xiaoxiao discovered that the widow's wild vegetables were the finest and most tender. After settling the payment, the Widow Zhang departed with the man. What are you gazing at? Is it that man? An ant nearby remarked. I hate to say it, but I believe the Widow Zhang is unworthy of him. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at the ant, who hastily clarified, I'm not envious of her. That's just my opinion. Chapter 61. Testing Wang Fa. The woman presumed Lin Xiaoxiao would be upset, given their close relationship, but was taken aback when Lin Xiaoxiao replied, I share your sentiment. The woman was perplexed. Lin Xiaoxiao turned away, choosing not to engage further. Brother Wang, I've told you before, Sister Lin is a remarkable woman. She not only possesses great ability, but has also enabled me and Xiaobao to lead a better life. Without her, our circumstances would not have improved. The Widow Zhang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Xiaoxiao. Wang Fa. regarded the widow's demeanor with a scoff. However, his tone softened as he continued, Sister Zhang, I will ensure you have a good life. How about we open a shop in town together? Upon hearing this, the Widow Zhang beamed, Brother Wang. I lack the capability for that. I find life in the village quite satisfactory. There's no need to open a shop in town. Wang Fa. inwardly cursed her foolishness. Which woman wouldn't desire a better life? Yet, she seemed resolute in remaining in the village. Sister Zhang, you must consider not only yourself, but also Xiaobao. He will need to attend school. Without business in town, how will you afford his education? But if I go to town, I have no idea what kind of business I could run, the widow replied, her expression filled with confusion. She genuinely felt unqualified to venture into town for commerce, lacking skills or expertise. In the village, she could still gather wild vegetables to sell to Lin Xiaoxiao. In town, where would she find wild vegetables to sell? Fool, I will help you. Just follow my guidance, and I will ensure you and Xiaobao enjoy a good life, Wang Fa said. His gaze tender as he wrapped his arm around the widow's waist. The widow Zhang was already captivated by Wang Fa's gentleness, unable to extricate herself from his charm. Yes, I believe you, she replied, her demeanor softening. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Fa's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Early the next morning, the tavern sent someone to collect the wine. It had been about a month since the last delivery. Lin Xiaoxiao was also at home, helping to load up the car. The person sent by the restaurant was the manager's capable assistant, who, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, remarked, "We owe much to Miss Lin, for her wine sells exceptionally well, and our restaurant's business has flourished as a result. Miss Lin is truly our benefactor." "Oh, not at all," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise. "It's mutually beneficial. When you profit, I profit too. Everyone's happiness is what truly matters." As they conversed, they noticed Widow Zhang and her companion approaching. This time, the two had dressed up. Widow Zhang wore a new outfit and was holding her son by the hand. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the scene, uncertain of Zhang's intentions. She harbored a strong aversion to Widow Zhang's association with that man, suspecting he had ulterior motives. However, Zhang seemed infatuated, and Lin Xiaoxiao realized that her words might be futile. Perhaps Zhang needed to learn a lesson the hard way. "Zhang Jia, why are you here so early? Are you heading out?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired purposely. Widow Zhang smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiaoxiao, I plan to partner with Brother Wang to open a shop in town." "What? You're going to start business?" Lin Xiaoxiao was genuinely surprised, not expecting Widow Zhang to have some savings. "Yes. Brother Wang believes there's more opportunity in town than in the village. And besides, my little Bao will need to go to school. If we run a shop in town, we won't have to return to the village, and we can settle down there. It will be much more convenient for Bao's education." Widow Zhang enthusiastically painted a future for Lin Xiaoxiao, merely reiterating what Wang had told her. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled Widow Zhang aside and asked, "Is the money for the shop coming from you or from Brother Wang?" Brother Wang said not to worry about the finances. He will cover it. "All I need to do is assist in managing the shop with Bao," Widow Zhang replied with a smile. If what Widow Zhang said were true, it would be wonderful. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao feared that the man might have ulterior motives and might ensnare Widow Zhang. Unable to contain herself, she said, "Zhang Jia, are you certain you want to spend your life with this man? Do you truly know him? You two aren't even married yet, and you're already planning to buy a shop in town and live together. Isn't that a bit unwise?" Lin Xiaoxiao's words momentarily disoriented Widow Zhang. She clutched her clothing and replied, "We should be getting married soon. I genuinely seek a man to rely on. It would be beneficial for little Bao as well. Forgive my bluntness, but if this man truly intends to build a life with you, he wouldn't allow you to remain in such an ambiguous situation. Either you should marry first before discussing the shop, or you should refrain from purchasing one in town," Lin Xiaoxiao said, her expression serious as she grasped Widow Zhang's hand earnestly. This is a matter of a lifetime. Lin Xiaoxiao hoped that Widow Zhang would contemplate deeply. After all, she held a favorable view of her. Zhang was diligent and earnest, and it would be unfortunate if she were deceived by someone with ulterior motives. However, the two of us have already conspired to visit the town to purchase a shop. If I were to refrain from going at this moment, Brother Wang would undoubtedly be displeased. Widow Zhang was at a loss for what to do. "Sister Zhang, trust me, I mean you no harm. Perhaps we could assess this individual?" Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in and whispered a few words into Widow Zhang's ear. Upon hearing this, Widow Zhang furrowed her brow, saying nothing further, her gaze drifting towards Brother Wang, who was engaged in conversation with someone else and oblivious to their situation. His eyes were fixed intently on the jars of wine. Seemingly lost in thought, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed this detail as well. Could it be that this man was drawn by her wine? If that were the case, and Widow Zhang were to be deceived by him, it would also implicate her. "All right, I shall follow your suggestion and test him," Widow Zhang declared. Brother Wang approached the two of them with a smile, standing behind Widow Zhang and inquiring, "Have you two finished your discussion, Sister Zhang? Shall we go to inspect the shop?" "Little Bao, come here, Uncle Wang will carry you," he said, reaching out to embrace little Bao. Widow Zhang quickly interjected. Let us not go to the town to look at the shop just yet. Chapter 62. The new species. Hearing Widow Zhang's words, Brother Wang was taken aback. Do we not agree to go to the town to view the shop? Why are we not going? Are you worried about the money? I have assured you. Do not fret about finances. I will find a way. All we need to do is acquire the shop. Observing the man's desperate urgency, Lin Xiaoxiao found it amusing. Was he truly that impatient? Brother Wang, I simply feel that following you without a proper status is inappropriate. I fear the gossip that will ensue, especially since there are more people in the town. Brother Wang, if we wish to be together, should we not marry? Let us choose an auspicious day to become engaged, and then we can go to the town to buy the shop. Without haste, Widow Zhang earnestly proposed. This time, it was Brother Wang who fell silent. This foolish woman actually wished to marry him. How could that be possible? He already had a wife, and should she find out that he was marrying another woman, she would surely break his legs. He had come with a specific purpose, but unexpectedly found himself entangled in such a predicament. The matter of marriage is not urgent. Let us first purchase the shop, shall we? Once the shop is bought, we can select a good day to marry. What do you think? Brother Wang attempted to continue persuading Widow Zhang, but Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. Brother Wang, why are you so eager to buy the shop? What is your true intention? Sister Zhang has expressed her desire to be with you for a lifetime. Then surely, the two of you should marry first. There is no harm in that. The matter of the shop can wait. It will still be there whenever you choose to go. Once you are married, little Bao will have a father, and you will have a wife, thus sparing Sister Zhang from the town as gossip. Would that not be a favorable outcome for Sister Zhang? Do you not wish for her well-being? Or do you prefer that others continue to speak ill of her? I have heard many in the village gossiping about her, questioning the nature of her relationship with you, wondering if you're already married or have a wife. As these words were spoken, Wang Fei's complexion had already turned pale. I will provide a name for Sister Zhang, but not at this moment. Marrying is not as simple as it seems. It involves negotiating betrothal gifts and engaging a matchmaker, which will take considerable time. Perhaps we should attend to other matters first, Wang Fei said with a forced smile, though his back was already damp with perspiration. Upon hearing Wang Fei's dismissive tone, Widow Zhang felt a pang of disappointment. Her voice softened. Brother Wang, let's discuss the shop purchase after our marriage. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Fei was at a loss for words. How had everything shifted so dramatically? It had become something he could scarcely control. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, wondering if that wretched woman had whispered something in his ear. Since this approach proved ineffective, he would not be blamed for his ruthlessness. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes, which Lin Xiaoxiao perceived clearly. Indeed, this man had approached her with ulterior motives, seeking to get close to Widow Zhang for his own benefit. Brother Wang, I say this for our mutual good. I do not wish to remain entangled with you in ambiguity, Widow Zhang stated. Wang Fei feigned sorrow. I know everything, truly. Sister Zhang, you need not say anything further. I will return and inform my parents of my intent to marry. Await my return to wed you. With those words, Wang Fei turned and left without a backward glance. Widow Zhang watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with hope. Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh. Even at this juncture, Widow Zhang still believed in him. Xiaoxiao, did you hear? Brother Wang said he will come to marry me, Widow Zhang said joyfully, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao closer. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, he'll come to marry you. Just wait. Thus, Widow Zhang took her son home, with Lin Xiaoxiao assisting her with some tasks. At that moment, the village chief's wife returned, her face beaming with delight. Xiaoxiao, the matter you entrusted to me has borne fruit. I found several individuals in the village to help you with the land clearing. Just let me know when you wish to begin, and they will be ready to come. Have you found people so quickly? Are they available today? They can help me today, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her excitement palpable. The sooner the land was cleared, the sooner she could plant strawberries and tomatoes. Very well. I shall inform them immediately, the village chief's wife said before setting off to summon the men. Before long, several burly men from the village arrived. They greeted Lin Xiaoxiao warmly. Although they were not fond of the old Jiang family, Lin Xiaoxiao left a favorable impression on them. Now that she sought assistance, many in the village felt grateful for her efforts. Xiaoxiao, how much land do you have? Can we take a look? One of them inquired. I appreciate your help. I will take you to see the uncultivated land. It has not been tilled in ages, so it may require some effort, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. That is of no concern. We are farmers by trade. After all, they assured her, digging deep into the earth, no matter how challenging the task may be, we are confident in our ability to excel. Laughing, Xiaoxiao reassured them that entrusting this task to them would yield satisfactory results. The group bantered cheerfully, and with their straightforward demeanor, there was no need for Xiaoxiao to hold back her thoughts. She led them to the barren land located at the foot of the mountain, where they could work with relative ease. Xiaoxiao, what are your intentions with such a vast expanse of barren land? Someone inquired. Indeed, this land has been neglected for years, yielding nothing. Wouldn't it be more prudent to invest in a few acres of arable land instead? Another chimed in. Xiaoxiao understood that their concerns stemmed from a place of care. However, her desire for the barren land was rooted in its affordability, coupled with the fact that her system contained potions to improve soil quality. She was untroubled by the prospect of not yielding crops. I plan to cultivate this land and grow various crops. Would any of you like to join me in this endeavor? I've already discussed it with the village chief's wife, who expressed interest in participating. What do you all think? Xiaoxiao asked earnestly. Upon hearing her proposal, the group became animated. Xiaoxiao, what do you intend to plant? The village chief's wife is on board. I intend to grow strawberries and tomatoes, novel species that you may not have encountered before. Would you care to give them a try? Chapter 63. System alert. Upon learning of these new varieties, interest waned among the villagers, as the acceptance of new species remained a rarity in this era. Fear of potential failure loomed large. If the crops did not yield, it would spell hardship for an entire year for their already modest means. Xiaoxiao empathized with their apprehensions. Nevertheless, she encouraged, you could start with modest plantings. Once you see the profits, you can expand your efforts. Is it truly profitable? The villagers remained skeptical. Start small. As for the profitability, you shall see in due time. A modest investment bears little risk, does it not? It may require some effort, Xiaoxiao reassured them, igniting a spark of enthusiasm in many hearts. They had already heard from the village chief's wife that these crops could fetch as much as 30 coins per pound. If that were the case, what fortune could 1 acre yield? Some dared not even contemplate it. If you wish to purchase seedlings, feel free to visit my home. I welcome you all at any time, Xiaoxiao stated, deciding to end the conversation and head back home. Meanwhile, Wang Fa returned to town and walked directly into a household. Upon opening the door, his wife rushed to greet him. My dear, you have returned. After a long separation, Wang Fa felt a surge of affection for her. Although Zhang, the widow, had made an effort to present herself attractively, she could not compare to his beloved wife, which left Wang Fa feeling unsettled in her company. Let's speak inside, lest we attract unwanted attention, he suggested. Wang Fa glanced around, reassured not to see anyone from the village. He feared the villagers might catch sight of him, leading to rumors reaching the ears of widow Zhang, which would jeopardize his deceitful plans. The woman quietly closed the door, grasped Wang Fa's hand, and tenderly inquired, My dear, I've missed you so much these days. Have you missed me? Have you been involved with that woman? She scrutinized his expression, hoping to glean any hint of truth from his demeanor. Wang Fa replied earnestly, My wife, do you not trust me? I would never betray you. My interactions with her were merely fleeting distractions. I have returned solely to discuss this matter with you. What troubles you, dear? The woman noticed the pallor of his face and grew anxious. Has something happened? Does widow Zhang know about us? Is she pressuring you to marry her? The thought darkened her expression, and unease settled into her heart. She couldn't possibly force me into marriage. I had asked her to come to town today to buy a shop, but she refused. We must seek alternative solutions. A glint of malice flashed in Wang Fa's eyes. His wife tugged at his hand nervously. Perhaps we should let this go. We don't need that recipe. Our lives are already quite manageable without it. Wang Fa pushed back, displeased by her suggestion. By using that recipe, we could secure a life free from want. Do you not desire a prosperous life? I certainly do. But my dear, I fear what dangers this may bring. She clung to him. I will not face any danger, Wang Fa assured her calmly. He dismissed Lin Xiaoxiao as a mere woman, believing she posed no real threat. He could hardly restrain a wicked grin at the thought. Later that evening, after freshening up, Lin Xiaoxiao took her daughter to their room to rest. The absence of rain was a relief. No longer would they contend with damp air or leaking roofs. Mother. Jiang Lanlan snuggled against Lin Xiaoxiao, seeking affection. Would you like me to tell you a story? The tale of the little white rabbit and the big bad wolf, perhaps? The little one eagerly responded, Yes, yes. I want to hear. Lin Xiaoxiao affectionately tousled her child's hair, feeling a surge of patience she attributed to motherhood. The absurdity of suddenly becoming an adult with a child amused her, as she couldn't help but smile. The two of them nestled together as Lin Xiaoxiao began to narrate the story, and soon the child fell asleep in her embrace. Lin Xiaoxiao illuminated the letter with a flickering oil lamp, revealing words filled with concern for her and her child. It mentioned a substantial sum of money granted to them. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to see a single coin, likely already squandered by the Jiang family, although the money remained elusive. The letter also revealed that her late husband's good friend was in possession of a token. Should she ever encounter insurmountable difficulties, she could present this token to seek assistance. As Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated the letter, she decided to burn it under the dim light. Little did the Jiang family anticipate that her husband had left behind such a valuable safeguard. With a yawn, she prepared for slumber, planning to retrieve the token from the town the following day, knowing it could prove invaluable in due time. It was evident that her late husband was not without his resources, and the origin of the token no longer mattered, for he had long since passed away. As she drifted into sleep, an ominous figure lurked outside, peering into the darkened courtyard. The man, Wang Fa, relished the thought of corrupting Lin Xiaoxiao. Imagining her subservience to him, his excitement was palpable, though he cursed his misfortune when he stumbled. Nevertheless, he was determined to proceed, believing that such minor obstacles would not deter him. A shadowy silhouette crept into the courtyard just as Lin Xiaoxiao succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, the system alarmed her of impending danger. Startled awake, she surveyed her tranquil surroundings, initially dismissing the warning as erroneous. However, she soon heard soft footsteps approaching her direction. Chapter 64. Capturing Wang Fa. The moonlight illuminated the sinister figure now at her doorstep. Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly exchanged points within the system for a can of wolf deterrent spray, ready to teach the intruder a lesson should he dare to enter. Why is the door shut? Wing Gufa grumbled in frustration. Lin Xiaoxiao recognized his voice immediately, a smirk forming on her lips. If I don't take you down, I shall no longer be Lin Xiaoxiao. Wang Fa, finding a window, planned to squeeze through. Thankful for his slender build, which allowed him passage where a more corpulent individual would have failed. Stealthily, he positioned himself beside Lin Xiaoxiao's bed, eyeing her peaceful slumber. Just as he reached out, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flew open, startling him into retreat. Without hesitation, she aimed the spray at him, unleashing a piercing scream that shattered the night's silence. Nearby, Jiang Lanlan awoke, alarmed. Mother, what is happening? Are you fighting a bad person? Fear not, fear not. Lin Xiaoxiao was soothing the child, not expecting the little one to awaken so swiftly. Jiang Lanlan stared blankly at the man. Wasn't that Uncle Wang Fa? What was he doing in our home? The child's mind was still trying to comprehend the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao then urged, He is a villain. You must quickly notify Grandpa Zhang and ask him to come help us. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lanlan dashed off without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the precarious situation, Wang Fa attempted to flee, but his eyes were excruciatingly painful, making it difficult for him to keep them open. Stumbling in his haste, he collided with a pillar, resulting in a painful bump on his head. Observing Wang Fa's disheveled state, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. Wing Fa, your true nature has finally been revealed. I thought you would conceal it for much longer. You and Widow Zhang must have conspired against me. I never imagined you would be so reckless. Wang Fa was taken aback that Lin Xiaoxiao had discerned his vile intentions without him uttering a word. Why, you knew everything? He struggled to open his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, as if he were weeping. The System S product, a self-defense spray, was unlike any ordinary deterrent. It was said to cause significant harm to the eyes, merely numbing the nerves temporarily, giving the appearance of normalcy. However, After a month, those eyes would be irrevocably damaged. In truth, she felt no sympathy for Wang Fei. If his eyes were to fail him, it was of no concern to her. After a month, who could truly ascertain what had transpired? I certainly know, or else why would I be here waiting for you? I anticipated your arrival would be swift. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a wicked grin. Soon, I shall send you to the authorities. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's intent to turn him in, Wang Fei panicked. No, please. I understand my mistake. Don't send me to the authorities. I do not wish to die. I beg you, please spare me. Even at such a critical moment. He still pleaded for his own clemency. Lin Xiaoxiao was unmoved. She fetched a stool and sat watching Wang Fei, who could hardly see, leaving him no chance to escape. Before long, the old man Jiang arrived. Disciple, what has transpired? I heard from Lan that scoundrel Wang Fei dared to lay hands on you. Has he lost his mind? The old man Jiang approached fiercely, inquiring about Lin Xiaoxiao's well-being. Upon noticing Wang Fei grimacing in pain nearby, he kicked him, still unsatisfied, delivering another blow to his backside. Wing Fa Yelpid Inagoni. Master, I intend to take this villain to the authorities. What do you think? Absolutely. He must be taken to the authorities immediately. Isnt he closely associated with Widow Zhang? Summon her as well. Let us see what this heartless creature truly looks like, Jiang declared, filled with indignation. He then instructed Jiang Lan to fetch Widow Zhang, and given the darkness, Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling uneasy, insisted, Master, I will accompany the child. You keep an eye on him. Old man Jiang acknowledged the situation and instructed them to summon Widow Zhang, as the matter required resolution. Meanwhile, Widow Zhang was still in a deep slumber, cradling her son. Upon hearing the knock at the door, she donned a garment and opened it. To her surprise, it was Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what brings you back at this hour? Is something amiss? Lin Xiaoxiao, avoiding any circumlocution, replied, I apprehended a rogue at my home today. Come with me to see him. Without questioning further, Widow Zhang understood the gravity of the situation. Let me inform my son, and I shall join you shortly. Before long, Widow Zhang returned, lantern in hand and wrapped in a thick coat. The group set off, and Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from explaining too much along the way, knowing that clarity would come with the unfolding events. The night breeze swayed the lantern in her grasp, but it extinguished the candle within, shielded by a thick layer of oil paper. The door to Lin Xiaoxiao's home stood ajar, where old man Jiang remained vigilant inside, watching Wang Fei closely, wary of any sudden movements that might necessitate intervention. Unfortunately, Wang Fei was blind, rendering him powerless. Upon hearing footsteps, old man Jiang peered outside and saw Lin Xiaoxiao and Widow Zhang returning. Lass, take care. It's dark and the path is treacherous, Widow Zhang cautioned, her concern for the two evident. Upon entering and spotting Wang Fei seated, the lantern slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor, her complexion paling as she stammered, at a loss for words. Sister Zhang, is that you? Wang Fei, despite his inability to see, sensed Widow Zhang's presence. What is happening? Why is he here? Widow Zhang inquired of Lin Xiaoxiao. Her curiosity piqued, yet her words faltered on her tongue as she fixed her gaze on Wang Fei. You must explain this to me. Chapter 65. Sowing discord. It is all a misunderstanding. Wing Fa protested. I was outside when I heard Lin Xiaoxiao calling for help, so I rushed to assist her, only to be mistaken for a thief. His feeble defense only elicited amusement from Lin Xiaoxiao, who found it absurd that such a man could spin tales so effortlessly. She cast a glance at Widow Zhang, uncertain of whether she would be swayed by his words. Widow Zhang remained composed, lost in her thoughts, silent as Wang Fei continued to manipulate the narrative. Sister Zhang, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I never anticipated that Lin Xiaoxiao was such a person. You must believe me. You know my character well. After all this time together, I have never laid a finger on you. My integrity is pristine, unlike what she claims. You must not trust her words. My mother is not the way you describe her. Jiang Lan, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, her little face puffed up, and she rushed over to kick Wang Fei. Lin Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. The little one's explosive energy was remarkable. Observing Jiang Lamlin's furious expression, Widow Zhang realized the truth. Adults may deceive, but children are utterly incapable of lying. Having watched Jiang Lanlan grow, she was well aware of the kind of person she was. Why would Lin Xiaoxiao target her? It seemed unnecessary. After all, she lacked neither money nor suitors. If Lin Xiaoxiao desired a man, she need only voice her wish. For there were plenty of men in the village eager to come to her door. After all, she was presently the most prosperous among them. Wing Fa, I will ask you once more, what are the facts? Will you speak them yourself, or do you prefer to remain silent? Widow Zhang's voice was soft, devoid of any emotion. Wang Fa felt a sense of dread wash over him. Sister Zhang, please save me. I realize my mistakes. Plead with Lin Xiaoxiao on my behalf. Do not send me to the authorities. I do not wish to die. Sister Zhang, I still wish to marry you. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Having realized that a hard approach would not work, Wang Fa attempted to soften his demeanor, hoping to win over Widow Zhang. Yet her heart had turned cold. She had never anticipated that the man she admired could be so deceitful. Sister Zhang, he is merely a fraud. His intentions in approaching you were driven by ulterior motives. He sought my recipe for wine. Did you truly come to me solely for Lin Xiaoxiao's formula? Did you ever love me? Widow Zhang longed for Wang Fa's response. Now, Wang Fa understood clearly. This wretched woman could not assist him. So why should he continue to harbor feelings for her? He spoke coolly. I never loved you. I merely used you. You are a foolish woman, easily manipulated. Did you truly believe I would marry you? Dream on. Wang Fa's words plunged Widow Zhang's heart into despair. Her body swayed, unable to bear the emotional blow. But Lin Xiaoxiao, quick-witted and attentive, supported her. Sister Zhang, he is not worth your tears. Xiaoxiao, it was I who was blind to trust him. I thought we would be together, but it was all a delusion. I was naive. Widow Zhang wept, her heart, which had been frozen for years, shattered by this man. She felt a fleeting joy, only to realize that it had all been a ruse. With this realization, her heart broke once more. She vowed never to trust a man again. All she needed to focus on was raising her child, little Bao, and she would no longer concern herself with anything else. Master, take him to the authorities. I do not wish to hear him speak or see him any longer, Lin Xiaoxiao instructed old Jiang. He nodded, immediately dragging Wang Fa away. Widow Zhang's heart remained unsettled as she stared blankly outside, unsure of what to do. She had nearly put Lin Xiaoxiao in jeopardy, having naively believed that this man desired her for herself. Xiaoxiao, I am so sorry. I almost allowed your formula to be revealed. It is all my fault. I was blind. Please, scold me, Widow Zhang lamented. Widow Zhang grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, her voice trembling with anxiety, uncertain if the other would harbor resentment towards her. Xiaoxiao had treated her with such kindness, ensuring she was well-fed and clothed. Yet now, in the face of such misfortune, she felt utterly ashamed to confront Lin Xiaoxiao. However, Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her, saying, Sister Zhang, this is not your fault. That man is despicable for deceiving you. Thankfully, the truth has now come to light. Upon hearing these words, Widow Zhang felt an even deeper sense of guilt. The less blame Lin Xiaoxiao placed upon her, the more discomfort she felt within. She whimpered softly, and Lin Xiaoxiao, observing her distress, found herself at a loss for words. Sister Zhang, the past is behind us. We must look forward. Let us be vigilant next time to avoid being deceived, Lin Xiaoxiao advised earnestly. Widow Zhang replied, Xiaoxiao, I shall learn from this experience and never trust a man's words again. Who needs a man? Let us, as sisters, embark on our own ventures together. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled at Widow Zhang's declaration. Indeed, let us pursue our aspirations together. After bidding farewell to Widow Zhang, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her attention to her daughter, who had been quite frightened moments earlier. She gently inquired, Lanlan, are you afraid? Jiang Lanlan shook her head, declaring, Mother, I am not afraid. I will protect you. If anyone bullies you, I shall kick them. Lin Xiaoxiao was once again amused by her child's innocent words. She embraced her daughter and returned to bed, gently rocking and patting her until she drifted off to sleep. Lin Xiaoxiao, exhausted from the previous night's events, soon followed suit, realizing that if she did not rest, she would lack the energy for the day ahead. The next day, old Jiang arrived to inform her of the developments. Wang Fa had been imprisoned. If he had any influential connections, he would likely be released soon. In this world, having connections was indeed advantageous. After sharing this, old Jiang observed Lin Xiaoxiao's reaction, which remained largely unchanged, as she had anticipated such events. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Wang Fa lost his sight, serving as his retribution, and she chose not to dwell on the matter further. "Master, I need to step out shortly. Would you mind keeping an eye on the house?" she asked. "Very well. I shall watch over it. I have become your old caretaker," old Jiang joked. "When I return, I will prepare a delicious meal for you," Lin Xiaoxiao promised, which delighted old Jiang, prompting a broad smile. After bidding him farewell, Lin Xiaoxiao set off alone to the town, determined to reclaim the sign. Chapter 66. The desire for her possessions. It would be inappropriate to visit someone empty-handed. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to purchase some items in town before making her way to her husband's good friend's home. The friend resided in the town. So Lin Xiaoxiao carried her purchases and lightly knocked on a door. When the door opened, a man stood before her, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao. "Who are you?" he inquired politely. Lin Xiaoxiao wasted no time and directly stated, "I am Jiang Yu's wife, here to retrieve an item." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao refer to herself as Jiang Yu's wife, the man was filled with excitement. Could it be that my dear brother has returned? Why hasn't he come over? After such a lengthy absence, he ought to be back by now. Lin Xiaoxiao was at a loss as to how to inform this man that her husband had passed away and would never return in this lifetime. Observing her silence, he felt a tightening in his chest. "What has happened to Jiang Yu? Why do you remain silent?" "My husband has died," Lin Xiaoxiao stated calmly. Upon hearing those words, he felt his legs weaken. How could he be dead? He was such a formidable man, capable of battling tigers in the mountains. How could he possibly have perished? It was utterly incomprehensible. "You must be deceiving me. I have no need to deceive you with my husband's death. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire in the village," Lin Xiaoxiao replied indifferently. "But how could someone as powerful as Jiang Yu die? Truly, it seems the heavens are envious of talent." He mused, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Who is at the door? Why are they standing out there speaking? "Let them in." His wife, visibly pregnant, approached. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, she glanced at her before looking back at her husband, clearly perplexed. "This is my dear brother's wife. She has come to our home," he said, his eyes reddening, evidently still pained by Jiang Yu's demise. He frequently spoke of his good brother to his wife, and their bond was strong. Now, witnessing her husband in such distress, his wife felt a pang of sorrow as well. Surely something must have transpired. Why else would his wife come to their door? "Sister-in-law, please come in and sit down. Do not linger in the doorway," his wife warmly urged. Lin Xiaoxiao stepped inside, carrying her belongings. The courtyard, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy. A large tree stood beside it, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness to the air, providing a delightful respite. His wife fetched a cup and poured her a glass of water. "Sister-in-law, please have a sip of water." Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the cup and took a sip, only to find it infused with tea leaves. Such tea was not something the common folk could easily afford. Even the village head would hesitate to serve it, settling instead for plain water, which was already quite generous. He called for his wife, saying, "Where is the item I asked you to prepare? Please bring it out. Our sister-in-law is here, and she needs to take it back." His wife, displeased at his request, had already claimed the item for herself and was reluctant to part with it. "Husband, do you truly intend to give it away? I can tell it is extraordinary. If we relinquish it, we may not find its like again. What use is it to us? It belongs to her. It is only right for it to return to its rightful owner. Do not prattle on. It would be ill-advised for our sister-in-law to hear such talk. Quickly go and retrieve it." His wife plopped down onto a stool, expressing her discontent. "I do not know where it is. Are you truly unaware? Or are you merely pretending? Hurry and find it. Our sister-in-law is waiting outside. Do not keep her waiting impatiently." Zhao was utterly taken aback by his wife's avarice. She was even coveting a mere plaque, a possession that rightfully belonged to another. How could one dare to claim what is not theirs? I stated that I had lost it, and indeed, I had lost it. How could you even entertain the thought of laying a hand on me? Zhao's wife, emboldened by her pregnancy, deliberately provoked him, encouraging him to strike her belly. Yet, Zhao would never dare to harm her, for within her lay their child. With a sigh, he turned and exited the room. Upon witnessing her husband leave, Zhao's wife smirked with satisfaction, resolute in her decision to retain the plaque. Lin Xiaoxiao observed Zhao's emergence. Her expression tinged with displeasure. She sensed that acquiring the plaque would not be as effortless as she had hoped. She had just discerned that Zhao's wife was no naive creature. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lurked a multitude of cunning thoughts. Zhao stammered as he addressed Lin Xiaoxiao, struggling to articulate his words. Eventually, he managed to utter, "Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. The plaque was misplaced by my wife. What shall we do now? Perhaps I could compensate you with another plaque." Lin Xiaoxiao, originally reluctant to speak harshly, acknowledged that the plaque had been in their possession for quite some time. Had it genuinely been lost, she would have said nothing. However, it was evident that the plaque had not been lost. She had overheard the couple's conversation, and it was clear that his wife was unwilling to part with it. Since they were not inclined to return it, she felt justified in her forthcoming words. Zhao's intentions remained ambiguous. Was the plaque truly lost, or was it simply a reluctance to relinquish it? The plaque held profound significance for her, as it was the sole memento left by her deceased husband. With no father for her child, the few possessions he had left were of utmost importance. Zhao's wife emerged from within and questioned sister-in-law. "What do you mean by that? Do you think we covet your belongings? Your item has been in our home for so long, and we have said nothing. Yet now, you choose to accuse us?" Zhao, wishing to silence his wife, urged her to cease her incessant chatter, yet she persisted. The facade had been shattered, Lin Xiaoxiao declared. Whether you are greedy or not is for your conscience to determine. However, I must reclaim that plaque. It is of immense importance to me. I implore you to return it. It is a treasured relic for my husband. Should you refuse to return it, I fear he may not rest in peace and could come haunt you. In ancient times, people held strong beliefs in the supernatural. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Zhao's wife's demeanor darkened considerably, yet she forced a response. "Are you attempting to frighten me?" "I do not seek to intimidate you," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "Each night, I dream of my husband, feeling as if he is guarding me. You may not believe me, but I sense his presence around me, watching you closely. If you do not return what is mine, I fear you shall not find peace." As she spoke, she cast a glance at her belly, prompting Zhao's wife to grow wary. "What are you planning?" Chapter 67. The birth of a monster. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. "What could I possibly do to you? The item you misplaced is beyond my reach. Since you are unwilling to present it, let us consider this matter closed. It's as if I had never set foot in this place." When she departed, she did not forget to bring back the items she had purchased. To offer such things to these individuals is simply a waste. It would be far better to leave them for the beggars on the street, for at least they are deserving of pity. Look at you. What are you trying to accomplish? They are well aware that you are deliberately concealing things and refuse to reveal them. Zhao, he admonished his wife. "I shall not reveal them. What can she do to me? You are utterly useless. Whatever they say is the truth. Once it has come into our possession, it rightfully belongs to us. How can we be expected to relinquish it?" "I see you are quite foolish," Zhao He's wife replied coldly, turning to leave and ignoring her husband. This left Zhao He beside himself with sighs. He glanced outside and spoke to the night. "Brother Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my wife." Lin Xiaoxiao walked along the road, knowing that this matter would not simply be resolved. She was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers, and she had no intention of returning home that night. If they refused to relinquish it, they could not blame her for being ruthless. If they sought money, she would offer them some, but their intent to hoard the items was intolerable. "Ah, Jiang Yu, you could never have imagined that your good brother would turn out to be this way." Lin Xiaoxiao found an inn to stay in, feeling no rush. She would first rest during the day, for she had other matters to attend to at night. The system held a plethora of items for exchange. Even the slightest display would terrify that couple. Should they refuse to surrender the items peacefully, they had only themselves to blame for the ensuing unrest. As night fell, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged, having changed her attire. She approached Zhao He's home. Knowing that entering through the front door was impossible, she had to scale the wall. Fortunately, it was not high, and she easily climbed over, with no dogs in the vicinity to bark and alert the household, allowing her to feel quite at ease. Once inside, Lin Xiaoxiao set down a loudspeaker outside and began to call out, "Zhao He, Zhao He." The eerie voice startled the couple awake. Zhao He looked outside with a face full of vigilance, while his wife trembled in fear. "Husband, what is that sound? Do you hear it? Please do not hold me back. I must go outside to see what is happening. Is someone trying to frighten us?" Zhao He shot a glance at his wife, who clung to him tightly. How could he get out of bed to investigate the commotion? "Can you please not leave me alone in this room? I am terrified. Let us go together, shall we?" His wife's skin prickled with fear, and she recalled Lin Xiaoxiao's words from earlier that day. Could it be that wretched Jiang you had returned to seek revenge? Surely not. There cannot be ghosts in this world. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched the door to their room swing open, a cold smile crept across her face. She shouted into the room, "Zhao He, where are my belongings? Return them to me." The sound grew increasingly shrill, prompting Zhao He's wife to cover her ears, unable to bear any more. Zhao He, too, was frozen in terror. "Brother Jiang, is that you?" Yes, I apologize. I will retrieve the items for you immediately. Please do not frighten us." Zhao He stammered, casting a glance at his trembling wife. "Hurry, please, they have come to our door. My legs feel weak. I cannot move. My dear husband, could you carry me inside?" Zhao He's wife, utterly helpless, collapsed in fear, feeling a subtle pain in her abdomen, though she chose not to voice it. "You are truly useless," Zhao He scolded her, then lifted her into his arms and carried her inside. "Where are the items? Quickly, bring them out. I told you not to take what belongs to others. Now look what has happened. They have come to our door. What misfortune. They are in that box. You may open it yourself," Zhao He's wife replied, her face a mask of distress. Who could have imagined that true spirits existed and would come to their home? The piercing sound they had just heard was undoubtedly not of human origin. It must have been a ghost. The very thought sent shivers down her spine, and she curled up, trembling in fear. Zhao He hastily retrieved the items from the box and dashed out, disregarding his wife entirely. "Here they are. I give them to you. Please do not disturb us further," he pleaded. "Place the items outside, and then close the door," Lin Xiaoxiao instructed. Why must we leave the items outside? Yet he dared not ponder this deeply. His sole thought was to return the items and prevent any further disturbances. He longed for a life of peace. Moreover, he felt a pang of guilt towards Jiangyu, for the items were never his desire. It was his wife who insisted on keeping them, and he had no part in it. He set the items at the threshold and hastily closed the door. Upon seeing that the door was tightly shut, Lin Xiaoxiao approached from a distance, clutching the sign in his hand. Having obtained the items, Lin Xiaoxiao vanished into the night. Just as Zhao He returned to the house, he heard his wife's anguished cries. Husband, my stomach hurts. I believe I am going into labor. Please, hurry and fetch someone." Upon hearing his wife's declaration, Zhao He cast aside his fear and immediately flung open the door, racing outside to summon a midwife. "Your wife is in premature labor. You must fetch a doctor. I cannot assist alone," the midwife said, wiping the sweat from her brow. "If you do not act swiftly, both mother and child may be lost." The midwife, realizing the urgency of the situation, wasted no time and hurried to find a doctor. The doctor arrived promptly and administered treatment to Zhao He's wife. Before long, the sounds of a child echoed from within. Zhao He, filled with joy, eagerly inquired, "Is it a boy or a girl?" "Why, yes," the midwife stuttered, hesitant to speak. She could not reveal that Zhao He's wife had given birth to a monstrosity, an unsightly creature with a prominent birthmark upon its face, a truly terrifying sight. "What is it?" Zhao He lost patience and pushed the door open, only to be met with the sight of the swaddled infant. He gasped in shock, "A monster!" Upon hearing Zhao He refer to his child as a monster, both he and his wife cast a terrified glance at their offspring, nearly fainting from shock. Chapter 68. The desire to abandon one's own son. "This cannot possibly be my child. Have you hidden my baby away?" Zhao He, in a frenzy, seized the midwife's hand, shaking her as he demanded answers. The midwife was nearly shaken to her demise. Master Zhao, I understand your agitation, but this is indeed your child. Your wife has given birth to a son, albeit one who is monstrous, bearing a large birthmark upon his face. In my over 10 years of delivery experience, I have never witnessed such a thing. Perhaps your family has committed some grave misdeed, thus incurring this retribution. The midwife, unable to fathom the situation, resorted to such thoughts. For belief in the supernatural was still prevalent in these times. Zhao He's heart sank with each passing moment. What wrongs had he committed? The only error was his greed for Jiang Yu's possessions. Could this truly be a form of divine punishment? The doctor looked at Zhao He's son and shook his head with a sigh. In ancient times, medical knowledge was not as advanced. Had this been a modern age, the birthmark would pose no significant issue, as its removal is quite straightforward. Master Zhao, try to be more accepting. This is still your son, though the birthmark is unsightly. He is of your bloodline, the midwife murmured, observing Zhao He's silent demeanor. Zhao He uttered not a word, but handed the midwife and doctor some money before closing the door. His wife awakened once again, believing she was in a dream, unaware that the child had already been born. Upon touching her flat stomach, she realized the child was gone and turned to glance at the cradle, nearly fainting once more. Husband, what has happened? She cried, her sobs irritating Zhao He greatly. He approached her, his gaze fierce, causing her to cease her weeping. With a sharp slap, Zhao He struck his wife. During her pregnancy, he had refrained from any violence, but now that she had given birth to a monster, he felt emboldened. His wife looked at him in disbelief. Typically, he was domineering, obedient to her every word, yet now he had struck her. How dare you hit me? I am your wife. You would strike me? I will seek a divorce. She wailed, clutching her stinging face. Is that what you desire? Then let us part ways at once. Take your monster and leave my home. Zhao He's temper flared at the sight of the child. He was greatly distressed and could not fathom how others would perceive them should word of the monster spread. What would the neighbors think of him and his family? He would surely become the subject of ridicule. In light of this, he contemplated the unthinkable. Perhaps it would be better to rid himself of this child altogether. A sinister glint flickered in Zhao He's eyes. Instinctively sensing the gravity of the situation, his wife clutched her child tightly. Despite the infant's grotesqueness, he was her flesh and blood. She could not abandon him. The maternal instinct within her ignited a fierce determination to protect her child. Hand over the child to me, as if you never gave birth to him. Otherwise, I shall abandon both you and the child. Upon hearing Zhao He's merciless words, his wife could not help but smile bitterly. It became evident that this seemingly gentle man could be more ruthless than anyone else. This is your child. How can you bear to abandon him? Though he may not be conventionally attractive, he is still your flesh and blood. Have you not paused to consider whether you have made a grave mistake, resulting in this unfortunate child? Zhao He, filled with indignation, could not discern who was truly at fault. If not for your greed over Jiang Yu's possessions, how could you have borne such a child? It must be your fault. Undoubtedly your fault. Hearing her husband's accusations, Zhao He's wife felt immense regret. Yet the events had transpired. What good was it to lament now? She was tormented by the thought of having offended Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Yu. Her resentment towards Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Yu intensified. Although Jiang Yu was deceased, Lin Xiaoxiao remained. If it were not for her, how could their child have turned out this way? This situation had nothing to do with Lin Xiaoxiao. It was her own doing, yet she was unwilling to shoulder the blame, preferring to cast the fault onto others. She would not admit her own errors, even if she knew that the child's plight might stem from her actions. Give me the child quickly, Zhao, he demanded, wishing to seize the child, not wanting to look at him any longer for fear of nightmares. Yet, Zhao He's wife would not allow him to discard their child, the one she had painstakingly brought into this world, their firstborn. How could she let it be abandoned? Even if he were deemed an ugly duckling, she was determined to raise him. My dear husband, please do not abandon our child. He's your son. Though he may not be handsome, he is still your son. The blame lies with Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao, not with our child. Please do not place all the blame upon him. He is innocent. He is pitiful. I beg you, do not forsake our child. Zhao He's wife pleaded with her husband, her heart aching for their child. Zhao, he felt a fleeting moment of softness. Yet his anger prevailed, vexed at how his wife could have given birth to such an unattractive child. You must choose, the child or our separation. Zhao He's heart was as cold as ice. His wife, unwilling to part ways or abandon their child, proposed, "My dear husband, could we not invite my family to care for him? As long as the child is safe, I shall find peace. He will not call you father, nor will he call me mother, and no one will know how he came to be. Would that be acceptable to you? Please, let this child remain." Fearing Zhao He's refusal, she continued, "My dear, this is a living being, your son, with both our blood coursing through his veins. He is innocent. The wrongdoers are others. If not for them, how could he have become what he is?" Zhao He cast a glance at the infant swaddled in blankets, who was peacefully slumbering. The child's long eyelashes were enchanting, and how delightful it would be if not for that unsightly birthmark marring his face. How harmonious it would be for their little family of 3. Yet, in this world there are no such what-ifs. He is but a monster, an aberration unfit to remain in the home. Seeing her husband acquiesce, Zhao He's wife finally found solace. She could still catch glimpses of her son, peeking at him from time to time. Chapter 69. Can girls receive an education? Before long, relatives from her maternal family arrived, puzzled by the rapidity of the child's birth. Had the time truly come? Was there some unforeseen circumstance? The thought of a premature birth filled them with concern, and upon arriving, they went directly to see the child. "How is the baby? Where is he? Let me hold him." On the way, Zhao He refrained from mentioning the child's monstrous nature, leaving them in ignorance of the truth. When Zhao He's wife beheld her mother, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "What is it? Is the child unwell? Don't cry. Tell me, you've just given birth. You mustn't weep. It's not good for your eyes. You must take care of yourself to avoid any ailments." "Mother." The child Zhao He's wife handed the infant to her mother for inspection. Upon seeing the child, her mother was taken aback, nearly dropping him in shock. "What manner of creature is this? This monster cannot remain in the house." Zhao He's cold voice echoed from outside, his gaze fixed upon the child. He glanced at the infant only briefly before turning away, his disdain palpable. In his heart, he loathed the child, whose appearance was simply too grotesque, a source of shame. Zhao He's mother, well versed in the peculiarities of childbirth, speculated that perhaps her daughter had consumed something inappropriate during pregnancy, resulting in such an offspring. She hastily inquired, "Daughter, did you eat anything you shouldn't have while pregnant? I warned you, yet you dismissed my concerns. Look where it has led." "Mother, I did not eat anything out of the ordinary. I swear it was that vile woman's doing," Zhao He's wife retorted, unable to accept that misfortune was of her own making. Zhao He's mother, unaware of the full context, turned her gaze toward Zhao He, seeking an explanation. Zhao He, disinterested in elaborating, simply exited the room. Witnessing her husband's heartlessness, Zhao He's wife succumbed to tears once more. It was only after her mother comforted her for a considerable time that she finally ceased weeping. Ultimately, she resolved to take the child back to the countryside, distancing herself from them to avoid any discord that might arise from the child's existence. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had returned home. She had spent the previous night away, anxious that old Jiang and the baby might worry, so she made her way back early. "Mother, you're back." Jiang Lanlan stood at the door, her 2 little chicks adorably perched beside her. Upon seeing her approach, they rushed over, their soft, sweet voices filling the air with charm, much to Lin Xiaoxiao's delight, who quickly gathered the children into her embrace. Old Master Jiang followed closely behind, feeling a sense of relief wash over him at the sight of his apprentice returning safely. He knew well that she was capable, although she had not returned the previous night, suggesting something must have transpired. He refrained from prying too deeply. "It's good that you're back, but please refrain from such antics in the future," he said, feigning irritation. Lin Xiaoxiao, aware of his concern, felt a surge of happiness and quickly replied, "Master, I've returned to prepare a delicious meal for you. Just look at what I brought today." Seeing the large pig trotter in her hands, old Master Jiang swallowed hard, yet continued to feign displeasure. "Don't think you can placate me with this. I must insist you don't stay out late again. If you do, I shan't look after your children. All right, I promise this will be the last time." It won't happen again, she assured, her lively demeanor gradually dissipating his earlier annoyance. Lin Xiaoxiao then made her way into the room, intent on preparing braised pig trotters. At that moment, Widow Zhang approached, carrying fresh wild vegetables and some wild fruits, while holding her son's hand. Lin Xiaoxiao had initially thought that Widow Zhang would take a long time to recover from being deceived, but to her surprise, she seemed to have moved on by the very next day, which was quite commendable. Xiaoxiao, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Are you available? Not busy at all, Sister Zhang. What would you like to talk about? Lin Xiaoxiao invited her to sit and share her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Widow Zhang began. I plan to send my son to school in town. I will manage selling wild vegetables here in the village every day, which should suffice for his expenses. However, I am unsure which school in town is the best. You traverse the town daily, so you must have some insight. Could I trouble you to accompany me to check it out? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, thinking the matter rather simple. Of course, whenever you're free, I'll take you to town. There are plenty of schools there. While I haven't inquired in detail, I've heard some things from others. I don't want to study, Mother. If I study, I'll one day be able to earn money. I need to help you. Jiang Xiaobao protested vehemently at the thought of Widow Zhang wanting to send him to school. He was focused on earning money to support the family and had never considered the prospect of education, believing it to be an expense they could ill afford. What nonsense! Child, how can you not pursue your studies? Education can lead to great achievements, and once you succeed, your mother will enjoy the fruits of your labor. Isn't that better than foraging for wild vegetables? Although Widow Zhang had never received formal education and could not read, she understood that her child's aspirations for a better life could only be realized through scholarly pursuits. Now that she was able to earn a living and support her child, she felt it imperative to send him to school. Jiang Xiaobao was torn, caught between his mother's hopes and his desire to earn money, leaving him in a state of indecision. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who spoke, urging, "Just listen to your mother. She only wishes the best for you. As long as you diligently pursue your studies and achieve top honors, your mother will enjoy a life of ease. Yes, I will strive to study hard and attain the highest distinction, so that my mother can enjoy a comfortable life." Ziplit Sao Bao. Upon hearing her son's words, Widow Zhang tenderly caressed his head and expressed her gratitude to Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Then I shall accompany you tomorrow." With their plans set, Widow Zhang departed, intending to forage for more wild vegetables on the mountain to earn some extra money. She thought to herself that she would no longer rely on a man in this lifetime, but would depend on her own efforts. And her son was indeed a promising one. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around to see Jiang Lanlan standing there, her sparkling eyes blinking adorably. "Lanlan, do you wish to study?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's question, Jiang Lanlan was taken aback. Can girls really go to school? Chapter 70. Seeking a private school. What is the matter? Observing her daughter's astonished expression, Lin Xiaoxiao felt she had not misspoken. What was troubling the child? Jiang Lanlan cautiously approached, tugging at her mother's garment, asking, "Mother, can girls really study? Are they not allowed?" Lin Xiaoxiao recalled that this was ancient times, where a strict hierarchy existed, favoring males over females. This meant that only wealthy girls could receive an education, while the girls in the village typically married at a young age without ever having attended school. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a deep sense of pity for these girls, yet simultaneously recognized her own powerlessness in the matter. She resolved that once she earned a substantial income, she would establish a private school in the village, allowing girls to study as well, free of charge, as long as they desired to learn. Gently stroking the child's head, Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her, "Of course, girls can study. Tomorrow, we will go to the town with Xiaobao." "Yes, Lanlan will also study diligently," Jiang Lanlan replied earnestly. Hearing her child's declaration brought immense joy to Lin Xiaoxiao. For girls, acquiring knowledge is undeniably beneficial. Regardless of their future paths, having an education is superior to being uneducated. Those who are learned can articulate their thoughts clearly, unlike some individuals who, lacking education, resort to baseless arguments, rendering them unworthy of attention. Once the meal was prepared, they all sat down to eat, with old man Jiang getting grease all over his mouth. "Disciple, your cooking is unparalleled. I truly relish your meals. Master, if you enjoy it, eat your fill. I shall cook for you every day. Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a beaming smile. Old man Jiang scoffed. You may boast now, but come the day of that fishing contest, you will abandon me here. And I shall miss your cooking. Upon saying this, he feigned a sense of grievance. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him, resembling a child in her exasperation, and smiled helplessly. But someone must keep watch here. Once I acquire a few servants to assist, you have to stay here daily. Rubbing her forehead, Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated the necessity of hiring help, realizing that she could not be home every day and that someone needed to manage the household. Do not speak of it. How can I trust outsiders? Old Jiang arrogantly remarked. Lin Xiaoxiao found his words amusing. After a satisfying meal, she took her hoe and ventured up the mountain, determined to earn some points and a bit of silver. There were countless tasks to attend to, and she could no longer afford to miss out on opportunities for earning. Money must be made, and tasks must be accomplished. Beep, the recycling cart offers 10 pounds of grass for 41. Beep, recycling. Lin Xiaoxiao had become familiar with many wild vegetables, some of which were medicinal herbs. She tirelessly foraged for wild greens until dusk approached, at which point she descended, having also caught a wild chicken. That evening, she prepared a delightful dish of chicken stew with mushrooms. The next day, those coming to assist her greeted Lin Xiaoxiao early. Widow Zhang had made a special effort to tidy herself up in comparison to her previous appearance when she was adorned with makeup. She now presented herself with a natural face. Wait for me. Lin Xiaoxiao also brought Jiang Lanlan along, who was overjoyed to see Jiang Xiaobao. The two could converse together. Brother Xiaobao, mother says I can study too. Jiang Lanlan proudly proclaimed to Jiang Xiaobao, who felt happy for her. If this were indeed true, they would have each other for companionship. Widow Zhang paused at Lin Xiaoxiao's words. Does Jiang Lanlan wish to study too? But she is a girl. I wonder if the school accepts her. Contemplating this, Widow Zhang's expression turned slightly grim. However, it was ultimately their affair, and she refrained from commenting, deciding to discuss it further at the academy. The two women, along with the children, boarded the ox cart and set off towards the town. Villagers greeted Lin Xiaoxiao warmly, who in the village did not rely on her for income. Tilling the wasteland could earn 30 won a day. Where else could one find such a good opportunity? There were only 3 private schools in town, all of which charged hefty fees, resulting in very few children from the village attending school. Typically, only the exceptionally bright ones were sent to study, while the majority stayed home to tend to cattle and chickens, eventually marrying and leading lives similar to their parents. Among the 3 schools, the most reputable was Ming Academy, though its entrance requirements were quite stringent. One had to pass an examination to gain admission. The other 2 schools, while also requiring tests, were less rigorous, and some wealthy families could secure a place with a monetary gift. Are we truly aiming for the best academy? Widow Zhang felt uncertain, as her son had yet to begin learning even the basics and could not recognize many characters. Is it feasible for him to attend such a prestigious academy? Even if we are merely going to observe, it is worth it. If our children ever have the opportunity to enter this school, we must seize it. To ensure your child grows into a talented individual, sending them to this academy is essential, Lin Xiaoxiao asserted earnestly. Regardless of whether in modern times or in antiquity, the finest academies would undoubtedly harbor the most exceptional teachers, nurturing students who would excel. Those who attended the lesser schools often merely drifted through life. It would be far more beneficial for them to remain at home and do the same. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated that if they were unable to gain admission, they could first hire a tutor to teach at home, as affording one was not an issue. They could also include the son of Widow Zhang in the lessons. And when the children had acquired sufficient skills, they could directly sit for the examinations at this private academy. Today, they had merely come to observe the process. The academy was bustling with many eager applicants, all striving to enter, for it was rumored that numerous scholars had been admitted here. Therefore, affluent families in the town were drawn to this institution, where many luxurious carriages were parked. Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions had arrived on foot, lacking a carriage. Make way! Make way! Don't obstruct our young master's path, you country bumpkins! At that moment, a conceited coachman addressed Lin Xiaoxiao with disdain, strutting forward with an air of superiority, his face full of contempt as he approached the academy's entrance. Widow Zhang disdained such behavior, thinking, what are these people? Just because they are wealthy, they act so high and mighty. They were simply fortunate to be born into wealth. Had they been born into families like ours, who knows what their fate would have been? Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, observing the entrance of the academy, where a young nobleman, adorned in splendid attire, descended from a carriage. Chapter 71. Seize every opportunity to rise, young master. Take your time, the coachman said, his face beaming with obsequiousness. Step aside, do not block my way, the young master commanded arrogantly as he strode inside. The coachman's expression darkened, but upon noticing Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions staring at him, he spat disdainfully, regaining his haughty demeanor as if he had not just been servile. Xiaoxiao, should we really send the children to such a prestigious academy? Widow Zhang watched the scene unfold, feeling uncertain. The wealth surrounding them was daunting. Even their mode of transportation was lavish. She worried that her son would be bullied at the academy. With this thought, she became increasingly anxious, concluding that perhaps education was not of utmost importance. Her only wish was for her son's safety. Lin Xiaoxiao understood Widow Zhang's sentiments. Yet she believed that to rise above one's circumstances, one must endure trials. The more challenging the situation, the more resolute a person's heart becomes, thus fueling greater effort. She turned to Jiang Xiaobao and inquired, Xiaobao, do you wish to achieve greatness? To her surprise, Jiang Xiaobao replied earnestly, yes, I want to achieve greatness. I wish to become an official, to protect my mother, and to provide her with a better life. And I too, Jiang Lanlan chimed in, eager not to miss out on the conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao gently pinched the little one's cheek and said, Mother is waiting for you to protect her. She then looked at Widow Zhang, asking, why do you hesitate when your son is so determined? Widow Zhang stammered, her gaze falling on her earnest son, unsure of what to say. Naturally, she wished for her son to succeed, yet she feared he might be bullied. This conflicting emotion left her at a loss for words. Let your son pursue his ambitions. How can you be so certain he is not suited for it? What if he is getting along splendidly with those individuals? Indeed, if I do not provoke them, they shall not incite me either. My sole desire is to pursue my studies and achieve greatness. I wish to concern myself with nothing else, nor do I wish to engage with Mother. Please do not worry about me, all right? Jiang Xiaobao gently tugged at Widow Zhang's garment, expressing his yearning for education. Widow Zhang tenderly stroked her son's head, declaring, I shall strive with all my might to support your education. I do not wish to entertain any distractions. All I ask is that you focus on your studies. Hearing their exchange brought a smile of relief to Lin Xiaoxiao. She believed that education was essential for success. Otherwise, what purpose did it serve? Was it merely to acquire knowledge? Life in ancient times was fraught with difficulties. Education could indeed transform one's destiny. Even in the present, one must rely on education to alter the course of life. Thus, seizing every opportunity was paramount. She harbored no faith in the notion that mere literacy sufficed. One must strive to ascend to greater heights. The group lingered outside for a while, soon noticing the arrival of others. Their private school held a small examination at the beginning of each month, and those who passed could enroll in classes. Those who did not could either wait for the next opportunity or select another institution. Arriving late, they found that the other students had already completed their exams. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao remained undeterred. She had not expected her daughter and Jiang Xiaobao to gain admission today. This outing was merely an opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. Did you take your exam? A woman asked earnestly, grasping her son's hand, having invested considerable effort into his education. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the woman's son, who towered over Jiang Xiaobao by several heads, indicating that he should have surpassed the initiation stage, yet had failed to gain admission. It seemed he was not particularly adept at his studies. Mother, I did not perform well again. The boy lowered his head, unable to meet his mother's gaze. The woman sighed heavily, lamenting, how many times have you taken this exam? You still cannot remember. It appears you are not suited for academia. Perhaps we should abandon this path. I have resigned myself to the idea of enrolling you in another school. Who knows, you might find your fortune there. Upon hearing his mother's words, the boy glanced up at her, tears welling in his eyes, having felt a pang of guilt. He longed to succeed, but simply could not. Sometimes, the more he tried, the more painful it became. I shall not pressure you any longer. Let us go and explore other schools, she said. All right. The woman took her son's hand and departed, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao to sigh at the scene. Alas, such is the world, survival of the fittest. Only the strong endure, while the weak must withdraw. Yet, among them was a child who exuberantly rushed to his mother, exclaiming, Mother, Mother, I have passed. I have passed. Truly? My Junsheng is exceptional, absolutely exceptional. The woman joyfully proclaimed to those around her. In contrast, the mothers of those who had not succeeded muttered enviously, What does it matter if he has passed? Who can guarantee that your son will become a high official one day? The admission to such an esteemed institution is indeed a moment of celebration. Upon hearing the woman's remark, the expression on the lady's face grew somewhat dismal. It was her son who tugged at her sleeve and said, Mother, do not lower yourself to their level. Let us return home. Their inability to succeed breeds nothing but jealousy towards us. The woman nodded in agreement, taking her son's hand as they departed. Lin Xiaoxiao observed their exit and hastily urged Widow Zhang and the others to follow. Xiaoxiao, what do you intend to do? They queried. You shall soon find out, she replied, remaining silent as they walked. She then called out to the woman, Sister-in-law, Please, I beseech you to pause. The woman and her son turned in unison, bewildered, and queried, Are you addressing us? Lin Xiaoxiao approached and said, Sister-in-law, I overheard your earlier conversation regarding your son's admission. Is it truly so? We have come to seek your guidance regarding the specifics of his studies, as we too wish to enroll our child in this private academy. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao produced a silver coin, placing it into the child's hand, exclaiming, Congratulations to this young gentleman. A promising future awaits you. Initially, the woman had no desire to engage with Lin Xiaoxiao, but upon hearing the congratulations and witnessing the gift of silver, she quickly replied, Please do not offer my child silver. We do not seek your money. You merely wish to inquire about this matter, and I am willing to share what I know. As you have given the coin, let your child keep it. Today is indeed a fortuitous occasion. Who knows, perhaps in the future, our children may become classmates. Chapter 72. The cost of education. The woman found herself somewhat flustered by Lin Xiaoxiao's words, eventually stating, We have engaged a scholar in town to educate our children. Otherwise, my son would not possess such impressive abilities. Where does this scholar reside? Could you kindly facilitate an introduction? Our child also wishes to attend the private academy. We simply desire the opportunity to try, Lin Xiaoxiao said earnestly. The woman, feeling somewhat bashful under Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest gaze, responded, I can assist with the introduction. However, let me first escort my child home, if that is agreeable. Very well, Lin Xiaoxiao and Widow Zhang replied, awaiting the woman's return. What if she takes the silver and departs? Widow Zhang expressed her concern, given the expenditure. Fear not. I trust that lady, Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her. Confident in her judgment of character, though uncertain if the academy accepted female students. Just then, she spotted a carriage arriving, from which a young girl emerged and entered the academy. Jiang Nannan, witnessing this, exclaimed with excitement, Mother, did you see? A girl similar in age to me just went inside. Surely she is there to study. Does Lan yearn for education so much? Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from answering directly in front of the child, wary of the disappointment should her hopes not be realized. Instead, she deftly changed the subject, intending to inquire about the private academy's policies once the woman returned. After all, they hail from the village and remain somewhat ignorant of certain circumstances in the town. Only a handful of individuals attend school here, making it difficult to gather information from the villagers. The villagers hold onto the belief that they have lived their lives in a particular manner, and thus, the children will inevitably follow suit, never contemplating alternative paths. I wish to study. I want to help my mother when I grow up, declared the small child, her words imbued with unwavering determination, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Beside her, Widow Zhang chimed in, Lan, this girl is so clever. If private schools accept female students, Lan will surely excel. After a brief conversation among the group outside, the woman approached them. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was tidying up at home before coming out. She expressed her regrets and then led them to seek out the scholar. On their way, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired about the private school. Sister, I would like to ask if the school admits female students. I wish to enroll my daughter. At this moment, the woman finally noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's obedient daughter and replied, Yes, they do accept girls, though I've heard the standards are quite strict. They must pass an examination to gain admission. In society's eyes, women are often perceived as less intelligent than men, leading to the assumption that girls are unlikely to succeed in their studies. Consequently, few girls attend school here unless they come from affluent families dedicated to their education. Generally, common families would not consider sending their daughters to a private school. It is deemed more prudent to invest in the education of a son if they have limited financial resources. Upon hearing the woman's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this world holds some differences. At least girls can pursue education, but their success ultimately depends on their own efforts. The woman then led them to the scholar's home, gently knocking on the door. A young woman answered, recognizing the visitor and greeting her warmly. Sister Lu, what brings you here? I have a business opportunity for you, Lu replied. I encountered someone on the way who expressed a desire for your husband to teach 2 children the basics. Would that be possible? The woman, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, What could be the harm? Teaching 1 child is the same as teaching 2, and there is compensation involved. I will fetch my husband right away. Widow Zhang and Lin Xiaoxiao waited outside, and shortly after, the woman summoned a young man, exuding the aura of a scholar, carrying books in his hands. He casually glanced at Jiang Lanlan and Jiang Xiaobao, causing the 2 little ones to feel a twinge of nervousness. Husband, these are the new children. Please guide them in their early education. The man nodded without uttering further words. He returned indoors to continue his studies, and, from within, the sound of spirited reading could be heard, mingling with the voices of children. Here, the fee for an introduction to education is 1 or 2 taels of silver. May I inquire if you have that amount? The woman spoke directly, stating that her husband's time was precious as he intended to take the local examination. In order to earn some extra money for their expenses, she and her husband devised this method of income. However, this approach to making money was indeed swift. Even if her husband did not succeed in the examination, he could still return to teach and care for children, which was quite satisfactory. They had 2 plans in mind. Thus they welcomed any children who came to them for enlightenment. Isn't 1 or 2 taels of silver a bit steep? Widow Zhang could not help but murmur. Upon hearing this, the woman responded with a smile. This is how we operate here. Everyone adheres to this rule. If you cannot produce the money, then you need not come here for enlightenment. We are willing to pay. Whenever we can begin the lessons, we shall, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. Hearing this, Widow Zhang felt it inappropriate to argue further. The well-being of the children took precedence. In truth, their household had some money, but they were reluctant to part with it. It's getting a bit late today. For our enlightenment, we will only teach for 7 days, after which you may go to the examination. Whether you succeed depends on your own fortune, the woman continued. As long as the child is not too dull, 7 days would suffice. Learning more would be of no use, and the teachings in the private school differed from what her husband would impart. That was why her husband arranged for the children to study for just 7 days. Very well, we shall come back tomorrow. Here is my money. Lin Xiaoxiao handed the money to the woman, who accepted it without hesitation. Widow Zhang then pulled out 1 tael of silver from her pocket and gave it to the woman as well. As they exited, Widow Zhang could not refrain from muttering, This is truly expensive. Indeed, education costs money, but if one achieves success, teaching in town can be quite lucrative. Just think, 1 child brings in 1 tael. If 10 children enroll, that amounts to 10 taels. Earning money in just 7 days seems rather easy, she reflected. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Widow Zhang began to calculate on her fingers. Lin Xiaoxiao observed her and asked, Sister Zhang, what are you doing? Widow Zhang chuckled. I'm calculating how much we would earn if 20 people come. Alas, I can hardly keep track. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, finding Widow Zhang to be quite an amusing and sincere character. 10 people yield 10 taels, so 20 would indeed be 20 taels. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao effortlessly arrive at the answer, Widow Zhang gazed at her with envy. Xiaoxiao, have you been educated? Otherwise, how could you calculate so clearly? You truly are impressive. Widow Zhang increasingly felt the value of education. With knowledge, one could comprehend much and calculate swiftly, unlike herself, who had struggled to arrive at a conclusion for so long. Having selected the private school, Lin Xiaoxiao returned home by ox cart. On her way back, Widow Zhang was not idle. She immediately took her son and headed up the mountain, eager to earn more money as her son was to begin his studies. Jiang Xiaobao understood the importance of education as well, diligently gathering wild fruits. In pursuit of profit, Jiang Xiaobao, like a nimble monkey, swiftly ascended the tree and soon gathered a basketful of wild fruits before hurriedly descending. The door to Lin Xiaoxiao's home stood ajar, and he strode inside without hesitation. "Xiaobao Ji," Jiang Lanlan called out to him. Jiang Xiaobao acknowledged her with a nod, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao, who was busy weighing the wild fruits of others, anxiously standing in line behind them. Before long, it was Jiang Xiaobao's turn. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him in astonishment. He was usually inseparable from his mother. Yet today, he ventured out alone. "Xiaobao, where's your mother? Did you come by yourself?" "My mother is on the mountain. I came down as soon as I filled my basket," Jiang Xiaobao replied earnestly. The young boy, burdened by the weight of the wild fruits in his basket, bent slightly at the waist. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a profound, indescribable emotion as she observed him. Rural children often assumed adult responsibilities at such a tender age. Lin Xiaoxiao took his basket, placing it on the scale. The usual rate was 3 won per pound, but today she raised it to 4, hoping to afford him a greater profit. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobao's situation tugged at her heartstrings. They belonged to the same village, and she thought it only fair to lend a hand, albeit within reason. After all, nurturing ambition, even in children, could lead to a sense of entitlement. And not everything in the world is as it seems. Jiang Xiaobao gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, perplexed by the money she offered him, hesitating to accept. Cautiously, he inquired, "Aunt Lin, did you give me too much? Perhaps you should recount it?" Lin Xiaoxiao gently patted the boy's shoulder, reassuring him, "No, dear, I did not give you more. The price has simply increased by 1 won. Take it." Upon learning of the price hike, Jiang Xiaobao's face lit up with joy, his eyes squinting into slits as he chuckled to himself. "Then I'll make another trip up the mountain to gather more. I need to earn so much money every day." "Xiaobao Ji, wait for me. I'm coming too," Jiang Lanlan exclaimed, rushing out with a basket in hand. Lin Xiaoxiao watched the children with a sense of satisfaction, knowing that this little one likely wished to gather wild fruits as well. It would be good for her to gain some experience. "Lanlan, are you also going to search for wild fruits?" Jiang Xiaobao asked curiously, considering that Lanlan's family faced no shortage of food, rendering her efforts seemingly unnecessary. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, uncertain whether she would permit Lanlan to accompany him. To his surprise, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, and Jiang Xiaobao understood immediately. "Lanlan, stay close behind me. When I climb the tree, you can gather the wild fruits below. We'll both return with baskets full, all right? Just don't wander off." "Xiaobao Ji, I'm not a little child. How could I possibly get lost?" Jiang Lanlan retorted stubbornly, her little pigtail bobbing as she spoke, endearing herself to Lin Xiaoxiao. Children at this age possess a charm that often fades with time. It is a stage filled with delightful curiosity. Yes, I'm older and will keep an eye on you. Let us go, Lanlan." Jiang Lanlan, with a basket in hand, hurriedly followed Jiang Xiaobao, turning back occasionally to flash a radiant smile at Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Mother, I'm off." Once they had ventured far enough, Lin Xiaoxiao retracted her gaze. As her own tasks were nearly complete, it was time to prepare lunch, and by the time the children returned, there would be a meal ready for them. Lin Xiaoxiao simply stir-fried a few homely dishes, including one of the elderly Jiang's favorites. Among the household, the most burdened was indeed old Jiang, who not only kept watch over their home, but also required her culinary efforts to ensure he was well fed. She felt a pang of guilt if she did not provide him with a delightful meal. Having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure. It truly is a blessing to have someone around. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reflect on her fortunate encounter with her master, who genuinely cared for her. Tirelessly bustling about without a word of complaint, treating her as if she were his own daughter. She had even contemplated that when her master grew old, she would care for him in return. That would be quite wonderful. Not long after she finished cooking, a voice called out to her, "Xiaoxiao, hurry outside. Your daughter has returned." Hearing the call, Lin Xiaoxiao hurried out to find her daughter, panting heavily at the doorstep, clutching a basket brimming with wild fruits. Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over to lift the basket for her, and Zhang Lanlan exclaimed, "Mother, I am amazing. I brought back so many wild fruits, all thanks to Xiaobao. He climbed the tree so quickly. I wanted to climb too, but he wouldn't let me." Lanlan, being a young girl, ought to behave delicately, unlike those mischievous little monkeys. Zhang Xiaobao earnestly explained this to Lin Xiaoxiao, who found herself both amused and exasperated. It appeared that Xiaobao was quite the little adult. Who says girls must be delicate? I refuse to conform. Being delicate isn't what defines a girl, is it, mother? Lin Xiaoxiao gently pressed her daughter's head, bemused by the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. "Come on, let us weigh your harvest. How much did you earn today?" Upon hearing that they would weigh the fruits, Zhang Lanlan's face lit up with excitement. Although her haul was not as substantial as Zhang Xiaobao's, the fruits were her own accomplishment, and she felt a profound sense of achievement. Even if it were merely 2 pounds, she would be delighted. In no time, they had weighed the fruits, totaling 5 pounds, and she received 20 copper coins in exchange. Zhang Lanlan carefully placed the coins into her small bag, satisfaction radiating from her. "Mother, later I want to go to the mountain with Xiaobao again. I want to earn lots and lots of silver. When I go to school, I'll spend my own money. Isn't that good?" Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. It was commendable for children to possess such ambition. They should not be stifled. Children ought to be encouraged in their pursuits, as long as their desires are not too outrageous. Restricting them too much would only quench their natural drive. Before you go, however, you must eat your meal. I have prepared lunch. Xiaobao, please join us. No, I'll eat at home, Zhang Xiaobao declined, feeling quite bashful about accepting a meal from someone else's home. Mother said that everyone has their difficulties, so he shouldn't act that way. You should eat here. Your mother hasn't come down from the mountain yet, and if you don't eat, Aunt Lin will be displeased. It's just a meal after all. Aunt Lin can certainly afford it. Zhang Lanlan added, "Yes, little Baoga, please dine with us. The dishes my mother prepares are truly delightful, especially her stir-fried meat. The taste is unparalleled. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat together." Initially hesitant, little Bao couldn't help but swallow at Zhang Lanlan's words, as he was at that age where appetite soared. "Come on, or the food will get cold and taste less appealing," Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in. Thus, little Bao did not refuse and obediently followed Zhang Lanlan to wash his hands before joining for the meal. Old man Jiang was already seated, and upon noticing the new addition to the household, he smiled and remarked, "Is this the son of Widow Zhang? He appears quite robust." Indeed, he is Widow Zhang's son and will soon attend a private school, providing companionship for Lanlan, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, all the while serving food to everyone. Little Bao felt a bit nervous and reserved, sitting quietly without daring to move, speak, or sneak glances at the dishes. "Don't be shy, little Bao. Take whatever you like. Consider this your home. Our families are quite familiar with one another, so if you continue to be so polite, I won't be pleased," Lin Xiaoxiao encouraged. "Thank you, Aunt Lin," little Bao nodded. In his heart, little Bao resolved to protect Zhang Lanlan, adopting her as a sister and vowing that no one should bully her. Lin Xiaoxiao, unaware of the child's thoughts, continued to serve him, noticing that he only took a small amount of food due to his shyness. It was only because Lin Xiaoxiao personally helped him that he began to eat. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. The children returned to the mountains, and Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling indifferent, allowed them to frolic as she tidied up the house, knowing she would be pressed for time later. She planned to begin seedling cultivation the next day, having already purchased the seeds from the system and preparing a small plot for planting. As evening fell, Lin Xiaoxiao finally found some leisure to rest, with Zhang Lanlan giving her a back rub and expressing concern, "Mother, you must be tired. Today was exhausting, especially with the trip to the mountain. You should rest early." "No need for the massage. Let me sit for a moment, and then I will sleep," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Zhang Lanlan yawned and obediently lay on the bed. Soon falling asleep, likely from the day's fatigue. Lin Xiaoxiao approached to adjust the child's blanket before lying down herself, quickly succumbing to sleep as well. The day passed swiftly, and when Lin Xiaoxiao awoke, dawn had already broken. One by one, villagers arrived at her doorstep, bringing wild fruits and such. She was taken aback by their industriousness. Rising earlier than roosters and resting later, they were incredibly diligent. Sister-in-law, did you all go to the mountains this early? Can you even see anything? My goodness. How long has it been since dawn? As dawn broke, we set out, the path still visible before us. And we remembered precisely which trees bore fruit for us to gather. Upon arrival, we could easily pick the fruits. The ladies around us were particularly astute, each recalling the specific trees. Lin Xiaoxiao engaged in light-hearted conversation with them before collecting their wild fruits and compensating them. One of the ladies remarked, Xiaoxiao, I have an excess of cabbages in my field. Please, after this, come over and pick some vegetables. Another chimed in, indeed, if you don't visit her field, you may as well come to mine. I have an abundance of vegetables, and I am quite diligent. My crops surpass hers. We have plenty at home too, and lately, we've been feasting on meat daily, haha. Amidst their playful banter, their genuine gratitude towards Lin Xiaoxiao was evident, for her presence had significantly elevated their living standards, ensuring that their children enjoyed meat with every meal. After all, who doesn't work hard for the betterment of their family? As they earned, they adorned their homes with various possessions, and each woman's status had risen. It was essential to note that in ancient times, women held a much lower status and often faced mistreatment. Now, those men regarded them with utmost respect, hardly daring to lay a finger on them. Seeing their earnestness brought joy to Lin Xiaoxiao. All right then, I will pick some from your fields, but please don't mistake me for a thief. How could we? My entire family hopes you will come to gather. After some more light-hearted exchanges, they ventured into the mountains in search of wild fruits. During the season, the mountains were abundant with them. If they found none, they would simply seek other peaks. Lin Xiaoxiao need not worry about their resourcefulness. When she had a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly took the seeds and scattered them in the soil. She also exchanged for nutrient solution from the system, ensuring a higher germination rate and robust growth. This way, when it came time to distribute them to the villagers, the process would be far less cumbersome. After sowing the seeds, she mixed the nutrient solution with water and, once all was complete, finally found a moment to sit and rest briefly. Having arrived in this ancient world, she felt as though she were a spinning top, tirelessly earning money, dreaming of becoming a wealthy matron in her later years, perhaps even indulging in the company of younger men. Yet, in reality, if she were to become a landowner, she would not seek such frivolities. Why not enjoy life on her own terms? She had heard tales of establishments in ancient times where women sought merriment, and she found herself curious about such places. If given the chance, she would certainly explore these curiosities. Chapter 75, A Journey to Enlightenment in Town Mother. I am ready. How do I look? Jiang Lanlan emerged, presenting herself demurely, embodying the image of a refined young lady. For today, she was to receive enlightenment from the scholar. Upon seeing her child, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a moment of daze. It seemed as though Jiang Lanlan had grown. Normally unnoticed, today, dressed in her new attire, she appeared noticeably taller. With a gentle tone, Lin Xiaoxiao praised, My Lanlan is truly wonderful. Let's go. I wonder if Jiang Xiaobao has arrived. Let's wait for him at the village entrance. Jiang Lanlan delicately approached Lin Xiaoxiao, gently touching her hand with her right hand and playfully winking. Mother, let's go together. All right, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, taking her daughter's hand as they made their way to the village entrance. At that moment, Widow Zhang also slowly approached, holding her son's hand. However, Jiang Xiaobao appeared somewhat reluctant. Several times, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed that he was unwilling to let Widow Zhang hold his hand, yet she insisted. Observing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Boys are often concerned about their pride, whereas girls tend to be more affectionate. After all, how else could they be affectionately referred to as little cotton-padded jackets? Xiaoxiao, you are the first to arrive, someone remarked. We just got here. Let us board the ox cart. Once aboard, Jiang Xiaobao and Jiang Lanlan sat quietly, while the villagers, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired Xiaoxiao, "Where are you taking the children? You just went yesterday, and now you're going again. Is something happening?" "We are sending the children to town for enlightenment," Lin Xiaoxiao explained. The villagers looked puzzled. What did she mean by enlightenment? Most had little education and were indifferent to such matters, leaving them bewildered by her words. However, one person recalled, "I remember now. The eldest son of the Zhang family was sent to town for enlightenment as well, and later he attended school." "Xiaoxiao, are you sending your children to school? How remarkable! But is it really appropriate for Lan Lan, being a girl, to attend school? Will they even accept her?" Hearing this, Zhang Lanlan felt somewhat disheartened. Is it not permissible for girls to study? She pondered. Yet her mother had told her that girls could indeed be educated, and that private schools welcomed them too. Sensing her daughter's dismay, Lin Xiaoxiao encouraged her by gently stroking her head and saying, "What of it? Can girls not be educated? They are no less capable than boys. I believe in my Lan Lan. The school will surely welcome her. She is exceptionally bright." Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhang Lanlan looked up in disbelief. "Mother, do you truly believe that? That I could be accepted?" "Indeed," Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed, kissing her daughter's forehead to offer her immense encouragement. Zhang Lanlan's once dull eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Her mother's unwavering belief in her spurred her determination to prove that girls are just as capable as boys. "Lan Lan is so clever. She will surely succeed," Widow Zhang chimed in, casting a disapproving glance at the man who had spoken out. The man, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Widow Zhang's glare, quickly fell silent, not wishing to offend Lin Xiaoxiao and her family, especially since his own livelihood depended on her. The ox cart soon entered the town, and Lin Xiaoxiao escorted the two children to the scholar's home before turning to leave. However, Widow Zhang seemed unable to move. "Sister Zhang, shall we not return? Why do you stand outside? Do you wish to wait for your son to come out? It will take quite a while. We won't be able to pick them up until the afternoon or evening." Widow Zhang, upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, let out a deep sigh, expressing her discomfort. "I am simply unaccustomed to this. I've always kept my son by my side since he was little, taking him wherever I went. Now that he is no longer here, I feel an emptiness, as though something precious has vanished." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Widow Zhang's sentiments. Such an attachment to her son was not a favorable situation. It could lead to him becoming a mama's boy, reliant on his mother for everything, which would undoubtedly displease any future daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaoxiao gently advised her, "Sister Zhang, you must not dwell in this manner. Your son will eventually take the imperial examination and move to the capital. You cannot follow him there, can you? You must let go and allow him to learn and grow on his own." Though she spoke these words, a sense of unease still lingered within her. "Xiaoxiao, are you truly at ease? The child is still so young. Leaving him in someone else's care makes me anxious about the possibilities." Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, pondering the futility of such worries. "What do you wish for? To confine him by your side for a lifetime? Children must engage with the world beyond. If everyone thought this way, no child would ever venture outside." Yet she refrained from voicing these thoughts, realizing that Widow Zhang needed to come to her own understanding. On the journey back, Lin Xiaoxiao remained largely silent, knowing that excessive words would serve no purpose and merely waste breath. Once she returned to the village, she busied herself with her own matters. Since her family did not cultivate vegetables, she planned to gather some from the fields of her neighbors. Earlier that morning, two aunts had invited her to their fields to pick vegetables, and she found their crops thriving, robust, and well-tended. In these times, farming is truly a skilled trade. One can easily discern which families cultivate well and which do not. As she observed the fields, she noticed the land adjacent to old Zhang's home, which astonished her. The weeds there were taller than the vegetables, and no one seemed inclined to tend to it. Perhaps they were simply too busy or lacked the desire to maintain it. They were content as long as they had enough to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao did not dwell on this, and as she crouched down, she heard the system's notification sound. There were numerous fish mint and Houtuinia cordata growing nearby. At this time, the villagers were unaware that these plants were edible, allowing them to flourish abundantly, unlike later when people learned of their value and harvested them. Lin Xiaoxiao was thrilled to see so much fish mint. Although she did not personally enjoy it, the system could recycle it into currency. Fish mint is divisive. Those who love it do so passionately, while those who dislike it can hardly bear its scent. Lin Xiaoxiao belonged to the latter group. Fortunately, she had brought a small hoe, which would aid her in harvesting the fish mint. Chapter 76. Discovery of Houtuinia cordata. Lin Xiaoxiao dug up the Houtuinia cordata, noting that its leaves could also fetch a price. However, the system required her to bundle them into two separate collections, one for the Houtuinia cordata and another for its leaves. Ding! Recycled 2 pounds of Houtuinia cordata, earning 20 coins. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with delight. Such a vast expanse. If she were to excavate it all, how much wealth might she amass? She felt as though her pockets would swell with riches. Who would have thought that merely accompanying others to harvest could yield such bountiful rewards? It was truly splendid. As she dug, the sound of the system counting money resonated in her ears. It was exhilarating. If such fortune were to grace her daily, she would return each day to excavate. A glance to the side revealed an abundance of fish mint, indicating that the land was indeed fertile. Today she would unearth this patch, and tomorrow another. She could come every day. After tiring from her labor, Lin Xiaoxiao sought a spot to rest. Nearby, a woman, also foraging for vegetables, expressed her astonishment upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao. "What are you doing?" she inquired, glancing at the ground beside Lin Xiaoxiao. Was she digging for someone else? It was perplexing that she would willingly toil for another's benefit. If only Lin Xiaoxiao would consider digging for her plot, the woman thought, excitement glimmering in her eyes. A sentiment Lin Xiaoxiao could discern. "I am searching for this." Lin Xiaoxiao proudly displayed the fish mint. The woman, upon receiving it, disdainfully discarded it onto the ground. "How foul it smells! Why are you digging for this?" "I assure you, it serves a purpose," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, casting a sympathetic glance at the discarded fish mint. "So you desire this? I have plenty of it in my own field. Would you care to come and dig in my plot?" The woman asked with a sly smile, her demeanor somewhat cunning, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to shiver. Nevertheless, she found the prospect intriguing. If the woman truly possessed an abundance of fish mint, she would not mind taking a look. "Sister, do not deceive me. Do you really have such things in your field? If so, I would certainly come to dig. Rest assured, I truly do. How could I possibly deceive you? Just follow me. My field is right nearby." Lin Xiaoxiao promptly rose and followed the woman to a barren plot of land. Astonishment washed over her. Could this truly be called a field? It appeared to have lain fallow for an eternity. Yet, the quantity of fish mint was astounding, vastly more than in the previous location. "See, I did not lie to you. It is exactly as I said. Now you believe me, don't you?" The woman wore a smug expression. However, Lin Xiaoxiao doused her enthusiasm with a cold reality. "But how long has this land been abandoned? Are you not planning to cultivate it?" The woman replied somewhat awkwardly. "It hasn't been long, merely a year or so. Don't concern yourself with that. Just dig." Lin Xiaoxiao understood the woman's intentions. She had brought her here to utilize her as free labor. Yet, this labor could yield profit, a satisfactory arrangement. "Very well, I shall dig shortly, but let me rest a moment." Having just excavated a considerable area, she felt utterly exhausted and longed for a moment of respite. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao express her fatigue, the sister-in-law refrained from further remarks, realizing it would be inappropriate to urge her to continue digging. Such a suggestion would be too conspicuous, revealing her ulterior motive of wanting Lin Xiaoxiao to toil for her. "I shall not disturb you any longer, dear sister-in-law, as I must return home to prepare dinner," the sister-in-law stated, her basket swaying as she ambled away, eliciting a chuckle from Lin Xiaoxiao. After a brief intermission, Lin Xiaoxiao grasped her hoe and energetically resumed her task of unearthing fish mint, each dig representing potential earnings. The delightful sound of coins clattering in her system stirred excitement within her. No melody was more enchanting than that of counting money. She yearned to immerse herself within the system, meticulously tallying the coins, imagining the bliss it would bring. As she needed to fetch the child in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to cease her labor, tidying up and preparing the meal to warm in the pot before heading out. She addressed the elderly Jiang master. "Should you feel hungry, please help yourself to the pot. There are vegetables within. I am off to collect Lon Lon now. Go fetch your child. What concern is it of mine? I am no child in need of your oversight, the old man retorted, his lips curling in disdain. Lin Xiaoxiao merely laughed and departed, leaving Jiang in bemusement at her youthful demeanor, which belied her age. Together with widow Zhang, they ventured to the town, where Zhang anxiously awaited at the door, fretting over the delay. Why are they not yet out? What could possibly be the matter? Throughout their journey, she incessantly fretted about her son, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to feel rather exasperated, as her attempts to console Zhang seemed futile, prompting her to remain silent. When the door finally swung open, widow Zhang was relieved to see her son standing there unharmed, letting out a long sigh of relief. She stepped forward excitedly to embrace Jiang Xiaobao, only for him to evade her, leaving her momentarily stunned at her son's apparent rejection. In stark contrast, Jiang Lanlan dashed into Lin Xiaoxiao's embrace, sweetly calling out, "Mother! Mother!" Lin Xiaoxiao gently pinched the child's cheek, inquiring, "Have you missed your mother? How did you fare today?" "Just so." Jiang Lanlan replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiaoxiao found her response amusing and playfully teased. "Could it be that you weren't attentive? Otherwise, how could it be merely so?" Upon hearing her mother's playful criticism, Jiang Lanlan, feeling indignant, retorted, "That is not true. Today, the teacher praised me, saying I am quite clever," to assure Lin Xiaoxiao of her words. She gestured for Jiang Xiaobao to corroborate her claim. Jiang Xiaobao nodded and chimed in, "Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao Lanlan was praised by the teacher today for her intelligence. See, I did not deceive you. Brother Xiaobao attests to it, as we study together," Jiang Lanlan declared with a hint of pride. Lin Xiaoxiao was thoroughly amused, realizing that her jest with the children was merely a playful banter. Regardless of their academic performance, as long as they exerted effort, Lin Xiaoxiao felt no inclination to be upset. "As I walked home, I promised to prepare a delightful meal for you," Lin Xiaoxiao said, gently holding Jiang Lanlan's hand. Meanwhile, widow Zhang hurriedly added, "Little Bao, come back home, and your mother will make something delicious for you." Jiang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Chapter 77. When a man is ruthless, he truly is ruthless. Lin Xiaoxiao and widow Zhang returned with the child. "Oh, my dear Lan Lan is back. You must have had a tiring day." Old man Zhang's eyes brightened at the sight of Jiang Lanlan. Without her presence, he felt quite uneasy throughout the day. He had come to regard her as his own granddaughter, and her absence left him feeling rather out of sorts. "Great-grandfather." Jiang Lanlan obediently greeted old man Jiang with a respectful bow. He, still somewhat taken aback, stared at her blankly before glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao, bewildered. What on earth happened? Not only was old man Jiang astonished, but Lin Xiaoxiao was equally surprised. After just one day in town, there had been such a remarkable transformation. That scholar truly had some skills. Learning proper etiquette was indeed beneficial for a young girl. "This is what my teacher taught me. He said that girls should be dignified and understand honor and propriety." Jiang Lanlan spoke softly and gently. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but silently commend that scholar, thinking that every bit of the 2 silver coins spent was well worth it. "The food is in the pot. I'll fetch it now, so we can have a meal together," Lin Xiaoxiao said, suppressing her laughter as she turned towards the kitchen. The sight of her daughter had brought her immense joy, and she couldn't quite explain why. But seeing Jiang Lanlan blossom in this way filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. This must be what it feels like to be a mother. She truly regarded Jiang Lanlan as her own daughter, and as her daughter thrived, so too did her happiness. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly brought out the dishes, and after the 3 of them had eaten, old man Jiang prepared to leave, for it was getting late, and he needed to return home to rest. He did not stay overnight, considering it inappropriate for a woman to host a man and child, as the villagers might gossip. Though old man Jiang was of an age where he cared little for slander, he had to consider his apprentice's reputation. With so many people helping during the day, there was little room for gossip. Jiang Lanlan eagerly shared her experiences from the day with Lin Xiaoxiao, who listened intently, convinced that her teacher was truly capable. Perhaps he could help her daughter soar to great heights. It would be quite an honor to tell others that her daughter had been educated under such a scholar. "All right, it's time for bed. Tomorrow, we need to send you to town for your studies," Lin Xiaoxiao gently tucked her daughter in, and the two of them drifted into a sweet slumber. The feeling of being nestled together was truly delightful, as the radiant moonlight spilled into the room, illuminating it with a gentle glow, softening the light even further. To prepare for sending her daughter to study, Lin Xiaoxiao rose early, having breakfast ready and waiting for Jiang Lanlan to awaken. When Jiang Lanlan finally woke up and noticed her mother was not present, she quickly dashed outside barefoot. "Lanlan, why aren't you wearing shoes? I rushed out to find you when I saw you weren't here." Jiang Lanlan playfully stuck out her tongue, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to lift her up and gently tap her on her smooth little feet, chiding her for being such a mischievous child. "No more of this behavior, or mother will be displeased." Acknowledging her mistake, Jiang Lanlan transformed into a docile little angel. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiaoxiao could not bear to scold her further. She carried her to the room, instructing her to put on her shoes and dress properly for dinner, reminding her that they would later need to study. After sending the child to school, Lin Xiaoxiao returned, grabbing a hoe and heading straight to the patch of fish meat. There was an abundance of it, a veritable treasure. Unfortunately, the tool wielder, Widow Zhang, was not around. Otherwise, she would have summoned her to help with the digging. Relying on others was futile. She could only depend on her own hard work to reap any rewards. As Lin Xiaoxiao toiled in the fish mint patch, several villagers observed her with curiosity. They wondered what this young lady was doing, digging for others. Had she lost her mind? Such conduct was uncharacteristic of her, and surely there must be another reason behind it. "Why don't we go ask her? We have nothing else to do." The women approached her, but Lin Xiaoxiao merely furrowed her brow, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. She understood the value of these plants. If they were to dig them up, their worth would diminish, and thus she kept her intentions to herself. "What are you doing? Xiaoxiao, why are you digging for someone else?" When she heard her name called, Lin Xiaoxiao straightened up and replied, "I am harvesting these." Upon pulling out a worm, the women recoiled in horror. Despite being born in the countryside, they still feared the squirmy creature. "Xiaoxiao, hurry and put that away. You're scaring us." Lin Xiaoxiao set the worm down and looked at them. "Sisters, what brings you here? Are you interested in helping me dig for these?" Upon hearing her words, their faces paled. They had only come to watch the spectacle. Who would want to help her dig for worms? They found the sight quite repulsive, especially the thought of cutting them in half. "We just came to pass the time. By the way, Xiaoxiao, you may not know, but something has happened with the Jiang family." Lin Xiaoxiao paused, recalling the words spoken by old Jiang during his affair. Could it be that he had indeed taken drastic measures against Jiang Posey? Such a man, seemingly incapable of cruelty towards his wife, could be even harsher towards outsiders. That woman thought she was marrying into a life of ease. She would soon learn the truth of his nature. Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's silence, one woman continued, "Your former mother-in-law fell from her bed. They say she might die." "Oh, what do I care? She hasn't been my mother-in-law for ages," Lin Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, returning to her work of harvesting fish meat. The woman, seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's indifference, decided to leave with her companions, repulsed by the sight of the worm. After those individuals departed, Lin Xiaoxiao straightened her posture, gazing at the house of the old Jiang family in the distance. Surely, the Jiang residence was bustling with activity at this moment. She longed to witness the revelry, yet circumstances forbade her. If she were to visit, the members of the old Jiang family would surely cling to her, leaving her in a predicament. Thus, the tidings could only be relayed by the villagers, which was rather disheartening. Lin Xiaoxiao felt utterly drained of energy for her chores. Chapter 78. The Death of Old Jiang Lu Shi. "What are you lurking around my doorstep for?" Caught off guard, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety. She glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, inquiring, "I just heard someone mention that your mother-in-law has met with misfortune. Is that true? I merely wished to come and see if there was any assistance I could offer." The eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family shot Lu Xiaoxiao a disdainful look, well aware of her intentions. She had witnessed Lu Xiaoxiao and her father-in-law conspiring together on several occasions, and she found it hard to believe they were innocent. However, these matters were of no concern to her. She held a deep-seated disdain for her mother-in-law and harbored no fondness for Lu Xiaoxiao. wishing only for her mother-in-law's demise so that the old man could live with the second son's family, never to return to her again. Dead, the eldest daughter-in-law coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Finally, the old man had heeded her wishes. Letting his wife die was a relief, as her presence had become a liability. After some time had passed, and everyone had forgotten about this event, she would seamlessly enter the family, aligning herself with old Jiang. Lin Xiaoxiao reveled in her scheming, unaware that her plans had already been thoroughly discerned by Xiao Lu. She could not be bothered to intervene. Such women, seeking to attach themselves, were hardly worth anything, and in the end, they would be cast aside by men. She reflected on her own situation. Even when she behaved impeccably, the man in her bed would still find fault with her, leading her to harbor a genuine contempt for men. May I come in to see if there is any assistance I can provide? Lin Xiaoxiao suppressed her elation and asked Xiao Lu. Indifferent, Xiao Lu welcomed her. If you wish to help, please do come in. Lin Xiaoxiao slowly entered, observing the spacious house, and her gaze fell upon old Jiang. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's entrance, old Jiang's expression darkened, barely concealing his discomfort. Do not be saddened, old Jiang. Please accept my condolences. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned sympathy. Old Jiang merely responded with a muted acknowledgement, as villagers began to arrive in droves. The death of a villager was a significant event, prompting many to come and offer their assistance, uttering comforting words to ease his sorrow. Old Jiang's wife had been dressed in new garments, lying quietly, awaiting her final resting place in the coffin. The coffin had been prepared well in advance, as her two sons had anticipated her demise ever since she had injured her leg, perhaps believing she could depart from this world at any moment. At this moment, the remains of the late Mrs. Jiang were placed into the coffin. Her family was notified, as it is customary for relatives to pay their respects. Yet only a few from her maternal side arrived. The relationship between Mrs. Jiang and her family had been strained. Thus, only her parents attended. Her siblings, having long since severed ties due to past disputes, chose to keep their distance. Mrs. Jiang, being quite assertive, had often looked down upon her family, particularly since her son was studying in town, which inflated her sense of superiority. It was only her elderly parents who came, burdened by the sorrow of outliving their daughter, as it is indeed a painful reality to send off a child. The Jiang family was hastily preparing for the funeral, setting the burial date for 3 days hence. A rather abrupt and simple affair. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reflect on the fleeting nature of life. In the end, what does it matter to quarrel or compete? One cannot carry anything away upon death. Tragically, Mrs. Jiang would depart this world despised by her own children, oblivious to the fact that her demise was orchestrated by her own husband. Soon, the day arrived for Jiang Lanlan and Jiang Xiaobao to take their examinations. A considerable crowd had already gathered, waiting in line for their children to enter the examination hall. This occasion differed from the previous one, where the atmosphere felt less congested. Now, however, heads bobbed in a sea of anxious faces, many having arrived before dawn, eager to secure a favorable position and perhaps good fortune. Ultimately, their success would hinge on their true abilities. Do not be nervous, you two, Lin Xiaoxiao instructed, her voice calm and reassuring. Just relax in the examination hall. Remember what the teacher has taught you and follow that guidance, understood? She refrained from saying more, fearing that excessive words would only heighten their anxiety. Nearby, Widow Zhang was visibly distressed, her palms clammy with sweat and her lips trembling. Lacking the eloquence of Lin Xiaoxiao, she hesitated to speak. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched the children enter, Widow Zhang finally allowed her emotions to surface, tightly grasping Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. I'm so nervous. What if my son doesn't T-pass? And what if your daughter does? Widow Zhang felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing her turmoil, replied, Your son and my daughter study together. If one fails, it is likely they both will. Conversely, if one succeeds, the other will likely follow suit. Do not dwell on such troubling thoughts. We will know the outcome soon enough. And even if they do not pass, let us refrain from harsh words. They are still young and have time to improve. Yes, Widow Zhang affirmed, genuinely admiring Lin Xiaoxiao's composed demeanor and articulate nature. feeling a twinge of envy for her calmness. After waiting for a considerable amount of time, the children gradually emerged, their expressions grim. For they had been informed beforehand whether they had been accepted into the private academy. "Did you not pass the exam? It seems we must wait for the next opportunity," lamented a woman, her helplessness palpable as she could offer no assistance to her child. Some departed in disappointment, while others left with joy, for amongst the throng there were indeed those who had succeeded. "Where are Xiaobao and Lanlan? Have they not been inside for quite some time?" Widow Zhang whispered anxiously into Lin Xiaoxiao's ear, craning her neck to catch a glimpse inside. Yet, the two children remained elusive, heightening her anxiety, while Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure. It was only when she finally spotted the children emerging that Widow Zhang nervously tugged at Lin Xiaoxiao's sleeve, exclaiming in excitement, "They are coming out. Calm yourself, Sister Zhang. There are so many people here. The children may be startled by your enthusiasm," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, bemused. She was grateful for her previous experiences. Had she been like the locals, her excitement might have overwhelmed her. As Jiang Lanlan and Jiang Xiaobao slowly stepped out, they spotted their mother and rushed towards her. "Did you pass? Were you accepted?" Widow Zhang immediately inquired, her focus solely on their results. Jiang Xiaobao merely shrugged, at a loss for words, and gently addressed Lin Xiaoxiao. "Lanlan, are you hungry? Allow me to take you for a meal." "I'm not hungry, mother. Don't you want to know if I passed?" Jiang Lanlan replied, her bright eyes twinkling. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing her daughter's demeanor, formed a conjecture and feigned curiosity. "So, Lanlan, did you succeed?" With a proud demeanor akin to that of a regal swan, Jiang Lanlan declared, "Mother, I passed. I truly did." "Is that so? How wonderful, my dear Lanlan!" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tenderly pinching her child's cheek, her smile radiant. Widow Zhang, watching her silent son, felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's daughter had succeeded. She turned to comfort Jiang Xiaobao, saying, "It's all right, Xiaobao. If you did not pass, we shall strive harder next time." "I passed," Jiang Xiaobao replied nonchalantly. "What?" Widow Zhang was utterly astonished, her words tumbling out in disbelief. Her son had indeed succeeded. Observing Widow Zhang's reaction, Jiang Xiaobao sighed, glancing enviously at Jiang Lanlan, wishing he had a mother like Lin Xiaoxiao. "Sister Zhang, they both passed. What a splendid day. Should we treat them to a nice meal?" "Of course. We must celebrate." Widow Zhang responded with newfound generosity. "Xiaobao, what would you like to eat? Today it is on me." Typically frugal, Widow Zhang was especially lavish today. Not for any other reason, but because her son had achieved success. A joyous occasion indeed, worthy of celebration. As soon as the little one's momentary gloom dissipated upon hearing his mother mention buying him delicious treats, Lin Xiaoxiao and Widow Zhang took their children out for a leisurely stroll, purchasing whatever the little ones desired. The children, aware of their limits, opted for affordable snacks rather than the extravagant items, knowing that her child was about to embark on the journey of education. Lin Xiaoxiao deemed it necessary to procure a complete set of clothing, as the current attire was no longer suitable. Additionally, stationery such as ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones would be essential for practicing calligraphy at home. Thus, she led the child to a bookstore. The bookstore was tranquil, with only a few men engrossed in reading, and no other patrons in sight. The proprietor, upon noticing Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions, mistakenly assumed they were purchasing books for the men in their lives and greeted them with particular enthusiasm. "We have everything you could possibly need, be it inexpensive or more lavish," he remarked, having noted their humble attire, subtly hinting that individuals dressed as they were typically favored the economical. Upon hearing this, Widow Zhang quickly interjected, "We are looking for the more affordable options." The owner guided her to another row of shelves stocked with budget-friendly items suitable for their needs. "These are the most affordable products in our store. Feel free to take a look and select what you require. Should you have any specific requests, do not hesitate to ask," he added before returning to attend to other customers. As Lin Xiaoxiao and the children perused the shelves, Widow Zhang found herself uncertain about what to purchase. Curiously, she turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and inquired, "What should we buy for the children? I am not well versed in this." Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, "We should definitely get ink, brushes, paper, and perhaps some books." She believed these 3 items were essential. Convinced that, for a beginner, there was no need for high-quality paper, she intentionally selected the more economical options, aiming to buy in sufficient quantity. Widow Zhang, emulating her, mirrored the choices Lin Xiaoxiao made. When it came time to settle the bill, they were taken aback by the total cost. Even for these inexpensive items, they'd spent 1 or 2 taels of silver. Widow Zhang felt a pang of regret, realizing why it was said that education could be costly. The expenditure on these supplies alone was substantial, not accounting for future needs. After completing their purchases, Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions ventured to a fabric store to acquire 2 sets of clothing for the children. As they were to attend school the following day, it would be inappropriate for them to wear their current garments, and it remained uncertain if the school provided uniforms. Lin Xiaoxiao suspected they did, having observed some students wearing identical attire in the past. However, even if uniforms were available, it was unlikely they could be prepared in time, necessitating the purchase of additional clothing. Once they had gathered all their items, Lin Xiaoxiao and Widow Zhang, along with the 2 children, settled into a cart. The villagers, noticing them, were filled with curiosity, questioning, "What brings you to purchase such an abundance of items during this ordinary time, far from any festival?" Originally, Widow Zhang was grappling with her decision to purchase so many items and spend such a considerable sum. However, upon hearing inquiries from the villagers, her face blossomed with pride. "My little Bao is set to attend school. He has been accepted into the esteemed academy in town, so I have bought him 2 sets of clothing and some other necessities." Upon hearing Widow Zhang's proclamation, the listener remained skeptical. Is it truly that easy to gain admission to the academy in town? With the way your little Bao is, he can hardly recognize all the characters. Surely, he hasn't been accepted into the best school in town. Could this be mere boasting? The villagers then turned their gaze towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Is this true? Did Jiang Xiaobao really gain admission to the finest academy in town? Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed with a nod. Not only is Xiaobao going to school, but Lan Lan is as well. They both have been accepted into the academy together. Upon hearing this, the villagers felt a pang of envy. Lin Xiaoxiao was not only capable herself, but now her daughter had also succeeded in gaining admission to the town school. Although it is often said that women cannot hold high positions, obtaining an education is undeniably beneficial. Unlike the children in their village, both boys and girls, who lack the opportunity to study due to their impoverished circumstances. Chapter 80. Buying a dog and witnessing a quarrel regardless of the villagers' sour sentiments, Lin Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. "People will say what they wish. I cannot silence them," she thought. Therefore, it is essential to adopt a broader perspective and not overthink matters. Focusing on oneself is of utmost importance. Upon returning to the village, Lin Xiaoxiao carried her belongings while leading her child home. Old man Jiang was anxiously awaiting their return, concerned about whether Lan Lan would pass the examination. He felt a sense of urgency for his apprentice. If Lan Lan did not succeed, his apprentice would surely be disheartened. Thus, selfishly, old man Jiang hoped for Lan Lan's success. As soon as he spotted someone at the door, old man Jiang rushed out. "How'd it go? Did Lan Lan pass?" Lin Xiaoxiao released Jiang Lan Lan's hand, signaling her to respond. Jiang Lan Lan playfully teased old man Jiang, saying, "Great-grandfather, what do you mean? You are driving me to distraction. Did you pass or not?" "Lan Lan, do not tease great-grandfather. He cannot bear the suspense." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lan Lan burst into laughter. "Great-grandfather, I passed. I passed." Old man Jiang stood in shock for a moment, then exclaimed, "You little rascal, were you trying to deceive your great-grandfather? Fortunately, I am clever, otherwise I would have fallen for it. This is splendid news. I am so proud of you, my Lan Lan." Old man Jiang then reached into his pocket and pulled out a red envelope. Unlike modern red envelopes, this one was wrapped in red cloth. He promptly placed it in Jiang Lan Lan's palm, saying, "This is a gift from your great-grandfather. Do not refuse the generosity of your elders." Hearing old man Jiang's words, Lin Xiaoxiao dared not let her child decline, and Jiang Lan Lan accepted the envelope. They entered the house, and the aunts who had been assisting inside curiously gathered around. "Xiaoxiao, how did your child perform? I heard from old man Jiang that your child is attending the academy. Is that true? Do they accept girls at the school?" Lin Xiaoxiao patiently addressed their curiosity, explaining that the school accepted girls and her daughter Lan Lan had been admitted. The women, upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, were filled with excitement. With the improvement of conditions in the village, they also wished to send their children to school, so they eagerly inquired about it from Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, with great patience, elaborated on the various schools in the town. However, some were disheartened to learn that merely purchasing pens and paper would cost 1 or 2 taels of silver, leading them to reconsider sending their children to school, as education could be quite costly. Nevertheless, these were their personal matters, and Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to comment further, acknowledging that everyone has their own aspirations and thoughts. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoze sashayed over, and upon seeing her, Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unsure of the woman's intentions in coming to her home. With the passing of old Jiang, Lu Xiaozue should have sought out old Jiang himself to discuss matters. So why was she here? Lu Xiaozue, oblivious to Lin Xiaoxiao's awareness of her past indiscretions, cheerfully said, "Xiaoxiao, others say you're looking for help. If you're hiring, why not include me? I am quite nimble and capable of work. What do you think? Who knows, we might end up being family." Upon hearing Lu Xiaozue's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her audacity was astonishing. She had indeed entangled herself with old Jiang, but that had nothing to do with Lin Xiaoxiao, who had long severed ties with the Jiang family. How dare she try to take advantage of her? Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Who considers you family? Don't flatter yourself. Besides, I already have several sisters-in-law assisting me splendidly. I do not require any more help." Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her. Lu Xiaozue, feeling indignant, had deliberately come to win Lin Xiaoxiao's favor, believing that once she entered the Jiang household, she would indeed become family with Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, do you even realize what you're saying? I am your elder. How can you speak to me like this? Besides, we might very well become family in the future." Lu Xiaozue was not ready to give up and continued to engage Lin Xiaoxiao in conversation, which was making Lin Xiaoxiao increasingly irate. "If you don't leave now, I won't hold back," she warned, brandishing a broom. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's fierce demeanor, Lu Xiaozue fled without a backward glance. She had not anticipated Lin Xiaoxiao's temper to be so formidable, as she had hoped to assert some control over her once she married into the Jiang family. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was currently the wealthiest in the Jiang household. Who would have guessed that Lin Xiaoxiao possessed such a fiery disposition? Nevertheless, Lu Xiaozue resolved to wait. Once she married in, she would have old Jiang deal with Lin Xiaoxiao, smugly believing that even old Jiang would not dare confront her. How unfortunate. It seems that all sorts of people are gravitating towards my home. Perhaps I should get a dog to guard the place. Otherwise, all manner of stray cats and dogs will come to my door. What am I to do? The more Lin Xiaoxiao pondered this, the more it seemed to ring true. She sought out an aunt and inquired, "Aunt, do you know of any families in the village that have puppies? I wish to raise a dog for protection, as I only have one child at home, and having a dog would give me greater peace of mind." At the end of the village, the last household had just welcomed a litter of puppies, but word had it that they were soon to be sold. Lin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing her aunt's words, felt an irresistible urge to check for herself, as puppies were a rare treasure, and once they arrived, they were quickly snatched up by others. She hoped to select a few fine ones, so she hurriedly took her money and made her way to the last house in the village. As she approached, she could hear a commotion from a distance, uncertain of what transpired. She witnessed a woman vehemently scolding another, claiming, "What do you mean you took my dog without payment? Where's the fairness in that? Return my dog at once." The other woman retorted defiantly, "Your dog bites people. It's quite generous of me not to demand payment from you. Yet you still dare to ask for money." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly surmised that the first woman was likely unwilling to compensate for the dog. How inconsiderate. A dog could be worth little more than 20 copper coins. Was she truly afraid of acquiring a troublesome pet? It was said that dogs obtained without payment were notoriously difficult to care for, though she couldn't ascertain the truth of that claim. "How dare you say that? Return my dog immediately, or I shall not be so courteous," the agitated woman declared. Chapter 81. The purchase. Seeing the two women on the brink of a confrontation, Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from intervening, as her sole purpose was to acquire a dog. A fight seemed improbable, and soon another figure emerged from the house, a man, presumably the husband of one of the women, with a stern countenance that signaled dissatisfaction. The two women, sensing the man's presence, hesitated, aware that should it come to blows, they would likely be no match for him. "Old Qin, you must rein in your wife. She is too unruly," one woman accused, shifting the blame. "My husband is not at fault. That woman took our dog without paying, and I merely voiced my grievances, yet she plays the victim," the other woman exclaimed, fearing her husband's wrath, knowing he could be quite volatile. The first woman, cognizant of the man's temperament, stoked the flames further. "Old Qin, marrying such a woman must be your misfortune. No wonder your family struggles financially. You ought to ponder the reasons behind it." Old Qin squinted, seemingly lost in thought, while his wife fretted, "Husband, don't listen to her nonsense." Before she could utter more, the man bellowed, "Enough. Return my dog as payment, or you shan't leave today, no matter if your husband arrives." His fierce glare was enough to intimidate the woman, who opened her mouth to protest, but quickly fell silent under his icy gaze. In a flurry, she fished 20 copper coins from her pocket, tossing them to the other woman with disdain. "Here, take it. Don't bother me again." Upon the conclusion of her words, the woman fled as if her life depended on it. When she caught sight of Lin Xiaoxiao, a look of surprise flickered across her face, and she seemed poised to speak. Yet, upon encountering the icy glare of the man behind her, she shuddered in fear, daring not to utter a word to Lin Xiaoxiao, hastily retreating instead. Watching her leave, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. Such individuals ought to be treated as they treat others. Those who bully the weak yet fear the strong. The two individuals within the house had naturally noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's arrival, though they were uncertain how long she had been there. The woman stepped forward, inquiring, "Xiaoxiao, what brings you to my humble abode?" "I wish to purchase one of your dogs. Do you still have any available?" Upon hearing this, the woman quickly replied, "Indeed, we have several. Please come and choose." It was common knowledge that Lin Xiaoxiao was regarded as the village's fortune bringer, hence, everyone treated her with utmost respect. The man's demeanor softened slightly at the sight of Lin Xiaoxiao. He greeted her before retreating back inside, as he deemed it unwise to interfere in matters concerning the woman. "These are all my dogs. Feel free to select whichever you prefer," she said, leading Lin Xiaoxiao to view them. Among the dogs were both males and females, and Lin Xiaoxiao was drawn to a pair that were particularly lively and spirited. When the dogs spotted her, they tugged at her pant leg, as if understanding her presence. Kneeling down to stroke their fluffy coats, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warmth in her heart as one of the dogs closed its eyes in bliss. "What adorable little creatures," she mused. The woman was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that her typically fierce dogs would exhibit such gentleness towards Lin Xiaoxiao, suggesting a special bond. "How about purchasing a pair? They could keep each other company," the woman sincerely proposed. She was willing to offer Lin Xiaoxiao a discounted price, considering that they were her own pets and held little monetary value. "Very well, I shall take the pair," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, delighted by the charming dogs. She envisioned how thrilled her daughter would be upon their return home. "If you're taking both, I can give them to you for just 30 coins, the woman stated. Lin Xiaoxiao had no objections. She promptly handed over the money and cradled the dogs in her arms. The two little pups nestled beside her, calm and gentle, as she carried them home. "This is your new home. You must guard it diligently from now on, understand? Otherwise, you shall not receive any food." Lin Xiaoxiao playfully admonished the pups. They appeared to comprehend her words, drooping their ears and exhibiting a pitiful expression that melted her heart. At that moment, Jiang Lanlan rushed out, exclaiming, "Mother, are these little dogs?" Children are often enamored with such fluffy creatures, and Jiang Lanlan was no exception. She marveled at the puppies for quite some time. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao attended to her own tasks, checking on the seedlings she had planted, and indeed, they had sprouted. In just a few short days, they had grown impressively tall. With proper care, she was confident they would flourish within the week. Calculating the days, she realized that by the time this batch of seedlings was planted, she would be able to leave the village and participate in the fishing competition. However, at that moment, she could not take Jiang Lanlan with her, for Jiang Lanlan needed to focus on her studies and could not accompany her every day. Consequently, someone would need to manage the household. After some contemplation, she decided it would be best to hire a servant to help care for Jiang Lanlan's daily needs. This way, she could rest easy knowing her daughter was well looked after, especially with a master nearby to oversee matters. The following morning, Lin Xiaoxiao took the children to the town for school. On the first day of classes, children are always particularly excited, but having not slept well the previous night, they dozed off during the ride on the ox cart. Zhang Xiaobao was no different. Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance with Widow Zhang, both sharing a helpless smile. Upon arriving in town, the two gently roused the children from their slumber. After tidying themselves, they approached the entrance of the private school, where several students had already begun to gather, though unlike them, these students had arrived by horse-drawn carriage. "Mother, you need not see us off any further. We can go in on our own," Jiang Lanlan declared, resembling a little adult as she waved to Lin Xiaoxiao. Widow Zhang felt a twinge of reluctance. It was hard to adjust to her son being away, yet she understood he must grow up and eventually venture far from here. With this thought, she found some solace. "Let us be on our way," Widow Zhang said. "Zhang Jia, you may return home. I have a few matters to attend to," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, unhurried to return home. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Widow Zhang said, parting ways with Lin Xiaoxiao, who then proceeded to inquire about hiring a servant. Eager to find someone to assist her. Chapter 82. The Suffering of Humanity. Lin Xiaoxiao arrived directly at the slave market, a vast place where she nearly lost her way upon entering. She witnessed families bringing their daughters to sell, the young girls pleading desperately, "Mother, please don't sell me. I eat little and work hard for our family. Please, don't let them take me away." Yet the woman responded harshly, "If I don't sell you, how will we eat? Selling you will allow your elder brother to marry. Isn't that a good thing? Your contributions will be remembered by the family, so stop your weeping. If you continue, you won't fetch a good price. Please no." The girl cried, attempting to break free from her mother's grasp, but her mother held on tightly, leaving her no chance to escape. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and withdrew her gaze, understanding that each person bore their own burdens. She could not intervene, as so many others were compelled to sell themselves out of necessity. Should you wish to sell yourself, do so quickly. You possess a certain beauty that could fetch a good price. Otherwise, you may come with me. A greasy old man leered at Lin Xiaoxiao, causing her to feel nauseated. When had this repulsive man appeared, Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful glare, thinking, "You must be dreaming." Lin Xiaoxiao slipped away without a word, and the old man quickly reacted. "Damn it, how dare you insult me? Do you believe I could end your life?" He shouted furiously, but soon Lin Xiaoxiao's figure vanished from sight. In such a vast space, locating her would not be an easy task. The old man could only stomp his feet in frustration, venting his emotions. Lin Xiaoxiao found herself in a place she did not recognize. Soon noticing numerous young women in a courtyard, some singing and playing instruments, others dancing or displaying martial arts. A warmth surged within her heart as she wondered what kind of place this was. Just then, someone tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she was met by the gaze of a middle-aged man, whose expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a powerful sense of authority. This man was no ordinary individual. He inquired, "What brings you here?" "I came to purchase a servant and inadvertently ended up here," Lin Xiaoxiao replied candidly. The middle-aged man scrutinized her face and, noticing her honesty, said, "If you wish to buy a servant, you should go that way. This area is not meant for you." Curiosity piqued within Lin Xiaoxiao. What made this place unsuitable for her? Did it harbor some hidden secrets? The man continued, "This place is exclusively for the nobility to select slaves." No wonder, she thought. Each of these women possessed unique talents. Some danced, others sang, and some even wielded swords. Wealthy individuals certainly knew how to indulge themselves. "You must be the overseer here, correct?" Lin Xiaoxiao deduced, and the man paused, surprised by her perceptiveness. Realizing she had discerned his role, he conceded, "Indeed. I would like to inquire about the price of purchasing a martial artist as a servant," Lin Xiaoxiao stated, wishing to secure such a companion for her return. With someone skilled in combat, no one would dare to bully her family. Should anyone attempt it, she would have them retaliate. Regrettably, she mused, She was too old to start practicing martial arts. Had she been younger, she would have relished the opportunity. Unfortunately, her system lacked any treasures for learning. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly master unparalleled skills. While lost in her thoughts, the man remarked, "There are indeed such individuals available, but they come at a considerable cost. You must think carefully. Ordinary families seldom purchase skilled women. They are typically acquired by the nobility." The man glanced around, contemplating Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance, uncertain of her true background. "Money is not an issue. I simply wish to buy. Could you introduce me to two? I wish to take them home," she insisted. "Follow me," he commanded, striding ahead, leading Lin Xiaoxiao into another courtyard. Inside, some rough servant girls were busy with their tasks. Upon seeing the overseer, they merely cast a hurried glance before returning to their work, as if their presence was inconsequential. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but admire their composure. The steward clapped his hands, and soon enough, a line of women appeared before them, displaying utmost respect. The women ranged in age from the elderly to young children, with even a 10-year-old among them. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Could such a young child truly possess martial skills? Noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's perplexity, the steward instructed the youngest girl to demonstrate her abilities. The girl effortlessly leaped onto a tree, showcasing genuine lightness of foot. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with envy. It seemed the legends were indeed true. "Which two would you like?" the steward inquired, directing his question at Lin Xiaoxiao. She cast a glance over the group, contemplating her needs. Clearly, she would require someone older for domestic duties, particularly for cooking. Thus, she asked, "Is there anyone among you skilled in the culinary arts?" Upon hearing her question, a middle-aged woman stepped forward. Though she appeared not overly aged, unlike the village matrons with their graying hair, she seemed to be in her 30s and humbly replied, "Miss, I can cook." "Very well. You shall do." Lin Xiaoxiao selected her. Next, her gaze fell upon the young girl, who remained poised and unperturbed, much to Lin Xiaoxiao's surprise. It appeared she had been well-trained and would not require Lin Xiaoxiao's further concern. She was still quite young and would make a fine companion for Zhang Lanlan in the future. "It is settled then," Lin Xiaoxiao declared, pointing to the girl. The steward led the middle-aged woman and the young girl outside, and just like that, Lin Xiaoxiao spent 80 taels, an amount equivalent to several years of income in ancient times. No wonder the steward had remarked on the expense. Yet, with this cost came the assurance of professionalism. There would be no need for her to undertake the arduous task of training them herself, unlike ordinary servants. "Do you two have names?" she inquired, to which they both shook their heads in unison, replying, "Please bestow names upon us, master." Seeing that neither had a name, Lin Xiaoxiao pondered briefly before casually proposing, "Since you're in my service, you may take my surname, Lin. You shall be Lin Shuang, and you shall be Lin Chun." After speaking, she looked at them, awaiting their reaction. The names had been chosen whimsically, simply because they sounded pleasant to her. She had not considered their deeper significance. Instantly, both women bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, master, for the names." Lin Xiaoxiao observed their behavior with some unease. Their habitual bowing was unfamiliar to her. In her previous life as a model citizen, where equality was paramount, having someone kneel before her evoked an indescribable feeling. "Do refrain from bowing to me so casually in the future," she instructed. The two exchanged glances and promptly replied, "Understood." The master commanded them to obey without question. They possessed no rights to resist, for they were mere slaves, bound to heed their master's words. This notion was ingrained in their very being, molded by years of training that instilled an understanding of hierarchy deep within their hearts. Even in death, they would likely remember this truth. Observing their demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh internally, grateful that she had transcended into this world as someone other than a servant. Otherwise, what would become of her? Shaking off her idle thoughts, Lin Xiaoxiao took the two individuals to purchase suitable attire, as their current garments were ill-fitting for their return. The two followed Lin Xiaoxiao quietly, and she cast a careful glance at the young girl named Lin Shuang. Despite her tender age, the girl bore an uncommon maturity and composure, qualities Lin Xiaoxiao appreciated. She had no desire for a clumsy young maid to attend to her daughter. Upon reaching the ox cart, the two were taken aback. They had presumed Lin Xiaoxiao, having expended such considerable wealth to acquire them, must be a prosperous mistress. Their astonishment only deepened upon seeing the ox cart, yet they remained silent, following Lin Xiaoxiao as she boarded. Departing with two unfamiliar companions, the villagers nearby could not help but inquire, Xiaoxiao, who are these two? Are they relatives of yours? They were unaware of Lin Xiaoxiao's family connections and assumed the two were indeed her relatives, given her newfound affluence, which made such visits quite ordinary. No, these two are my purchased servants, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. The villagers' expressions transformed into exaggerated disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Xiaoxiao, are you serious? You truly bought servants? Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, disinterested in providing further explanations, as their belief was not her concern, nor did she wish to waste her breath on them. Envy swirled within the hearts of the villagers. Lin Xiaoxiao not only earned her own fortune, but had now acquired servants as well. With old Madame Jiang nearing her end, they speculated whether the Jiang family would come to regret their actions in casting Lin Xiaoxiao out. They pondered the past, reflecting that had the Jiang family not expelled her, perhaps old Madame Jiang would still be alive. Yet, these thoughts were mere musings disconnected from their lives, as the Jiang family had become a source of disdain in the community. Villagers avoided mentioning their name, as it brought an air of misfortune. Upon returning home with her new companions, Lin Xiaoxiao found old man Jiang busy inside, aided by several women, none of whom noticed the two unfamiliar faces accompanying her. As they entered, curious glances were cast upon the newcomers. This is my home, and these are individuals here to assist me. Your task will be to join us in our work during leisure, and when there are matters to attend to, you shall pursue your own affairs, understood? Lin Xiaoxiao instructed them. She intended to assign them the responsibility of fetching Jiang Lanfan in the future. The two individuals silently committed Lin Xiaoxiao's words to memory. Nearby, a woman, intrigued by Lin Xiaoxiao's directives, blinked and pulled her over, inquiring with a smile, "Is this your servant?" Lin Xiaoxiao responded with a gentle smile. With the addition of two new members to her household, the rooms required tidying. She instructed them to handle the cleaning themselves. They were not brought in merely for leisure, but rather to assist with tasks. Old Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, with two more helping hands at home, "You need not worry anymore." How wonderful! Indeed, the purpose of acquiring two individuals is for assistance, is it not? He continued. Before long, I will be participating in a fishing competition. It is essential to have someone manage the household in my absence. After all, you're the cornerstone of this home. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao regard herself as so significant, old Jiang's spirit soared. Of course, as your master, it is my duty to ensure this household remains intact, regardless of where you are. You can rest assured that with me here, this home shall not fall apart. Lin Xiaoxiao was amused by old Jiang's exaggerated expression. With no pressing tasks at home, she turned her attention to the mountains. The long-awaited excursion invigorated her, as the mountain air, fresh and fragrant with wildflowers, filled her lungs, revitalizing her spirit. She immediately set about uprooting wild vegetables with a hoe. While the villagers recognized many wild edibles, there were some they did not. And numerous wild plants also served as medicinal herbs, benefiting Lin Xiaoxiao as she hummed a tune while digging. Suddenly, a notification chimed in her ears. Ding! Ginseng discovered. Would you like to collect it? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a prompt from the system, which had never provided notifications before. Upon closer inspection, she realized her system had upgraded, now at level 2. She couldn't comprehend what had caused such a rapid advancement, but it was undoubtedly a positive development. The upgraded system offered a more expansive marketplace with a greater variety of items available for purchase, albeit at a cost, which made her reflect on her meager finances. Dampening her enthusiasm, deciding to excavate the ginseng, she noted that it was not particularly large, merely a few decades old. Yet it could fetch a substantial price of several dozens of taels if sold to the system. Although she felt reluctant, contemplating whether to keep the ginseng instead of selling it, she ultimately decided against it, reasoning that she might unearth a larger specimen next time. After successfully retrieving the ginseng, Lin Xiaoxiao continued her journey, feeling a newfound confidence with the ginseng in her possession. The prospect of earning dozens of taels from her mountain excursion filled her with delight. Ding! Wild mulberries discovered. Would you like to collect them? The system chimed once more as Lin Xiaoxiao spotted a wild mulberry tree laden with luscious fruit, which made her mouth water. She dashed over, plucking a few berries to taste, appreciating their pure, organic quality. Should she decide to save some for later, she would certainly wash them first. However, it is the ancient times now, where many things are purely natural. In the mountains, no one sprays pesticides. Unlike in modern times when almost everything is deemed unsafe. Is it the human body that has issues, or is it the food? Lin Xiaoxiao finds herself perplexed. The mulberry tree, though not particularly large, necessitates her climbing to reach its fruits, for she is rather short. She directly harvested a basket of mulberries and had the system collect them. The price of these mulberries is indeed quite favorable, 35 won per pound. By picking just 1 pound, she made a profit of 31. Gazing at the tree laden with fruit, Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth turned purple from indulging in the berries. As she picked and ate, she mused that no one could possibly look more radiant than she did at that moment. She also gathered another basket for the children, ensuring they would have a delightful treat upon her return. With such a vast mulberry tree, it would take her an entire day to finish picking. Just then, a bee buzzed by, and upon lightly waving at it, a swarm of bees surged toward her. What in the world was happening? Had she inadvertently disturbed a beehive? Looking up, she saw a robust beehive not far above her head. It was fortunate that she had not been stung. The sight of the hive, filled with wild mountain honey, prompted the bees to charge at her, mistaking her for a honey thief. Lin Xiaoxiao promptly leaped from the tree. The bees, however, relentlessly pursued her. She quickly purchased a protective shield from the system. The system's upgrade had greatly enhanced her ability to safeguard her possessions, and the bees, upon encountering the shield, stung it in vain before retreating in defeat. Those pesky bees! Lin Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, only to discover that she had indeed been stung, wincing in pain. She was determined to harvest that beehive and hastily acquired a set of beekeeping tools from the system. Though the expenditure was painful, her desire for the honey was unwavering. Using the honey-catching equipment, she easily attracted the bees away from the hive and successfully gathered it. The system rewarded her with a beehive, earning her a few taels of silver, a decent haul, indeed. As dusk began to settle, Lin Xiaoxiao knew she could not linger any longer. She still needed to go to town to fetch the children. Thus, she hurried down the mountain, bringing along 2 companions, and directly headed to the private school to collect them. Widow Zhang was taken aback by the extra company. Widow Zhang appeared hesitant, and Lin Xiaoxiao noticed. Sister Zhang, if you have something to say, please speak freely, she encouraged. Are you not going to pick up your children anymore? Can you truly trust those 2 with your own child? For Widow Zhang, entrusting her son to others was a source of unease. She preferred to personally ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled gently and replied, Since I have purchased them, I surely trust them. I hold their contract in my hands. Where could they possibly run off to? Moreover, my Lan is not a young lady from a wealthy family. Even if they were to take her away, it would be of no consequence, would it? This reasoning seemed sound, and Widow Zhang began to understand. As the private school session concluded, the children rushed out, greeted by a multitude of caregivers outside. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions had come on foot, without a carriage. Lin Shuang and Lin Chun were uncertain about their roles as they awaited Lin Xiaoxiao's instructions for collecting the children. The little one, Jiang Lan, felt a pang of longing for her mother, having not seen Lin Xiaoxiao that day. Initially, she found it somewhat disconcerting. Oh dear, Lan already misses her mother after just 1 day apart, teased Widow Zhang from behind. Jiang Lan, shy by nature, flushed a deep crimson. She buried her head in Lin Xiaoxiao's embrace, who gently stroked her head. The 2 then hastily approached, calling out, Little mistress. The unexpected address startled Jiang Lan, leaving her puzzled. What had they just called her? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly clarified that these 2 were their newly acquired servants, who would henceforth take over her collection duties. Hearing that her mother would no longer come for her, Jiang Lan pouted but said nothing. She understood her mother was busy, and if she couldn't come, Then so be it. She resolved to grow up diligently, not wanting to be a burden. Lin Shuang stepped forward to carry Jiang Lanlin's small backpack, following closely behind her. Jiang Lanlan felt a bit awkward with this change. The group then boarded the ox cart for their return. Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated the inconvenience of not having cart of her own. She had no plans to purchase one, nor a horse-drawn carriage. Once the fishing competition concluded and she earned sufficient funds, she intended to buy a home in town, allowing the children to attend school there while she worked in the village and stayed in town at night. This arrangement would spare the children from unnecessary travel and hassle. The next morning, Lin Xiaoxiao was roused by the sound of drums and gongs. When she awoke, dawn was just beginning to break, casting a soft light that allowed her to discern the outlines of the outside world. She remembered that today marked the burial of the late Mrs. Jiang. Dressed in somber attire, she stood in the courtyard and noticed that Lin Chun had already risen. "Why are you up so early, Lin Shuang?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Engaging her in light conversation, she observed that Lin Shuang was rather taciturn, rarely exhibiting any extraneous emotions, her face often a mask of neutrality. Thinking of the little mistress, who is to attend school, I thought it best to rise early. I wonder when the little ancestor will wake up for school. Lin Shuang replied. After breakfast, she'll go to school. From now on, let us maintain the schedule. You need not rise so early, Lin Xiaoxiao reassured her. The sounds from outside grew increasingly boisterous, with people passing by her door, some lamenting with genuine sorrow. However, Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to dwell on it. After all, the late Mrs. Jiang had passed, and with her demise, Lin Xiaoxiao felt liberated from her troubles. The original owner's grievances had been avenged, and she hoped to find peace at last. Chapter 85. Zhao's distress. A new day dawned, and with the passing of the elder Jiang, a sense of liberation enveloped her, as if the original soul had never truly departed. With the elder's demise, the lingering resentment dissipated, though the reason remained uncertain. Regardless, she felt significantly lighter. The household was now in order, sparing her the burden of worry. The two of them had managed to maintain a harmonious environment. During the day, she would escort Jiang Lanlan to school, and upon her return, assist with the household chores. As the date of the grand competition approached, Lin Xiaoxiao felt prepared. With matters settled at home, she was ready to journey to her maternal family. As for Jiang Lanlan, the two servants she had sold would look after her. Jiang Lanlan puffed her cheeks in discontent, lamenting, "Mother, are you really not taking me with you? I want to see grandmother too." Lin Xiaoxiao gently pinched Jiang Lanlin's cheek and asked, "If you go there, won't you miss your studies? Aren't you eager to learn? If you go, you won't be able to study, and I will be away for a month, unable to care for you. It would be an imposition on your grandmother. Let's plan to visit her another time, shall we?" "All right," Jiang Lanlan replied reluctantly, knowing deep down that her mother would not take her along. It was merely a fleeting expression of her feelings. Yet, hearing those words stirred a subtle sadness within her. Lin Xiaoxiao pressed a tender kiss to her daughter's forehead. Jiang Lanlan looked up, quietly gazing at her mother. "Mother, you will miss me, won't you?" "Of course, I will miss you, Lanlan," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her heart aching at the thought of parting. Although their time together had been brief, she had come to regard Jiang Lanlan as her own daughter. In this lifetime, she would not remarry. Having this daughter was sufficient. One child was enough, as it allowed her to experience motherhood without the pain of childbirth. Upon hearing her mother's words, Jiang Lanlan embraced Lin Xiaoxiao tightly before reluctantly releasing her. Lin Xiaoxiao was now set to depart, having attended to nearly everything at home. The old Master Jiang, feeling an immense sense of loss at parting with his disciple, presented her with a small bundle from his belongings. "Master, what is this for?" "I won't be gone long, just a month. I will return shortly, and when I win the championship, I'll bring you delicious treats, all right?" Old Master Jiang chuckled softly. "I am not one to be swayed by gifts or kindness. Your words hold little weight, you know. My greatest wish is for your well-being and safety. Just avoid conflict with others." This was the essence of a master's hope. "There are useful items in this bundle. You may find them beneficial." Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the bundle with profound gratitude. Many emotions transcended words, for expressing them felt somewhat insincere. She chose silence, for they were family, and even without uttering a word, They understood each other's thoughts. Master, please keep an eye on the home while I am away. I will return swiftly. Yes, rest assured. Old man Jiang bid farewell to Lin Xiaoxiao, who then boarded the village cart en route to her maternal home. This journey required a transfer to an ox cart in town, taking a full day to reach her destination, given the considerable distance between the two locations. Initially contemplating the purchase of a horse, she ultimately decided against acquiring a cart for the time being. It had been quite a while, and her younger sister had yet to arrive. If she delayed any longer, the fishing competition would commence. Lin Zhuang began to worry, pondering whether his sister intended to forego the fishing contest altogether. However, he himself was inclined to participate. If his sister opted out, he would too, realizing that he lacked her good fortune and would likely catch nothing. He possessed enough self-awareness to acknowledge this. Rest assured, my dear, your sister knows her own mind and will surely come, Zhao Shi reassured him. Lin Zhuang grasped his wife's hand, casually remarking that his sister's presence was inconsequential, as they had already earned a considerable amount of silver due to her. Zhao Shi leaned gently against her husband's shoulder, and the couple nestled close, creating a tender scene. Observing this moment, Lin's parents discreetly averted their gaze. Although they had yet to bear children, their bond seemed to deepen with each passing day. Suddenly, Zhao Shi felt an unsettling wave of nausea, prompting her to vomit. My dear wife, what ails you? Are you unwell? Should I take you to town for a checkup? Lin Zhuang, momentarily at a loss, had never seen his wife in such a state before. Fortunately, Lin's mother quickly rushed over. Zhao Shi, where does it hurt? Are you feeling nauseous? Have you been like this for several days? Zhao Shi, overwhelmed by Lin's mother's barrage of inquiries, wondered how she could possibly know. Did she watch her constantly? Realizing her own misconceptions, Zhao Shi hastily responded, I believe a visit to town might be prudent. Perhaps you are with child. The revelation stunned the entire family, particularly Lin Zhuang, who became flustered. And mother, you cannot be joking. Is Zhao Shi truly expecting? His words stumbled, and though Lin's father remained silent, his expression betrayed his excitement. Let us wait for the doctor before jumping to conclusions. Discussing it now serves no purpose. Lin's mother advised her son. Have you forgotten what your sister gave you? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuang recalled the gift from his sister, pondering whether it was indeed her influence that led to this joyous news. Zhao Shi, confused by the mention of her sister-in-law and the nature of the gift, felt a sense of mystery enveloping the family's secretive discourse. Yet, before she could voice her questions, another wave of discomfort surged, compelling her to retch again. Lin's mother was elated, convinced that the signs indicated pregnancy. Lin Zhuang secured an ox cart and helped his wife aboard, attentively inquiring about her well-being, anxious that she might experience even the slightest discomfort. Lin's mother was deeply concerned as Lin's father sat nearby, smoking his pipe, lost in thought. Old man, hurry up. Why are you dawdling behind? We need to leave early and return early. If our daughter-in-law is truly expecting, we must prepare and buy some essentials to ensure she is well taken care of. Chapter 86. The Joy of the Lin Family. I'm coming right away. Lin's father's hands trembled slightly, though no one paid close attention, so it went unnoticed. Lin Zhuang felt a surge of joy in his heart. If his wife was indeed pregnant, he would gladly accede to whatever she wished. He would become her devoted servant. Driving the ox cart to the largest clinic in town, the elderly doctor, upon seeing the family's anxious demeanor, initially assumed that someone was unwell. However, upon approaching, he quickly realized they had come for his daughter-in-law's consultation. He recognized her. Having treated her in the past, the couple had been married for many years without a child. This thought filled him with sorrow, as he began to comprehend their intentions. Please remain calm. Let me assess the situation. How long has she been experiencing this? The distinguished doctor, well known in the town for his exceptional skills, put the Lin family at ease. They listened attentively, responding to his inquiries without interruption. As the doctor examined Zhao's pulse, the Lin family held their breath, fearful of disturbing him. Gradually, the doctor released his hold. With faces etched in tension, they anxiously inquired, "What is wrong with our daughter-in-law? Is she ill or?" The doctor, feeling a bit awkward, finally revealed, "She's expecting." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuang was overwhelmed with joy. Almost losing his sense of direction, his excitement causing him to dance with glee. It was Lin's mother who shot him a disapproving glance. "Could you please be quiet? You might disturb our grandson. Can you keep it down?" Yet Lin Zhuang remained exuberant. After so many years, they were finally having their first child. He was immensely grateful to his younger sister, for without her, they might never have experienced the joy of parenthood in their lifetime. Zhao also felt an unparalleled happiness. Sweeter than honey, for her greatest wish had come true. Her husband would have a child. She had heard that it was thanks to her sister-in-law's gift that they were finally expecting, and she resolved to express her gratitude to her later. The doctor, intrigued by this sudden change, after years of the couple seeking his help without success, questioned, "Have you consulted with any particularly skilled physician? It seems rather extraordinary for you to conceive so swiftly." Upon hearing the doctor's inquiry, the family remained tight-lipped, replying, "We are uncertain how this has happened. We have not seen any exceptional doctor." After all, the medicine was given by the younger sister, and they dared not speak of it recklessly, for it might cause her unnecessary trouble. This potion was truly remarkable, capable of enabling two individuals to conceive almost instantaneously. Countless couples in this town yearned for children. Thus, if word got out about the miraculous nature of her medicine, many would surely seek her out. Hearing their conversation, the old doctor felt a tinge of disappointment. How he wished they could encounter a skilled physician with whom he could exchange knowledge and discuss medical practices. He felt his own expertise had stagnated, particularly regarding childbirth, a subject in which he lacked comprehensive understanding. "Doctor, is there anything else we should be mindful of? I would like to note it down." The Lin family expressed with palpable excitement, especially since this was their first child, a long-awaited blessing. The anticipation had built over many years, making this child extraordinarily precious. Not only were the Lins anxious, but Zhao also felt the weight of the moment, eager to remember every word spoken by the doctor. The doctor shared all necessary precautions and prescribed some nourishing medicines for the pregnancy, after which they finally exited. "Zhao, what would you like to eat?" "I shall go fetch it for you," Lin's mother inquired eagerly. Zhao pondered for a moment, but found nothing in particular that she craved, having developed an aversion to greasy foods recently. Unable to decipher her preferences, Lin's mother decided to prepare something herself. Drawing from her own experiences of having given birth and knowing what pregnant women often desire, Lin Zhuang and Zhao awaited Lin's father and mother by the ox cart. Leaning against Lin Zhuang, Zhao gazed into the distance and said, "My dear, this is our first child. We finally have our own little one. Are you happy?" "I am so overjoyed. Of course, am elated. Did you not see me earlier, dancing with delight?" "I was simply overcome with joy," Lin Zhuang replied, his excitement palpable. He had longed for this moment, and though he had never been particularly concerned about whether Zhao would bear children, the arrival of their child filled him with an indescribable joy. "My love, what do you think the younger sister gave us to consume that allowed us to conceive so swiftly? We must express our heartfelt gratitude to her. For this child is truly a gift from her," Zhao mused. Her curiosity piqued about what the Lin family had concealed from her. Now that the child was on the way, Lin Zhuang decided to reveal the secret, explaining the medicine given by Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Zhao felt immense gratitude towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Had it not been for her, they might never have had children in this lifetime, and thus, when Lin Xiaoxiao returned, they would certainly express their thanks. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had returned to the Lin residence, but found herself unable to enter, standing at the doorway in a state of distress. She wondered where the Lin family had gone and whether she had arrived at an opportune moment or if someone was unwell. The thought filled her with concern. When the Lin family finally returned, they spotted a familiar figure waiting at their doorstep. Lin Zhuang, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and called, "Younger sister, is that you? Is that truly you?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and was greeted by the sight of Lin Zhuang grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. What on earth happened to her elder brother? Their mother, Lin Mu, then seized Lin Zhuang and said, "Xiaoxiao, I have something to tell you. Xiaoxiao is expecting." A beaming smile adorned Lin Mu's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao felt joyous for them. "Really? My sister-in-law is expecting. That's wonderful. This is indeed true, and it is largely thanks to you." Otherwise, your brother and sister-in-law would not have conceived so quickly. Lin Mu expressed her gratitude, laden with unspoken appreciation. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "We're all family, mother. Please do not be so formal. I too wish for my brother and sister-in-law to have a child soon. Stop standing outside and chatting. It would be better to discuss matters inside." Lin Fu reminded Lin Mu, as otherwise she would have an abundance of words to share with her daughter. Chapter 87. I bet on myself. The family joyfully entered the house, with Lin Xiaoxiao being led by her mother into the kitchen, where she sat down to tend the fire. The flames danced around her delicate features, and Lin Mu gazed at her daughter, her eyes crinkling with delight. "Xiaoxiao, I owe you so much. If it weren't for you, your sister-in-law wouldn't be expecting so soon. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." After hearing her mother reiterate this, Lin Xiaoxiao responded with a hint of exasperation. "Mother, I am growing weary of hearing this. Please do not say it again. I am genuinely happy to help my sister-in-law." While stirring the vegetables, Lin Mu replied cheerfully, "I'm simply so delighted that I have repeated it several times today." "You're not annoyed, are you?" "Of course not." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Before long, the meal was ready. As Lin Xiaoxiao emerged with the dishes, she witnessed the affectionate interaction between her brother and sister-in-law. Upon seeing her approach, both were slightly embarrassed, particularly her sister-in-law, who blushed and pushed Lin Zhuang away. "Thank you for your trouble, little sister." Zhao Shi expressed her gratitude. Understanding what Zhao Shi meant, Lin Xiaoxiao gently took her hand and replied, "Sister-in-law, we are family, so there's no need for such formality. Otherwise, I may not come again." "All right, I will refrain from saying it," Zhao Shi responded softly, her gaze tenderly resting on her belly, gently caressing it. In the past, she had no feelings regarding children, but now, with a tiny life growing within her, she felt transformed. During the meal, Lin Zhuang continuously served his wife dishes, making Zhao Shi feel somewhat shy. "Husband, please do not serve me so much. I cannot eat it all," she complained, casting a glance at her incessantly serving spouse. "I am not a pig. I cannot possibly consume that much. I am not serving you. I am serving our child. If you do not eat enough, how will the baby receive proper nutrition?" Lin Zhuang teased his wife. Zhao Shi, unfazed, countered, "Then let me ask you, who is more important, the child or me? You must answer truthfully. Do not deceive me." Observing their playful banter at the dining table, Lin Xiaoxiao felt out of place as a single person amid their intimacy. After hastily finishing her meal, she declared her fullness and retreated to her room. After spending several days at home, the long-awaited fishing competition finally arrived. Lin Zhuang and Lin Xiaoxiao tidied up their room before heading out. The sun hung high in the sky, yet its heat was not overwhelming. A glance from Lin Xiaoxiao confirmed that it was a splendid day for sailing. Lin Zhuang bid farewell to his wife, particularly exchanging lengthy words with Zhao Shi. Lin Xiaoxiao, wishing to avoid eavesdropping, found it difficult as their voices resonated unabashedly. "While I am away, you must stay home and not wander off, understand? Your paramount responsibility now is to nurture our child." Zhao Shi chuckled softly, aware of the gravity of her situation. After many years, this precious child must be cherished. "You must take my words to heart, all right? Don't behave recklessly, or I won't feel at ease. I truly wish I could take you with me." Unable to bear the incessant chatter, Lin's mother interjected, "Are you two done? Are you planning to forego the fishing competition? Rest assured, I will watch over your wife and ensure her safety. She will return just as she left." Lin Zhuang, feeling somewhat dejected by his mother-esque critique, longed to share more moments with his wife, especially since they would be apart for an extended period. Having previously worked as a peddler, he had never experienced such a prolonged separation. It was said he would be away for a month, which felt like an eternity. As the ox cart prepared to depart, Lin's father called out to Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang. The pair finally hoisted their bags and climbed aboard, with Zhao Shi and Lin's mother watching them grow distant. "Let us go. A month is neither too long nor too short. You focus on nurturing our child at home, and don't fret about anything else. Your husband will return with the first prize," Lin's mother reassured Zhao Shi as they headed back home. Lin Xiaoxiao and her elder brother soon arrived in town, where throngs of people filled the streets, bustling with chatter about the fishing competition. Whose family would claim victory this time? The Wang family or the Li family? Although not participants, many engaged in gossip with keen interest. Lin Xiaoxiao overheard someone mention, "Why don't you speak of the Zhang family?" Are you unaware of the Zhang family as plight? They haven't won in years, and surely won tea this time either. I believe the Li family holds greater promise. That's not certain. There are whispers that the Zhang family has enlisted a skilled angler, determined to seize victory this time. I suspect they have a backup plan. Who knows who will prevail? We shall wait and see. Let us head over there. Merely talking is dull. They've even set up betting on who will win the competition. Let us place a wager. Since you believe the Li family has chance, we shall bet on them. Several men, in a fervent exchange of invitations, decided to venture into the gambling den, where Lin Zhuang felt a stirring excitement. Being a man himself, he could hardly resist the allure of gambling. Despite never having wagered substantial sums, he had dabbled with smaller amounts in the past. Occasionally, after a long day as a peddler, he would indulge in some leisure time in town, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Brother, do you wish to gamble just once?" I prefer not to gamble. It's not a good habit," Lin Zhuang stammered. The truth was, he was indeed tempted. Yet he wished to conceal this from his younger sister and family, as his gambling was merely for amusement. The thought of wagering large sums terrified him. The stakes could jeopardize his livelihood. Thus, he maintained personal boundaries, aware of what he should and shouldn't do. "Are you afraid of your family discovering your secret?" "This time, our parents will remain oblivious, and I too intend to gamble," Lin Xiaoxiao said with a playful glint in her eyes, narrowing them into slits. Convinced of her impending victory, "Do not gamble. It truly is detrimental and can lead to addiction." "Sister, wait for me," Lin Zhuang exclaimed, hastily pursuing her as she resolutely set off. He did not want her to fall prey to the vice of gambling, a perilous habit that ensnares both men and women alike. Chapter 88. Blocked from boarding, Lin Xiaoxiao understood her brother's concern for her well-being. Yet she felt confident in her abilities, especially since she possessed a unique advantage. "Let us gamble just once. You need not worry, I shall keep a secret." "But Lin Zhuang hesitated, still reluctant to fully embrace the idea. "If you choose not to partake, I will go alone. Do not attempt to stop me." Lin Zhuang found himself at a loss. What harm could there be in indulging a little? "Very well, we shall gamble just once. But sister, do not wager excessively. Let us keep our stakes minimal. Regardless of the outcome, our losses will not be significant. What do you say?" "All right," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, though her heart harbored different intentions. She was determined to seize the opportunity to gamble, finding little thrill in small stakes. The gambling house was bustling with a crowd, divided among 3 tables. As only 3 prominent families participated, the Li, Wang, and Zhang families, the odds leaned heavily in favor of either the Li or Wang families. With a table set for each surname, the Li and Wang families drew considerable attention, resulting in a large gathering of spectators eager to bet on their success. "Place your bets. Don't miss out on this chance," the croupiers shouted, fervently encouraging more participants to join in, hoping to maximize their profits. While Lin Zhuang observed the commotion, Lin Xiaoxiao had already approached the betting area. The Zhang family's table was sparsely attended, with few willing to bet on their triumph, resulting in a quiet atmosphere. Lin Xiaoxiao was free to select her wager, and the house would issue her a ticket. Should the Zhang family emerge victorious, she could exchange the ticket for silver. Otherwise, there would be no need for redemption. This was the customary practice, and there was little fear of the gambling house absconding, as it was the only establishment of its kind in town, firmly established and reliable. "Little sister, what brings you here?" Lin Zhuang inquired. "Let's go over there. The crowd is larger, and we can easily make our purchases. The more people who buy, the greater the likelihood of victory," he reasoned. Drawing upon the rumors he had overheard about the Li and Wang families being the most likely to triumph, he calculated that since both families were betting on the same outcome, regardless of which one won, he would not incur any losses. He was quite pleased with himself. However, he was taken aback to discover that his sister had already placed her bets, wagering 100 taels on the Zhang family. "Little sister, have you lost your mind? How could you bet so much on their victory? What if the Zhang family loses?" This is 100 taels, not just one, Lin Zhuang exclaimed, his heart aching at the thought. Don't worry, big brother. We won't lose, Lin Xiaoxiao replied confidently, pulling Lin Zhuang along. Come on, let's place our bets together. Perhaps it's best if I refrain. I've already placed my bets, Lin Zhuang retorted, unwilling to involve himself further, convinced that his sister was destined to lose. All right then, Lin Xiaoxiao conceded, sensing her brother's reluctance. Let's head over to the Zhang family. With their bets secured, they departed the area, making their way to the dock, which was now teeming with people. Both the Wang and Li families had brought considerable crowds, and the same was true for the Zhang family. Zhang Tian, I suggest you refrain from participating. It's a waste of time. You'd be better off at home with your wife to avoid further embarrassment. The Zhang family has not won in many years. The individuals from the Li family taunted, their derision palpable. Zhang Tian felt his face flush with anger, yearning to argue back, yet he was well aware that the Zhang family had endured a lengthy losing streak. What was the point of further debate? He could not afford to lose this time. He was determined to seize the championship. Li Yun, don't be overly confident. There are always greater forces at play. The Tian family has also brought in numerous skilled competitors. Let us see who will claim the title. Zhang Tian called to the individuals behind him. They quickly ascended to the dock, while Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang followed, only to be intercepted. What is going on? Lin Zhuang questioned, bewildered as to why others were permitted to board while they were not. The fishing competition is not open to just anyone. You should return whence you came, the event manager stated, observing their simple attire and deeming them unfit participants. We are not just anyone, Lin Zhuang protested, raising his voice. The commotion soon caught Zhang Tian's attention. Manager Zhang, do not linger. We will handle this matter. You should hurry and board the ship, the manager hastily replied, eager to appease him. While the Zhang family was unlikely to win, it was still prudent to maintain good relations, as they might rent his large boat in the future. Uncle Zhang, we are here, Lin Xiaoxiao called out to Zhang Tian. Uncle Zhang nearly forgot, but the moment he laid eyes on Lin Xiaoxiao, he recalled their previous conversation and hurriedly instructed, let these two in. They are also from the Zhang family. The steward, taken aback, thought he might have misheard, for their appearance hardly suggested they were participants in a fishing competition. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that those who attended such events were typically adorned in splendid attire. It was indeed the first time he had seen individuals as ordinary as they were. Step aside. We are going up. We belong to the Zhang family, Lin Zhuang grunted. The bystanders' expressions soured upon hearing Lin Zhuang's words, realizing that those they had underestimated were, in fact, quite significant. Uncle Zhang, I thought you had forgotten about us. Lin Xiaoxiao jested, well aware that Uncle Zhang's lapse was unintentional. Had it been deliberate, she would have refrained from uttering a single word. Embarrassed, Zhang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for Lin Xiaoxiao's interjection, he truly could not recall when he had become acquainted with Lin Zhuang. It's all right, Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a faint smile, moving forward. Zhang Tian escorted the two to the cabin designated for the Zhang family. Inside, the cabin was already bustling with people. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhuang, the crowd merely cast a fleeting glance before returning their focus. Their singular aim was to seize victory. Matters beyond that were of no concern, for securing the championship would earn them a reward of 1,000 taels of silver from the Zhang family. Their rivals were not from the Zhang family, but rather the Li and Wang families. Chapter 89. An unexpected encounter with the Zhang family's young lady. Choose a spot for yourselves, you two siblings. During your stay here, we hope you will all get along harmoniously. Remember, our adversaries are not among ourselves, but the Li and Wang families. Do you understand? Let's not embroil ourselves in unnecessary conflicts, Zhang Tian said earnestly. His words served as a caution, aimed at preventing any friction among the group. After all, they had come to fish, not to quarrel, and their true opponents lay elsewhere. Rest assured, Master Zhang, we understand, a man replied with a cheerful demeanor. That's good to hear, Zhang Tian remarked, opting not to say more before he exited. Master, there's trouble. The young lady has arrived. A servant announced just as Zhang Tian stepped outside, blocking his path. The news of his daughter's arrival darkened his brow. He had instructed her not to come, yet she insisted on causing a ruckus. Observing his father's displeasure, it was evident that the young lady had stirred up trouble. However, he felt powerless, as she had sneaked over in men's clothing and was currently in the adjoining room. "Where's she? Take me to see her," he demanded. The servant nodded, leading Zhang Tian in that direction. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang was in her room, lamenting, "I can't believe my father discovered me so quickly. How unfortunate. I was hoping to stay incognito a few more days. I wonder if father will send me back." The maid wore a tense expression and exclaimed, "Miss, what shall we do? Are we going to be scolded? I had advised you against coming here, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. Father has found out. Foolish girl, I brought you here to broaden your horizons, and yet you dare to complain about me. Have I spoiled you too much, allowing you to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhang Jiao asserted, embodying the demeanor of a young lady of stature. The maid trembled in fear. "Miss, I understand my mistake. I was merely joking. Please do not be angry. I know that at heart, you are the kindest person." Hearing the maid's attempts to placate her, Zhang Jiao's expression softened slightly. "I shall overlook this for now," she declared. Relieved that the young lady was not upset, the maid exhaled. For while the miss generally possessed a gentle temperament, when angered, even the most formidable individuals would find it challenging to withstand her wrath. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Tian gazed gravely at his daughter. The maid, frightened, lowered her head, silently refraining from uttering a word. Sensing her father's rising displeasure, Zhang Jiao quickly approached him, saying sweetly, "Father, please do not be angry with me. If you truly wish for me to leave your side, just send me back now." Zhang Tian contemplated sending his daughter back, yet the boat had already departed. How could he possibly do so? Moreover, he was well aware of her mischievous nature. She likely understood the situation already. As the boat sailed onward, he sternly remarked, "Fishing competitions are meant for men. What purpose do you serve here as a woman? Father, allow me to participate just this once. Perhaps I might even win a championship for you," she pleaded. "Please do not be upset. I promise I won't come again next time." Zhang Jiao endeavored to appease her father, even offering to massage his back. Zhang Tian, feeling quite helpless, recognized that he had indulged his daughter to an excessive degree, leading her to develop a spoiled disposition. Sensing his father's resolve softening, Zhang Jiao quickly added, "I assure you, I will not cause any trouble. Wherever you send me, I will go without complaint. You are forbidden from escaping next time. Upon our return, you shall be grounded for half a month," Zhang Tian stated coldly. Zhang Jiao, upon hearing her father's words, elongated her voice. "Father, you are being too cruel. Keeping me confined at home for half a month is no different from condemning me to death. Do not speak such nonsense. It is not akin to death. I merely wish for you to learn a lesson. Understand? Now go change your clothes. Do not wear those men's garments any longer, and refrain from mingling with those ruffians." He could not allow his precious daughter to associate with such men. "Very well," Zhang Jiao replied, feeling unaccustomed to wearing men's clothing. Her father's words brought her immense joy, for she favored beautiful attire. "Serve the young lady well. Do you understand?" Zhang Tian admonished the trembling maid beside him before departing. Zhang Jiao watched her father leave and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he was not truly angry. If he had been, it would have spelled trouble for her, for she harbored a genuine fear of her father within their household. Despite his affection for her, his reprimands were indeed harsh. She settled onto the soft embrace of her bed, which she found quite comforting. The maidservant attended to her needs nearby, while Zhang Jiao blinked and gazed outside. "Shall we go to the deck and take a look? I have heard the sea is exceedingly beautiful. Now that we are here, we must appreciate it fully. Don't you agree?" The maid, peeking outside, hesitantly inquired, "But what if the master becomes angry? If father were to be angry, he would have expressed it already. Why are you growing more timid by the day? Follow me without fear. Let's go and explore. Oh, I must change into another outfit." Upon hearing her mistress, the maid promptly retrieved Zhang Jiao's favorite garment from the luggage, and soon they were both adorned in elegant attire. Stepping out of the room, they garnered many admiring glances. The men on board were captivated by the presence of such a charming young lady, and Zhang Jiao reveled in their attention, proudly lifting her chin as she strode forward. Lin Xiaoxiao also emerged from her quarters, eager to relish the splendor of the sea, seeking a respite for her spirit during this voyage. Ah, there is another woman. Zhang Jiao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, who she assumed would be the only female aboard. Could this girl also have snuck away like her? However, Lin Xiaoxiao's attire did not suggest that she belonged to a wealthy family. Perhaps she was merely a servant. Zhang Jiao approached, looking down at Lin Xiaoxiao from her elevated position. Feeling scrutinized, Lin Xiaoxiao responded with irritation. Do you need something? Nothing, Zhang Jiao replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, and Zhang Jiao, struck by fear, became disoriented. Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly grasped her arm. Are you all right? With such a timid disposition, what made you venture out to sea? Chapter 90. A hero saves the beauty who is timid? Do not underestimate me. That was merely an accident. The ship is unstable. And what can I do? Zhang Jiao denied her fear, but as the vessel rocked again, she let out a frightened scream. Were you not just claiming you were courageous? What is this commotion about now? You dare mock me. Zhang Jiao's face flushed crimson with indignation. The maid hurried to support her. Miss, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Jiao insisted, shaking her head. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up, no longer wishing to remain on the deck. She intended to walk around the ship, which was indeed vast, capable of accommodating many passengers. She wondered where they would dock and where one might fish. Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking with you yet. Zhang Jiao hurriedly chased after Lin Xiaoxiao, who found herself exasperated. Was this young lady not in her right mind? Why chase after her as if she were a man? At that moment, someone blocked Zhang Jiao's path, leering at her with interest. I never expected to find such a stunning beauty aboard this ship. The man's lecherous demeanor repulsed Zhang Jiao, who had no desire to engage with him. To her astonishment, the man, in a fit of indignation, seized her wrist. What do you intend to do? In broad daylight, do you dare to act against me? I shall summon assistance. Release our young lady at once, you vile scoundrel. If you do not let her go, we shall call for help, and you will regret it. The maid interjected, witnessing her mistress being harassed. However, the man was impervious to reason. He swiftly kicked the maid aside with a dismissive sneer, cursing her for meddling. Lin Xiaoxiao initially intended to leave, but, upon seeing the man assaulting Zhang Jiao, felt compelled to intervene. As a fellow woman, she could not tolerate such behavior. Let me go. Please let me go. Zhang Jiao cried, her face paling in fear. She had always been treated with kindness, and such an encounter was utterly foreign to her, causing her eyes to brim with tears, evoking sympathy. The man, reveling in her distress, laughed heartily. My little beauty, why not indulge your elder brother? I assure you, I shall bring you unparalleled pleasure. Release her at once, or I shall not show you any mercy. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted defiantly at the man. He glanced at her, noting her appealing features, and lewdly remarked, It seems fortune smiles upon me. Heaven has delivered me a beauty. Come here, lovely. Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed at his audacity, determined to demonstrate her strength. Having already procured an electric baton from her system, she resolved to put it to use. Very well. I shall come over to fulfill your desires. Unbeknownst to the man, she had other plans. As he envisioned himself in a position of dominance, she brandished the baton, delivering a jolt that left him stunned. What have you done to me? He exclaimed, bewildered. Freed from his grip, Zhang Jiao rushed to Lin Xiaoxiao, believing her to be her only salvation. Let us find a place to hide, lest you be harmed, Lin Xiaoxiao instructed, not looking back. Zhang Jiao, anxious, questioned, What will you do? If I flee, what will happen to you? Foolish girl, you can fetch help on my behalf. Hurry. Understood. Please take care of yourself. Zhang Jiao, disregarding her disheveled state, dashed away to seek her father's assistance. The man, regarding Lin Xiaoxiao as petite frame, dismissed her as a threat, attributing his earlier mishap to chance. You insolent wretch, you will soon learn the consequences of your defiance, he menaced, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. He prepared to seize Lin Xiaoxiao and carry her away, but she swiftly produced a stick, just when he believed it posed no threat. She struck him on the head with it. The impact left him dazed and disoriented. At that moment, Zhang Jiao returned, accompanied by others. That's him. He bullied me. Hurry help, she cried. With her command, the group swiftly subdued the man. Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly concealed the stick within the system, ensuring that no one would discover her possession. Zhang Tian was astonished to learn that it was Lin Xiaoxiao who had rescued his daughter, and he expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lady Lin." Upon hearing her father address Lin Xiaoxiao in such a manner, Zhang Jiao became suddenly aware. "Father, do you two know each other?" Zhang Tian nodded, feeling no need to hide the truth, and recounted how Lin Xiaoxiao had accompanied their family to go fishing. This revelation only deepened Zhang Jiao's admiration for Lin Xiaoxiao. "I never expected you to be so skilled, both in combat and fishing." Lin Xiaoxiao, bemused by Zhang Jiao's adoration, replied, "Are you teasing me or complimenting me? I'm quite confounded. I am indeed praising you. You are truly remarkable." Zhang Jiao insisted. "Well, I graciously accept your compliment, but do exercise caution when you venture out. There are too many men on this boat, and given your striking appearance, you might attract unwanted attention," Lin Xiaoxiao advised candidly. "The presence of a beautiful woman among a throng of men can be perilous. One must be wary of those with ill intentions. If someone were to sneak into your quarters at night, it would spell trouble." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Zhang Tian quickly cautioned his daughter. "You should change into a different outfit. Perhaps something less ostentatious would be wise." Although reluctant to part with her splendid attire, Zhang Jiao recognized the validity of her father's advice, especially after having narrowly avoided a similar predicament. Despite her beauty, there were always those who would seek to take advantage of her. She nodded eagerly. "I will go change. Miss Lin, please be careful, although we have subdued this individual. There are others aboard," Zhang Jiao warned. "I will certainly exercise caution," Lin Xiaoxiao assured earnestly. As Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the boat, she was surprised when Zhang Jiao followed closely behind, now clad in boyish attire that suited her quite well, though her exquisite features remained striking. "Sister Lin, how do I look in this outfit? Is it not an improvement?" Zhang Jiao beamed at Lin Xiaoxiao, having previously expressed disdain for her. To suddenly address her as sister left Lin Xiaoxiao utterly bewildered. This girl truly was unpredictable. "Well, your face could use some work," she remarked lightheartedly. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao jest about her appearance, Zhang Jiao was alarmed and quickly rubbed her cheeks, questioning, "Is it possible that you applied too much powder, Xiaocui? Has that made me less attractive?" "Not at all. You look as lovely as ever," Xiaocui replied, perplexed by Lin Xiaoxiao's comment, as she had merely followed her usual routine in adorning the young lady. "Really?" Zhang Jiao asked, her brow furrowed with confusion as she gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao smirked slightly, observing that the two were at a loss for words, and she had little opportunity to interject. Once they finished their exchange, she took the chance to clarify, "Your attire appears overly delicate. It lacks the essence of a man. Allow me to assist you in your appearance. With a more subdued look, you might evade the attention of unscrupulous individuals. What do you think of that? Is that so?" Zhang Jiao replied thoughtfully. Zhang Jiao puffed her cheeks, not out of a desire to appear unattractive. "Do as you please. After all, it's your freedom. I merely offer a suggestion. Your face is too exquisite to be the focus of undesirable attention," Lin Xiaoxiao said gently. "Whether or not one heeds her advice is entirely up to them. I will listen to Sister Lin. I trust you." Zhang Jiao instructed Xiaocui to follow Lin Xiaoxiao's guidance. Before long, Zhang Jiao seemed transformed, standing before the master in a way that he might not even recognize her. "Miss, you look remarkable," Xiaocui exclaimed, thoroughly impressed by the drastic change in her appearance, attributing it to Lin Xiaoxiao's advice. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, merely smiling, aware that her skills were not particularly extraordinary by modern standards. They had yet to encounter someone more adept than themselves, akin to the art of head swapping. That would truly be impressive. She longed to return to her own time, missing her soft, spacious bed and everything that felt like home. It was only upon leaving that one realizes that no matter how splendid life outside may seem, nothing compares to the comforts of home. "Come, let's move ahead and see who is fishing there," someone remarked, causing a stir among those in the cabin who swiftly emerged to witness the unfolding scene. Lin Xiaoxiao nearly lost her footing amid the commotion. "What else with this frenzy? Sister Lin, what were you just saying? I didn't quite catch that." What does it mean? Zhang Jiao inquired, her large eyes wide with confusion as she observed the older girl, who seemed to possess a plethora of intriguing vocabulary. The phrases floated over her head, yet she found them amusing. What does it mean, really? Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled, incredulous that the girl had overheard her and was now questioning her. It was quite absurd. Oh, I see, Zhang Jiao echoed, mimicking her. Lin Xiaoxiao feared she might corrupt this innocent girl, and quickly suggested, there are people fishing ahead. Let us join in the excitement. All right. Upon their arrival, they spotted two individuals on the deck engaged in fishing, surrounded by onlookers. Among them, someone chattered. I just saw a few small fish in his bucket. Do not underestimate those fish. Do you know what species they are? One of the bystanders, aware of the fish's type, teased with an air of mystery. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in for a closer look, and the system promptly provided information. Tiger grouper, a warm water reef fish of the Serenity family. Its yellow-brown surface, adorned with dark spots resembling a tiger's stripes, earned it its name. Looks like the fellow has had some luck catching a tiger grouper. Upon hearing this, some bystanders finally grasped what a tiger grouper was, as many had come to fish but had never encountered one. After all, fishing often relies on luck, and not every fish is easily caught. Though everyone resides by the seaside, it is unlikely that they can accurately identify all the species of fish. They may have heard of a few prize varieties, yet have never encountered them. Today, however, they have the opportunity to gather around, eager to observe closely. I have never seen such fish before. Please, do not harm my catch. If they die, their value diminishes. You may simply observe. If you truly desire to fish, bring your own rod, one angler cautioned, shifting his bucket protectively aside, wary of their curiosity. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the tiger grouper in the bucket, estimating it to weigh around 2 pounds. The tiger grouper is quite valuable. Even 1 pound could fetch 20 taels of silver. The larger the fish, the greater its worth, and prices tend to rise over time. Unbeknownst to him, his elder brother appeared, offering insights and noting that the system had just provided a price of about 20 taels. Lin Xiaoxiao felt that if he could catch 2 such fish in a day, he would have made a fortune. After all, that amounts to 40 taels. Where else could one find such a sum? The fishermen on the boat would collect the fish once they finished their lines. Those nearby looked on with envy, and some took out their own rods. Lin Xiaoxiao suggested to her brother, let's fetch our own rods. Lin Zhuang, surprised, exclaimed, oh, little sister, do you also wish to fish? But can we catch anything here? If we cannot fish here, where else could we go? Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a look of disbelief. We came out here to fish. If we can't catch anything from the boat, where else would we? After being chided by his sister, Lin Zhuang did not take offense and promptly retrieved his fishing rod, as each of them carried their own. While the boat had fishing rods, Lin Xiaoxiao believed that the rods purchased from the system were superior. The rods appeared identical to theirs, making it difficult for anyone to discern a difference. Lin Zhuang and Lin Xiaoxiao found a spot, while nearby, Zhang Jiao was buzzing with excitement and sent her maid to fetch a rod for her. Miss Zhang, I never imagined you could fish, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. Zhang Jiao smiled brightly. I can do anything. Lin Zhuang was taken aback when Lin Xiaoxiao referred to the nearby man as Miss Zhang. Sister, she's a woman? He stammered, his mouth agape in surprise. Amused by her brother's astonishment, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, What? You couldn't tell? Upon hearing her words, Lin Zhuang nodded, then shook his head. So, did you realize it or not? Zhang Jiao, curious, inquired as well. I truly did not see her as a woman. Lin Zhuang replied cautiously, mindful not to raise his voice, though Zhang Jiao heard him. To his relief, she was not offended, which spoke volumes about Lin Xiaoxiao's remarkable skills in makeup. Miss Lin, style my lady, Xiao Chui chimed in. Sister? Lin Zhuang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in confusion, to which she merely nodded gently in affirmation, saying nothing further. Fishing is a silent endeavor. Uttering a word could scare away the fish. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao remained mute throughout, as did Zhang Jiao and Lin Zhuang, although he was visibly agitated, trembling with excitement on several occasions. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao sensed the fishing rod beginning to move, she yanked it upwards with fervor, yet found it unyielding. Oh my, little sister, you've caught a fish. Upon hearing her brother's exuberant voice, Lin Xiaoxiao gestured dismissively, for she had intentionally chosen a secluded spot to avoid drawing attention. Her brother, however, bellowed in a manner that suggested he wanted the entire world to know of their catch, as if fearing that others might envy them in the crowded cabin. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's subtle movements, Lin Zhuang promptly silenced himself to assist her in reeling in the fish. Not accustomed to the struggle of catching a fish, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "Little sister, stay close. Allow me to reel this fish in. It feels quite heavy." She did not hesitate to hand the fishing rod over to Lin Zhuang, recognizing the considerable size of the fish. Had it been smaller, she might have kept it for practice, but this fish possessed a formidable strength, making a challenge to haul up, even if it were merely a small one. Seeing their struggle, Zhang Jiao inquired, "Lin Jia, do you require assistance? I could fetch my father. He is quite an experienced angler and would surely help you." It was a jest, for if Zhang Tian were to learn of such a large fish, he might seize the opportunity himself. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately declined. No need to trouble your father. The competition has yet to commence, and we shouldn't burden him so early. How will we fish afterward?" Zhang Jiao found her reasoning sound and opted to stand by, ready to summon help if truly necessary. Relieved that Zhang Jiao showed no inclination to inform her father, Lin Xiaoxiao resolved to discreetly share the news of the catch with her later, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience. "Quickly, fetch the net," Lin Zhuang urged, perspiration beading on his forehead, a testament to the fish's formidable power, nearly pulling him overboard. As the fish broke the surface, Lin Zhuang could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What a magnificent tiger grouper!" Lin Xiaoxiao stood in awe of the enormous fish, her mouth agape. This tiger grouper must weigh at least 10 kilograms, roughly 22 pounds. She felt she had struck gold, as the system emitted a series of thrilling alerts, more exhilarated than she herself. Zhang Jiao, captivated by the spectacle of such a large tiger grouper, had never seen one of this magnitude before. She pondered its worth. Surely it could fetch several hundred taels. Glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao, she wondered what her intentions were regarding the fish, realizing that the fishing competition had not yet begun, and thus, the catch rightfully belonged to Lin Xiaoxiao, not to the Zhang family. Hesitantly, she approached and asked, "Lin Jia, what do you plan to do with this fish?" Lost in her own elation, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly responded, "I intend to sell this tiger grouper." Upon realizing that Lin Xiaoxiao intended to sell, Zhang Jiao's heart brimmed with joy. "What if Lin's sister sold it to our Zhang family? We would offer you the same price. You need not worry. We would never swindle you. We would pay you immediately. What do you think?" However, Lin Xiaoxiao could not sell it to Zhang Jiao, as the decision was already predetermined by the system. Thus, she delicately responded, "Sister Zhang, I am truly sorry, but I cannot sell this fish to you. It has other purposes for me. Perhaps I can sell you another fish when I catch one next time?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao felt a wave of disappointment. Such a sizable fish was not something one could catch every day, and she regretted not being able to take it home. "Lin's sister, can you really not sell it to me? I'm willing to offer a high price. How about 1,000 taels?" She had no desire to haggle. She simply wanted the fish, yet Lin Xiaoxiao continued to shake her head. "I'm truly sorry, but I really cannot sell it to you. Perhaps you might consider the next fish, and I could offer you some money instead." Observing Zhang Jiao's dejected expression, Lin Xiaoxiao contemplated gifting her a fish. Given the circumstances, Zhang Jiao felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, the fish belonged to Lin Xiaoxiao, and one could not compel another to sell. She nodded in acceptance. "All right then. Lin's sister, if you catch another large fish, could you sell it to me?" "Of course," Lin Xiaoxiao acquiesced. Who could predict when one might catch a large fish? Reality swiftly intervened. Soon after, a second large fish was caught, but it was not by her, rather by her older brother, a sizable yellow croaker, weighing only around 10 pounds. Not nearly as large as hers. This delighted Lin Zhuang immensely. Sister, look at my fish. How is it? Why am I so lucky today? It must be because I am with you that my luck has improved." His little sister was indeed a lucky star. As long as he was by her side, he could catch great fish. Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing her brother's praise, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was not her presence that brought him luck. but rather the rod that was provided by the system. She refrained from explaining, knowing that such revelations might render her a curiosity in others' eyes. Can this fish be sold to me? Zhang Jiao gazed at Lin Zhuang with a pitiful expression. Lin Zhuang did not hastily agree. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao. If she permitted the sale, he would comply. Otherwise, he would firmly refuse. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation. Miss Zhang, since you desire it, I shall sell it to you. I will deliver this fish to you shortly. Although she had not acquired the tiger grouper, Zhang Jiao was still quite pleased with the hefty yellow croaker. She expressed her gratitude and then focused intently on her fishing rod, though disappointment soon followed as it remained still. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had managed to catch 2 small fish, which held little interest for her. Chapter 93. The island's tidal rush, the large yellow croaker sold for 20 taels of silver. When Lin Zhuang received the money, he was still grinning foolishly, having never imagined that a single fish could yield such a profit, far more than he earned as a peddler. The little sister's tiger-striped fish is quite substantial. Certainly, its selling price would far exceed that of his. How do you plan to handle this fish, sister? If you bring it back, others will surely notice. After expressing his delight, Lin Zhuang's thoughts drifted to the concern that Lin Xiaoxiao's fish might be seen by others, and if that happened, it would be quite troublesome. Brother, don't worry about this fish. I will take care of it. You should focus on your own matters, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, wishing to avoid lengthy explanations. This fish was meant for the system, and once her brother left, she would sell it seamlessly, leaving no trace of her catch. Upon hearing his sister's assurance, Lin Zhuang found himself at a loss for words. He departed swiftly, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao alone. After ensuring no one was approaching, she activated the system to retrieve the fish. To her astonishment, this single fish earned her 1,000 taels of silver, an effortless windfall that surpassed her efforts in foraging for wild vegetables. Moreover, she could remain on the boat for many days, and the thought of such a bountiful harvest brought a smile to her face, her lips curving upward. Zhang Jiao presented the large yellow croaker to her father, Zhang Tian, who was taken aback by its weight. You caught this? Initially, Zhang Jiao intended to credit Lin Zhuang, but recalling Lin Xiaoxiao's caution, she held her tongue and said, Father, let us not overthink it. Do you want this fish? If not, we can have it ourselves. Observing his food-loving daughter, Zhang Tian felt a mix of exasperation and appreciation. This fish, being so valuable, could not simply be consumed. It would be more respectable to gift it away. I will take this fish home, he declared. Originally, she intended to gift it to him, but if he refused, she would simply enjoy it herself. Living by the sea, one would naturally relish fish, although they seldom encountered such a sizable yellow croaker, which explained Zhang Tian's desire to keep it. The large boat would dock at the shore, not in the open sea. The group would remain there for 10 days to half a month, awaiting the conclusion of the fishing competition before returning home. Their basic needs were met aboard the vessel, and they could also explore the nearby island, making for a pleasant experience. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was not keen on being cooped up on the boat. The coastal area offered far more than fishing. When not angling, she could scavenge along the shore. She had already formulated her plans as the ship gradually approached the land. Upon arrival, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered that the island held hidden wonders. Some wealthy individuals had constructed houses there, allowing them to reside comfortably instead of cramped quarters on the boat. Of course, those engaged in fishing could choose between the cabin or the expensive lodgings above, but many ordinary participants preferred the cabins to avoid any cost. Zhang Jiao approached, her face beaming as she took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. Sister Lin, let us stay on the island together. It's so uncomfortable on the boat and at night. The sound of the waves is too loud to sleep. Lin Xiaoxiao firmly declined. She simply could not accompany Zhang Jiao to the island. Despite her affluence, she was reluctant to spend her wealth and found the cabin on the boat quite satisfactory, especially since it was a private room. At that moment, people were gradually making their way to the island. Observing her reluctance, Zhang Jiao, with a pleading expression, implored, Sister Lin, please come with me. I will arrange a room for you. Rest assured, you won't have to spend a single cent. I'll cover everything. Faced with Zhang Jiao's generosity, Lin Xiaoxiao felt even more uncomfortable. She did not wish to take advantage of others. After all, such favors often entail the debt of gratitude. The more one benefits, the more one is expected to repay. She had no desire to entangle herself with the Zhang family, fearing that she might eventually owe a favor in return, which could lead to trouble. Moreover, the fishing competition was bound to bring about unforeseen events. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's steadfast refusal to go to the island, Zhang Jiao, with no further words to say, took her maid and departed for the island. Lin Xiaoxiao remained on the boat, gazing vacantly outside. As the fishing competition was set to commence the following day, and the organizers had instructed them to rest for the night. Before long, the system chimed, signaling the optimal time for beachcombing. Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but marvel at the absurdity of the situation. It felt as though she were being treated like a beast of burden. Nonetheless, the prospect of experiencing beachcombing was appealing, particularly since she aimed to earn a little extra money. After all, her purpose for being there was to make a profit. Otherwise, what was the point of her visit? That evening, Lin Xiaoxiao ventured out to the beach where the tide had receded. She quickly realized that many others shared her intent, as she spotted numerous individuals with lanterns scouring the shoreline. Goodness, with so many people here, how can one possibly find anything? She exclaimed. Ding! Post ahead. A blue crab detected, the system announced. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Xiaoxiao hurried over and grasped the blue crab in her palm. Would you like to recover it? The system inquired. Recover, she replied. Just for that single blue crab, she earned 10 coins. Indeed, the treasures of the sea were valuable. Ding! Small octopus detected. Wherever there was bounty, the system would follow. Lin Xiaoxiao need only heed the system's guidance, and soon she had discovered a plethora of treasures. Sea urchins, stirred by the wind, scuttled away as if they had legs. Lin Xiaoxiao chased after them, managing to capture a few. The tools for beachcombing had been exchanged through the system, so she was well equipped for the task. Catching sea urchins was a breeze, and following the system's prompts, she made her way to the rocky outcrops. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth watered at the sight of the plump oysters. They were indeed a delicacy, but alas, they cannot be consumed today. Opening oysters was laborious work. She had to strike them carefully without damaging the insides. After some time, her hands grew weary from the effort. Suddenly, she was splashed by something, and upon lifting her lantern to investigate, she discovered an electric eel approximately 1 meter in length, writhing in the water. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao seized the eel, and the system promptly registered her catch. Recovering the electric eel yielded her 10 taels of silver. Nearby, she continued to uncover numerous blue crabs, all of which were successfully retrieved by the system. On the final day, she decided not to return to the system, intending instead to bring joy to her children and provide for her parents. After all, treasures such as these are seldom encountered. Chapter 94. The big gamble. Had it not been for the system's warning of an impending tide, Lin Xiaoxiao would have found it difficult to part with this place. Just from one night, she had earned several hundred taels of silver. Opportunities like this were rare, and she brimmed with enthusiasm. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to the exhaustion from her endeavors by the sea. She awoke the next day to the sound of voices. Stepping outside, she was greeted by a bustling crowd, all there to participate in the fishing competition, each person wielding a fishing rod. Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved her own rod and spotted her elder brother waving at her from a distance, beckoning her to join him. As she approached Lin Zhuang, she noticed that his area was thronged with people, primarily from the Zhang family. True to tradition, they would draw lots to determine their seating arrangements. A middle-aged man, his hair and beard stark white, exuded an air of authority as he addressed the Zhang, Li, and Wang families. This man seemed to be the organizer of the fishing contest, Lin Xiaoxiao surmised, recognizing that his status was not to be trifled with. After all, the financial clout of the Zhang and Wang families would not allow them to be so easily commanded. Yet she dismissed these thoughts, for her only goal was to compete for the championship. May fortune favor the Zhang family this time. Let us not finish at the bottom again, Li's family remarked, causing Zhang Tian's countenance to darken, though he remained silent. He was confident that he would seize the championship, and the thought of triumphing over the Li family brought him great satisfaction. Zhang Tian's silence only served to irritate the Li family further. Their frustration grew as they realized their attempts to provoke him were in vain. "Let us not linger with the Zhang family, lest their misfortune befall us," they murmured, speculating on which family would ultimately claim victory. The Wang family, observing with mirth, expressed their disdain for the Zhangs, openly mocking them, which only fueled Zhang Tian's ire. Perhaps the three families should engage in a grand wager, he proposed boldly, declaring that this time it would either be his victory or their defeat. His suggestion elicited laughter from several individuals. "Zhang Tian, are you jesting? Do you truly believe that with the Zhang family's current standing, you can challenge us? Pray tell, how do you intend to wager?" The Li family regarded him with a mixture of amusement and disdain, dismissing the Zhang family as no longer a contender. If the Zhang family were to fail to secure the championship again, they risked obliteration from this realm, or worse, being swallowed whole by the Li family, who would take over all their enterprises. Though it seemed merely a modest fishing contest, there had been undercurrents of rivalry simmering for quite some time. "If you seek your own demise, do not expect me to show you any mercy. Shall we wager the shops we own in town? What say you? Do you accept my challenge? Should I lose, those shops shall be forfeited to the Li family. Conversely, if the Li family is defeated, the prices of those establishments will rise, and the Zhang family must receive proof that we are indeed the most formidable." Zhang Tian is resolute. For him, it is a matter of life or death, with no alternatives at hand. Should the Zhang family falter once more, they would lose all dignity in the town, and those who once allied with them would hold them in contempt. The risk of losing an entire fleet of fishing vessels and associated enterprises to others is imminent. Thus it is preferable to gamble everything on this occasion. The Wang family, upon hearing the Zhang family's proposal to wager the town's shops, became exceedingly eager to participate. "Let us also stake our claim. If any one of our three families prevails, those shops shall belong to that victor. What say you?" The Li family harbored aspirations of monopolizing the Zhang family's establishments. Yet with the Wang family interjecting, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Should victory be theirs, the shops would indeed become their own, which is also quite appealing. Thus, an agreement was forged, with Uncle Lu appointed as a witness. The Li family addressed the middle-aged man, who nodded affirmatively, promising to serve as their witness, ensuring that no one would attempt to deceive. This middle-aged gentleman, Lu Hai, is a relative of the governor and enjoys considerable respect in the community. People often seek his assistance to resolve their issues, as his guidance can spare them from unnecessary detours. Rumors abound regarding the governor's influential connections, further discouraging anyone from challenging his authority. As the saying goes, the common people cannot contend with the officials. In such struggles, the common folk invariably lose. The three families had selected their positions and gathered their respective entourage. Lin Xiaoxiao trailed behind Zhang Tian, sensing an unusual pallor on his face, though the cause eluded her understanding. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Upon arriving at the designated area, Zhang Tian instructed them to choose their spots, cautioning them not to cross a certain line, which bordered the Wang family's territory. Just beyond lay the Li family's domain, who, having secured the prime location, exuded an air of arrogance, treating the Zhang family with disdain akin to that of a aloof fisherman. "I suggest you cease your fishing endeavors. The effort is futile. It would be wiser to simply wait for the outcome. Let us engage with the Li family directly," a nearby man boisterously remarked to the Zhang family. The Li family had merely cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing not to intervene, seemingly allowing his kin to speak freely. "Our Zhang family shall undoubtedly triumph. Refrain from your incessant prattling that disrupts our focus. Victory is assured for us." The members of the Zhang family stood united, for their fortunes are intertwined. The ridicule they face is not aimed at individuals, but at the collective. When defeat befalls you, the shame will be palpable. Yet surrendering now would afford some semblance of dignity. The Li family remains haughty, deliberately speaking in a manner designed to dishearten the Zhang family, thereby ensuring their own effortless victory. "Li Jin, you ought to concern yourself with your own side. If you continue to spout nonsense, our Zhang family will not stand idly by. A conflict may ensue, and that would not bode well." Zhang Tian cast a disapproving glance at Li Jin, who was being exceedingly unreasonable. The results of the competition had yet to be announced, yet he spoke as if the Zhang family were easily trifled with. Despite their current misfortunes, the Zhang family has a rich heritage. Chapter 95. Dongxing Ban crushes the Zhang family. Why get so worked up? It's merely talk. Nothing to take seriously. Li Jin paid no heed to the warning from the widow of Zhang, though he prudently advised his companions to refrain from further comments. Soon, the competition commenced, and the sight of so many individuals casting their lines was truly breathtaking. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the person beside her, who was nervously lowering their hook. She found his demeanor rather amusing. Even if there were fish present, he might scare them away. As others began to cast their lines, Lin Zhuang turned to her and asked, "Little sister, everyone has cast their lines. Shouldn't we do the same?" He followed her lead, believing that aligning with her would be wise. With so many lines in the water and a limited number of fish, some were bound to remain uninterested. "Let us move closer to the front," she suggested. In their eagerness to secure prime spots, many congregated at the forefront, leaving the rear nearly deserted, which favored Lin Xiaoxiao. Just as she settled in, Zhang Jiao approached. "Sister Lin, do you mind if I sit with you?" Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback that Zhang Jiao had come to participate in the big fish competition. "Are you sure you want to sit with me? You're also here for the fishing contest?" "I'm merely here to fish casually. I can't possibly compare to you, Sister Lin. If I fail to catch anything, I'll just head back." Zhang Jiao pouted, truly just want to join the fun, relishing the atmosphere of fishing even if she didn't catch anything, as it was rare to see such a gathering. "All right," Lin Xiaoxiao responded, saying nothing further. Her fishing rod and bait were sourced from a system specifically designed for sea fishing, and she had not used the bait provided by the Zhang family, believing that even the finest bait could not compare to that produced by the system. "Is this bait? I've never seen anything like it. Did you make it yourself, Sister Lin?" Zhang Jiao inquired, her curiosity piqued by the bait on Lin Xiaoxiao's hook, as she had never encountered anything similar. "Yes," Lin Xiaoxiao replied dismissively. Not wishing to engage in conversation, she allowed Zhang Jiao to remain quiet, understanding that fishing required tranquility. As the hook was cast, Zhang Jiao was intently focused on the surface of the water, occasionally glancing around to ensure no one was cheating, though it was merely a formality. At the Li family station, a base was caught. As a voice resonated, everyone became aware of the Li family's fish catch. The principle for determining the champion was straightforward. The family that caught the most fish or the most valuable fish would emerge victorious. Thus, even an inconspicuous base could serve as a valuable addition to the count. Shortly thereafter, the Wang family also pulled in some fish. A while later, the Zhang family joined in as well. With everyone else catching fish, Lin Xiaoxiao and her brother Lin Zhuang remained empty-handed, leading to a growing sense of impatience. "Little sister, what's going on? We usually catch fish quite swiftly, but today, nothing seems to be biting. Is this spot not suitable? After all, there's hardly anyone around, aside from you," Lin Zhuang remarked, observing his elder brother's anxious demeanor. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, appeared remarkably calm. "Brother, good things often come to those who wait. We need not worry. One fish from us is worth several from others. Besides, this fishing competition isn't limited to just one day. We have several days ahead." Though her sister spoke so lightly, Lin Zhuang felt a heavy weight of pressure. He believed that since they had come to fish, they ought to catch a few. The lack of bites made him feel defeated, as if they had chosen the wrong location. "Jiao also hasn't caught anything. Lin Jia, perhaps we should consider relocating? It's not too late to choose another spot. This place seems devoid of fish," she suggested. "There's no need for that. I believe this location is quite suitable. Fishing requires patience. If you're feeling anxious, you may choose another spot," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, observing her brother's urgency with a sense of helplessness. Seeing that his sister was unwilling to leave, Lin Zhuang resigned himself to accompany her, stating, "Wherever you go, I will follow." Zhang Jiao had come primarily for enjoyment, rather than competition, so she was indifferent to the lack of fish. For her, there was no loss. As the sun began its descent in the west, Lin Zhuang's fishing rod remained still, causing him to lose patience. "Little sister, perhaps we should call it a day? I see several people nearby packing up. suggesting there may not be any significant catches left. Wait, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, as her fishing rod began to tremble vigorously, as though a substantial catch was attempting to leap from the water. Lin Zhuang was taken aback with excitement, wanting to assist his sister, only to realize that he too had a fish on the line. In a flurry, he was unsure whether to help her or to reel in his own catch. "Brother, you focus on your fish. I can handle mine," Lin Xiaoxiao instructed. Very well, he conceded, recognizing he had only 2 hands. He thought that if his sister truly struggled, he would assist her after reeling in his own catch. The strenuous efforts of the 2 siblings drew the attention of several onlookers. An elderly gentleman approached leisurely and addressed Lin Xiaoxiao. "My dear, would you like some assistance?" Lin Xiaoxiao, not one to be overly formal, replied, "That would be much appreciated." As the fishing rod was handed to the elderly man, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He initially presumed the fish was not substantial, for the young girl struggled but did not seem excessively burdened. Yet, upon grasping the rod himself, he quickly realized the true strength of the fish was formidable. He could not manage it alone and felt a twinge of regret for offering to assist the girl. He wondered if it was too late to retract his words. Observing the old man's struggle, Zhang Tian approached to lend a hand. With the combined efforts of the 2 men and Lin Xiaoxiao, the trio finally managed to reel in the fish. As it emerged, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Wow, what a magnificent catch! This must be the largest fish we've ever hooked," exclaimed one. "After years of fishing, I've never encountered such a sizable East Star grouper." The fish weighed approximately 70 to 80 pounds, and Zhang's family had made an impressive debut. The murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Zhang Tian beamed at the compliments, but the Wang and Li families exchanged glances filled with discontent. They were taken aback that, on the very first day, Zhang's family had overshadowed them, casting unfriendly glances at Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions. Chapter 96. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them, feeling a malicious gaze upon her. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head, only to find an empty space. Was it merely her imagination? Surely not. Catching such a large fish today certainly drew attention. "Lady Lin, I never expected your skills to be so exceptional. You've caught such a sizable fish on your first day," Zhang Tian said with a broad smile directed at her. "It's merely luck. There's no one else around, which surely attracted the bigger fish," Lin Xiaoxiao humbly replied. Zhang Tian, however, did not share her modesty. He believed her capabilities were genuine. After all, many were fishing nearby, yet she was the one to catch the large fish. The onlookers begrudgingly remarked, "She must just be fortunate. Otherwise, how could she have caught such a large fish? And yet, she required assistance to reel it in. What's there to boast about? My sister is simply lucky. What of it? Are you envious? If you possess the skill, catch one yourself, even if we cannot pull it in. Some are here to lend a hand." Lin Zhuang, straightforward in nature, defended his sister against the disparaging remarks. The man's face turned awkward, and those around him nudged him to cease. "Stop it. Catching a big fish is a good thing for everyone. We are all on the same side as the Zhang family, and her success benefits us too." Though the man did not voice his discontent, internally he scoffed, thinking, "Her catching a large fish is her affair. What concern is it of ours? In the end, she will claim that reward for herself." Noticing Zhang Tian's displeasure, he refrained from further comments and walked away in discontent. Soon, the entire boat was abuzz with news of Lin Xiaoxiao's catch. "We underestimated the Zhang family. No wonder Zhang Tian was so audacious as to gamble with us. He is indeed confident," Li Jin reflected, seething at the thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's impressive catch. What does it matter that she caught a large fish on the first day? The true skill lies in sustaining such success in the days to come. In my opinion, we need not regard her highly. When the time comes, a simple stratagem will suffice to make her vanish without a trace. Someone ominously suggested that ill intentions were already brewing. It seems we need not lift a finger, for others may soon take matters into their own hands. Let us observe patiently. Li Jin also chuckled darkly, appearing eager for the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao was invited by Zhang Tian to dine with him. "Madam Lin, we owe you a great debt today. You have restored our family's honor. Without your intervention, The Zhang family might have found itself trampled underfoot by the others. Zhang Tian expressed, feeling a sense of vindication. Dad, let's not dwell on that. Let us eat. I suspect Sister Lin is quite famished after her prolonged fishing efforts. Zhang Jiao interjected, eager to divert her father's endless chatter. Zhang Tian had no choice but to relent. Had their guest been a man, they might have engaged in toasts. But with a woman, a simple meal sufficed. After dining, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her chamber, ready to settle in when she heard a knock at the door. Who is it? I come bearing tea, as instructed by Master Zhang, the voice outside explained. Upon opening the door, she found a young man dressed as a servant. I do not require tea. Please take it away, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, disliking the beverage. Upon hearing her refusal, the man quickly insisted. Master Zhang specifically directed me to deliver this to you. He emphasized the word specifically, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao with little choice but to accept it. As she closed the door, the man revealed a chilling smirk. Though Lin Xiaoxiao did not touch the tea, the moment her hand brushed against it, the system emitted a rapid series of alerts. The tea is poisoned. The tea is poisoned. The warning startled her. Yet she felt reassured knowing the system would safeguard her well-being, issuing alerts whenever someone intended her harm. This was why she had been so audacious in venturing to the mountains. However, she was incensed to discover that someone had indeed plotted against her. She had merely come to fish and had intended no offense to anyone. As night fell, someone stealthily crept into her room. The medicine should have taken effect by now, shouldn't it? A woman ought to remain demure at home. If you seek danger, do not blame us for being unkind. The man's voice was laced with venom, and Lin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing it, was overwhelmed with the urge to pierce him with a needle. Without hesitation, she redeemed a syringe from the system, filling it with anesthetic before injecting it into his body. In an instant, he fell into unconsciousness. Lin Xiaoxiao had never been one to show mercy to those who sought to harm her. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. One either became prey or learned to prey upon others. While she had contemplated the idea of not bullying anyone, circumstances dictated otherwise. What is wrong with you? The man stammered, incredulous, as Lin Xiaoxiao approached him. Are you all right? I am fine, but you, on the other hand, are not, she replied with charming grace. Though to the man, her demeanor felt foreign and intimidating. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed, rendered unconscious. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze turned icy as she observed him slumped on the ground. Since he had intended to harm her, she knew she could not afford to spare him. She had never been one to shy away from retaliation. Anyone who dared to bully her would receive a hundredfold response. Without delay, Lin Xiaoxiao placed the man within the confines of the system, which had the capability to recycle anything, even him. Eventually, the system would erase his memories and assign him menial tasks, though the specifics of his new reality in some parallel universe remained unknown to her. Feeling at ease, Lin Xiaoxiao drifted into a peaceful slumber, and the night passed without any unusual occurrences. When dawn broke, she awoke to a new day filled with the promise of deep-sea fishing once again. Unlike the previous day, the atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as many sought to join her on this second day. Having previously caught large fish, a throng of people flocked to her side, which made Lin Xiaoxiao feel somewhat uneasy with the sudden influx. Chapter 97. Discovery of sea anemones. These individuals, hoping to bask in Lin's good fortune, crowded around her. Lin Zhuang, unable to tolerate the chaos, exclaimed, "Will you all ever stop? If we continue like this, our lines will become tangled, and we won't catch a single fish." His words momentarily stunned the crowd, who had momentarily lost sight of this reality. They sheepishly distanced themselves from Lin Xiaoxiao, ensuring their lines did not intertwine, albeit not too far apart. "Brother, let us sit down. Even if they are close to us when the fish are biting, we will still reel them in," Lin Zhuang thought, admiring his sister's composed demeanor. Initially, the crowd believed that proximity to Lin Xiaoxiao would guarantee a bountiful catch. However, as time passed without a single bite, their anxiety grew. The fear of returning empty-handed gnawed at them, filling them with shame. "Damn it, do these fish have favorites? Are they only biting on our line?" murmured one frustrated individual. Despite the stillness of Lin Xiaoxiao's rod, they were convinced that her luck must be the reason for their misfortune. True to their assumptions, it wasn't long before Lin Xiaoxiao's fishing rod began to twitch. With ease, she reeled in the fish, though it was merely a yellow croaker weighing around 20 pounds. Nevertheless, this achievement stirred envy among onlookers. Might you share your fishing secret with us, Lady Lin? I notice your bait differs from ours. Could it be the bait that makes the difference? Some had already discerned that Lin Xiaoxiao's bait was unusual. Unperturbed, she replied, I crafted this bait myself. Truly remarkable, Lady Lin. Not only do you excel at fishing, but you also possess the skill to create your own bait. I dare say the championship is yours for the taking, remarked one, with a hint of jealousy. It's not the final day yet. Who knows what may transpire? Someone might catch even more than I have. Let us all focus on fishing rather than overthinking it. Patience is key, as fishing relies heavily on luck. Meanwhile, others began to catch fish, though none matched Lin Xiaoxiao's impressive haul, yet they were commendable nonetheless. A fact she acknowledged. Clearly, the bait had attracted a good number of fish, enabling everyone to make catches. Still, she felt no anger, confident that the championship would ultimately be hers. Goodness, that spot is excellent. Another fish has been caught. This is infuriating. Can we move over there? The fishermen from the Li and Wang families could hardly contain their frustration, casting envious glances at Lin Xiaoxiao. Particularly, Li Jin was seething with resentment. Was it truly the location that made the difference? Had he known, he would have chosen that spot. Was it too late for regrets now? My lord, this is becoming dire. The Zhang family has already caught several large fish. If we can't match their numbers in the coming days, the championship will surely belong to them. Li Jin coldly responded to a man's anxious words. Do you think I am unaware? Yet what can I do? We chose our positions. Little did they know, the prime locations had been predetermined. The Li family had secured their advantageous spot because they had manipulated the competition, initially believing they would emerge victorious. Now, the sudden rise of the Zhang family was intolerable for Li Jin. Seeing his lord's displeasure, the man fell silent, internally praying for the Li family to triumph in this fishing contest, lest they encounter significant troubles. Meanwhile, the Zhang family, witnessing their own success, was in high spirits, inspecting the area with their daughter in tow. Father, it seems the championship is surely ours this time. With Sister Lin here, we are destined to win. The Li and Wang families could never have anticipated that we would produce a fishing prodigy, Zhang Jiao gleefully remarked, envisioning their impending victory. After years of being overshadowed, a win would be immensely beneficial for the Zhang family, regardless of the particulars. Let us remain humble. It's not the final day yet. Who can say what will happen? Zhang Tian cheerfully remarked, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. The most fish caught this time belonged to the Zhang family. The first day was theirs, and so was the second. Despite only spanning 2 days, they had significantly overshadowed both the Zhang and Li families. If this continued, they need not fish anymore. They could simply await the Zhang family's victory. Li Jin approached the Wang family to discuss strategies, regardless of which family claims the championship. I have no grievances, he stated, but it simply cannot be the Zhang family. What makes them superior to us? Li Jin subtly incited the Wang family, who were no fools and understood the implications of his words. What will we do? Their fishing prowess is unmatched. Yesterday, their team was out, and today, we haven't seen them. Did the Zhang family eliminate them? This was merely a thought in their minds, unspoken. For voicing, it would invite significant trouble and expose them to vulnerabilities. What if our two families joined forces? We could determine the victor later, Li Jin proposed ominously. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, they agreed. After several minutes of secretive plotting within the boat's cabin, Li Jin finally exhaled in relief as he emerged. Seeing the adoration surrounding Zhang Tian only fueled his irritation, and with a huff, he passed by Zhang Tian, pondering the uncertain outcome of the competition. Let us wait and see how this fishing contest unfolds, he thought, visibly upset as he departed. Zhang Tian, however, was elated, confident that no schemes could thwart the Zhang family's triumph this time. That night, Lin Xiaoxiao was urged awake by the system. Oh dear, can I sleep a little longer? She murmured sleepily, her eyes heavy with drowsiness. Aware that the system would remain silent, she relinquished her complaints. Grabbing a bucket, she made her way to the seaside, where the moonlight was faint and lanterns swayed in the breeze. Alone on the shore, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a profound, indescribable sense of solitude. Ding! Sea anemone detected. Do you wish to collect it? The moment she arrived at the beach, the system chimed in, startled by the sight of the soft, squishy tentacles. She instinctively took a few steps back. She despised anything that was soft and squishy. With a pair of tongs, she collected it. Chapter 98. Gathering at the vast shore ding. Collected sea anemone for 40 coins. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered not only sea anemones but also sea urchins. All manner of marine life appear before her, thus allowing her to claim this stretch of ocean as her own. Ding! Abalone detected. Do you wish to collect it? Wow! I can even find abalone! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, promptly placing the abalone into the system, transforming these treasures into silver through her exchanges. The system also suggested she set nets and traps to increase her haul, which would benefit them both. Obediently, Lin Xiaoxiao followed the system's advice and set traps along the shore, ready to retrieve them the next day. She even spotted a mantis shrimp scuttling past her. Such a large mantis shrimp. One could hardly see such a size in modern times. Due to the pollution of the ocean, many treasures have vanished, and in ancient times, one could discover numerous valuable items while beachcombing. The joy of this endeavor lies in the bounty one collects from the sea. Lin Xiaoxiao spent the entire night eagerly gathering various marine treasures, some of which were unfamiliar to her, only identified through the system's prompts. By the end of the night, she had earned several hundred taels of silver. Even without winning the fishing competition, she felt she had profited enough. As she prepared for her final return, Lin Xiaoxiao adjusted her waist, which ached from a day of bending down to retrieve her finds. During her search, she stumbled upon several crab holes, methodically extracting the crabs one by one to return them to the system. As she was about to leave, she heard a cry resembling that of an infant, startling her. What could that possibly be? A chill ran down Lin Xiaoxiao's spine. Surely, it could not be what she feared. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Injured orca detected. It was then that she realized the source of the cries was indeed an orca, struggling on the beach, seemingly unable to return to the sea. The orca regarded her with deep suspicion and hostility. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing the injured creature, smiled gently, saying, "Little one, would you like me to help you back to the ocean?" The orca retorted, "Absolutely not. You are a human. I do not want your help. I want to find my mother." Lin Xiaoxiao wondered if she had imagined the voice of a child asking for its mother. She continued, speaking to the orca, "Oh dear, such a large creature. How did you end up stranded here?" The orca replied, "I don't know. I was chasing a school of fish and found myself here. I want to go home." Lin Xiaoxiao confirmed that the voice indeed belonged to the orca, and she received a system notification that activated her ability to communicate with beasts, meaning all creatures could converse with her, should she choose. Surprised by this newfound ability, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy. "If you call me sister, I will take you home, all right?" "No way. You are a bad person," retorted the orca. "If you think I am bad, I shall take my leave, and you will perish without water." As Lin Xiaoxiao turned to depart, the orca grew anxious, confused as to why its thoughts were audible to her, and sensing a potential connection. The orca, still juvenile and not particularly clever, found itself in a predicament. To Lin Xiaoxiao, the orca appeared adorably naive, and she had no intention of returning it to the system. She preferred to release it back into the ocean, which the system would permit. "One last time, if you call me sister, I will help you, all right?" She insisted. "You are a bully. You are a bad person," protested the orca. Regardless of the orca's reluctance, Lin Xiaoxiao prepared to leave. The orca, seeing no other option, pleaded, "Sister, will you please let me go back?" It had finally softened its stance. Lin Xiaoxiao intentionally teased the orca. Such a colossal creature could hardly be subdued without the aid of specialized tools purchased within the system. Once the orca was submerged in the water, it vanished after a brief dive, leading Lin Xiaoxiao to mistakenly believe it had departed. To her surprise, the orca expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister," before disappearing into the vast ocean of the future. Satisfied, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the cabin. The following morning, Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something was amiss. There were no fishermen to be seen. Even her elder brother had not arrived. Rising later than usual, she found herself famished, having eaten nothing. Zhang Tian hurried over, his face etched with concern. "What has happened to you all? Why does everyone have stomach pains?" "I cannot fathom the reason. The pain is unbearable," someone replied. "The doctor just examined us and could not determine the cause. Perhaps it was something we consumed? What shall we do? It seems we cannot fish today." Observing the agony on everyone's faces, Zhang Tian looked troubled, grappling with the realization that despite all precautions, they could not prevent this calamity. Those responsible for the food are truly despicable. "Miss Lin, why are you unscathed?" Zhang Tian inquired, relieved upon seeing her well. As long as Lin Xiaoxiao remained unharmed, they could still catch large fish. "I do not know why. I just woke up and saw everyone in this state. Could it be something in the food?" Zhang Tian nodded. "I shall investigate and ensure we uncover the culprit. Please refrain from consuming anything further. I will arrange for food to be brought to you." Lin Xiaoxiao watched him leave, sensing his urgency. With half of the Zhang family incapacitated, how could they continue fishing? These individuals are truly vile, resorting to such treachery against us, he lamented. Yet, it is futile to dwell on the past. What has occurred cannot be changed. What shall we do? Will we be unable to fish for days? Let your father apprehend the perpetrator first. He may possess an antidote. Do not worry too much. I must go fishing. Lin Xiaoxiao yawned, having been awake most of the night, which explained her late rising. Unbeknownst to her, this delay had spared her from misfortune. The Li family and Wang family had come to fish, casting disdainful glances at the few remaining members of the Zhang family. How unfortunate that they have not all succumbed. How splendid it would be if they did, they thought, feigning nonchalance as they continued fishing. As the scene unfolded, one of the Zhang family members succumbed to their stomach pain and had to be carried away. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, witnessing the unfolding calamity. Only Lin Xiaoxiao remained at this location. The members of the Wang and Li families, upon seeing her, could not help but voice their disdain. Just you, a mere woman, daring to challenge both our families? What a fanciful notion. You should take your leave swiftly, otherwise. Losing face is the least of your troubles. Being ridiculed by others will be far worse. Their behavior was truly outrageous. Zhang Jiao, unable to tolerate their arrogance any longer, interjected. Lin Xiaoxiao sat silently, her gaze fixed upon the sea. All their empty words served no purpose. They were but a waste of breath. She remained unfazed, confident in her ability to confront them alone. The old man who had assisted her in fishing previously approached, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's unperturbed demeanor with admiration. Fishing requires patience. If one is restless, how can one hope to catch any fish? "May I sit here?" the elder inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up, recognizing him as the man who had helped her before. She nodded, "Feel free to sit. It is merely I here." The old man quietly settled beside her, not disturbing her or even glancing in her direction. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, unsure of the elder's intentions. Before long, the previously tranquil sea began to stir. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed a killer whale approaching, accompanied by a school of fish. The Wang and Li family shouted excitedly, "A school of fish! Look, it's our first time witnessing such a spectacle." Their joy was palpable. "This is wonderful news. It confirms our choice of location was indeed wise. The fish must be coming our way, ensuring we will catch an abundance today." Their laughter radiated delight. Observing their elation, Zhang Jiao could not help but comment. Who knows to whom this school of fish is truly headed? Perhaps they are coming for Lin's sister here. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, recognizing the killer whale as the little creature that had guided the fish to them. A smile graced her features, thinking of how this little one knew the value of gratitude. As the fish swam past, Lin Xiaoxiao called out, "Come here, fish! Over here!" The Wang and Li families grew anxious as they watched the fish drift away from them toward Zhang Jiao's side. How is it that so many fish are heading directly for her? They wished fervently to swap places with her. "Look, the fish are rushing toward us!" Zhang Jiao exclaimed in delight, thrilled by the bounty that awaited. "Sister, how do you like that? I'll let the fish right to you." The killer whale proudly communicated with Lin Xiaoxiao in the language of animals. "You are such a good little one. I shall reward you later. Lin Xiaoxiao cooed to the whale, grateful for the abundance it had brought, and knowing she might need its assistance again in the future. The orca, upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's remarks, became even more exuberant, thrashing its powerful tail in the ocean. The onlookers from the Li and Wang families turned pale at the sight of such a formidable creature, fearful that it might feast upon them. A school of fish was herded to Lin Xiaoxiao's feet, within her easy reach. Observing the abundance of fish, she turned to Zhang Jiao and urged, "Hurry up and lend a hand, and fetch your father as well." "All right." Zhang Jiao complied with a nod. As the fish gathered near the Zhang family, the members of the Li and Wang families twisted their faces in envy, questioning why the fish had chosen to congregate with them. Everyone was fishing, yet the Zhang family appeared to be catching fish by hand, a deviation from the accepted norms. Soon, the Li family sought out the organizers to lodge a complaint. It's true, the Zhang family is actually grabbing fish, not using fishing rods. Old Lu found this to be the most amusing jest he had ever heard. How could fish simply allow themselves to be caught by hand? If I am not jesting, I speak only the truth. If you don't believe me, you may verify whether their method of catching fish contravenes the rules. The conviction in the Li family's claims stirred old Lu's curiosity. He wished to witness this phenomenon for himself. Having spent decades by the sea, he had never encountered such a spectacle. "Then let us go see for ourselves." "Do not deceive me," old Lu stated earnestly. The Li family followed closely behind, eager to malign the Zhang family in old Lu's presence. However, seeing that old Lu was unresponsive to their attempts, they abandoned their intentions, opting to address the matter upon arrival. Before long, they arrived at the Zhang family's location, where indeed, individuals were engaged in catching fish. Old Lu was astonished. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhang Tian, taken aback that news of his fishing had reached old Lu, replied candidly, "We are catching fish. Catching fish is against the rules. You cannot allow them to do this." Old Lu exclaimed, "We must uphold fairness. Everyone else is fishing, so why do they get to catch them by hand?" The indignation in the Li family's voice was palpable. Zhang Tian, hearing this, felt a twinge of anxiety, yet Lin Xiaoxiao responded calmly, "There are no rules against catching fish by hand. Besides, we ultimately use our hands to retrieve the fish we catch, so we have not violated any regulations. If you insist on labeling us as rule breakers, we have nothing more to say, as we have indeed committed no infraction." After considering her reasoning, old Lu found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he conceded, as there were indeed no regulations prohibiting the catching of fish by hand. Furthermore, the young lady's point was valid. After fishing, one must still use their hands to collect the fish. The mere fact that the fish had been driven to their location was merely a stroke of luck, not an everyday occurrence. Thus, he asserted, we have not established any prohibition against catching fish. If you possess the skill, you may also catch fish yourselves. The Li family was dismayed by old Lu's stance. Not only was he not siding with them, but he was also defending the Zhang family. If Li Jin can drive the fish to your side, then your family will surely catch more than we do, Zhang Tian responded with a smile. Chapter 100. Sudden turn of events. Zhang family. Do not celebrate prematurely. There are still a few days ahead, and it remains uncertain who will prevail, Li Jin declared. His voice laced with indignation, wishing to depart from a scene, his frustration nearly overwhelming him. As Li Jin walked away, Zhang Tian let out a sigh of relief. This man harbored malevolent intentions, and he suspected that the one who had conspired against their family was none other than Li Jin himself, with the Wang family possibly complicit as well. Thus, he resolved to exercise utmost caution moving forward. He perceived Lin Xiaoxiao as a remarkable individual and was astonished by the arrival of the fish swarm. The elder nearby, having witnessed many fishing expeditions, was captivated by the extraordinary spectacle before him. The young girl deftly scooped up fish with remarkable precision, filling several buckets with an abundance of valuable catches. The elder's heart raced with excitement. Truly, the disparity between people could be infuriating, as he felt himself utterly overshadowed by the young lady's prowess. "Young lady, it seems the fish are drawn to you," the elder remarked cautiously, wary of being overheard, for it was a personal matter for her family. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. How could a mere mortal like me possibly drive away a school of fish? You are overthinking it. Seeing her earnest demeanor, the elder began to doubt his own assumptions. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind the fish's sudden appearance until he spotted a massive orca herding the fish towards them. Perhaps they were fortunate today, and the fish had simply come their way, he mused. Damn it, have they all conspired against the Zhang family? I thought we would catch nothing today. Yet here we are, inundated with fish. Even without those meddling individuals, we would still be in first place, he reflected, inciting the Wang and Li families to seethe with resentment. What shall we do now? Are we truly to surrender the championship to them? Both families were unwilling to concede. Regardless of whether the Wang or Li family claimed victory, it would provide some solace, considering their established strength. But how could the Zhang family, perennial underachievers, suddenly soar to greatness? It was intolerable. Let us ensure they never rise again. That way, no one will stand against us. Li Jin's words grew increasingly sinister. The members of the Wang family shuddered at the implication. Was it not perilous to contemplate a life lost at sea? Is it not common for accidents to occur aboard a vessel? What if someone were to accidentally fall overboard? That would be a plausible scenario, a Wang family member stammered. The Wang family was at a loss for words. Ultimately, they acquiesced to Li Jin's scheme, for they were determined to seize the championship, even if it meant employing unscrupulous tactics. Once again, the Zhang family emerged victorious in the fishing competition. Zhang Tian was elated, showering Lin Xiaoxiao with affection. Uncle Zhang, do not become too jubilant. After all, there remain several days ahead. Who knows what might transpire? It would be prudent for us to exercise caution, as we have attracted undue attention. Let us fish less in the coming days. Indeed, I understand. I shall ensure your safety, he replied. Lin Xiaoxiao did not require protection, but Zhang Shu's concern was well-intentioned, so she allowed him to accompany her. That evening, she intended to retrieve her fishing nets, and thus she retired early. When night fell, Lin Xiaoxiao went directly to collect the traps and nets she had set. As she pulled up the first net, her face lit up with joy. It was brimming with a bountiful catch, including shrimp and oysters. She then heard the system's notification sound. Each type of seafood was promptly collected by the system, and in no time, the entire haul was redeemed, earning her 100 taels of silver from just that one net. Lin Xiaoxiao marveled at the clarity of her seaside endeavors. She had deployed not just one, but 5 nets, and she was certain that each one would be teeming with treasures. With swift footsteps, she hurried to retrieve her remaining nets. However, her second net yielded nothing, leaving her utterly disappointed. Indeed, one should not harbor excessive hopes. The greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. Nonetheless, this setback did little to dishearten her, for she still had several nets left, even if those nets produced only a fraction of the catch. Her earnings for the night would still surpass her income for several months, a rather satisfactory outcome. As she prepared to haul in the third net, it proved fruitful, filled with various types of fish, though none particularly valuable. Even so, she managed to sell them for over 50 taels of silver. The fourth and fifth nets followed, and upon retrieving the last one, she truly encountered a significant bounty. Once again, her efforts culminated in a remarkable harvest. After collecting all the seafood into the system, Lin Xiaoxiao returned and fell asleep in the cabin. The following day was intended for sea fishing, but the heavens were unkind. A torrential rain had begun to fall, making fishing impossible. Peering out the window, she observed the rain cascading upon the shoreline, the boat swaying precariously in the wind. Outside, many were engaged in conversation, oblivious to when the rain might cease. For Lin Xiaoxiao, the duration of the rain posed no real hindrance. It merely delayed matters. After all, the fishing competition would yield results eventually, and all she needed was to exercise patience. The rain showed no signs of abating. Zhang Jiao, feeling bored by the dreary weather, came to visit her. Being girls, they found common ground in conversation, and Zhang Jiao stayed until evening before departing. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling equally restless, purchased 2 books from the system to pass the time in this monotonous world. The rain continued unabated for 3 consecutive days, prompting concern among the others. If the downpour persisted, despite the abundance of supplies aboard, they would inevitably dwindle over time. Moreover, their inability to venture out to sea meant they could not return home. Regardless of the severity of the weather, they were bound to remain there. The inhabitants of the island fared better, but those in the cabin were less fortunate. The constant rocking of the boat made sleep elusive, compounded by the occasional gusts of cold wind. The sea breeze sent chills down Lin Xiaoxiao's spine, prompting her to drape a garment over her head for some relief. The Li and Wang families intended to target the Zhang family, but now, faced with this unexpected situation, they find themselves devoid of motivation, merely contemplating when the rain might cease. The downpour arrived unexpectedly. Just a few days prior, I had checked the weather forecast, which indicated no rain. Typically, during this season, we would not encounter such circumstances while at sea. Old Lu has begun to feel anxious, as the vessel is vast and carries many people, all of whom require sustenance.